We will spend our time this evening in the company of three extraordinary figures from the ancient Greek world. Nyx, the goddess of night herself, one of the oldest beings in all of creation. Her son Hypnos, the gentle god of sleep who came each night to gods and mortals alike without distinction. And Morpheus, the great shaper of dreams, who could wear any human face and carry any message through the soft darkness of sleep. Their stories are quiet ones in many ways, unhurried and deep, like the night itself, and they are exactly the kind of stories that were made to be told in the dark, to someone lying still, letting the world grow distant around them. But before we begin, let us take a moment to settle into the place that we are in, here and now. Allow your body to grow heavy against the surface beneath you, your arms and legs and the weight of your head all releasing, all finding their rest. Imagine, if you will, that you are lying on a gentle hillside somewhere in the ancient world. The grass beneath you is soft and a little cool, thick enough that you can feel it pressing softly against your palms if you spread your fingers wide. The earth below the grass is still warm from the long day behind it, that deep, held warmth that the ground keeps long after the sun has gone. It rises up through the grass and into your back, your shoulders, the backs of your legs. The air around you has begun to cool, the way evening air does when it finally has permission to move freely. It carries with it the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers, jasmine perhaps, or something older and unnamed, rising up from the slope below you in soft, unhurried waves. The sky above you is extraordinary. It is that particular color that exists only for a few minutes at the end of a clear day, a deep, saturated blue, the kind that seems almost too rich to be real, already beginning to deepen at the edges towards violet, and further still, toward a blue so dark it is nearly black. The first star has appeared, though you might mistake it at first for a trick of the eye. Then another and another, small and steady and cold and impossibly far away. The horizon where the sun has just gone still holds a thin line of pale gold, but it is fading, softening, thinning toward nothing. The birds have grown quiet. The grasses around you have stilled. The world is holding its breath at the edge of night. And so, with the stars appearing one by one above you, and the warmth of the earth still held in the ground beneath you, let us begin. Long before Zeus took his throne on Mount Olympus, long before the Titans rose to their great and terrible power, there was night. Her name was Nyx. She did not arrive the way a character arrives in a story, with an entrance and a purpose and a set of things she intended to do. She simply was, the way darkness simply is when the last light leaves the sky and you find yourself surrounded by something that has no edges and no end. The ancient Greeks understood Nyx not as a goddess in the way they understood Athena or Aphrodite, not as a being who dressed and walked and spoke and pursued her particular interests through the world. She was something older and stranger than that. Something that the word goddess barely fits, the way a small jar barely fits a river. She was the night itself, not the night as a time of day, not the hours between sunset and sunrise, but the night as a substance, a presence, a living and breathing thing that had existed since before the world had any shape at all. When the ancient Greeks looked up at the sky after the sun had gone and saw the darkness spreading across the heavens from one horizon to the other, they were not looking at an emptiness. They were looking at Nyx. In their understanding, what we might call the upper sky, the brilliant, luminous, almost metallic blue that sits above the clouds and the mist in the full light of day, was something they called aether, a shining and radiant substance, the pure air of the high heavens. And every evening, Nyx drew a veil of dark mist across that brightness, slowly and absolutely, the way someone might draw a curtain across a lit window, until the glow of Aether was hidden entirely and only the deepest, most beautiful darkness remained. That veil was her body, or something very close to it. That darkness was her presence, spread across the whole of the sky with effortless authority. She held it there until morning came to sweep her away. There is something in this image that the Greeks felt very deeply. The idea that darkness is not a lack, but a substance. That the night has weight and texture and presence. That it is not simply what the light leaves behind when it goes, but something that actively arrives. Something that covers and softens and transforms the world from one thing into another. The philosopher and the shepherd and the fisherman on the water all felt it. That particular quality the air takes on after dark. The way sounds carry differently. The way the temperature changes. The way the world seems to recede into itself and become quieter and stranger and somehow closer all at once. That was Nyx, moving through the world as she always had, and as she always would. In Hesiod's Theogony, which is one of our oldest and most important surviving accounts of the Greek understanding of creation, Nyx appears among the very first beings, not the first, but close enough that the distance between her and the absolute beginning of things is almost nothing. She predates the Titans entirely. She predates the gods of Olympus by such a span of time that those gods, for all their power and grandeur, were almost newcomers compared to her. And the Greeks knew this, or at least the deepest and most careful parts of their religious imagination knew it. Even when the more popular stories placed Zeus and Hera and Poseidon at the center of everything. Underneath those stories, threading through them like something older and more fundamental than the myths themselves, was the understanding that the night had been there first, that the night would remain when other things had changed or faded or been overthrown. It is Homer who gives us the most remarkable single detail about Nyx, a detail almost hidden inside the Iliad, tucked into a scene that is really about something else entirely, about the schemes of Hera and the schemes of Hypnos and the long complicated tragedy of the war at Troy. In that scene, when Zeus is furious and hunting for someone to punish, he encounters the boundary of Nyx's domain, and he stops. He does not enter. He does not challenge her. Zeus, who had overthrown his own father, who had shaken the earth with his anger, who commanded thunder and lightning and held the balance of fate in his hands. Zeus kept his distance from Nyx. Homer treats this as a matter of course, as something that requires no special explanation, as simply the way things are, which tells you something important about how deeply the Greeks felt her power. She was beautiful too. That is worth saying clearly. This was because it would be easy to think of a being so ancient and so absolute as something beyond beauty, something too vast to have an appearance at all. But the ancient artists who painted and sculpted her imagined her as a tall and graceful woman, dark-robed, her garments scattered with stars the way a winter sky is scattered with stars, moving with the unhurried ease of something that has never once been in a hurry and never will be. She was depicted carrying a torch, sometimes, or a vessel of some kind, or riding in a chariot across the sky behind a pair of horses as dark as she was. There is a consistency to these images. The stars on her robes, the darkness that she carries with her like a garment, the sense of motion that is slow and vast and entirely without effort. She was beautiful the way the night sky is beautiful, not soft, not comforting exactly, but so large and so perfect in itself that you cannot look at it without feeling something quiet and a little overwhelming open up inside you. What made her both terrifying and beloved, both feared and revered, was precisely that combination, the beauty and the power and the absolute, unquestioned ancientness of her. She was not terrifying the way a monster is terrifying, with claws and rage and the intention to do harm. She was terrifying the way the ocean is terrifying when you stand at the edge of it and feel how indifferent it is to whether you are there or not. She was something that existed on a scale that made individual lives, even divine ones, seem small and temporary. The Greeks were honest enough in their deepest religious feeling to acknowledge that, to build it into their stories, to leave that moment in the Iliad where even Zeus falls back from her threshold without trying to cross it. She was, in every sense, older than the gods who would one day rule the world, and they knew it. Nyx came into being, if we can call it that, from chaos itself, the great formless opening at the center of everything. Before the earth had shape, or the sea had shores. The word chaos, as the ancient Greeks used it, did not mean what we tend to mean by it today. Not disorder, not confusion, not the tumbling wreckage of things gone wrong, but something far stranger and far quieter than any of that. A vast, yawning openness, an absence so complete that it was itself a kind of presence. A gap at the heart of things so profound that even the idea of emptiness barely captures it. Hesiod, the poet who gave us the most complete account of how the Greeks understood the birth of the world, described it simply in his Theogony, that great catalogue of gods and their origins written sometime in the 8th century before our era, as the very first thing, the condition from which all other things eventually came. From that same opening, that same primordial stillness, Nyx and her siblings emerged, one after another, each one a new layer of reality finding its form for the very first time. Gaia came from chaos as well, the wide earth herself, solid and enduring beneath all things, and Tartarus came too, the deep abyss, the hollow darkness below the earth that would eventually become the lowest and most unreachable place in all of creation, so far beneath the surface that Hesiod would later say a bronze anvil dropped from the ground above would fall for 9 full days before it reached the bottom. These were not gods in the way the Olympians would later be gods. They were not figures who walked and spoke and quarreled and fell in love in any ordinary sense, but something older and more fundamental than all of that. Elemental powers so deeply woven into the fabric of existence that to speak of them as beings at all is already a kind of simplification, a way of making approachable something that the human mind can barely hold without letting it slip again into abstraction. And yet Hesiod does speak of them. In doing so, gives us the only real window we have into what the Greeks of the archaic period believed about the very deepest origins of the world they lived in. A world that felt, even to them, impossibly ancient, layered with powers and presences that predated anything they could trace or name with confidence. What made these 3 primordial beings, Nyx, Gaia, and Tartarus, different from the gods who would come later, was their fundamental silence. They did not demand worship or offerings. They did not intervene directly in human affairs or take sides in mortal conflicts. Instead, they simply existed as the ground conditions of existence itself, the unchanging framework within which all other activity could take place. In the Greek imagination, these primordial powers were less like persons and more like the basic rules of reality, as essential and unquestionable as the fact that things fall downward or that time moves in only one direction. They were spoken of and named because the human mind requires names and stories to organize its understanding of the world. But their true nature resisted such constraints. They were the given reality against which all other realities would be measured. The bedrock beneath the bedrock. When later philosophers and poets returned again and again to the figure of Nyx, they were reaching back towards something so fundamental that it could barely be expressed in the language of either myth or logic. They were trying to touch the very edge of what could be thought. Erebus came from chaos alongside Nyx, the god of primordial darkness. Not the darkness of a room after the candle has gone out, not the darkness that falls at dusk over a familiar hillside, but something vaster and more fundamental than either of those. The darkness that exists before any light has ever been conceived of. The darkness that is not the absence of something, but a substance in its own right, filling space the way water fills a vessel, dense and total, and without any memory of light at all. The relationship between Nyx and Erebus was, in the tradition Hesiod preserved, that of siblings who also became companions, bound together in the kind of closeness that made it difficult for the ancient mind to think of one without immediately thinking of the other, because night and darkness, when you consider them carefully, are not quite the same thing, yet they are also nearly impossible to separate in any practical sense. Night being the time when darkness spreads itself across the visible world, and darkness being the quality that night carries with it wherever it goes, each one the context in which the other becomes fully itself. It is worth staying with that distinction for a moment. This was because it tells us something about how the ancient Greeks were thinking when they constructed this early cosmology. They were not simply naming the darkness and the night as two words for the same experience, but recognizing that there were layers to it, that what the world became after the sun went down had more than one quality to account for, that the experience of standing in the open air under a starless sky involved something that deserved not one name, but two, a depth that required two presences rather than one to make it real. Gaia and Tartarus receded in the cosmological imagination into the earth and the abyss below it, into geography rather than relationship, but Nyx and Erebus stayed mobile, stayed present, stayed part of the world as it moved through each day and night in its unending rhythm. The classical Greeks who came centuries after Hesiod wrote his Theogony, looked back on these early beings with something that might be called reverence, mixed with a kind of vertigo. They were their ancestors' ancestors' ancestors, the powers at the root of things, so old that even the Titans seemed almost recent by comparison, so elemental that no story could quite contain them the way a story contains a person. This was because they were not quite persons so much as forces that had, at some point, taken on enough form to be named. Together, Nyx and Erebus moved through the early world as darkness and night have always moved together, inseparable, unhurried, absolute. The children that Nyx brought into the world were, by most measures, not a cheerful company. Some she bore with Erebus, her brother and companion, that deep primordial darkness who moved alongside her through the early world. Others she brought forth on her own, in the way that Hesiod describes, not through any union, but simply because she was old enough and powerful enough that creation seemed to flow from her naturally, the way darkness flows in when a lamp is extinguished. It is worth pausing for a moment before naming them one by one. This was because the sheer breadth of this family says something remarkable about what the ancient Greeks believed the night to contain. They did not think of darkness as empty. They thought of it as full, as the place where all the difficult and unavoidable things in human life had their home, where they gathered and waited before moving out into the waking world. When you think of it that way, it makes a kind of sense that so many of the forces we most struggle to understand, death, fate, grief, the passage of time, should all share a mother, that she should be the night. In many ways, the night was understood as the source of all that humans could not control or predict. The Greeks did not see their gods as entirely separate from the natural world, but rather as the embodied principles that made the world function as it did. Nyx and her children represented not mere abstractions, but the actual forces at work in existence. They were real presences, as real as the stars that emerged when she spread her veil across the sky. The fact that so many of her offspring dealt with endings, with boundaries, with the things that happened to mortals whether they wished them or not, suggested something about how the ancient Greeks understood their place in the cosmos. They were subject to forces larger than themselves, older than themselves, and these forces had genealogy. They had family relationships and histories. This made them comprehensible in a way that pure chaos could never be. Hypnos was among the most famous of her children, the god of sleep himself, a young winged figure who moved through the world each night, offering unconsciousness to every living creature without distinction, asking nothing in return. His twin was Thanatos, the god of death. The two of them were so alike in their general aspect, both calm, both winged, both gentle in their own way, that ancient artists sometimes depicted them side by side, barely distinguishable. Thanatos was not, in the earliest Greek tradition, a terrifying figure. He was peaceful, even merciful, the quiet end that follows a long life. It was only later that death acquired the darker coloring we tend to give it. Together, Hypnos and Thanatos lived with their mother in her cave in Tartarus. You can almost picture them there, two young figures resting in the dark, waiting for the night to begin so they could go about their work. Alongside Hypnos came the Waneroi, the gods of dreams, a vast company of winged beings who rose from the cave every night like a flock of dark birds lifting from the mouth of a great dark well. They carried with them everything the sleeping mind might encounter. Visions of people long dead, of places never visited, of things that had not yet come to pass, and they will have their own moment in this story, for they deserve it. Sleep and dreams occupied a peculiar place in Greek thought. They were not simply the absence of waking consciousness, but rather a separate realm with its own logic and its own inhabitants. The ancients understood something that modern medicine has only recently begun to confirm, that sleep was active, purposeful, and necessary in ways that went beyond mere rest. Through Hypnos and the Waneroi, the night provided visions and prophecies that sometimes carried more truth than the waking world's appearances. Dreams were where the gods communicated with mortals, where the future might be glimpsed, where the dead sometimes returned to visit the living. Nemesis came from Nyx as well. She was perhaps the most moral of all the children. Retribution herself. The force that ensured no pride went unanswered, and no injustice was allowed to accumulate beyond a certain point without consequence. She was imagined sometimes as a winged goddess with a measuring rod, sometimes as a swift and implacable presence that fell upon those who had grown too comfortable in their good fortune, or too careless in their cruelty to others. The Moirai came from her too, the three fates, who the Greeks named Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos, each with her own particular task. Clotho spun the thread of a life, drawing it out from her spindle. in whatever length she chose. Lachesis measured it, determining its extent, the number of days and seasons and sorrows allotted to each person born into the world. And Atropos, whose name means simply she who cannot be turned, carried the shears that cut the thread when its time was done. Even the gods were said to have little power over the fates. That tells you something about how seriously the ancient world took this idea, that certain things are woven in before you arrive. No amount of cleverness or divine favor will undo them. The presence of both Nemesis and the Moirai in Nyx's family reinforced the sense that justice and fate were fundamental aspects of existence, woven into the fabric of the night itself. They were not punishments inflicted from above by some external authority, but rather inevitable consequences built into the structure of reality. This reflected a deeply fatalistic worldview, one in which the universe operated according to principles that even its masters could not entirely circumvent. The night, as embodied in Nyx and her children, was not cruel so much as impersonal and binding. Then there was Eris, Strife, who had the particular distinction of causing the chain of events that eventually led to the Trojan War. A daughter of the night, whose capacity for discord proved extraordinarily lasting. Geras was there too, old age, imagined as a small and withered figure. The slow subtraction that time works on a body, the narrowing of the world that comes with the long years. Apete was deceit, not the petty dishonesty of small occasions, but deception as a fundamental force in the world. The quality that makes things appear to be other than they are. Oisies carried pain and distress, the weight that settles in the chest in difficult seasons, the kind of suffering that is neither sharp nor quick, but simply present, day after day, like a stone carried quietly for a very long time. Charon was among her children too, the ferryman of Hades, that hooded and ageless figure who waited at the banks of the river between the living and the dead, extending his hand for the coin placed on the tongue or the eyelid of the deceased, the toll paid for the final crossing. He was not cruel, exactly, but he was utterly indifferent. That can amount to something similar when you are standing at the shore hoping for a little kindness. He simply did his work, as he had always done it, as he would always do it. The dead climbed into his boat and were carried across to whatever waited for them on the other side. The Hesperides too belonged to this great family, those beautiful nymphs of the evening, whose name carries the soft sound of the western sky at the end of a long day. They were the keepers of the golden apple tree at the edge of the world. Living in that lush and extraordinary garden, where the last light of the sun lingered before it finally gave way to their mother's darkness. They were not sorrowful figures at all. They were serene, and their place in the family of night seems almost fitting. The brief, luminous pause between the light that is ending and the darkness that is about to begin. And perhaps most quietly surprising of all, she also gave the world Philotes, friendship, a tender thing to find in such a family. Yet there it was, nestled among all the rest. Nyx made her home in the deepest place in all creation, a cave far down in Tartarus, below even the underworld, in the kind of darkness that the sun had never once touched. To understand what that means, you have to understand what Tartarus was to the ancient Greeks, not simply a place of punishment, though it served that purpose too, but a depth so vast and so absolute that the mind could barely hold the image of it. Hesiod described it this way: it would fall for 9 full days before it struck the floor of Tartarus. 9 days, falling through pure darkness, through cold and silence and the absence of everything that the living world considers ordinary. That is where Nyx had made her home, in a cave at the bottom of all that falling. She had been there since before the world had learned what light was. Her children Hypnos and Thanatos kept their dwelling there as well, those twin brothers whose purposes, sleep and death, were so closely related that the ancient Greeks sometimes found it difficult to say exactly where one ended and the other began. There was something quietly tender about that arrangement, the goddess of night resting in her cave, with her sleeping son on one side and her death-bringing son on the other. The three of them gathered in that lightless place between the day's departures, waiting for evening to come around again, which it always did. Each night, when the time came, Nyx rose from the cave and moved upward through the dark. With her came Erebus, her companion, the primordial darkness that was as much a substance as a presence, the two of them spreading outward across the sky like a veil being drawn. Slowly and with great care, over the brilliant light of Aether, the luminous upper air that blazed above the world in the hours when Hemera held sway. You can almost feel what that moment was like. Even now, the way the light at the edge of the sky goes first, from gold to amber to a deep and burnished rose. Then the blue overhead deepens by degrees, shading toward violet, and then toward something richer and darker still. The air itself changes, losing its warmth in small increments, taking on that particular coolness that belongs only to the evening. The first star appears, just one at first, hesitant and small and very far away. Then another beside it. Then the sky fills, slowly and without hurry, the way a room fills with the sound of rain, until overhead the whole of Nyx's dark robe is spread from horizon to horizon, and what was brilliant is now soft and deep and thick with stars. Her daughter Hemera, born of the same cave and the same family, would make the return journey each morning, sweeping the dark mists back as she came, pulling the brightness behind her like a tide coming in across a flat shore. The arrangement meant that mother and daughter were never in the same place at the same time. They passed each other at the threshold of that cave in Tartarus, one going out as the other came home, exchanging the world between them without ceremony. This was because this was not a thing that required ceremony, only constancy. And so the world turned, night and day passing each other at the threshold of that ancient cave without ever quite meeting, like two people who share a home but live on opposite sides of the clock. There is a moment in Homer's Iliad, almost hidden within a much larger story about war and gods and the long suffering of men, where we learn something remarkable about Nyx. It does not announce itself as a revelation. It arrives quietly, tucked inside a longer account of divine scheming and the politics of Olympus. And if you are not paying close attention, you might move past it without quite registering what it means. But once you have noticed it, it stays with you, because what it tells us about Nyx and about the way the ancient Greeks understood the order of things is unlike almost anything else in the surviving literature of that world. The story behind it begins with Hera, and with one of her many grievances against Zeus. She was angry, as she often was, and her anger had a target she could not reach directly. Heracles, Zeus's son by another woman, a hero whose very existence reminded Hera of her husband's faithlessness. She wanted to make Heracles suffer, to send storms against his ship as he sailed home across the Aegean, and to do this she needed Zeus out of the way, unconscious and unaware, unable to intervene on his son's behalf. Zeus asleep was Zeus harmless, at least for a little while. And so Hera went to Hypnos, the young god of sleep, and she asked him to do what only he could do, to lay his gift over the king of the gods to let his dark and heavy mercy settle over Zeus the way night settles over a hillside, gradually and completely, until there was no more wakefulness left. Hypnos agreed, and the deed was done, and for a time Hera had what she wanted. She raised her storms. She sent her troubles toward Heracles. The plan worked as far as it went. But then Zeus woke, and Zeus in a fury was not a quiet thing. He discovered what had been done to him, that while he slept, while his thoughts had dissolved into that comfortable and helpless dark, Hera had been busy, and the rage that followed was immense, the kind of anger that shook the air around whoever was unlucky enough to be nearby. He looked for Hypnos. He wanted to find the young god and make him understand, in whatever way an enraged king of the gods chooses to make such things understood, that what had been done was not acceptable, that there were consequences for putting the Lord of Olympus to sleep against his will. Hypnos ran. He flew to his mother, to Nyx, and he curled into the shelter of her domain the way a child curls into the safety of a darkened room when the world outside has become too loud and too frightening. And Nyx received him, as she received all her children, without ceremony, without alarm, simply present and absolute. Zeus followed. He arrived at the threshold of her domain, burning with the kind of anger that usually had no ceiling, no limit, no force in the world capable of persuading him to stop. And there, at that threshold, he stopped. He did not enter. He did not drag Hypnos out from behind his mother's dark robes. He stood at the edge of her territory, and the anger in him was still there, still enormous, still real, but it was not enough to carry him forward. He would not risk offending Nyx, not even in his fury, not even with every thunderbolt at his command, and the whole authority of Olympus behind him. He turned away. There is something extraordinary in that image, if you sit with it for a moment. The most powerful of the Olympian gods, the ruler of sky and storm and the divine order of things, standing at the border of a dark and ancient place and choosing not to cross it. Not because he was defeated, not because Nyx had raised a hand against him or spoken a word of threat. Simply because she was what she was, and he understood it, and understanding it was enough to hold him back. The Olympians, for all their magnificence, were not the first. They came after the Titans, yes, but also after something older still, something that preceded even the great struggle between generations of gods and predated the whole architecture of the world as the Greeks knew it. Nyx was of that older order. She had been present when there was nothing else to be present, and the power she carried was not the kind that could be accumulated through conquest or inheritance or the favor of stronger allies. It simply was, the way darkness simply is, not requiring permission, not subject to appeal. Zeus knew this, and the Greeks who told this story knew that he knew it. There is something careful and deliberate in their decision to include this detail, this moment where the king of the gods arrives at a boundary and recognizes it as a boundary. In a mythology full of gods who overstep, who reach for more than they should, who scheme and punish and occasionally err badly in their certainty that their power has no limits, in that mythology, the moment where Zeus stops at a threshold and turns back is quietly remarkable. It suggests that the ancient Greeks themselves understood something about the nature of night that no amount of divine authority could change. Every king who has ever lived has watched the darkness come and known, somewhere in the part of himself that remains honest, that he did not cause it and cannot prevent it, and will not be consulted about when it departs. Every empire that ever spread itself across the known world still had to put out its lamps at the end of the day and wait for morning. Night does not negotiate. It arrives on its own schedule, covers everything equally, and retreats only when it is ready. The Greeks put a face on this truth, gave her dark robes and a name and a cave in Tartarus, and they told a story about the most powerful god they could imagine standing at her door and deciding, wisely, not to knock. Even Zeus, who hurled thunderbolts and toppled titans, understood that there are things in the world that you do not challenge, and the night was one of them. Of all the children that Nyx brought into the world, few were as beloved by mortals as Hypnos, Sleep himself, the gentle god who came to every living creature without exception and asked nothing in return. He did not demand worship in the way that other gods did not require elaborate temples or costly sacrifices, did not concern himself with the political arrangements of Olympus or the petty grievances that kept the greater gods so perpetually occupied. He simply came, each night, to every person who had worked and worried and carried the weight of their day until they could carry it no longer. He came to the farmer whose back ached from the plough, to the king whose mind was sore from the decisions only kings are forced to make, to the child who had cried herself out over something small and lay damp-cheeked in the dark, waiting without knowing that she was waiting. He came to all of them. He asked for nothing. He brought relief so complete that those who experienced it could not afterward describe it. This was because the moment of sleep itself was beyond the reach of memory. The ancient Greeks depicted Hypnos in ways that reflected this gentleness. In sculptures and on painted pottery, he appears as a young man, not imposing, not severe, but handsome in a soft and unassuming way, with the kind of face that does not demand attention, but somehow draws it anyway. He was winged, as his brothers the Waneroi were winged. This was because whatever moves through the night world and visits every living creature in a single darkness must be capable of extraordinary speed. Yet his wings were never shown mid-beat or angled for urgency. They rested, or they carried him in that unhurried drift that suggests something that has all the time in the world, because it will always arrive when it is supposed to. In his hand, he might carry a poppy stem, the flower that nods heavy-headed on its stalk, the way a tired person nods before finally giving in to sleep, or a horn filled with herbs and compounds that the waking world has always associated with relief and oblivion, the scent of something that draws the tension out of a room. Sometimes, ancient artists showed him carrying a torch turned upside down, its flame extinguished, or nearly so. The light of consciousness gently reversed, going out the way a candle goes out when you cup your hand around it, not suddenly, but fading, and then gone. He was paired always, in the imagination of the ancient Greeks, with his twin brother Thanatos, death, and the two of them together formed a concept so intuitive, so rooted in simple human observation, that it hardly needed explaining. Anyone who has watched a person sleep knows the stillness that falls over them, the way the face relaxes into something that is beyond expression, the way the breathing slows until it is barely there, the way the person lying before you seems to have traveled somewhere that you cannot follow. The Greeks noticed this, and they named it. Sleep was a small death, a rehearsal, a nightly visit to the same country that Thanatos would one day usher you into without return. Hypnos came first, every night, and let you practice. He let you experience what it was to be briefly absent from yourself, briefly free of the effort of being alive. Then he let you come back. Thanatos, when his time came, would lead you through the same door and not open it again from the other side. But that was Thanatos. Hypnos was the kinder of the two. The Greeks were grateful for him in the particular way that you are grateful for something that asks nothing of you and gives you everything you needed without your having to explain the need. Homer in the Iliad grouped the two brothers together as companions who could be asked to carry a beloved body gently to its resting place. The image is tender, these two figures, sleep and death, moving together through the night with something precious between them, unhurried, careful. Later artists rendered them side by side on painted vessels, two young men, indistinguishable in their beauty, differentiated only by whether the torch they carried burned or had gone out. There was no horror in the pairing, or not primarily. The Greeks understood that if death was coming for everyone, it was not altogether terrible that sleep should come first each night and soften the idea of it, should make the body familiar with a certain surrender, a loosening of the grip on the waking world, a willingness to let go until morning. What is worth dwelling on, what I think the ancient Greeks understood in a way that is easy to lose in a faster and louder age, is how much Hypnos represented mercy. Not power, not authority, mercy. He was not the most dramatic of Nyx's children, not the one who governed fate or stirred strife, or measured out the allotted time of each human life. His domain was narrower than that, more intimate. He governed that threshold, that particular moment when the resistance in a body finally gives way, and everything that felt impossible or urgent or unbearable is, for a little while, set down. Anyone who has lain awake past the point of endurance and then finally felt that loosening knows what the presence of Hypnos means. The ancient Greeks gave a name and a face to that experience because it deserved one. This was because the relief of sleep after genuine suffering is not a small thing. It seemed to them right that something so consistently merciful should be understood as a gift rather than an accident. He was also, for all his gentleness, a god of considerable power. He could move through the waking world and touch something in the eyes of gods as easily as mortals, could lay a heaviness across the eyelids of beings far stronger than any human, could bring an unconsciousness so complete that even Zeus himself had fallen into it at Hypnos's hands. His gentleness was not weakness. It was the gentleness of something that does not need to assert itself. This was because what it offers is wanted so deeply that it needs no enforcement. Every creature that lives sleeps eventually, one way or another. Hypnos presided over that inevitability with the quiet authority of something that has no reason to hurry or to compete. Sleep and death were twins. The ancient Greeks knew it. They felt it was fitting that the kinder of the two should come first every night, offering a soft rehearsal of the other. If you were to travel to the place where Hypnos lived, and it is not the kind of journey most people would think to make, you would find yourself in a land where the sun never quite arrives. The ancient poets called this place the country of the Cimmerians, a people who, by some accounts, had never once seen the sun rise or set, who had lived all their lives wrapped in a mist so thick and permanent that the idea of light as a daily event was entirely foreign to them, who moved through their days and nights in a kind of unbroken twilight that made the boundary between sleeping and waking feel uncertain even before you had reached the cave itself. The land would feel strange the moment you entered it, a softening of the air, a dimming of everything around you, as though the world had drawn a gauze curtain between you and the rest of existence and had no intention of pulling it back. The sky, if you looked up, would offer you only a pale, featureless grey, neither the grey of an overcast morning nor the grey of an evening closing in, but something more settled than either, a grey that had always been there and would always be there. You would feel, without quite being able to say why, that you had arrived somewhere that time had decided not to visit. The grasses along the edges of the path would be soft and pale, flattened gently as though permanently weighted by dew. The trees, where there were trees, would hold their branches without moving. This was because there was no wind here, no breath of it, not even the faint stirring that you sometimes feel at the edge of a still day. The silence that this produced was not the sharp, expectant silence of a place waiting for something to happen, but the deep, settled silence of a place that had simply ceased to need it. The air itself seemed to have a texture here, less like breath than like something you had to move through, something that resisted gently and pulled at you with the softest insistence. There was a weight to it that had nothing to do with humidity or pressure, but rather with the accumulated heaviness of all the sleep that had ever fallen here. The ground beneath your feet, when you looked down, showed no sign of ever having been disturbed. No footprint, no scuff, no indication that anything with intention had ever walked this way before. Yet there was a path, unmistakable and clear, worn smooth by the passage of countless feet that had moved through here in state so near to sleep that they had left barely any mark. A contradiction that seemed entirely natural in this place where such paradoxes were simply the way of things. At the mouth of the cave, you would find the poppies. They would be the first vivid thing you had seen since entering this country. Dense, nodding clusters of them growing in such profusion that their heads nearly touched each other, tilted slightly as though drowsy on their own stems, their colour a deep and bruised red in the dimness. Between them, other herbs whose names the ancient world knew for their power to bring sleep, growing in low, soft mounds along the stone, so that the air at the threshold of the cave carried a heaviness on it, a sweetness almost too thick to breathe. You would feel your eyelids grow heavier simply from standing there. Inside, the cave opened into something larger and quieter than you would have expected. A vaulted space of dark stone, where the light was so low it barely deserved the name. The first sound you would notice, the only sound in fact. This was because no cock crowed here, and no dog gave voice, and no branch creaked, and no wind reached far enough inside to make any noise at all, was the river. The Lethe, moving through the cave in a soft and unhurried murmur, as it passed over smooth stones worn round by centuries of that same gentle current. It was not a loud sound, nothing that would draw your attention sharply, but precisely the kind of sound that works on you slowly, a sound that wraps itself around your thoughts and draws the edges off them one by one, so that whatever you had been worrying about before you arrived begins to feel very distant and not particularly important. Whatever you had been trying to remember starts to slip a little, softly, the way a name sometimes slips just when you reach for it in the dark. You understand without being told that this is the river that the dead must drink from when they cross into the underworld, that it is the river of forgetting, that it does its work gently and without any drama at all, simply by moving through the world at this same unhurried pace, murmuring to everything it passes. And there, on a couch of black ebony placed near the heart of the cave, lay Hypnos, not on a throne. This was because a throne implies authority and ceremony and wakefulness. Hypnos had no interest in any of those things. A couch suited him far better, draped in dark feathers so soft that they seemed less like a covering than a continuation of the shadows around him, his wings folded loosely at his back. His expression, the perfectly untroubled one of a being who has never once had difficulty sleeping, and who intends to spend a great deal more of his existence doing exactly that. Around him, in various states of their own drowsing, lay his sons, the Waniroi, the dream gods, that vast and largely nameless company of dark-winged figures, who each night would rouse themselves and rise from the cave like a flock of bats emerging from some deep and ancient hollow, spreading across the sleeping world to carry their particular gifts to every creature that had closed its eyes, each one carrying the shape of whatever dream it had been made to bring, before returning by morning to settle again around their father's couch, folding their wings and sinking back into their own easy rest, while the cave held its silence, and the Lethe went on murmuring over its stones, and the poppies nodded at the entrance, in air that smelled of sleep and nothing else. It was the most peaceful place in all of creation. Hypnos, lounging on his dark couch surrounded by his dreaming sons, seemed to know it. The first time Hypnos agreed to put Zeus to sleep, he did it as a favor to Hera. He nearly lost everything because of it. Hera had long carried a particular kind of fury toward Heracles, a fury that was both cold and deeply personal, as only the fury of a queen who has been humiliated can be. Heracles, the son of Zeus, and a mortal woman named Alcmene, was a living reminder of every faithlessness and indignity she had endured at the hands of her husband. She had made his life difficult from the moment of his birth, had sent serpents into his cradle, had turned the fates against him more than once, and yet somehow the hero had survived everything she placed in his path. That had the unfortunate effect of making her anger compound rather than resolve. The way a wound that does not heal will sometimes grow worse over time. When Heracles set sail across the Aegean after one of his great labors, Hera saw her opportunity, but she understood, with a queen's clear-eyed practicality, that as long as Zeus was awake and watching, there was very little she could do to the hero without her husband noticing and intervening on his son's behalf. She needed Zeus to be asleep. She needed him to stay that way long enough for her to raise the storms she had in mind. So she went, with all of her considerable grace and persuasion, to find Hypnos. There is something quietly remarkable about Hera approaching the god of sleep, a queen descending to make her request of a figure who lived not among the bright and golden halls of Olympus, but in the deep, hushed darkness near his mother's cave. A young god who moved through the world on silent wings and asked nothing of the living except that they surrender to him each night, which they always did. She came to him with honeyed words and the promise of golden gifts. Hypnos, who was young and perhaps not yet fully acquainted with the particular danger of becoming useful to the powerful, listened to her with the same unhurried attention that he gave to everything, his dark eyes steady, his wings folded soft against his shoulders. Hera told him what she needed. She made it sound reasonable, only a small sleep, only long enough for the clouds to gather over the Aegean, only long enough for Heracles to find himself at the mercy of the sea, and Hypnos, who was by nature neither cruel nor political, felt the pull of her request even as something quieter in him understood the risk of it. He agreed, and he went to do what he did better than anyone else in all of creation. He made his way to Mount Ida, that great wooded mountain that rose above the plain of Troy, and there, this was because even a god of sleep must sometimes take precautions, he disguised himself as a bird, a nightjar by some tellings, dark-feathered and utterly unremarkable against the branches of a tall pine, and he settled into the tree and waited for his moment. still and patient in the way that only he could be, watching the king of the gods with eyes that had looked upon uncountable sleeping faces and knew exactly what to wait for. And then, gently, the way night comes without announcement, without pressure, without any sound at all, Hypnos let the sleep begin to fall. It moved through Zeus the way warmth moves through a room when a fire has been lit, gradually, thoroughly, reaching into every corner of his great and restless mind until there was nothing left awake in him. No flicker of authority or suspicion or divine awareness, only the soft and total darkness that even the most powerful creatures in the world cannot refuse when sleep truly decides to come for them. Zeus slept, and the pine tree was still, and somewhere far below and to the west, the Aegean began to grow rough. What Hera did in those hours with the storms and the sea and the struggling ship of Heracles is its own long story. But what concerns us here is what happened when Zeus opened his eyes again. When the sleep that had held him so completely began, at last, to release him. He came slowly back into the full and terrible possession of himself and understood, with a clarity that only gods can manage, exactly what had been done to him. His fury was enormous, the kind of anger that makes the air feel different, that sends a tremor through the ground and a chill through every creature that can sense such things. And his first thought was to find the one who had slipped the sleep behind his eyes without his knowledge or consent, the one who had made the king of the gods as helpless as a shepherd boy lying in warm grass. When he understood that it had been Hypnos, he rose from Mount Ida with thunder in his hands and went looking for him. Hypnos ran, which was the only sensible thing to do. He ran on his dark wings through the air with the kind of speed that fear gives even to those who already move without effort. He flew toward the one place in all the world where he knew Zeus would not follow him, the one threshold that even the king of the gods would hesitate to cross, his mother's cave, her deep and ancient domain at the very bottom of the world, where Nyx held court in the darkness she had inhabited since before Zeus drew his first breath. He came to her breathless and afraid. That is not a state that a god of sleep often finds himself in. He folded himself against her, and he waited. Zeus arrived at the threshold, and he stopped. His anger was still enormous, still crackling at the edges of him. But he stood at the entrance to Nyx's domain, and he did not enter. This was because some things are older than fury. Some authorities predate the one he held. Nyx was not a figure you offended lightly, not even if you were the ruler of Olympus, not even if you had just been made to look foolish by her youngest son. He stood there for a long moment in his great and burning wrath, and then, this was because there was simply nothing else to do, he turned and went away. The darkness of the cave settled back into its ancient silence. Hypnos, hidden and deep within it, slowly let out the breath he had been holding. He had escaped punishment only because of his mother. He would not forget how close it had been. Years later, when the great war at Troy had dragged on long enough that even the gods were growing impatient, Hera came to Hypnos a second time. She found him, as she always did, somewhere between waking and sleep himself, that drowsy borderland where he was most comfortable. She came to him with the same bright purpose in her eyes that he recognized from before and wished he did not. He knew what she wanted before she had finished speaking. The war at Troy had been grinding on for years, with the Greeks and the Trojans locked in a struggle so long and so costly that it had drawn the interest and the passion of nearly every god on Olympus. She wanted Zeus, who had forbidden the gods from meddling in the fighting, to have no idea that she was helping them. The problem, as it had always been with her grandest plans, was that Zeus was too watchful, too present, too likely to catch her in the act. So she needed him out of the way. The only way to get Zeus reliably, completely out of the way, was to send him somewhere none of his thoughts could follow him. The only being in all of creation who could manage that was the one she was standing in front of now, who was already beginning to look deeply uncomfortable. Hypnos was reluctant, and he made no attempt to hide it. He reminded Hera, with a patience that cost him something, of what had happened the last time he had agreed to help her. How Zeus had woken to find himself deceived. How his rage had been the kind that shook the upper air. How Hypnos had fled across the sky with the thunder of that fury at his back and hidden himself in the arms of his mother Nyx, trembling in her dark robes while Zeus raged at the threshold and finally, reluctantly, turned away. He had only been safe because of her. This was because not even Zeus would disturb the night herself over the settling of a grudge. Hypnos had no guarantee that his mother's protection would hold a second time, or that Zeus's restraint, if you could call it that, would again stop him at the door. He had escaped once. He was not certain the same trick worked twice, and so he said all of this to Hera, plainly and quietly, the way a person speaks when they are trying to be reasonable in the face of something unreasonable. Hera listened, and when he had finished, she offered him Pasithea. Pasithea was one of the three Graces, those luminous daughters of Zeus himself who embodied beauty and elegance and the kind of joy that seems to live in light, and she was, by most accounts, the youngest and most radiant of them, a goddess so lovely that the promise of her hand in marriage was not a small thing to put on the table. Hera swore it on the river Styx, that most unbreakable of oaths. The weight of that promise settled over the conversation like a change in weather. Hypnos, who had perhaps always carried a quiet longing for Pasithea, somewhere beneath his drowsy exterior, found that his objections were not quite as immovable as they had seemed a moment before. He agreed. He did not agree easily or happily. There was still something careful and watchful in the way he carried himself as he prepared for what came next. But he agreed, and Hera went on her way to begin her part of the plan, and Hypnos went on his. There was a strange quality to the hours that followed, a tension in the air even the dreamy god could not ignore. Hypnos prepared himself with methodical care, gathering to himself the accumulated power of slumber and drawing it close like a cloak. This would need to be sleep so complete and so profound that even the king of the gods could not struggle against it. He felt the weight of the promise he had made settle upon his shoulders. He considered what it would mean to fail, or worse, to succeed and face Zeus's wrath a second time. But Pasithea waited in his mind, luminous and graceful, and so he continued his preparation. What Hera did was this. She went first to beautify herself with every art available to a goddess who was already extraordinary in her appearance, dressing herself in a robe of luminous color, fastening her hair, borrowing from Aphrodite a golden girdle said to hold within its weave every power of attraction and longing and irresistible desire. Then she went to Zeus on the slopes of Mount Ida, where he had been sitting above the plain of Troy, watching the battle with the detached authority of someone who believed he had the situation well in hand, and Hypnos, taking the form of a bird as he sometimes did, settled himself quietly in the branches of a great pine tree on the mountain and waited, very still, watching. Hera approached Zeus with warmth. Whatever she said to him, and whatever it was the golden girdle accomplished. The result was that Zeus looked at his wife standing there on that windswept slope and felt a warmth and a heaviness spreading through him, that had nothing to do with the afternoon air. He drew her down beside him in the grass of the mountainside. A golden cloud wrapped itself around them, soft and warm, shutting out the world. As that warmth deepened into something heavier and slower, Hypnos moved. He came down from his pine tree like a breath, like the moment when your eyes stop focusing on anything in particular and the sounds around you start to seem farther away than they actually are. Zeus, the god who commanded lightning and had overthrown his own father and ruled the sky and the sea and the earth beneath both, felt sleep come over him the way it comes over everything, absolutely, without negotiation, without any possibility of argument, and he was gone. Hypnos did not linger. He crossed the sky to the sea, where Poseidon was standing at the water's edge, with the frustrated energy of a god who had been forbidden to act. He told him what he had done, and that Zeus was asleep, and that the door was open, if only for a little while. Poseidon's eyes brightened in a way that Hypnos did not stay to watch. This was because he was already moving away, putting distance between himself and everything that was about to happen on the plains below, wanting no part of the battle that would follow, and wanting very much to be nowhere obvious when Zeus eventually stirred. And Zeus did stir, eventually, as he always did, waking to find the battle shifted and the Greeks fighting with a renewed force they had not shown in some time. He looked out from Ida and felt the particular irritation of a ruler who suspects he has been outmaneuvered but cannot quite see how or by whom. He turned his attention to the war and to Poseidon and to Hera. He did not, this time, look toward Hypnos. He never traced the thread back to the pine tree and the bird sitting quietly in its branches. He never knew. Hera kept her secret. Hypnos kept his, and the morning came as mornings always do, and Pasithea, in time, became his wife. And unlike the first time, Zeus never knew, which was, for Hypnos, a relief so profound it probably felt like the best sleep he had ever had. Every night, from the cave where Hypnos lay drowsing on his dark couch, his sons went out into the world. They rose from that hushed and sunless place the way bats rise from the mouth of a cave at dusk. Not one by one, but all together, a dark and rustling company lifting themselves into the air and spreading outward across the sky, each of them carrying something invisible but real, something that would find its way into the minds of sleeping creatures before the night was done. They were called the Waneroi, which is simply the Greek word for dreams. The name suited them perfectly. This was because they were not gods in the way that Zeus or Apollo or Poseidon were gods. They were not presences who stood in one place and made decisions about the world. They were instead a kind of living current, flowing outward from that cave every night and touching everything that slept, from the smallest creature curled in the roots of a tree to the greatest king lying on the softest bed his kingdom could provide. The question of where they came from is one that the ancient sources answer differently. It is worth pausing on that difference for just a moment. This was because it reveals something about how the Greeks thought of these beings. Hesiod, writing in his Theogony in the centuries before the classical age, places the Waneroi among the children of Nyx herself, born of night, directly and without a father, the way so many of Nyx's children came into being, through that strange and self-sufficient act of creation that the Greeks called parthenogenesis. In Hesiod's telling, they are siblings of Hypnos and Thanatos, part of that same vast and shadowy family that filled the early world with its presences. But Ovid, the Roman poet writing 8 centuries later, imagines them differently, as the sons of Hypnos and his wife Pasithea, the Grace whom Hera had promised him in exchange for his help during the Trojan War. That means that in Ovid's telling, the Waniroi are grandchildren of Nyx rather than her direct offspring. The children of that reward Hypnos finally received for his long and dangerous loyalty to Hera's wishes. Both traditions feel true to something, and in any case, the Waniroi belong to the same great family of the night, no matter how you trace the line. Born from darkness and sleep and the deep quiet that settles over the world when the sun goes down, carrying those qualities into the dreams of every sleeping thing. What is perhaps most striking about the Waniroi, when you consider them carefully, is how many of them there were. Ancient sources speak of them not as a small and identifiable group, but as a vast and essentially numberless company, thousands of them. By some accounts, rising each night from the cave and dispersing across the world to fulfill their purpose. Most of them had no names, no particular character that any poet or philosopher ever troubled to record. This was because their work was simply to bring the general texture of dreaming to the sleeping world, those ordinary, wandering dreams that most people have, the kind that feel vivid and real during the night, and then dissolve almost completely when the sun comes up, behind only a vague mood or a single image that fades by mid-morning. These nameless Waniroi did their work quietly and without recognition, like the craftsmen of any ancient city who kept everything functioning without anyone thinking to write their names down. In that sense, they were perhaps the most essential members of the family, even if they were the least remembered. But there were a handful among them, 3 or 4, who were different, who had particular gifts and particular natures that set them apart from the rest and earned them names that the ancient world remembered. The one Ovid places at the head of the company is Morpheus, whose name comes from the Greek word for form or shape. His gift was the most precise and perhaps the most uncanny of all his brothers. He could take on, within a dream, the exact appearance of a human being, any human being, with such perfect fidelity to that person's face and voice and way of moving, that the dreamer would have no doubt they were genuinely in the presence of whoever Morpheus had chosen to become. He was, for this reason, the one the gods turned to when they needed to send a message to a sleeping mortal, when something had to be communicated with enough clarity and conviction that the dreamer would wake, remembering not a vague impression, but actual words. A face, a gesture, something real enough to act upon. Then there was Phobetor, whose name means the frightener, whose gifts ran in a darker direction. He appeared in dreams not as human beings but as animals, as wild creatures and serpents and beasts moving through the sleeping mind with a weight and presence that could leave a person gasping awake in the deepest part of the night. Heart pounding in the dark of their room with no clear memory of what had startled them. Only the residue of something large and animal and close. And there was Phantasos, the strangest of the named brothers, whose appearances in dreams were stranger still. He came not as a living thing at all, but as something inanimate, as the earth itself, or a river, or a stone. A piece of the physical world suddenly present in sleep, with an almost philosophical weight to it. The kind of dream that leaves a person feeling that they have understood something they cannot quite put into words. Some sources also named Ikelos alongside these 3, describing him as the one who appeared as real, recognizable people in prophetic visions, distinct from Morpheus, in that his appearances carried specifically prophetic weight, rather than serving as a vehicle for divine messages more generally. Ovid, in particular, imagined this family of dream gods as something very close to a workforce, a company of skilled artisans, each with their own specialty, going about their labor every night with a quiet professionalism that required neither praise nor acknowledgement to continue. They did not need to be summoned in most cases. They simply went, rising from the cave as reliably as the darkness itself, spreading out across the sleeping world and doing what they had always done, what they were made to do, what the nature of night and sleep required of them. They were a vast company, these dream gods, and most of them had no names, but 3 or 4 of them mattered more than the rest, and chief among those was Morpheus. Not all dreams, the ancient Greeks believed, carried the same weight. Some arrived in the night like quiet messengers, precise and clear, carrying something true inside them, a warning, a comfort, a glimpse of something that had not yet happened but soon would. Others came and went like smoke, vivid for a moment and then gone. The dreamer, with nothing more than a vague sense of unease, or a strange image that dissolved completely before breakfast. The Greeks felt this distinction keenly. Being the kind of people who liked to give shape and name to the things they felt most deeply, they imagined it as something physical, not a quality of the dream itself, but a geography, a pair of gates standing at the edge of the sleeping world. Through one gate or the other, every dream that had ever visited a sleeping mind had passed on its way to find them. The gate of polished horn, according to this tradition, was the one through which true dreams came, the prophetic ones, the reliable ones, the ones worth listening to carefully when you woke and turning over slowly in the mind. And the gate of sawn ivory was where the false dreams came from, the ones that meant nothing, or worse, the ones that seemed to mean something and led you gently astray. Both gates were beautiful in their own ways. A dreamer had no way of knowing, simply by the vividness or the feeling of a dream, that gate it had passed through. That uncertainty was part of what made the image so useful and so quietly unsettling. There was a Greek wordplay woven into the image that gave it much of its power, the kind of wordplay that works only in the original language and loses something irreplaceable in translation. The Greek word for horn, keros, sounded like the word for fulfill, krino, and horn, when polished thin enough, is translucent, light to pass through it with a soft amber glow, so that what lies on the other side, though not perfectly clear, can be made out, can be known. The Greek word for ivory, elephas, sounded like the word for deceive, elephero, and ivory, however beautifully carved, is dense and opaque, letting nothing through, revealing nothing of what it hides. So the two materials were not chosen arbitrarily, they carried the meaning of the gates inside them. Anyone who understood the wordplay felt the poetry of it immediately. True dreams came through something translucent and fulfilling. False ones came through something lovely and impenetrable and ultimately empty. The image appears for the first time in the 19th book of Homer's Odyssey. It appears there in one of the most quietly moving moments in all of ancient literature. Penelope is speaking, Odysseus's wife, who has waited 20 years for a husband who may or may not still be alive, who has held her household together against enormous pressure, who is exhausted in ways that go beyond any ordinary weariness. She has just had a dream. She dreamed of an eagle with a great curved beak that swooped down and killed all 20 of her geese. She wept in the dream for her geese. Then the eagle spoke and told her it was no eagle, but her own husband Odysseus, returned at last to take his revenge on her suitors. She describes the dream to the stranger sitting across from her, a stranger who is, though she doesn't yet know it, Odysseus himself. And then she says that she does not believe the dream is true, that it came through the gate of ivory, the gate of false and unmeaning dreams, that she has learned not to trust such things, It is worth sitting with that for a moment. This was because the detail is extraordinary. Here is a woman who has just dreamed her husband's return. The man who is her husband is sitting in front of her. She dismisses the dream as meaningless, and in one sense she is wrong. This was because the dream turned out to be prophetic after all. But in another sense, she is only being careful in the way a person must be careful after years of hoping and being disappointed. Homer places the gates of horn and ivory here, not as decoration, but as the entire emotional hinge of the scene. It has stayed in the memory of the Western world ever since. This was because Penelope's uncertainty about her own dream is something that almost anyone who has ever woken from a vivid dream and wondered what, if anything, it meant has felt in some form. What the image reveals, more broadly, is how seriously the ancient Greeks regarded the dream as a potential form of communication, not merely the mind sorting through the day's impressions, not merely the body doing something biological in the dark, but a channel through which something larger might speak, if conditions were right and if the right god was paying attention. Morpheus and the Wanneroi were not merely imagined as pleasant fictions to explain an interesting experience. They were understood as real presences that arrived every night and carried real things with them. Some of those things worth heeding, and some not. The difficulty, which the gates of horn and ivory so beautifully named, was that there was no simple way to tell the difference until time had passed and events had either confirmed the dream or not. People consulted dream interpreters. They made offerings before sleep, hoping to incline the gods toward the truthful gate. They paid close attention to the emotional quality of a dream and to whether the figures in it had spoken clearly or in riddles. Since clear and direct speech was thought to be more typical of the horn gate and oblique images of the ivory one, though even this rule had its exceptions, and they understood that some people were more likely to receive true dreams than others, kings and heroes, and those whom the gods happened to be watching closely at any given moment. To be an ordinary person sleeping in an ordinary house in ancient Greece was to understand, somewhere in the comfortable dark behind closed eyes, that what was about to happen was not entirely ordinary, that the dreams gathering at those two distant gates were real things, sent by real beings, that most nights you would get the ivory gate and learn nothing, but that some night, without warning, the horn gate might open instead. Whatever came through it would matter. To fall asleep was to stand for a moment at those two gates, not knowing which one would open for you tonight. Of all the dream gods, Morpheus was the most gifted, or at least the most deliberately skilled. That in many ways amounts to the same thing. His name comes from the Greek word morphe, meaning form or shape. It is the same root that gives us the word metamorphosis, that slow and extraordinary process by which one thing becomes another, shedding its old nature the way a chrysalis opens to reveal something that was always waiting inside. It is a fitting etymology for a god whose entire existence was built around the taking of forms, the wearing of shapes, the art of becoming, for a moment, for the length of a dream, something other than whatever he truly was. His brothers, Phobetor and Phantasos, shared something of this ability, but what they did was rougher, stranger, less precise, less intended as communication between the waking world and the divine one. Phobetor became animals, wolves, serpents, great dark shapes with eyes that gleamed in the interior of a sleeping mind, and Phantasos became earth and stone and water, the ancient inanimate world pressing its weight into a dreamer's chest while they lay still and breathing in the dark. Morpheus alone took on the human form. He did it with a precision and a convincing warmth that set him apart from every other being in that nocturnal family. He could become a father, a husband, a king, a soldier dead on a distant shore. And the dreamer, lying in their bed with their eyes closed and their breathing deep and slow, would believe without hesitation that they were in the presence of a real person, someone they knew or loved or feared, standing close enough to touch. This gift of his was not merely a matter of physical resemblance. It went deeper than a simple mirroring of features or the borrowing of a familiar silhouette. Morpheus understood something about the interior life of human beings, the way a person carried their hopes, their sorrows, their particular brand of doubt. When he took on a form, he inhabited it completely. He moved through it the way one might move through a room that belonged to them, with the ease of long familiarity. The people he visited in their dreams did not merely see him. They felt him. They responded to the authenticity of his presence in ways they could not quite articulate upon waking. There was a truthfulness to the encounters that lingered in the mind long after the dream itself had begun to fade. This was what separated Morpheus from the countless other dream beings who populated the nocturnal realm. They could conjure images and sensations, but Morpheus could conjure something that felt like genuine encounter, like a real meeting between two separate beings, one mortal and one divine, even though both were contained entirely within the sleeping mind of a single dreamer. It was this quality that made Morpheus the one the gods reached for when they needed something done. When a divine message had to pass from the immortal world into the sleeping mind of a mortal, a warning, a prophecy, a piece of news too heavy to wait until waking, they did not send one of the lesser Waneroi, those nameless dark-winged thousands who rose each night from the cave like a murmuration lifting into a moonless sky. They sent Morpheus because his dreams were vivid and particular and real in a way the others were not, because he understood something about human beings that his brothers perhaps did not, that what makes a person fully present to us is not just their shape but their texture, the specific way they hold their hands, the sound of a voice dropping slightly at the end of a sentence, the small recognizable weight of a personality moving through space. Morpheus knew all of this. He could replicate it so perfectly that the dreamer never doubted for a moment who they were speaking with, never woke with that peculiar unease of a dream that felt almost right, but not quite. When Morpheus delivered a dream, it arrived with all the solidity of the waking world. It had shadow and warmth and the smell of a person standing near. It had grief in it, or comfort, or the particular quality of dread that comes when someone you love looks at you from too far away. You already know what they are about to say. There were stories of Morpheus appearing to great kings in the form of their trusted advisors, delivering warnings that saved kingdoms from ruin. There were accounts of him taking on the shape of loved ones long dead, bringing messages of peace to the bereaved. A widow would wake from such a dream with tears on her cheeks and a sense of profound consolation that no waking world could offer. A warrior would dream of his fallen companion and wake to fight with renewed purpose, as though reconnected to something sacred. The precision of these visitations, the way they seemed tailored to the particular needs of each dreamer, spoke to a level of care and attention that went far beyond mere technical skill. Morpheus was not simply executing a task. He was engaged in something closer to an art form, one that required deep knowledge of the human heart and the particular vulnerabilities and longings that lived within it. This was why the gods trusted him with their most important messages. This was why mortals, even when they knew they were dreaming, found themselves unable to disbelieve what Morpheus showed them. In the ancient visual evidence that has survived, the carved reliefs, the painted pottery, the scattered descriptions left by poets and mythographers, Morpheus appears as a young man with dark wings folded behind him or spread in slow motion above a sleeping figure, carrying in one hand a poppy stem or sometimes a stalk of grain, both of them ancient symbols of the drowsy boundary between one state of being and another. He is depicted as young, almost always young, and there is something fitting in that. This was because the dreams he carried were themselves a kind of beginning, a threshold state, a night passage between one day and the next, the sleeping mind moving through something before returning to the ordinary world of light and tasks and time. He is not depicted as frightening in the way that Phobetor could be frightening, or as alien and remote in the way that Phantassos seems to have been understood. Morpheus was something closer to a careful craftsman, a figure who took great pains with his work, who attended to the details that mattered. And yet, and this is perhaps the most quietly interesting thing about him, for all that precision, for all that attention to the faces of others, there is very little surviving record of what Morpheus himself looked like when he was not wearing someone else's form. The ancient sources are strikingly sparse on the question of his own appearance, his own presence when he was simply himself, resting in the cave beside his sleeping brothers, waiting for night to deepen enough to go out into the world. By some accounts, his true form was that of a winged demon, a word the Greeks used for a kind of supernatural being that existed somewhere between a god and a spirit. Not quite one thing, not quite another, but even that description feels less like a portrait and more like a category, a way of placing him without quite seeing him. It is almost as though the ancient imagination, when it tried to picture Morpheus clearly, found its gaze sliding away to the side, catching only the edge of a wing, the suggestion of a face before it shifted into something new. A god who spent his existence wearing other people's faces could be forgiven for having no clear face of his own. Morpheus had brothers, and the ancient world knew them too, though their names were spoken less often, and their nature was stranger. The first of them was Phobetor, whose name in Greek meant simply the frightener. It suited him well enough that no further explanation was really necessary. This was because anyone who had ever woken in the middle of the night with their heart hammering and the image of something vast and dark still pressing at the edges of their vision already knew something of what Phobetor was and what he did, even if they had never heard his name spoken aloud. The ancient Greeks, who had a gift for naming the things that lived at the borders of ordinary experience, gave him his name and understood that he was real as the cold sweat on the skin of a sleeper wrenched suddenly back into wakefulness, as real as the paralysis that can hold a person frozen between sleeping and waking, unable to move, unable to cry out, while something that their mind insists is present moves at the edge of the room. It is Phobetor, the Greeks would have said, or at least something that belongs to him, some shadow sent from his side of the family. The fact that they named this experience and placed it inside a mythology did not diminish it, but rather acknowledged it, confirmed that this particular darkness was ancient and known and not something the dreamer had imagined alone in the small hours of the night. Phobetor did not appear in dreams as a person. That alone set him sharply apart from his brother Morpheus. This was because, where Morpheus wore human faces with such skill that a dreamer might reach out a hand and believe they had touched someone they loved, Phobetor came as something entirely other, as animals and wild things and creatures that had no comfortable place in the waking world, as serpents coiling through dark water, as creatures seen at the far edge of the torchlight before the torch goes out, as the weight of something enormous pressing down from above. The ancient writers who described his domain noted that he was not, in any meaningful sense, a messenger, not the way Morpheus was, not someone sent by the gods with a purpose and a name to speak and a truth to deliver, but rather something encountered, something that simply appeared, as certain aspects of the night simply appear, without being invited and without concern for whether the dreamer is ready. It is perhaps telling that the ancients did not imagine Phobetor as cruel exactly, or malicious in the way a person can be malicious, but rather as elemental, as a force that operated according to its own nature the way a storm does, with no particular feeling about the damage it caused and no particular intention beyond the expression of what it was. Then there was Phantasos. If Phobetor was strange, Phantasos was stranger still, strange in a way that takes a moment to settle. This was because where his brothers moved through dreams in recognizable shapes, human or animal, something with a face and a heartbeat and a weight in the world, Phantasos appeared as none of these things, but rather as the earth itself, as stone and water and wood, as the inanimate matter of the physical world given presence and a kind of dark authority in sleep. You might wonder what it would feel like to dream of a god who has taken the form of a cliff face or a slow brown river or a piece of old timber. The answer, perhaps, is that you have already felt it. That particular variety of dream where something that has no right to feel significant feels, in sleep, overwhelmingly so. Where a room you have never visited carries the weight of somewhere you have always known, where the texture of a stone wall or the way light moves across still water fills you with an emotion too large to name. Then you wake and find the feeling has no object, no cause you can point to, only the residue of it clinging to the first moments of the morning. The ancient Greeks, who named Phantasos and placed him among his brothers with the same careful attention they gave to all the forces they recognized in the world, were in their way describing exactly this, the dream that is not a story, not a person, not a creature, but a quality, a texture, a presence felt in the body more than seen by the eye. Ovid, writing in Latin centuries after the Greeks had first mapped this territory, still found room in his account of the dream gods for Phantasos and his peculiar gift, as if even across the long distance of those centuries, the experience itself was too recognizable to leave out, too familiar to any person who had ever slept and dreamed and woken, wondering what exactly they had been given, what it had been trying to say. The taxonomy the Greeks built here, Morpheus for the human, Phobetor for the animal, Phantasos for the elemental, was not a casual one, not a list assembled for the sake of completeness, but something that reflected a genuine and careful attention to the varieties of what happens when a person closes their eyes and the waking world releases its hold on them. Between the three of them, the human, the animal, the elemental, the Greeks had mapped almost everything a sleeping mind might encounter. The story that gives Morpheus his fullest moment in all of ancient literature is not a story about gods scheming or heroes on a battlefield. It is a love story, a quiet and heartbreaking one. It begins with a king named Ceyx, who ruled the city of Trachis on the coast of Thessaly. His wife Alcyone, daughter of Aeolus, the god who kept the winds. By every account, they were devoted to each other in the way that is very rare and very beautiful, the kind of devotion that makes two people feel, without meaning any harm by it, that what they share is extraordinary, that what they are to each other must be something close to divine. And it was this feeling, lovely and well-meant as it was, that brought them into trouble. This was because in the warmth of their happiness, they began to call each other by the names of Zeus and Hera, as though their love were the equal of the greatest love in all of heaven. The gods, as they often did, noticed this. Ceyx had pressing reasons to make a sea voyage, travelling to consult the oracle at Claros. Though he was not a reckless man, he believed the journey was necessary, and that the sea would carry him there and back safely. Alcyone did not believe this. She knew the sea in a way that only a daughter of the wind god could know it. She had grown up watching storms gather and break. Something in her, some knowledge deeper than reason, told her that she should not let him go. She wept, she pleaded. She told him that if he would not stay for her sake, then he should take her with him, that she could bear the danger better than she could bear the waiting. Ceyx listened to her with all the gentleness he had, and held her, and still he went. He promised to return before 2 moons had passed. She watched his ship grow smaller against the horizon, until it was nothing but a grey shape, and then nothing at all. The storm that found Ceyx somewhere out on the open water came without mercy. Ovid describes it with the kind of detail that makes you feel the cold spray and the terrible tilting of the deck beneath your feet, the sky going black in the middle of the day, the waves lifting to heights that seemed impossible, the ropes singing and then snapping, the oars useless against water that no longer behaved like water, but like something deliberate and vast and entirely indifferent to the small wooden vessel and the men on it. One by one, the ship's timbers gave way. The men were taken by the sea, some calling on their gods, some simply gone. Ceyx was among them. As the water closed over him, the last thing he did was say her name, Alcyone, Alcyone, and try to swim, not toward shore, which was too far, but toward the thought of her, which was the only direction he could imagine. Alcyone waited. She counted the days. She made offerings to Juno, praying over and over for his safe return. The prayers were sincere and desperate and full of love. They landed on a goddess who already knew that Ceyx was dead and found herself unable, in good conscience, to go on receiving prayers on behalf of a man the sea had already taken. It was an awkward kind of grief that Juno felt on Alcyone's behalf, not her own grief, but a reluctance to be the vessel for someone else's hopeless petitioning. And so she sent her messenger, Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, to carry a request to the cave of Hypnos, asking that Morpheus be dispatched to Alcyone in a dream to tell her, gently but plainly, what had happened to her husband. Iris descended from the bright upper world into the land of the Cimmerians, where the sun never properly arrives, where the air is always the colour of late dusk. Then she went further still, down into the valley that held the cave of sleep. She arrived in a place so quiet that the silence had texture, like a held breath, like the moment just before you fall fully into sleep yourself. The poppy heads at the entrance nodded in no wind. The river Lethe whispered over its smooth stones in the darkness nearby. That whispering was the only sound in all the world, or it felt that way. Inside, on his black ebony couch, Hypnos lay in the easy, uncomplicated rest of a god whose entire nature was repose. His sons, the Waneroi, countless and dark-winged, were gathered around him, some sleeping themselves, some stirring in a way that was almost like waking, but was not quite. The air in the cave smelled of earth and cool water, and the faint sweetness of poppy flowers. Iris delivered her message. Hypnos stirred, not much, just enough, and out of the vast company of dream gods surrounding him, he lifted one name, sent Morpheus out into the night, Morpheus rose from the cave the way a bird rises from still water, without hurry, with a kind of ease that suggested he had done this 10,000 times and would do it 10,000 more. He travelled through the darkness toward the sleeping city, where Alcyone lay in her bed, waiting even in her dreams. As he travelled, he was already changing, already becoming something other than what he was. He let the form settle over him the way water settles into a vessel. The height and weight of a man, the particular set of shoulders, the way the arms hung, the face that Alcyone had known for years and loved for all of those years, though the face he wore now was pale in a way that no living face should be pale. The hair was wet. There was something in the eyes that was not quite the thing that lives in the eyes of a man who still expects tomorrow. He was CX. He was not CX. He was Morpheus, wearing every detail of CX so precisely that love itself could not have told the difference. He stood at the edge of Alcyone's sleep and stepped inside it. He came to her the way the dead sometimes come in dreams, present and real, and somehow wrong in a way she could not name, standing close enough that she could have reached out and touched him. And in the dream she knew something was the matter, some knowledge that her sleeping mind held and her heart refused. Then Morpheus, wearing the face of her husband, wearing the pale and waterlogged body of the man she had sent away and watched disappear over the horizon, told her what she needed to know. He was dead. The storm had taken the ship. He had called her name at the end. She should not wait any longer. She should mourn him. She should let herself mourn him. She should not keep hoping, because the hope was now only causing her pain. She woke the way a person wakes when the dream has not released them, gasping, sitting up in the dark, already reaching for him, and finding the cold, empty bed beside her. The grief that came in through her then was not the soft grief of uncertainty, but the particular grief of knowledge, the kind that settles in the chest like a stone placed there quietly and permanently. She understood that it was true. She had already known, in the way that people who love each other very much sometimes know things they have no way of knowing. The dream had only said out loud what her heart had been saying for days. She went to the shore. It was morning, or becoming morning. The sky still grey, and the water heavy and flat in the way that water sometimes is after a storm has passed and taken everything with it. And there, carried by the slow current toward the beach, was the body of CX. She saw him from the seawall where she was standing. She began to walk toward him along the jetty. In the moment of her anguish, in the precise moment when grief reached its fullest weight, something changed. The gods who had watched all of this, who had watched the love and the foolish joy and the voyage and the storm and the long waiting and the dream, found that they could not let it end here, on a cold beach with a body in the surf. Alcyone was transformed. Her arms became wings. The wings were those of a kingfisher, bright and swift. She was in the air before she quite understood what had happened. She flew out over the water and landed beside him. Ceyx too was changed, his body lifting and reshaping into the same small, brilliant bird. They were together again, skimming low over the waves, and the sea was calm around them. Aeolus, who was Alcyone's father and the keeper of the winds, holds the storms still for a stretch of days each winter so that his daughter and her husband may nest undisturbed on the water's surface. The world is peaceful for a little while because of it, and the sea rests. And those calm winter days when the sea lies flat and glassy for a stretch of weeks, the halcyon days, we still call them, are said to be the time when the birds that were once Ceyx and Alcyone are nesting on the water, watched over by the gods, undisturbed. The ancient Greeks did not think of Hypnos and Morpheus simply as characters in stories. They were presences that came to every person every night. They were treated accordingly. There is something worth pausing over in that. The way a civilization that built such an elaborate and vivid mythology around the night and sleep did not keep those figures at a comfortable mythological distance, but wove them instead into the texture of ordinary life, into the rituals of the household and the preparations of the evening, into the way a person might set out a small offering of poppies, or pour a quiet libation before lying down. In the same natural way they might bank a fire or close a shutter against the cooling air. Poppies in particular were understood as the proper gift, the nodding, sleep-heavy flower that grew at the entrance to Hypnos's cave, that he and his sons carried in their hands as they moved through the world, that stood for oblivion and rest, and the soft mercy of unconsciousness after a long and difficult day. A handful of poppies laid out before sleep, a little wine poured for the Waniroi, was not an elaborate ceremony, but a small and genuine acknowledgement that something was coming to you in the night, something old and powerful, and, most of the time, kind, that it was worth meeting with a little gratitude. The dream gods were not distant or theoretical. They were expected, reliably, the way the dark itself was expected. People across the ancient Greek world made their quiet preparations for the visit with the same matter-of-fact reverence they brought to any divine encounter, woven into the daily round. But there were places in the ancient world where the relationship between sleep and the divine was practiced with far more deliberate intention, where the act of lying down and closing one's eyes was understood not as a private and unconscious event, but as a sacred one, carefully prepared for and earnestly hoped over. Those places were the great healing sanctuaries of Asclepius, the god of medicine, whose temples were scattered across the Greek world in places like Epidaurus, Pergamon, and the island of Kos, and whose connection to Hypnos ran deeper than it might at first appear. Asclepius was the son of Apollo and a mortal woman, trained by the centaur Chiron in the arts of medicine. His sanctuaries drew the sick and the suffering from enormous distances, people who had exhausted the ordinary remedies available to them and had come, at last, to try something else entirely, a practice called incubation, from the Latin word for lying down. That is precisely what it required. The pilgrim who came to one of these temples would first undergo a period of ritual purification, bathing, fasting, sometimes for several days, abstaining from certain foods and perhaps from wine, and this was understood not as mere formality, but as a necessary preparation of the body and the mind, a clearing away of the noise of ordinary life so that something quieter and more essential could be heard. Then, when the priests judged the time was right, the pilgrim would be led into the inner sanctuary, the abaton. There, on the stone floor or on a simple pallet, surrounded by others who had come for the same purpose, they would lie down in the dark and wait for sleep and for whatever sleep might bring. The god they hoped to meet in that sleep was Asclepius himself, sometimes appearing, by all accounts in the surviving testimonials, as a calm and luminous figure who touched the afflicted place and spoke quiet words, sometimes sending instead a more cryptic vision that the temple priests would help to interpret in the morning, but the agent of the encounter, the necessary partner in everything that happened in that inner room, was Hypnos. This was because without sleep there was no dream. Without the dream there was no healing and no message and no answer to whatever question had driven the pilgrim there, across however many miles of road. The connection between Hypnos and Asclepius was, in this way, not merely symbolic, it was practical. built into the very architecture of the healing sanctuaries, that were deliberately placed near sacred springs or in sheltered valleys where the air was still and the quiet was profound, where the conditions most favorable to sleep were available in abundance, as though the location itself was a kind of offering to the god of sleep, an invitation for him to come and do his work. What the ancient Greeks understood in building these places is something that sounds almost simple when you say it plainly, that sleep heals, that the dreaming mind reaches towards something the waking mind cannot always access, that there is wisdom available in the night that daylight tends to cover over. But they understood it with such seriousness and such genuine feeling that they built temples to it, walked days to reach them, and lay down on cold stone floors in the hope of a dream. This was because a dream, if it came from the right source, was worth all of it. Sleep in ancient Greece was not merely rest, it was a threshold. What waited on the other side of it was divine. Something of Nyx and her children has stayed with us, quietly, through all the centuries that separate us from the world that first told their stories. It is not the kind of staying that announces itself. There are no temples left standing to Hypnos, no festivals in the calendar, no altars still dressed with poppies and libations at the close of each day, and yet their presence persists in the language we use, in the treatments we rely upon, in the paintings that hang on the walls of the oldest museums in the world, worn soft by centuries of candlelight and gaze. The family of the night did not fade when the old world changed around them. They simply went a little quieter, waited, and found their way into new forms, as they always had. The most immediate place to find them is in the words themselves. When a 19th century Scottish physician named James Braid was studying the strange sleep-like state that could be induced in patients, a state of suspended attention, of deep and unusual calm, he reached naturally for the name of the god of sleep and called it hypnosis, from hypnos. This was because the resemblance to sleep seemed to him the most honest and precise description he could offer. He later wished he had chosen a different word when it became clear that the state was not truly sleep at all. But by then, the name had taken hold. Hypnos had slipped quietly into the vocabulary of modern medicine, where he has remained ever since. And then there is morphine, the drug extracted from the resin of the opium poppy, that same poppy that the dream gods carried, that grew in dense, nodding clusters at the entrance to Hypnos's cave, that ancient artists pressed into the hands of the gods of sleep and dreams as their most recognizable emblem. When chemists in the early 19th century isolated the active compound from opium and went looking for a name, they turned to Morpheus, the shaper of dreams, the one who brought visions so convincing that the dreamer believed completely in them, who offered in his way a form of relief from the waking world. The connection felt right. It still does. The word nightmare carries its own older ghost within it, the mare being not a horse, but a spirit from Germanic and Old English tradition, a creature believed to crouch upon the chest of a sleeper and press down terribly, bringing suffocating and frightening dreams. That particular figure is a close cousin of Phobetor, the ancient Greek bringer of nightmares, who appeared in animal forms and dark shapes and was thought responsible for the kind of sleep that felt like an attack rather than a rest. The names are different, the traditions distinct, but the underlying intuition is the same one, that something moves in the dark hours, that frightening dreams are not random noise, but have a presence behind them, something with intention. Artists felt the pull of these figures for a long time after the ancient world had passed. Classical sculptors carved Hypnos as a beautiful winged youth, his expression hovering between sleeping and waking, his posture conveying a boneless, liquid ease that the best of these statues still manage to communicate across the distance of 2,000 years. Renaissance painters return to Nyx in dark robes scattered with stars, moving across painted skies with the same effortless authority that Hesiod had described. The Romantic poets, who were drawn to anything that lay at the edges of consciousness, found Morpheus irresistible, and John Keats, who understood sleep and dreams with a particular and almost painful intimacy, addressed Morpheus directly in his verse, calling on him with the same longing that the ancient Greeks might have brought to a temple, asking for the relief that only a night of vivid dreaming could provide. What is quietly remarkable about all of this is how little any of it required explanation or translation. These figures passed from ancient Greece into later European thought and then into the broader modern world, not because scholars carried them carefully in their arms, but because the experiences they represent are so fundamental to being alive that every generation found them waiting, already familiar, already fitting. Sleep comes to every person. Dreams arrive uninvited. The night falls without asking. And so Nyx and her children, who were born from those very facts of existence, have never really needed to be revived. This was because they were never entirely gone. They have simply been living, as they always did, in the hours between dusk and dawn. In the borders of consciousness, in the places where language touches on things it can barely name. Every time someone speaks of hypnosis, or reaches for morphine to ease a pain, or talks about the halcyon days, the old family of the night is still there, still moving through the world, just as they always have. What the ancient Greeks understood, perhaps better than we sometimes do, is that the night is not an absence, it is a presence, as real and as old as anything else in the world. They gave it a name and a face and a family. In doing so, they were not being fanciful. They were being honest about something that anyone who has lain awake in the deep hours of the night already knows. That is that the darkness around you is not simply the absence of light, but something with its own texture and weight and quality. Something that presses gently and steadily against the edges of the waking world until the waking world gives way. They understood that sleep was not a small thing, not merely a biological necessity to be endured and then shaken off, but a mercy, a gift offered every single night without condition, freely and without asking anything of the one who received it. And they understood that dreams were a language, not always a clear one, not always a kind one, but a language nonetheless, spoken by something older and larger than the ordinary waking mind, arriving through gates that may be made of horn or ivory, carrying messages that may prove true or may dissolve in the morning light, but always arriving, always offering something. It is a gentle kind of wisdom. Perhaps that is why these stories have stayed with us for as long as they have. And now, wherever you are, whether you are still on that hillside where we began this evening, with the grass soft and cool beneath you, and the first stars just beginning to appear at the edges of the sky, or whether you have long since left that place and are lying in your own bed with the darkness of your own room settled around you and the quiet sounds of the night outside your window finding their way to you, the night is arriving in exactly the way it always has, drawing itself across the sky with the same unhurried authority it has always carried, in the same way it did on the first night there ever was. Above wherever you are lying, Nyx is spreading her dark veil across the sky. The stars that are scattered across it, like points of cold silver light, are doing what they have always done. That is simply to shine, very quietly, without effort or intention, for no reason other than that shining is what they are. The air around you is a little cooler now than it was. The sounds that reach you are the sounds of a world that has settled into its nighttime quiet. A distant sound, perhaps, or nothing at all, or just the soft and barely there rhythm of your own breathing. That is slower now than it was when we began, and slower still than that. Somewhere, not far, perhaps closer than you think, Hypnos is making his way toward you, as he makes his way toward every living creature every night. Unhurried, carrying nothing that will harm you, carrying only the gift that is his to give. He has been doing this since long before there were people to receive it, and he will go on doing it long after. That means that what is coming toward you right now is something very ancient and very gentle and very sure of where it is going. You do not need to do anything. You do not need to move or think or hold on to any particular thought. The darkness is here. It is the same darkness that Nyx has always carried, soft and deep and older than anything you could name. It is settling around you now, the way a dark veil settles when it is laid down very gently, without a sound, over everything. Let it come. It has been coming to you every night of your life. It has never once failed to arrive. I hope you have enjoyed this sleep story, and that it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Tonight, allow yourself to settle into wherever you are lying, and feel the weight of the day lift slowly as the room grows quieter around you. There is nothing required of you now, and nothing left to attend to, only the gradual release of a day that has already passed and cannot ask anything more of you. Let the blankets settle. Let your body find whatever position feels most natural, and simply rest there in the warmth and the dark, while a story begins to take shape somewhere at the edge of your attention. Imagine, if you like, a hillside somewhere in the far north, in the kind of country where the land is made of old rock and older silences. The ground is uneven underfoot, and the grass grows in pale frost-tipped tufts between outcroppings of stone. The last of the daylight is leaving the sky, draining out of it the way color drains from a landscape once the sun has dropped below the horizon, leaving behind a pale and luminous grey that is neither day nor night, but something in between. The air is cold, sharply and cleanly cold, and it carries the smell of pine resin and frozen earth and something faintly mineral that seems to belong only to the north in winter. You can feel it against your face, though the rest of you is still and settled and warm. The hillside is very quiet. Somewhere below, at the edge of a dark forest, the wind moves through the high branches of the pines in a long, slow sound, like breathing, like the land turning over in its sleep. The trees stand close together down there, dark against the fading sky, their shapes simple and still. Up here on the open hillside, there is almost no wind at all, only the occasional lightest touch of cold moving across the frost-pale grass, lifting nothing, disturbing nothing, barely there. The stones around you are old, worn smooth in some places and rough in others, covered in patches of pale lichen that has been growing there for longer than anyone alive could say. The frost has settled into the low places in the ground, crystalline and faint, catching the last of the grey light in a way that makes the whole hillside seem to glow very softly from below, as though the cold itself were luminous. This is the kind of stillness that asks nothing of you. It is only the land, being what it is, old and quiet, and entirely indifferent to the passage of time. And somewhere beneath this hillside, beneath the roots of the old trees and the cold rock and the deep frozen earth, there is a story older than the stones. Tonight we are going to follow it down, not into something frightening, and not into the kind of darkness that startles or unsettles, but into something quieter than that. A realm that has been misunderstood for a very long time, and a goddess who has been waiting, with considerable patience, for someone to describe her fairly. Her name is Hel, and before she was anything else, she was a word. That is the first thing to understand about her, and it turns out to matter enormously for everything that follows. The word was Hel, and people spoke it long before anyone told a story about a goddess with a hall and servants, and a face divided between the living and the dead. It meant something hidden, something concealed, placed out of sight beneath the surface of the world, in the way that the dead are placed out of sight beneath the ground. Scholars trace it back to an earlier form, reconstructed as something like Huljo, which carried the same sense of a covered or enclosed place. Further back still, it appears to connect to a very old root, meaning to cover or to conceal, the same root that gives us words like hall and hull and cellar. A hall is a covered place, a hull covers a seed, and hell covers the dead. What is remarkable about this root is not only how old it is, but how widely it travelled. It spread through virtually every branch of the Germanic language family, as though it named something that every people who spoke those languages already understood and had simply been waiting for the right word to describe. The Old English speakers of early medieval England had their version of it. The Old Frisian speakers of the coastal lowlands had theirs. The Gothic-speaking peoples of an even earlier age had theirs. In each case, the word pointed toward the same idea, a realm beneath or beyond the ordinary world, where the dead resided in a state that was neither life nor oblivion, but something quieter and more permanent than either. A continuation of existence in a place where the light did not reach and the sounds of the living world grew faint and then altogether still. There was nothing in this original meaning that implied cruelty or punishment, or the kind of moral sorting that later traditions would read into it. The word was descriptive rather than judgmental. The place it named was simply where the dead went, as naturally and inevitably as water moves downhill or leaves fall at the end of autumn. I want to establish this clearly at the start, because almost every misunderstanding that surrounds hell can be traced back to a single quiet shift that happened to that word much later. And if you carry the original meaning with you, the rest of the story becomes considerably easier to hear accurately. We will come back to what happened to the word. For now it is enough to know that it began as a description of a place, and that the place it described was cold and covered, and not, in itself, unkind. Which raises a question that has occupied scholars for a long time, and I would rather raise it now than have it sitting unspoken underneath everything else. Was there ever really a goddess named Hel? Or did a word for a place slowly acquire a face? The question sounds as though it might dissolve the whole subject, but it does not. Sitting with it honestly does not diminish Hel so much as it deepens her, because it places her in the long and complicated history of how human beings record and remember, and inevitably reshape the things they believe. The scholar Rudolf Simek, one of the more careful voices in the study of Germanic religion, has argued plainly that nothing in the surviving evidence firmly establishes a pre-Christian belief in a goddess named Hel. The personification, in his reading, may be a later literary development, rather than an ancient article of faith. A word became a place, and then the place, in the hands of poets and eventually of one particular 13th century Icelander, acquired a body and a household and an expression on her face. His position is not a dismissal. It is a reminder of how little firm ground there is beneath any of this. The argument has real weight, and it rests on the scarcity of evidence rather than on anything anyone made up. When you look at the pre-Christian period in Scandinavia, the written record tells us almost nothing about how people imagined the afterlife. The runic inscriptions that survive are mostly short and functional and concerned with the living world. The great mythological narratives were not written down until centuries after Christianity had taken root. And yet the opposing argument has weight too, and it is simple. The absence of earlier written sources does not mean the belief was absent. It may mean only that the people who held it did not write, or that what they wrote did not survive. Those are very different things from never having believed at all. So we are going to proceed with the goddess, because the goddess is what the surviving material gives us, and because she is genuinely worth spending an evening with. But I would ask you to hold her lightly. She may be very old. She may be a word that grew a face somewhere in the 13th century. Nobody can tell you with certainty which. That single narrow channel through which almost everything reaches us deserves a proper introduction, because we will be leaning on it constantly. His name was Snorri Sturluson. He was an Icelandic chieftain and historian and poet, born around 1179, and he compiled the work known as the Prose Edda, sometime around 1220. He was a man of considerable learning and considerable ambition, and he was, without any ambiguity, a Christian, writing in a country that had formally left the old religion behind roughly 2 centuries earlier. He was also, as far as anyone can tell, genuinely trying to preserve something rather than destroy it. Part of his motive was practical. The traditional poetry of the North depended on knowing the myths because it referred to them constantly and obliquely. A poet who did not know that gold could be called Freya's tears could not read the older verse, let alone write anything in its style. So Snorri set the stories down, partly as a handbook, so that the craft would not die with the belief. The section where hell appears is called Gylfaginning, which translates roughly as the beguiling of Gylfi. It takes the form of a dialogue in which a mortal king travels to Asgard in disguise and asks questions of 3 mysterious figures, who answer him with accounts of the gods and the cosmos. Nearly everything anyone can tell you about hell as a person comes from a few paragraphs in that dialogue. Her face, her hall, her servants, the names of her furniture, her appointment by Ovin, the condition she set when someone came asking for a soul back. The Poetic Edda, the great collection of older anonymous verse compiled in Iceland in the same century, gives us something different and in some ways more interesting. It mentions hell repeatedly, but almost always as a direction rather than a person. She is where you go. She is the word you use when you mean that someone will not be coming back. The poems assume you know what they mean and do not stop to explain. Snorri stops to explain. And the fact that he is the one who stops is exactly why we have to keep asking what he added. There is a further piece of evidence that sits underneath all of this and is easy to overlook, which is the way the word turns up in ordinary speech. Old Norse had a whole set of expressions built on it. To send a man to hell meant to kill him. To be given to hell, or to be hells, meant to be dying. There is a verb formed from the name that means something like to send someone to the underworld. And the poets built compounds on it, so that a battle could be called a feeding of hell, and a killing could be described in terms of handing someone over to her. That kind of usage matters more than it might seem, because it is the least self-conscious evidence we have. Nobody composes a theological statement when they are insulting an enemy or describing a fight in verse. They reach for whatever is already there in the language. And what was already there was a name, used as a destination in the most casual and unreflective possible way. It tells us that the realm was entirely real in the imagination of ordinary speakers. It does not, unfortunately, settle the question of whether there was a person in it, because a place name works perfectly well in all those expressions without anyone standing in it. But it does mean that when a poet spoke of hell, he was not reaching for something exotic or scholarly. He was reaching for a word that everyone within earshot had grown up with, the way you might reach for the name of a road that runs past your house. The trouble began, as trouble in these stories so often does, in Jotunheim, and with Loki. Loki requires a moment's attention because he is unlike any other being in the Norse world, and because his nature shaped his children in ways both direct and oblique. He was not simply a mischief maker, though mischief was certainly his language. He was not a villain in any uncomplicated sense, though the things he set in motion were sometimes terrible. He was a figure of change and cunning and the unexpected turn, a restless intelligence moving through Asgard, always finding the gap between what was planned and what actually happened. The gods tolerated him because his cleverness was frequently as useful as it was troubling. A great many of the stories about him are stories in which he causes a problem and then solves it, usually with more ingenuity than anyone else in the room could have managed. He was the son of a giant, and however long he had spent at Odin's side, he had never fully belonged there. He was inside the divine order and outside it at the same time, permanently, and the sources never resolved that. Angerbotha was different from him in almost every way that mattered. She was a giantess, a Jotun, which placed her among the older and wilder powers of the Norse world, beings whose age preceded the gods and whose nature was not easily governed or appeased. Her name means something close to the one who brings grief or anguish boding, which is the kind of name that leaves little room for misinterpretation. She lived in the deep interior of the giants' country, and there she bore Loki 3 children in relative quiet, far from the halls of Asgard, before the gods received word of what had been born. The giantesses of Norse mythology are worth a moment of attention, because they occupy a particular position in the old stories. They are associated with forces that predate the orderly divine world. They are wild in a way that the Aesir are not, connected to the cold and the stone and the deep places. Several of them are mothers of gods or figures whose wisdom the gods come seeking. In each case, there is this quality of something large and unmanageable underneath the surface, something that will not be entirely domesticated by its contact with the divine order. The sources are genuinely sparse on Angerbotha, and I want to be careful not to fill in what is missing with invention. What can be said with confidence is that she was a giantess, that she lived in Jotunheim, that she bore 3 children to Loki, and that her name carries this quality of grief announced in advance rather than grief inflicted. Beyond that, the texts do not give us much, and the silence is in some ways appropriate. She is the origin point, the place where 3 enormous forces first took form, and then the stories move on without her. The gods received the news the way they received most unsettling news, which was with a counsel and a prophecy and a decision that could not be unmade. The prophecy was not complicated in outline, though its implications were vast. 3 children had been born in Jotunheim to Loki and to the giantess, and those 3 children would grow into something the gods could not simply overlook. What made them particularly difficult was their parentage. They were not straightforwardly giants, to be warred against in the ordinary way. They were not gods. They carried both inheritances at once, which made them unpredictable in a way that purely giant or purely divine beings were not, and it meant that no established procedure applied to them. So the gods brought all 3 to Asgard, and dealt with each one according to what it was. The first was the wolf Fenrir. Even as a young creature, he grew with a speed and a size that alarmed the Aesir, and for a while they kept him among them, thinking that watching him closely was the same as controlling him. It was not. His hunger seemed to have no natural limit, and he grew larger every day. When they finally understood that observation would not be enough, they bound him with a chain called Gleipnir, which was not a chain at all in appearance but something ribbon thin, made according to the old stories from the sound of a cat's footfall, and the beard of a woman, and the roots of a mountain, and several other things that do not exist. That is precisely why it held where iron had failed. The binding cost Tyr his hand, because Fenrir would only allow himself to be bound if one of the gods placed a hand in his mouth as surety, and Tyr was the one who did it, knowing exactly what would happen. He was thrown into the ocean that surrounds Midgard, the middle world where human beings live, and there he grew until he encircled the entire world and could take his own tail in his mouth. He lay in those deep waters, coiled around the edge of everything, and he would remain there until the end, when he would rise and Thor would meet him for the last time. The pattern in both cases is worth noticing, because it is the same pattern. Separation and restraint. Remove them from proximity to the divine world and bind them in ways that acknowledge their power while denying them freedom. These were solutions born of necessity rather than wisdom. They were acts of containment rather than resolution, and neither binding would hold forever, and the gods seem to have understood this even while performing them. There is a fatalism built into the whole sequence, a recognition that what they were doing was delay rather than prevention. And then there was the third child, and the gods made a different choice about her. She was not bound in a chain like her brother. She was not thrown into the sea like her other brother. The distinction matters, and it is easy to miss. According to Snorri, Odin cast her down into Niflheim, the primordial realm of mist and cold that lies beneath the roots of the world, and gave her authority over 9 worlds, and charged her with apportioning lodging to everyone who was sent to her. That is not containment. That is an appointment. It came dressed in the clothing of exile, certainly. The word Snorri uses carries force and implies that her willingness was not among the considerations. She was sent away, and she was sent somewhere cold and mist-wrapped and located at the furthest possible remove from the warmth and gold of the divine halls. But she was sent away with power, and the power she received was of a kind that no battle magic and no divine authority could easily undo. What is worth sitting with, if you are following these 3 children in your mind, is how different she is from her siblings despite sharing their parentage entirely. Fenrir and Jormungandr are forces of appetite. Their danger is active and physical and loud. The wolf who will swallow the sun. The serpent whose poison will darken the sky. They are everything the word chaos suggests when you say it aloud. She is none of those things. Where they are restless, she is still. Where they are agents of catastrophic violence, she governs a realm where the violence has already concluded, where the noise of life has already softened into something quieter and more final. She is not a destroyer. She is the one who receives what destruction leaves behind, and also what age leaves behind, and illness, and ordinary human exhaustion. Her brothers would break the world at the end of days. She would simply receive the dead, one by one, in silence, for as long as there were dead to receive. There is one further thing worth saying about the 3 of them together, because the arrangement is stranger than it first appears. Loki was a god of motion. He moved through the world the way smoke moves through a room, always finding a new shape and a new approach and a new way out. He escaped consequences. He slipped out of traps. He transformed before anyone could fix him in place, and the sources record him doing this over and over, in one story after another, for centuries. And his children are all, without exception, fixed. Fenrir is bound and cannot move. Jormungandr is confined to the sea and lies in one enormous circle with his tail in his mouth, which is about as fixed as a thing can be, while still technically being able to move. And the daughter sits in a hall beneath the world and does not go anywhere at all, because she has no need to. Everything that lives will come to her. She has only to remain where she is, and the world will eventually deliver itself into her keeping. The trickster's children are the 3 most immovable objects in the cosmos. Whether the Norse noticed this deliberately, or whether it simply fell out of the way the stories developed, I cannot say. But it is too neat to pass over. The being whose defining quality was evasion produced a daughter who is the one thing nobody evades. And there is one more parallel between father and daughter that is worth holding on to, because it explains something about her position. Loki occupies a place in the divine order that is genuinely difficult to categorize. He is counted among the Aesir in many contexts, admitted to the hall, included in the company. And he is not of them in origin, not fully trusted, associated with forces the gods cannot comfortably control. He is inside the order and outside it at the same time. She shares that exactly. She rules a realm the gods acknowledge and in some sense depend upon, because somebody has to govern the dead. And she is not one of them. She is not counted among the Aesir or the Vanir. She is not invited to the feasts. She is not celebrated in the way that Odin and Thor and Freyr are celebrated. She holds real authority, authority that even the All-Father cannot override, and she holds it entirely from the margins. Both of them are inside by function and outside by nature, and both are associated with things the gods would prefer to keep at a comfortable distance. Loki represents the instability the gods cannot suppress within their own world. She represents the ending they cannot prevent. The gods of Asgard are mortal, as this mythology makes perfectly plain. They will die, and she, sitting quietly beneath the world, is what that fact looks like when it is given a face. Perhaps their discomfort with her was never very different from their discomfort with her father. Both of them reminded the Aesir of something they would rather not look at directly. Of all the things the old sources record about her, the description of her appearance is the strangest and the most immediately striking. She is divided exactly in half. Not between left and right, not between front and back, but in some more fundamental way that the sources suggest you would understand immediately upon seeing her, even if you could not explain what you were looking at. One half of her body is the color and texture of living flesh, warm-toned, present, the kind of half that catches light and seems to breathe, the half that belongs to the world of the moving and the eating and the speaking. The other half is blue-black. It is the deep particular color that appears in a bruise left too long, or in skin that has been deprived of warmth and blood for longer than a body can sustain. It is not exactly frightening, so much as quietly wrong, in the way that only things associated with physical death are wrong. A wrongness that registers somewhere older in the mind than language does. Snorri describes her expression with 2 words, and they are worth dwelling on, because they do not usually belong together on a single face. She is downcast, and she is grim. Fierceness implies engagement, energy directed outward toward the world. Yet her fierceness is paired always with something turned inward or downward, something suggesting that she is not looking at you with hostility, so much as looking at you with the knowledge of what you will eventually become. The expression that knowledge produces is neither warm nor cruel, but simply settled. The way a mountain is settled, the way the ocean floor is settled, unmoved and unmovable, and entirely indifferent to whether you find it comforting. If you sit with the image for a while, it begins to communicate something that is not quite what horror is meant to communicate. Horror is designed to produce flight, the sharp contraction of the self away from a threatening thing. Her appearance does not quite do that. What it does instead is slower and more difficult, which is to hold 2 realities in the same field of vision at once without letting you resolve them into anything more comfortable. On one side, the living half, Loki's inheritance perhaps, the mercurial brightness of a father who could become anything, who moved through the world in a state of constant becoming and was never quite the same thing from one moment to the next, and who therefore carried an almost uncomfortable vitality, the vitality of something that has not yet reached its final form. On the other side, the dead half,
Her mother's inheritance, the weight and the cold and the stillness of a giantess whose name meant grief announced in advance, who carried in the very sound of it the knowledge that certain things cannot be avoided, and that foreknowing them is its own particular sorrow. Between these two inheritances she stands, and the standing itself is the meaning. She does not resolve into one or the other. She does not choose. She contains both simultaneously. The sources do not present this as a tragedy or a deformity. They present it as a simple fact about what she is and what she represents, which is not death opposed to life, but death and life understood as the same thing seen from two different angles. The way a river and its reflection are not two rivers but one thing and its image, each incomplete without the other. It is worth remembering who was imagining this and how they lived. The Norse were not a culture that averted their eyes from death. They buried their dead with tools and provisions. They kept their ancestors close, often literally, in burial mounds near the farmsteads where the living continued working. They told stories in which the dead spoke, and advised, and returned in dreams, and remained present in ways that a modern sensibility might find unsettling, but that they seem to have found natural. Death was part of the texture of an ordinary life, woven through the seasons and the harvests and the long northern winters in a way that made pretending otherwise not merely difficult, but actively useless. Children died. Women died in childbirth. Men went out on the water and did not come back. Winters killed people who had done nothing wrong. So when they imagined the figure who received the dead, they gave her a face that could not be prettied into something easier. They gave her the blue-black half and the living half together, and they put on that face an expression that was neither welcoming nor threatening, but simply honest, the honesty of something that has seen everything and is not surprised by any of it. In the world you move through now, death is handled differently, kept mostly out of sight until it cannot be, managed and softened and described in language designed to make it seem like something other than what it is. There are reasons for that, rooted in grief and love, and the entirely human difficulty of looking directly at endings. But the old image carries a suggestion that the looking, however hard, is not without its own steadiness. That the people who first told her story understood the full picture, the living half and the dead half together, as a form of preparation, rather than a form of despair. She was not designed to frighten. She was designed to remind. What Odin did when he gave her the realm was something he could not entirely undo, and it is worth pausing on what kind of act it actually was, because it is not quite like anything else in the Norse divine order. When the world was divided at its making, when the sea was given its measure, and the winds their direction, and the sky its vaulted roof, those were distributions of something already present, something that existed and simply required a governor. What Odin gave her was different in kind. He gave her not a portion of the living world, but its underside, the part that accumulates rather than diminishes. Think about that for a moment. Every other domain in the Norse cosmos was, in principle, bounded. The sea has edges, the sky has a roof, the land runs out. Hers was the one domain that only ever expanded, filling steadily with the weight of everyone who had ever drawn breath and then stopped. And yet the appointment carried within it something that looked, from a certain angle, very much like punishment. She had not come into her authority the way other figures in the Norse world came into theirs, through lineage or counsel, or the outcome of bargains struck in the bright air above Asgard. She had been cast down. The word implies force. It implies that nobody asked. To be sent to Niflheim was, in that imagination, to be sent away from everything that made existence vivid. It was where the primordial cold had always lived, where rivers ran before there was any living thing to hear them, where darkness was not the absence of light, but something considerably older than light had ever been. The paradox at the center of her situation is one the Norse understood intimately, because their mythology is full of it. Power and constraint arriving together, authority granted in the same motion as exile, elevation that is indistinguishable from banishment depending on which direction you are looking from. Fenrir was bound because he was powerful, and the binding was simultaneously imprisonment and acknowledgement of everything he was. Jörmungandr was confined to the sea, and in that confinement, made to encompass the entire world. And she was sent below, and in being sent below, was made to receive everything. If you stand above and look down, she has been exiled. If you stand anywhere at all, and consider honestly where you are eventually going, she is the most consequential being you will ever be subject to. This is the aspect of her appointment that no later arrangement could revise, and it is the thing Odin himself could not retrieve once he had set it in motion. There is a moment later in the stories where this becomes explicit. A petition reaches her. Someone beloved to the gods descends the long road and arrives at her hall and asks something of her. She considers it and gives her answer. And her answer is not overturned by divine decree or by the grief of the All-Father watching from above. Odin, who gave an eye at the well of Mimir and hung 9 nights on the world tree for the runes, could not simply reach down into that cold place and take back what he had put there. What this made of her is something genuinely unusual in the Norse divine order, a ruler who had not sought her power, who had not won it through any of the means a warrior culture found legible and admirable, who had simply been placed in a cold realm and left to govern it according to her own judgment, and govern she did, in the way the sources describe, consistently, without favoritism, without the mercurial intervention that characterized her father, or the sweeping gestures that characterized Odin. She received everyone who came to her, and she gave back no one without conditions, and the conditions reflected the same impersonal logic that had appointed her in the first place. Her authority was not the kind that needed to announce itself, or that relied on being seen or celebrated or sung about in the mead halls above. She had been sent away, but what she ruled from that distance was something no other god could claim, which is that everyone, in the end, was hers. The road to her realm had a name. The Norse called it Helvega, the Hell Road, and it appears in the poems as a real route with real features, the way you might describe a difficult mountain pass. It was a journey into darkness and cold rather than into fire and heat. And this is one of the places where the later confusion of the word does the most damage, because almost everyone raised in a Christian culture expects heat, and there is none. Those who traveled it, whether the dead moving instinctively toward their destination, or the very rare living soul desperate enough to attempt the crossing, found that the path did not announce itself with spectacle, but with an absence. A gradual withdrawal of light and warmth and sound, as though the world above were being pulled away like a blanket from a sleeping figure. The realm lay beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, the great ash whose branches held up the sky and whose roots reached down into 3 separate wells. It was the deepest of those roots, twisting down into Niflheim, that led toward the country we are traveling to. Niflheim was ancient, even by the standards of that cosmos, a place of swirling cold fog and rivers of ice that predated the gods themselves. And Helheim sat within it, or alongside it. The sources are not precise on this, and I do not think they were ever meant to be, sharing its character of stillness and cold, but distinct from it, because Helheim was not merely frozen wilderness. It was a governed realm. It had a ruler and a purpose. A traveller moving down the Helvega would have felt the temperature dropping steadily and the air growing heavier with mist. The ground underfoot would have changed from the familiar soil and rock of the living world to something harder and colder and more permanent, frost-laced earth that showed no footprints, that seemed to belong to a time before footprints were made. And then, ahead, a sound. Not music, not wind exactly, something that carried the pitch and clatter of metal on metal, of blades and spear points colliding in the air. That was the River Gel, and its name means something like the loud or resounding one. Its waters were said to produce that sound as they ran, a rushing, clanging murmur filling the cold air and seeming to come from everywhere at once, as though the river itself were announcing that you had reached the boundary between one world and the next. Over the Gel was a bridge called Galabru, and it was unlike any bridge the living world contained, because its roof was thatched with glittering gold that caught and held whatever thin light existed in that grey landscape. The crossing shone strangely above the dark noise of the water beneath it. It was tended by a figure named Mother Giver, a woman who guarded it and questioned anyone who tried to pass. Almost nothing is known about her. She appears in this one function and nowhere else, and her name has been read as something like Furious Battle, which does not obviously suit a person whose job is standing on a bridge asking questions. What she is, structurally, is a threshold keeper. The Norse world had a great many of these. Figures posted at the edges of things whose role was not to fight, but to ask. Who are you? Where are you going? What is your business here? There is something almost bureaucratic about it, and I do not mean that dismissively. A boundary that is genuinely absolute does not need a guard. It needs a guard precisely because it is a boundary that things pass through, in one direction, constantly, and somebody has to be there to observe the traffic. She has presumably been standing on that bridge for as long as there have been dead people. 5 troops of them went over the day before she spoke to the one living visitor she would ever meet. There is a detail about her that I find one of the most quietly extraordinary things in the entire body of Norse literature, and we will come to it properly later, when we follow the one living being who ever rode across that bridge. For now, it is enough to say that she noticed something about him that no one else would have thought to notice. Beyond the bridge, the path continued into cold and silence. The mist thickened, the air grew so still that even the sound of the river faded behind you. And then the walls came into view, rising high and stark against the pale grey nothing of that sky. The old sources call them exceeding high, which is itself a kind of understatement, because these were not walls built to keep enemies out. They were walls built to define a boundary that was absolute, a border you could not simply cross back over by wishing it so. The gates set into those walls were called Nargrind, the corpse gates, and they were shut, always shut, in the way that all truly significant thresholds in the Norse world were kept shut, because what they separated was not merely 2 territories, but 2 states of being. Once you had passed through, the howling and the clanging and the noise of the crossing fell away, and what replaced it was something the sources suggest without quite naming, a deep and pervasive stillness, an atmosphere not of terror but of finality, the feeling of a place that had been waiting long before you arrived and would continue long after. Cold and vast and extraordinarily quiet, where the mist never fully lifted and the light never fully brightened, but where, despite all of that, there was a kind of peace. The peace of a place that has accepted everything, that turns nothing away, that has had room for all who came to it since the beginning of the world. Beyond the gates, Bahul waited. There is a question I have been avoiding and should probably address, which is how the dead were supposed to make this journey at all. The road is described as long, 9 nights on the fastest horse in the 9 worlds, and Sleipnir was not making a leisurely trip. Through valleys deep enough that a rider could not see his own hands, across a river that sounded like a battle, over a bridge, past a gate, and the people making it were, for the most part, not equipped for it. They were farmers who had died of a fever. They were women who had died in childbirth. They were children. The sources do not explain how they got there, and do not seem to think an explanation is required. There is no ferryman. There is no coin under the tongue. There is no guide. The dead simply go, and the going takes whatever it takes, and they arrive. There is a hint in one place that the journey took time. Some of the material suggests a lapse between a death and an arrival, which is one of the reasons a funeral was not something to be rushed. The living waited for a while before certain things could be settled, and one reading of that is that the dead were understood to be still traveling. If you take that literally, then the road is full at all times. Not crowded exactly, because the distances are enormous, but never empty. Mothgutha's 5 troops in a single day were not remarkable to her. That is simply the traffic, and every one of those travellers was walking a road that got progressively colder and darker, with no company and no map, toward a destination they had heard about all their lives. I find I want to say something reassuring about that, and the sources do not give me anything to say. What they give instead is the arrival. The gate opens. The hall is warm with presents, if not with fire. The benches have been prepared. Somebody has already brewed the drink. Whatever the road was like, it ended somewhere that had been expecting them. There is a guardian in this story, and I want to handle him carefully, because the popular version is more confident than the sources are. His name was Garma. He appears in the Völuspá, the great prophetic poem, where the seeress returns to him several times as a kind of refrain. He howls before the cave called Gnipahelir. His fetter will break, and he will run free. The poem calls him the worst of hounds, and it uses him as a marker of how far the ending has progressed, coming back to him the way a bell comes back in a piece of music. What the poem does not actually say is that he guards Hell's Gate. That connection is an inference, and it is a reasonable one, and it has been made for a very long time. Snorri, who tends to tidy things, treats him as belonging to the underworld. And there is a separate hound in another poem, encountered by Ovin on the road down, bloody about the chest, who bays at him as he passes. Whether that is Garma under another description, or a different creature entirely, nobody can say. What we have then is a chained hound, somewhere near the entrance to the world of the dead, howling with blood dried dark on his chest, waiting for the bonds to give way. People who know the Greek tradition will notice something familiar in this. Cerberus serves a structurally identical function, a dog at the threshold, ensuring that the dead stay where they belong and the living do not pass unchallenged. The parallel turns up across enough traditions that scholars have occasionally suggested a very old shared root, some ancient understanding of dogs as creatures uniquely suited to stand at a border between worlds. Dogs in many traditions are associated with death, not because they were feared as dangerous, but because they were understood as beings who could perceive things the living could not, who inhabited a slightly different relationship with the invisible. A hound at the threshold is not an arbitrary choice. It feels, across cultures and centuries, like the right one. At the ending of the world, according to the poem, his chains break. He runs free into the final catastrophe, and there, in Snorri's telling of it, he meets Tyr, the one-handed god of law and oath and justice, the god who had himself lost his hand to Garma's fellow creature in that earlier binding. They kill each other. It is a pairing that carries a certain logic. Tyr is associated with law, with the structures that hold the world in order, with the agreements and bonds that make ordinary life possible. Garma is the creature whose chain embodies that same principle applied to death itself. When the laws of the world break down, it is fitting that the god of law and the hound bound by the world's oldest constraint should end each other at the same moment. The hall beyond the gates had a name, and within it everything had a name, and the names were not chosen at random. The hall was Eleuthner, and the word carries the sense of something battered by sleet or damp with storm. It is the kind of name that tells you the weather of a place before you have entered it. Snorri walks you through the interior room by room, pausing at each object to say what it was called, and the effect even now is something that stays with you, because the names he gives are not the names of ordinary household things. They are the names of the sensations and conditions that gather around a person in the final weeks and days of a life. The threshold was called Philander Forath, which is something like falling peril or stumbling block. There is something quietly devastating in that, in the idea that the very entrance to this hall is named for the faltering step, the moment when a body begins to give way beneath the person still living inside it. The dish set on the table was named Hungre, which is hunger. The knife beside it was Salter, which is famine. If you sit with those two for a moment, you begin to understand what is being done, because hunger and famine are not simply grim jokes about a host who fails to feed her guests. They are a recognition that the body's long acquaintance with need, the slow withdrawal of appetite, and the failure of the flesh to want what once sustained it, leads here, ends here. The hall accommodates that ending by naming it plainly and setting it on the table like a fact that cannot be removed. The two servants were called Ganglati and Ganglut, names carrying the sense of slow-moving and lazy. They went about the rooms at a pace matching the stillness of everything around them, unhurried in the way that only something outside of time can be unhurried. There is nowhere to be in that hall, and no moment by which anyone needs to arrive. And the sluggish movement of those two through the cold space communicates something true about what it feels like to be very ill, when the world slows around you and even small tasks take enormous effort, and the distance between where you are lying and where you wish to be seems immeasurable. Her bed was called Kur, which means sick bed, the bed of someone who has taken to it and will not be getting up. Her bed hangings were Blikjandabul, which Snorri gives as something like gleaming misfortune or bleak disaster. That last one seems at first merely gloomy, until you consider that these are the things surrounding the ruler of this realm in her most private and unguarded moments, the coverings of her rest. By giving them these names, the tradition is saying something about what it means to preside over such a place, and about what it costs, or perhaps simply about what it reflects. She does not choose these names for vanity or for cruelty. She chooses them, or the tradition chooses them for her, because they are accurate. This is a hall assembled from the accumulated weight of every sickness and misfortune that ever ended a life, and accuracy is, in its own way, a form of respect for the dead who have brought all of that with them to her door. Now, having laid all of that out, I have to raise a difficulty, because it is the passage in the Prose Edda that scholars return to most often when they try to assess how much of Snorri is ancient and how much is Snorri. The elaborate naming has the quality of something a very skilled poet might compose deliberately. It is a sustained dark conceit, the interior of a house where dying has been given furniture and cutlery and a place to sleep. And the older poems do not give us anything like this level of household inventory. They name hell, and they travel toward her, and they feel her at the edge of things, but they do not stop to itemize her knives. Some scholars believe the naming reflects genuinely old poetic tradition, the kind of elaborate compound work that characterized Old Norse verse for centuries before anyone wrote it down. Others suspect that Snorri, an accomplished poet in his own right, elaborated thinner material into something with the texture and detail that made good prose and conveyed the meaning he wanted a reader to take away. Both could be true in different measures, and the question cannot be settled, because the written record does not reach back far enough. But I would say this in the passage's defense: whoever composed it, there is a logic in it that feels genuinely ancient, and it is the logic of poetry rather than of theology. These were people who named things precisely because they believed that naming was a way of making the unnamed bearable, a way of looking directly at what frightens you and giving it a word so that you are no longer at the mercy of its shapelessness. A hall whose every surface is named after death's approach is a hall that has looked at death without flinching and decided to accommodate it with the same quiet precision that its ruler brings to everything else she governs. Nothing left in shadow that a name could reach. The two servants deserve a little more attention than they usually get, because they are the only figures in that hall, besides its ruler, who are given names at all, and because of what they seem to be for, Ganglati and Ganglat. A man and a woman, and the names are near identical, differing only in the ending that marks the gender. Both carry the sense of moving slowly, of being sluggish, of taking a very long time to get anywhere. They are the household staff of the underworld, and their defining characteristic is that they are never in a hurry. There is a joke in this somewhere, and Snorri may well have intended one, because a servant who moves slowly is a domestic complaint that anyone in any century would recognize. But the joke sits on top of something considerably less funny. If you have ever spent time in a room where somebody is very ill, you will recognize what is being described. The way the world outside continues at its ordinary pace, while the room itself operates on a completely different schedule. The way small tasks expand to fill enormous stretches of time. The way the distance from a bed to a doorway can become a genuine expedition, planned in advance, undertaken carefully. Ganglati and Ganglet move through that hall the way people move through a sick room, which is slowly, because there is no reason to hurry, and because hurrying would be a kind of lie about where you are. And their slowness is also, in its way, a kindness. Nobody in that hall is late for anything. There is no appointment to keep, no season to work with, no boat to catch. The urgency that organizes a living life has simply been switched off, and the two servants are what that looks like when it is given a body and put to work carrying dishes. I find them a strangely gentle detail in a passage that is otherwise fairly bleak. Everything else in that hall is named after a symptom. The servants are named after a pace, and a pace is something you can settle into. Now we come to the part that changes the proportions of everything, and I think it is the single most important thing to understand about this realm. Almost everyone went there. The warriors who died with weapons in their hands were taken by the Valkyries to Valhalla, or to Freya's field, and of this a great deal was sung. The poets returned to it constantly, the image of the chosen dead riding through the sky, selected from the field of battle, and escorted into halls of gold and firelight, where the feasting never ended, and the fighting resumed each morning like a gift. These were the deaths the old stories treated as achievements, destinations earned rather than simply arrived at. The culture that produced those stories clearly found something deeply compelling in the idea that how you died could determine where you went. But for all the space Valhalla occupies in the surviving material, it was never where most people went. The Valkyries were selective. They chose, they passed over, they decided. The vast majority of any battlefield was not chosen, to say nothing of everyone who never saw a battlefield at all. The woman who had borne children and raised them through the long winters. The farmer who had worked his land through decades of cold seasons and brief summers. The fisherman whose boat went down far from shore. The child who did not survive infancy. The old man who lived long enough to see his grandchildren and died quietly in his bed with the smell of wood smoke around him. None of them rode through the sky. They walked the Helviga, and they passed through the corpse gates, and she received them. The Norse had a word for that kind of death. Stradöða, straw death, meaning to die in your bed on the straw rather than out in the open with a weapon. And it is usually reported that they held it in contempt, that a straw death was a shameful thing. I want to be a little careful here, because the sources that say so most loudly are the heroic ones, and heroic literature is not a neutral witness to how people actually felt. The sagas were written by and for a class that valued martial reputation. A great many people in that world died on the straw and were mourned properly by families who did not think less of them for it. What is clear is that the tradition made room for both. It celebrated the warrior death loudly and at length, and it also imagined, in careful detail, a realm for everyone else, not a place of punishment or failure, a destination. And there is a detail that complicates the contempt considerably, which is that some of the most celebrated figures in the whole body of literature died on the straw. Egil, whose poem we will come to, died an old man on his farm, blind and deaf and getting in the way of the kitchen servants. The saga tells it with a certain grim humor and does not present it as a disgrace. It presents it as what happens. A great many saga heroes die that way. They survive their feuds and their voyages and their improbable fights, and then they get old, and then they die in bed, and the sagas record it in a sentence and move on to the next generation. If straw death were genuinely shameful, that is not how a literature obsessed with reputation would handle it. What seems more likely is that the contempt was a specific attitude held in specific contexts, by people with something to prove, in poetry composed for an audience that wanted to hear it, and that alongside it there was a much broader and quieter acceptance that most lives end the ordinary way, and that this is neither a failure nor a subject for comment. And when you count honestly, when you set aside the celebrated few, what you find is that her realm was filling steadily, century after century, with the overwhelming majority of everyone who had ever lived. In that sense, she is arguably the most consequential figure in the entire Norse understanding of death. Not the most celebrated, not the most sung about, but the one most relevant to the actual experience of any ordinary person who ever lived and died in that world, which is to say nearly all of them. There is a kind of leveling in this that sits quietly beneath all the hierarchies of the Norse world, beneath the distinction between gods and giants, between warriors and thralls, between those chosen by Odin and those passed over. She did not ask how you had lived, or what battles you had fought, or whether you had been brave or common. She asked only that you come, and they all came, from the greatest to the most forgotten, and they arrived with equal standing, because they arrived with nothing at all. One of the things the sources make plain, if you read them carefully, is that the dead in her realm were not simply gone. They were somewhere, and that somewhere had a texture to it. This is perhaps the detail most easily lost when the word conjures images drawn from later traditions, because what the Norse imagined for their dead was something far quieter and, in its own way, far stranger than either paradise or torment. It was a continuation, a carrying on, a life that resembled the one left behind closely enough that the distance between the living and the dead felt like a matter of geography rather than of existence itself. Balder, who we will come to properly in a while, is the clearest example the sources give us of what this actually meant in practice. When a messenger finally reached that hall and found him there, he was not described as diminished or lost. He was seated in the place of honor. He was recognizable. He was still himself. He had been the most beloved of all the gods, and in that hall it had not simply evaporated. It had been relocated, held within those walls rather than shining across Asgard, but real nonetheless. There is something deeply Norse in that. The idea that what a person was in life did not dissolve at death, but persisted, carried down into the realm of the dead, and arranged there with a kind of care, as though the hall took the living world seriously enough to reflect it. There is a second strand of belief that runs alongside this, and I want to introduce it carefully, because the two do not fit together neatly, and the sources never reconcile them. Alongside everything the Norse said about a realm beneath the world, they also believed, at least in some places and some periods, that the dead stayed in their graves. The sagas describe this with striking matter-of-factness. A man who has been buried in a mound near his farm is understood to be in that mound, in some real sense. He may be visited. He may appear in dreams. In certain stories, he may be spoken to directly and may answer. Some of the sagas describe the inside of a mound as warm and lit, a small interior world with its own furniture and its own fire, which is a strange and rather moving image once you have sat with it. The dead man sitting in his mound, in a very small version of a very large hall. There are darker versions of this too, where the mound dweller does not stay quietly inside and instead becomes something the living have to deal with, heavy and cold and physically present, which is a genuinely frightening figure in the sagas and nothing like the quiet dead we have been describing. These are worth a moment, because they are the closest thing the tradition has to a horror story, and because they sit so awkwardly beside everything else. The saga dead who come back are not ghosts in the way a modern reader expects. They are not transparent, and they do not drift. They are physical. They have weight. They are described as swollen and dark and enormously strong, and dealing with one is a practical problem rather than a spiritual one. You do not exorcise them. You go into the mound and wrestle them, or you take the body out and burn it. And the sagas describe this with the same matter-of-factness they bring to lawsuits and land disputes. Some of them are malicious. Some of them are simply unwilling to leave, sitting in their mounds with their treasure and objecting to visitors. How this fits with a hall beneath the world is anybody's guess, and the sagas do not attempt to reconcile it. A man in a mound is in his mound. A man who has gone to hell has gone to hell. Both statements appear in the same literature, sometimes in the same text, without any apparent discomfort. I suspect the honest answer is that these were never a single system. They were beliefs held by many different people across a very large area over several centuries, and they overlapped and contradicted each other in exactly the way that human beliefs about death always do. Most people today hold at least two incompatible ideas about what happens when someone dies, and manage it without difficulty. And there is no reason to think the Norse were tidier about it than we are. How does someone dwell in a mound in Iceland and simultaneously sit in a hall beneath the roots of the world? The sources do not say. They do not appear to have been troubled by it. That may be because these were never a single systematic theology in the way we might want them to be. They were beliefs held by many different people across a very large area over several centuries, and they overlapped and contradicted each other in the ordinary way that human beliefs about death always do. What the strands share is more interesting than where they conflict. In both, the dead are somewhere rather than nowhere. In both, they remain reachable in some attenuated way, through dreams or through the proper tending of a grave. In both, the world has depth to it, a dimension running below the surface that is full of people who have already made the crossing and are, by all accounts, continuing on. What that meant for the people who held these beliefs is that grief, while entirely real, did not carry within it the absolute severance that some traditions impose. The person who had died was still, in some meaningful sense, there, not in the room and not at the table, but beneath the ground in a place that had its own table and its own room and its own slow ongoing life. The landscape itself felt inhabited by more than the living. You can see this belief in the ground, which is one of the few places where the mythology can be checked against something physical. Norse graves are full of things. Not everywhere and not always, because burial practice varied enormously across several centuries and a very large geography, but the pattern is consistent enough to be striking. People were buried with tools, with cooking equipment, with combs, which turn up so frequently that they must have mattered a great deal, with jewelry, and with weapons and with the small ordinary objects of a working life. Some were buried with food, some with animals, some, at the highest end of the scale, with entire ships and with carts and with beds. There are graves containing scales and weights, which is the equipment of a merchant. There are graves containing spindle whorls and weaving swords, which is the equipment of a household. There are graves of children containing toys. Whatever people believed about where the dead went, they behaved as though the dead were going somewhere they would need things. That is not a small observation. You do not pack a bag for oblivion. The care with which these burials were assembled, the expense of them, the deliberate placing of objects around a body in ways that clearly meant something to the people doing the placing, all of it points toward a conviction that the person was continuing and would want their comb. There is an argument to be had about how literally any of this was meant, and archaeologists have been having it for a long time. Grave goods can be about status as much as about the afterlife. A rich burial says something to the living who are standing around watching it, and some of what it says is about the family doing the burying rather than about the person in the ground. Both things are probably true at once, as they usually are. But the combs stay with me. A comb is not a status object. It is a thing you use in the morning, unthinkingly, for as long as you have hair. Putting one in a grave is a very small gesture, and it is difficult to read as anything other than someone thinking, quite practically, that this will still be wanted. There is one part of her realm that does involve suffering, and I want to be accurate about it rather than dismissing the idea entirely in the effort to correct a misconception. Within the broader territory, there was a place called Nastrond, the shore of corpses. The Voluspa describes it in a few compressed and unpleasant lines. A hall standing on a shore, facing north, which in that symbolic world meant facing away from light and warmth. Its walls woven from the spines of serpents, their heads turned inward, venom dripping through the smoke holes in the roof. Those who wade through the heavy streams there are named oath-breakers, murderers, and men who seduce the wives of others. And the dragon Neithgogra sucks at the bodies of the dead. That is real, and it is in the tradition, and it is a place of genuine torment. Nobody should be told otherwise. But it is a district rather than the whole country. It was reserved for those who had committed the particular crimes the Norse considered most catastrophic, and the ordering of that list is worth noticing, because oath-breaking comes first. In a society built on loyalty and spoken promises, where agreements were held together by the fact that people kept their word rather than by any enforcement apparatus, breaking an oath was a form of destruction that reached far beyond any single victim. It attacked the mechanism by which the society functioned at all. It is worth dwelling on this, because it is one of the clearest windows into what these people actually valued, and it is quite different from what a modern list would look like. There were no courts in the sense we would recognize. There was an assembly where disputes were heard, and there were laws, and there were procedures, but there was no police force, and no prison, and no standing authority capable of compelling anyone to do anything. If a judgment went against you, what made you comply was your own reputation and the knowledge that your neighbors would remember. In that arrangement, a person's word is not a moral nicety, it is load-bearing. It is the material the whole structure is made of, which is why oath-breaking sits at the head of that list, ahead of murder. Murder destroys a person. Oath-breaking destroys the thing that lets people live near each other at all. And notice what is not on the list. There is nothing about belief, nothing about worshipping incorrectly, or doubting the gods, or failing to make the right offerings. Nothing about the ordinary human failings that later traditions would spend a great deal of time cataloguing. Nothing about cowardice, which the heroic poetry despises, but which apparently does not send you to the serpent hall. The 3 crimes named are all crimes against other people, and specifically against the bonds that hold a community together, betrayal of a promise, killing, betrayal of a marriage, whatever else can be said about that shore, and it is a genuinely unpleasant place. The logic that assigns people to it is not a religious logic. It is a social one. You end up there for what you did to the people around you, not for what you thought about the gods. The farmer who died in winter did not go to Nostrand. The mother who died in childbirth did not go there. The old man who had kept his oaths and lived his years and simply come to the end of them did not go there. They went to the hall, and the hall was something different. The dragon at Nostrand was old, and it is worth a moment of its own because it represents something the Norse understood with unusual clarity. Nithhugra, whose name carries the sense of a striker from below or a corpse gnawer, dwelt in a place called Fergelmir, the roaring cauldron, a great spring buried deep in the primordial cold, from which rivers were said to flow outward into the world above, like roots of water spreading invisibly beneath everything you have ever stood on. And at the lowest root of Yggdrasil, the dragon worked, endlessly, patiently, chewing through what held the world in place. This is not a comfortable image, and it was not meant to be. But what it represents is not chaos for its own sake, or evil in any simple sense. It is something older and stranger than either, which is the work of dissolution that underlies all living systems. The slow return of everything complex and structured to something simpler and undone. Every tree that falls in a forest, every body that returns to the soil it once walked on, every great thing that gradually becomes nothing. That process has always been operating underneath, quietly, and Nithhugra was the Norse way of giving it a shape and a location, and the particular sound of gnawing in the dark. The dragon is not cruel in any personal sense. It gnaws because that is what it is and what it does, the way fire burns and water flows. It is something older than morality, possibly older than the gods, a force of dissolution sitting at the very foundation of the world. And it does not belong to hell. That distinction matters. The two share the same vast cold territory beneath the world, but their natures are genuinely different, in the way that a governor and a natural process can occupy the same land without being the same kind of thing. She administers, she receives, she makes decisions, she holds conditions, she exercises the authority that was given to her. If the dragon gnaws at the roots nearby, it does so according to no authority at all, because dissolution does not answer to anyone, not even to the ruler of the dead. The Norse understanding that both of these could exist in the same realm, ordered death and unordered decay, governance and entropy, beneath the same cold sky and without any contradiction, is a remarkably clear-eyed account of how the world actually works. I want to turn now to a piece of poetry, because so far almost everything we have looked at has come to us through Snorri, and there is one place where a real person, in genuine grief, reaches for this goddess and speaks about her directly. His name was Egil Skallagrimsson, and he was an Icelandic farmer and warrior and poet, difficult and violent and enormously gifted, who lived in the 10th century and whose saga was written down a few hundred years later. Late in his life, 2 of his sons died, 1 drowned. And Egil went into his bed closet and shut the door and lay down and would not eat, and by the account of the saga, he intended to die there. His daughter got him out of it by a trick, persuading him to compose a poem in his son's memory, knowing that he would not be able to leave it unfinished once he had started. The poem is called Sunnatorek, which means something like the irreparable loss of sons, and it is one of the most extraordinary things in the whole of Old Norse literature. It is a poem about grief written by a man who is furious. He is angry at the sea, which took 1 son. He is angry at Odin, whom he had served all his life, and who has taken the other and given him nothing in return except the gift of poetry, which Egil acknowledges in a tone that is somewhere between gratitude and accusation. And near the end, he turns and looks at what is coming for him. He says, in the compressed way that this poetry works, that the goddess of the underworld stands on the headland waiting for him, that he sees her there, and that he will meet her without complaint. I find that image very hard to shake. Not a hall beneath the roots of the world, not a cold realm reached by 9 nights of riding through darkness. A figure standing on a headland, in view, in the ordinary landscape of a coastal farm, waiting for an old man who has lost his children and knows perfectly well that he is next. And the last thing the poem does is turn toward her without fear. He says he will go gladly, or at least willingly, not because he is comforted. He is not comforted by anything in that poem, but because she is what is left, and there is a kind of relief in having something left. Whether the poem is genuinely Egil's or was composed later and attributed to him is one of the ordinary scholarly arguments, and it will not be resolved. The manuscript that preserves it is much later than the man, and the text is difficult in places, and some of the readings are contested. But the attitude in it is the thing worth carrying away, and the attitude does not feel invented. It is worth noticing what the poem does not do. It does not ask for anything. Egil is a man who spent his whole life taking what he wanted by force or by cleverness, and here, at the one point where he most wants something, he does not even attempt a request. He does not ask for his sons back. He does not ask to be spared. He does not bargain. He notices that she is standing on the headland, and he says he will go. There is also no fear in it, and that absence is genuinely unusual in poetry about death. He is furious at the sea, and he is bitter toward Odin, and he is devastated about his children, and about her he is simply matter of fact. She is the last item on a list of things he has to accept, and she is the one item he does not argue with. I think that is because she is the only one on the list who has not betrayed him. The sea took a son, the god he served took another, and gave him nothing back. She has done nothing except exist and wait, which is all she has ever done, and there is nothing in that to resent. That, I think, is closer to what she actually meant to the people who believed in her than any description of her furniture. There is a phrase in the account of her appointment that has caused a certain amount of quiet puzzlement, and it is worth raising because it shows how little we actually understand about the geography of her domain. Snorri says that Odin gave her authority over 9 worlds. 9 is the number that turns up constantly in this material. 9 nights on the tree, 9 nights of riding, 9 steps taken by a dying god. It has the feel of a number that means many rather than a number that means 9. But taken at face value, the statement is strange because the 9 worlds are usually understood to be the whole cosmos, including Asgard and the world of human beings. Giving her authority over all of them would make her sovereign over everything, which is plainly not what the rest of the material describes. The most likely reading is that it means she has authority over the dead of 9 worlds, which is to say the dead of everywhere, which brings us back to the same point by a different road. Every world produces dead. All of them are hers. Some scholars have suggested that her realm itself is subdivided, that there are 9 regions within it, and she apportions people among them, which would fit with the wording about assigning lodgings. Nastrond would then be one of those regions rather than an anomaly. Nobody knows. The sentence is a single line in a 13th century book, and there is nothing else to test it against. I mention it because it is a useful reminder of the scale of what we do not have. We can describe her knife and her bed hangings in some detail, because one man happened to write them down. We cannot say with any confidence how her country was actually laid out, because nobody thought to tell us, or because whoever did tell us was not written down. Of all the stories in which she appears, the one that reveals the most about her character is the story of Balder. He was Odin's son, and in him the gods had found something they rarely possessed in such uncomplicated form. a being about whom nothing dark could honestly be said. He was radiant in the most literal sense, the old poets intended, as though light gathered around him the way it gathers around something very white set against a pale sky. His presence in Asgard was the kind that makes a place feel more inhabited. The other gods loved him the way creatures love the sun, without being able to explain it. Not for anything he had done for them specifically, but for what he simply was. It is perhaps because he was the thing in that cosmos which most resembled uncomplicated goodness, that what happened to him carried such weight, and that the grief which followed spread through the stories like cold water spreading through cloth. The trouble began with dreams. He began to dream of his own death, and the dreams were not vague the way dreams usually are, but vivid and insistent, returning night after night with the quality of something already settled. When he told the others, they took it seriously, because in that understanding, a dream of such persistence was not merely a dream, it was a message arriving from beyond the reach of ordinary knowledge. Odin rode down toward the realm of the dead to find out what it meant. And the short poem that describes that ride tells us something about her country that no other source does. He goes down and northward. Somewhere on the road a hound comes up toward him from below, its chest and jaws dark with blood, and it bays at him as he passes. He does not stop, and the poem does not explain the animal, and it is one of the small unresolved details that make that text feel genuinely old. He rides on until he reaches a grave on the eastern side of the hall, and there he works the spell that raises the dead, and a long-buried seeress comes up out of the ground. She is not pleased about it. She has been down there a long time, long enough that snow has fallen on her, and rain has beaten on her, and dew has lain on her, and she says so, and there is an exhaustion in her voice that survives translation. He does not give her his real name. He calls himself Vegtamra, which means something like one accustomed to the road, and he asks her a question. For whom, he asks, are the benches strewn with rings and the platform covered over with gold? And she tells him. The mead, she says, is already brewed for Balder. It stands waiting, with a shield laid over it, and the sons of the Aesir are in despair. I find that answer extraordinary, and it is worth stopping on, because of what it reveals about the hall we have been describing. It is prepared. The benches have been made ready. The drink has been brewed and covered and set aside. Somebody down there has been getting the place in order for a guest who is, at the moment of the asking, still alive and walking around in Asgard and not yet aware of anything except a run of bad dreams. That is not the behavior of a dungeon. It is the behavior of a household expecting a visitor of high standing and making the appropriate arrangements. Whether that preparation is a courtesy or a certainty, the poem does not say. Both readings are available, and both are unsettling in different ways. Odin asks 2 more questions and gets 2 more answers, and then he asks one too many, and the seeress recognizes him and stops answering and tells him to go home, and goes back down into the ground. What he brought back was not reassuring. The death was already woven into what was coming. The grief of the gods was already part of what the world was going to become. His mother Frigg responded the way someone responds when they love something so completely that they refuse to accept what cannot be changed. She traveled through the worlds and took an oath from everything she found. Every plant, every stone, every metal and sickness and creature, all of them swearing that they would not harm her son. The effort was immense, and it nearly worked. When the gods discovered that weapons glanced off him, and objects thrown at him fell harmlessly away, they made a game of it, gathering around him and throwing things and laughing when nothing touched him, finding in the game a joy that mixed with their relief. For a little while, it seemed that love had been sufficient to outpace fate. Loki had noticed something. He had gone among the world's creatures in disguise and found the one thing Frigg had passed over, a mistletoe growing on an oak. which she had not troubled to ask because it seemed too small and too young to matter. He cut a sprig and shaped it into something that could be thrown, and brought it to where the gods were still at their game. Standing at the edge of the circle was Hother, Balder's brother, who was blind and had been unable to participate. Loki approached him with the appearance of kindness and offered to guide his hand so that he could join in. Hother was glad of it. He did not know what he was holding. He threw it in the direction he was pointed, and Balder fell and did not rise. The silence that followed is the kind the old poets return to again and again, a silence so complete that it becomes its own sound, the sound of something enormous and irreversible settling into place. Then the grief came, all at once, from all of them. The prose Edda says that they wept so hard that none of them could speak to another about what had happened or decide what to do. His wife Nanna looked at him lying there, and her heart broke so completely that she died, and she was placed on the funeral ship beside him, and they were sent out to sea together in flames. It was after the burning that Hermodr was sent. He was another of Odin's sons, and he is not much spoken of elsewhere. He appears in the stories almost entirely for this one journey, and what he was known for is exactly what the moment required, which is a willingness to move toward a hard thing without making much of it. He rode Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged horse, the one creature swift enough and strange enough for that journey. For 9 nights he rode through valleys so deep and so dark that he could see nothing on either side of him. The path known only by the sound of hooves on cold ground, the world above entirely absent, not even a suggestion of sky. The cold increased as he went, and it was not the ordinary cold of a winter night, but something older and more absolute. The cold that does not fluctuate, that has no memory of warmth. Then he heard the river before he saw it, the Gjöll, whose waters moved with that sound like weapons clashing, a vast continuous ringing filling the darkness around him. He crossed the bridge with its roof of gold that caught no light from any sky, and it is here that Mothgutha said the thing that has stayed with me longer than almost anything else in this material. She looked at him, and she told him that 5 troops of dead men had ridden across that bridge the day before, and that the bridge had resounded less under all of them together than it did under him alone. Think about what she is describing. The dead go over in numbers and make less noise than one living man on one horse. They have set something down that he is still carrying, and the bridge can feel the difference. She did not need to explain further. She simply added that he did not have the color of the dead about him, and asked him why he was riding the road to hell if he was not dead. He told her, and she pointed the way. Downward, northward, he rode on, and the gates rose before him, great and closed. Sleipnir gathered himself and leapt, clearing them entirely, and they landed on the other side in a quiet that was different in quality from the darkness of the road. A quiet with weight to it, as though silence here was not the absence of sound, but its own substance. He rode to the hall and dismounted and went inside. Balder was there, seated in the place of honor, with Nanna beside him. They were present in the way the dead in that hall were present, not suffering, not diminished, but no longer fully part of the living world either. Real and yet unreachable, the way something is real when you are looking at it through still water. Hermodr stayed the night. In the morning he went to Hel herself and made his petition directly. He told her of the grief of the gods and described how all of Asgard had gone silent with mourning, and he asked her to release Balder so that he might return. She listened. Her expression, as the sources describe it, was not warm, but neither was it hostile. It was the expression of someone weighing a thing without sentiment, applying the same measure to this case that she would apply to any other. And she did not refuse. That is the detail people usually forget, and it is the most important thing in the whole encounter. She did not dismiss the grief or declare it insufficient, or tell him that the dead do not return. She took the claim seriously, and then she tested it. If it was true that Balder was as beloved as he said, she told him, then let the world demonstrate it. Let everything in the 9 worlds weep for him. Every creature and plant and stone, every living and unliving thing. And if they did, she would release him. But if even one thing refused to weep, then he would stay with her. The messengers went out through all the worlds, and the weeping began. It came from everywhere, from things you might expect and things you would not. Stones wept, trees wept, metals and birds and creatures of every kind wept for Balder, because he had been so genuinely loved that the grief was not difficult to find. For a time it seemed the condition would be met, that the world had loved him fully enough to bring him home. The messengers were returning. The task was very nearly complete. Then they came to a cave, and inside it sat a giantess who gave her name as Thuk, which is simply the word for thanks. They asked her to weep for Balder, and she refused. She said that she had got no good from that man, living or dead, and that hell could keep what she had. Snorri adds one line afterward that changes the whole passage, and he is careful about how he puts it. He says that people believe this was Loki. He does not state it as fact. He reports it as what people believe, and I think the care is deliberate, because the two possibilities are quite different. If it was Loki, then the test was rigged from the moment it was set, and the world's grief was never going to be enough. If it was not, then Balder was lost to a genuine indifference that happened to be sitting in a cave that day, which is somehow worse. Either way, the one refusal was sufficient. The condition had not been met. Balder remained in her hall, seated at her table in the cold and the quiet. And she had kept her word exactly. She had promised nothing except fairness, and fairness was precisely what she gave. There is a coda to the journey that the retellings usually drop, and I think it is one of the most affecting things in the whole episode. Before her mother left that hall, Balder walked him out and gave him things to carry back. He handed him a ring. It was Draupnir, which Odin had laid on the funeral pyre as a last gift, and which had therefore come down with him into the realm of the dead. He asked that it be taken back to his father as a keepsake. Think about the ordinariness of that gesture. A son sending a ring home because he thinks his father would want it back. He does not send a message about fate, or a lament, or any grand final statement. He sends the ring. Nanna sent things too. A linen robe for Frigg, and other gifts, and to one of the goddesses, a gold finger ring. Small tender objects moving upward, out of the underworld, in the hands of a man on a horse, from someone who had not stopped loving the world. She left even from that distance, and through that barrier. And Hermodr rode back up through the 9 nights of dark valleys, carrying all of it, along with the condition that would fail, and delivered everything, and the ring went back onto Odin's hand. None of it changed anything. That is what makes it stay with you. The gifts arrived, and the petition failed, and the world went on toward its ending. And somewhere in Asgard, the Allfather was wearing a ring that had been down to the country of the dead, and come back without his son. What stands out about her, across every story in which she appears, is how little she seems interested in being either feared or loved. Death deities across world mythologies tend to occupy one of two positions. They are either figures of terror, draped in imagery of violence and damnation, or they are compassionate guides, gentle shepherds of souls moving towards somewhere brighter. In either case, they are oriented toward the living. They perform their role with some awareness of the effect it has on those who contemplate them. She does neither. She receives the dead because that is what she does. She governs because the realm was given to her. She sets her conditions and honors them because that appears to be her nature. None of it seems designed to produce any particular emotion in the world above her. When a living man rode 9 nights through darkness, to stand in front of her and ask for his brother back. She did not terrify him. She did not comfort him. She did not turn him away with cruelty. She listened. She weighed what he had said, and she offered a condition that was, in its way, entirely reasonable. And either outcome was acceptable to her in precisely the same way. She is not someone who needs the result to go one direction rather than another. There is something in this that the sources never quite explain, but that the stories demonstrate repeatedly, and it is a quality of absolute steadiness, the kind that has nothing to prove and nothing to fear. Her position is the one position in all the worlds that cannot be undermined. Every god in Asgard, every giant in Jotunheim, every person living out their years is eventually going to come to her. She knows this, and it makes a certain kind of striving beside the point. She does not need to be impressive. She simply needs to be there, and she always is. The worldview that produced this characterization understood fate as something impersonal and unreachable. Not a punishment handed down by a disappointed god, not a reward arranged for the deserving, but simply the shape of things, the structure underneath everything else, unmovable and without preference. Death in this understanding was not the enemy of life, but its continuation, the territory every life was moving toward from its first moment. And the figure presiding over that territory need not be malevolent, simply because her domain was the one nobody wanted to enter. She was downcast in expression and grim in bearing. The sources do not suggest that she smiled easily or spoke with warmth, but those qualities describe a temperament rather than a cruelty, and the distinction matters considerably. A cold judge is not the same as a cruel one. Impartiality, even when it refuses to be moved by grief, is not the same as indifference. She was fair, in the precise and unemotional way that very few beings, mortal or divine, manage to be fair. She applied the same measure to everyone, without consideration of who they had been or what they had accomplished, or how much the gods who loved them grieved at their absence. Farmers reached her gate, and warriors reached her gate, and the most beloved god in the cosmos reached her gate, and she received them all with the same expression and the same cold hall and the same unwillingness to be argued out of her position. There is, in this, something the people who first imagined her may have found quietly reassuring, not comforting in a simple way, but reassuring in the way that any genuinely consistent thing is reassuring, because you know exactly where you stand with it. It will never surprise you with cruelty, or withdraw its acceptance on a difficult day. Whatever else the world might bring, her gate was open, her welcome, such as it was, extended to everyone without exception. She was not waiting to be overcome, or bargained with, or moved by flattery. She simply governed a realm that every living thing was eventually going to reach. At the end of all things, her realm plays a part, and I want to handle this section carefully, because it is the place where the popular version of the story departs most sharply from what the sources actually say. Ragnarok, in Norse understanding, is not simply a battle. It is the unmaking of all the ordered separations that hold the world together. Asgard from Midgard, gods from giants, life from death. The bridge shatters, the wolf breaks his chain, the serpent rises out of the encircling sea, and the dead, who have waited in that cold hall through all the long ages, pour out through the walls that once contained them, because those walls, like everything else, will not hold when the world itself is ending. The image most people carry is of a ship, and the ship is real. It is called Naglfar, and it is made from the nails of the dead. Every fingernail and toenail left untrimmed on a body that was laid into the earth or the sea or the pyre, across all the generations, each one contributing its small pale sliver to a hull that grew imperceptibly through every age of the world. It is a grim image and a strange one, and it was clearly meant to be both. But it is also, when you sit with it, genuinely rich, because what it represents is not simply a weapon of war, but something more like an accounting, a monument assembled from what the living left behind, accruing in darkness until the moment when it could no longer be contained. The prose Edda tells us it is the largest of all ships, and that it will be launched when the flood comes. Now here is where I have to be honest about the sources, because they do not agree, and the popular retelling has quietly picked one and dropped the other. Snorri says that a giant named Hrymr steers Naglfar, and he says separately that Loki, freed from his bonds, captains a different vessel, and that with him travel all the people of Hell. The Völuspá says something different. In that poem, Naglfar itself is loosed, and Loki steers it, and with him come the wolf's kin. So we have two accounts, and neither of them says that Hel sends the ship. She is not described as its owner or its commander, or the one who decides that it should sail. In Snorri, her people are aboard a vessel steered by her father. In the poem, the identification of ship and steersman shifts entirely. I make this point because it is very common to hear that Hel launches Naglfar at the end of the world, as an act of vengeance or as the culmination of some long-held grievance, and there is nothing in the sources to support it. What the sources describe is something much closer to a boundary giving way. The dead do not attack the world so much as return to it, because the wall that always separated them is simply no longer there. Whoever is steering, the crew is the crew, and the crew is the ordinary dead. The farmers and mothers and children and old men who came to that hall, not in glory, but because they had lived, and then stopped living. These are the ones who sail at the end, not the chosen warriors from Valhalla, though they will fight on the other side. The quiet dead, the ones who had no particular claim to immortality through battle glory, now gathered on a ship built from their own bodies' remnants and moving toward the final shore. There is something in that image which seems less like malice and more like inevitability. Her role at the ending, if she has one, is consistent with her role in everything preceding it. She is not an instigator or a schemer or a force pursuing its own ends. She is a presence that reflects and responds to what already is. And at Ragnarok, what already is happens to be the dissolution of every boundary in the cosmos. The poem places the launching of the ship among the signs by which the seeress recognizes that the end has genuinely come. It does not cause the ending, it confirms it. It is what happens when the world has already passed the point of no return. There is a custom attached to all of this that I find one of the most quietly moving details in the whole tradition. Because Naglfar was built from untrimmed nails, the sources tell us that people trimmed the nails of the dead before burial. Every nail left uncut added its increment to that growing hull. So to prepare a body carefully, to trim its nails with the same attention one might have given in life, was to slow, by however little, the completion of the ship. Think about the scale of that gesture. A person is washing and dressing a body they loved, doing the small last courtesies, and one of those courtesies connects directly to the fate of the world. They were not, in most cases, thinking about the end of everything in any immediate way. They were doing what one does for someone who has died. But the belief underneath the custom gave that small act a weight extending far beyond the grave beside them, linking a single pair of hands to a ship that would one day carry the dead of all ages across dark water toward the last battle. It is an act of care and an act of fear, woven together and performed at the same moment, and I cannot think of a better illustration of how these people held both of those things at once. There is one more part of the story, and it is the part almost nobody tells. The Völuspá does not end with the fire. After the destruction, after the gods have fallen and the world has burned and sunk into the sea, the seeress goes on. She describes a world rising again out of the water, green and new, waterfalls pouring down into fresh valleys, an eagle overhead hunting fish, the earth coming back, grain growing in fields nobody planted. The surviving children of the gods find one another and gather on the plain where Asgard had stood, and they find lying in the grass the golden gaming pieces that the gods had played with in the days before everything went wrong. And then the poem says that Balder comes back. He returns from hell into that new world, and Hother, his brother, the one who threw the mistletoe, comes back with him, and the poem gives no indication of any grievance surviving between them. I want to place this beside everything we have said about her realm, because it changes the picture in a way that is easy to miss. She was not, in the end, a permanent captor. She had kept Balder because the conditions she set had not been met, and she had been entirely within her rights, and no divine authority could compel her to release him. That held for as long as the world held, but the world did not hold forever, and when it ended, what she had been keeping was returned. Whether she chose that, or whether it simply happened when the boundaries dissolved along with everything else, the poem does not say. It reports the return without explanation, in the same compressed manner it uses for everything else in that final passage. But the fact of it matters. The one soul the gods had wept for and could not ransom does eventually come out of that hall. It takes the destruction of the entire cosmos to accomplish, which is a very long wait by any standard. And it happens. There is a version of this story in which that is the bleakest thing imaginable, and a version in which it is the most hopeful, and I do not think the tradition tells you which to choose. What it does say is that the cold hall beneath the world was not the final word. Something came out of it, on the far side of an ending, into a world that had been cleaned of everything that put him there, which raises a question the poem does not answer and that I have not been able to stop turning over. What happens to her? Every other major figure in the ending has a fate that is spelled out. Odin goes to the wolf. Thor kills the serpent and walks 9 paces and falls. Freya goes down before the fire giant. Tyr and the hound end each other. Heimdallr and Loki end each other. The poem is meticulous about the accounting. She is not in it. Her father is named. Her brothers are named, both of them in some detail. Her people are named, sailing on that ship. She is not. There are few ways to read the silence. One is that she simply ends when the world ends, along with the hall and the walls and the gates and everything else, and the poem did not consider it worth mentioning because it was obvious. Another is that she does not end, because what she governs is not a place so much as a condition, and conditions do not fall in battle. The wolf can be killed. Death cannot be killed. On that reading, her absence from the roll call is not an oversight, but the only accurate way to report her. A third possibility, and the one I find most interesting, is that the question does not apply. If the new world that rises out of the sea is a world where the old harms no longer hold, where 2 brothers who killed and were killed sit together in the grass without any of it counting, then perhaps it is also a world that has not yet begun producing its own dead. There would be nothing for her to do and nobody to receive, and she would be, for the first time since Odin set her down there, simply unemployed. I do not think the tradition intends any of these. I think it stopped where it stopped and left the rest alone, which is what traditions generally do with the parts nobody asked about. But it is worth noticing that the one figure in the whole cosmos whose position could not be undermined is also the one figure the ending forgets to mention. Whatever that means, it does not seem like a defeat. Now we come back to the word and to what happened to it, because we left that unfinished at the start, and it explains almost everything about how she has been remembered. The transformation is one of those slow changes that is easy to overlook precisely because it happened gradually, over generations, as the peoples who carried the old language began to encounter a new faith, and a new way of imagining what waited beyond death. When Christian missionaries moved through the Germanic and Scandinavian lands, they faced a translation problem that was, in its way, quite significant. Their scriptures described a realm of punishment, a place of fire and judgment, and the deliberate infliction of suffering upon those who had lived wrongly. And their new converts already had a word for the underworld, a word deeply embedded in the language and in the very way people thought about where the dead went. But the place that word described was nothing like what the missionaries needed it to describe. The decision that was made, practically and probably without much deliberation, was simply to borrow the existing word and press it into service for the new concept. It was the word people already knew for the realm of the dead. The connection seemed close enough, and that is where the English word descends from. It carries in its letters the memory of a very different place than the one it eventually came to name. What the borrowing did, across the generations that followed, was quietly and thoroughly change the emotional weight the word carried. It loaded it with associations the original had never possessed, with fire, with punishment, with the deliberate suffering of sinners, and the active malevolence of a place designed to cause pain. And above all, with a sharp moral division between the deserving and the condemned, a division that had no meaningful equivalent in the older understanding of a realm that received almost everyone without asking whether they had earned it. And as the word changed, the figure changed with it, because her name and her realm were the same word, and she could not easily be disentangled from it. When the realm became morally terrible, she became morally terrible along with it. Her downcast expression and her corpse-dark body were reread through a lens that had no category for solemn neutrality, and so they were understood as signs of malevolence and wickedness. She was not the only figure to undergo this. The old gods generally fared poorly in the process. Their attributes were dimmed or darkened or absorbed into other figures. Their festivals were reframed. Their stories survived only because a small number of people wrote them down. And those people were themselves Christians doing their best to remember something they had not believed in. But she was perhaps more vulnerable to the flattening than most, precisely because her name itself had been borrowed and repurposed. The new meaning traveled everywhere the word traveled, into English and into the ears of every subsequent generation who heard it and could not hear, underneath it, the older and quieter sound of a realm of mist and cold, where the dead lived on in something resembling peace. There is one more layer to this, and it is the most difficult one, because it means the contamination may reach into the sources themselves. Snorri was writing 2 centuries after the conversion. The people from whom he learned the old stories were themselves descendants of converts, shaped by a worldview in which the underworld was a realm of judgment. And some of what he recorded, particularly the bleaker and more punitive elements, may reflect that inheritance rather than what anyone actually believed before the change, which is to say that the correction we have been making all evening may be incomplete. We can strip away the associations that a modern English speaker brings to the word. It is much harder to strip away the ones that were already present in the mind of the man who wrote the material down. What can be said with confidence in the end is fairly small, and I would rather end with what is solid than with what is elaborate. The realm was there. It is attested in the oldest poetry and in the ordinary speech of people who used the word to mean that someone was not coming back. It was cold, and it was beneath, and it was where nearly everyone went. Its name meant a covered place, and a great many people over a great many centuries walked toward it without expecting to be punished. There is a small postscript to the word's journey, and it is a cheerful one after all of that. She came back, over roughly the last 2 centuries, as the old Norse material was rediscovered and translated and taken up by artists and scholars, and eventually by everyone else. hell began appearing again under her own name, distinct from the borrowed word that had swallowed her. Some of what came back is accurate, and some of it is not. The half-and-half face has proven irresistible to illustrators, which is fair enough, since it is a genuinely striking image, and it is in the sources. Other things have accreted that are not in the sources at all, and it is now quite common to encounter a hell who is scheming and vengeful and actively hostile to the gods, which is essentially a character built out of the borrowed word rather than out of anything Snorri wrote. That is how these things go. Every age reshapes the material it inherits according to what it needs, and there is nothing to be done about it except to keep going back to the texts and noticing the difference. But the fact that the name detached itself again is worth something. For roughly 800 years, to say the word in English was to say fire and judgment. Now, at least in some contexts, it is possible to say it and mean a cold hall beneath the roots of a tree, presided over by someone who is not angry with anyone. The word travelled a very long way and picked up a great deal that did not belong to it. And then, slowly, some of it came off. There is something in all of this that the people who first told it seem to have found genuinely steadying. Not comforting in a simple way, but steadying, the way a cold, clear night can feel steadying after a long and complicated day. They did not look away from death, and the figure they imagined to receive the dead did not offer false reassurance or warm promises about what lay ahead. Perhaps that was the point. What she offered was the truth, which is that death comes for everyone, regardless of what they have accomplished or failed to accomplish, and that the realm on the other side of it is cold and still, and not unkind. There is a kind of relief in that, if you let yourself feel it. The relief of a world in which nobody is turned away, in which the vast ordinary lives of farmers and mothers, and old men who died quietly in their beds, are received with the same steadiness as anyone else, in which the one who governs that receiving does so without cruelty, without judgment, and without requiring you to have been anything other than what you were. She asked very little of the living, only that they understand, eventually, that her door would open for them, as it had opened for everyone who came before, and that the road, however long and cold and dark, led somewhere real. Let that settle around you now, however loosely, the way cold air settles at night, without urgency and without weight. Imagine again that you are lying somewhere in the north, on ground that is firm and still beneath you. The frost is just beginning to form in the short grass around you, and the air carries the faint, clean scent of pine from the trees at the edge of the hillside. Overhead, the sky is fully dark now, a darkness so deep and clear that the stars have come through it in their thousands, quiet and very far away and entirely unhurried. The wind that moves through the pines below is low and steady, a sound more like breath than like weather, continuous and easy to fall into. It has been making that sound for a long time, and it will go on making it after you have stopped listening. The ground beneath you has depth to it. You can feel that if you let yourself. The sense of something vast and layered underneath the frost and the soil and the dark roots of things, extending downward a very long way into cold and quiet. Somewhere at the bottom of all that depth there is a hall, very still, its walls high and its gates great. And within it there is warmth of a kind. Not the warmth of a fire exactly, but the warmth of presence. The accumulated presence of everyone who ever walked the long road through the dark valleys and crossed the bridge with its roof of gold above the river that sounds like the distant memory of clanging metal, and arrived and was received. They are all there now, the ones who went before you. The hall is full and quiet, and she is there among them, her expression composed, her authority absolute, her governance entirely without malice, exactly as it has always been. The stars overhead are very still. The wind in the pines is very low. The frost on the ground is the same frost that has settled on northern hillsides for as long as there have been people to lie down on them and look upward and wonder about what happens next. That wondering is old, and it is yours as well, and there is no need to do anything with it now. Let it rest beside you as the sky deepens and the cold becomes something almost soft, and the distance between you and sleep grows smaller and smaller. The night holds you, the way cold and honest and ancient things hold you, which is to say steadily and without asking anything in return. The cold is still. The stars are out, and somewhere far below the frost and the deep roots of the world, the hall is quiet and full, and she is there, and she has always been patient. Tonight, we are going to travel back into the ancient world of Greece, to follow the life of one of the most remarkable figures ever to appear in those old and enduring stories. Daedalus, the master craftsman, the great inventor, the man who gave his son a pair of wings and watched him fly toward the sun. Before we find our way into that, let us take a little time to arrive here properly, to settle into the place where you are and allow the weight of the day to grow distant and soft, the way the last light of evening grows distant and soft, over water when the sun finally goes down. You do not need to concentrate on anything in particular. You only need to be here in the quiet and let the sound of my voice carry you gradually toward rest. And if at some point tonight you find that sleep has come for you before the story has ended, then that is exactly the right thing to happen. The story will keep. Wherever it leaves you is precisely where you were meant to be left. Imagine that you are sitting on a hillside in the Aegean world at the very end of a long summer day, the kind of day that has been so warm and unhurried that it seems to have lasted longer than a day has any right to last. The stone beneath you has been drinking in the sunlight since morning and is giving that warmth back now, slowly and generously, in the way that only stone can. A deep solid heat that rises through your clothing and moves into your back and the backs of your legs. Something between warmth and weight, anchoring you pleasantly to the hillside. The rock is pale and slightly rough beneath your hands, scattered here and there with small tufts of dry grass and the low woody stems of wild thyme. When the faint evening breeze moves across the hillside and brushes over those plants, it releases their fragrance into the air around you, clean and herbal and faintly sharp, the kind of smell that seems to clear the mind of everything that was cluttering it, the way a window opened onto cool air clears a room. The light is changing now, becoming something richer and more golden as the sun descends toward the horizon. The shadows cast by the rocks have grown longer, stretching across the pale stone in directions that make the familiar hillside seem somehow transformed. There is a quality to this light that belongs to no other time of day, neither the bright clarity of afternoon nor the darkness of true night, but something between the two, something that makes distance itself seem uncertain. The islands sitting in the water far away seem simultaneously very close and very far, their outlines softened by the haze rising from the warm sea. Below you and some distance off, though you cannot see it from exactly where you are sitting, you can hear the sea. Not loudly, not insistently, but as a steady and unhurried sound at the bottom of everything else. A low rhythm of water, moving against rock and pulling back, moving in and pulling back, as regular and undemanding as breathing. The sky above you is doing what Aegean skies do at this hour, shifting through colors too gradual and numerous to name properly. A deep fading blue overhead, and along the western edge where the sun has just gone, something between amber and rose and pale gold, all of it reflected faintly in the air over the water below. The first stars are beginning to appear, one and then two, and then a few more scattered across the deepening blue, faint at first and then a little steadier and a little brighter, the way stars always seem to grow more confident as the sky darkens around them. There is a bird somewhere along the hillside below you, calling once and then going quiet, and then the sound of the sea again, and the time-scented breeze moving gently across the warm stone. This is a world that is very old and very patient, a world that has seen a great many things and holds them quietly. The olive groves on the slopes below, the pale paths between the rocks, the harbours and the islands, and the wide open water stretching all the way to other shores. And it is the world in which the story of Daedalus was born, and told and retold for generations, passed from one person to another in firelight and in darkness, carried across the sea on the same winds that carried the ships. It is a story about a man who could build almost anything, and about the one thing his building could not protect, about a boy who flew for a little while over the most beautiful sea in the world, and then was gone. Long before the story turns toward Crete and labyrinths and wax-sealed feathers, Daedalus was simply a young man in Athens, working with his hands in a city that smelled of olive wood and freshly cut limestone, built on a high, flat-topped rock above a plain that stretched all the way to the glittering edge of the sea. He came from one of the oldest and most distinguished families in Attica, descended, according to the tradition, from the ancient line of kings who were said to have sprung from the earth itself, from the very soil of the land they ruled, so that their connection to Athens was not merely political, but something more elemental. To be born into that lineage was to carry a certain weight, a certain expectation. Daedalus carried it in the way that those who are truly gifted sometimes carry the expectations placed upon them, not as a burden exactly, but as something he was quietly and perpetually moving beyond. Even as a boy, people who watched him said there was something unusual about the way he looked at things, the way his eyes settled on an object and seemed to pass through its surface into whatever lay beneath, into the arrangement of its parts and the logic of its making, as if the visible world were a kind of script he was in the constant habit of reading. A wooden cart in the road, a sandal mended with a strip of doubled leather, the join between two stones in a garden wall. These things held his attention in a way that they did not hold the attention of other children, because where others saw finished objects, Daedalus saw processes, decisions, the moments where one approach had been chosen over another. And he was always, even then, turning over in his mind whether the choice had been the right one. Athens in those ancient days was not yet the city of marble temples and wide public colonnades that later centuries would build upon the rock. It was rougher than that, more modest in its surfaces, though no less alive for being so. The Acropolis rose steeply above the lower city, its limestone flanks pale and warm in the afternoon light, and below it the streets wound between workshops and storerooms, and small houses with interior courtyards, where fig trees grew and chickens picked through the dust. The workshops on the lower slopes smelled of charcoal and hot bronze, and the particular dry sweetness of olive wood being shaped by a blade. They were full of men who worked with great skill and considered themselves, rightly, to be masters of their trades. Daedalus spent his earliest years moving through these places, watching the sculptors roughing out the first shapes of a figure with heavy iron chisels, watching the metalworkers coaxing bronze into forms both useful and beautiful, watching the carpenters fitting joints together with a precision that required years of practice to achieve. He absorbed it all with an attention so complete and so patient that the craftsman sometimes forgot he was there, which was perhaps how he preferred it, because a boy standing quietly in a corner attracts no questions and misses nothing. What he was doing, though it would have been difficult to name at the time, was building inside himself an understanding of how materials behaved, how they resisted and how they yielded, where they were strong and where they wanted to crack, what they could be persuaded to become when the right pressure was applied in the right direction. It was not knowledge anyone had taught him in a formal way. It was something closer to a conversation he was having with the physical world. And the world, it seemed, was answering him. By the time he was fully grown and working from his own workshop, his reputation had begun to travel beyond the city in the way that reputations of the genuinely extraordinary tend to do. Not through any effort on his own part, but simply because the things he made were so unlike anything that had been made before that the people who encountered them could not stop describing them to others. He was said to have carved statues of such uncanny quality that they seemed on the verge of motion, their eyes set with polished stone or painted in such a way that they appeared to follow you as you moved around them, their limbs positioned with a looseness and natural ease that earlier sculpture had never achieved, as if the stone itself had forgotten it was stone and was remembering instead what it was like to be alive. Ancient writers spoke of these figures as though they had to be anchored or tied down to prevent them from walking away. That was surely the kind of language that attaches itself to things which are simply better than anything people have seen before. But it tells you something about the impression he made, that the gap between his work and the work of others was wide enough to seem, to the people who encountered it, like something other than ordinary human achievement. It is worth pausing on what that claim actually meant, because there is a real art historical observation buried inside it. Early Greek statues stand a particular way. Feet together, or nearly together, arms held straight down and pressed against the sides of the body, eyes forward, the whole figure locked into a rigid frontal symmetry, as though the stone had never quite let go of the block it came from. They are beautiful, but they are unmistakably objects. At some point that changed. The arms came away from the body. One foot moved forward. The head turned slightly. The weight shifted onto one leg, so that the hips tilted and the shoulders answered the tilt. And suddenly the figure was not standing to attention, but simply standing, the way a person stands when they are thinking about something else. Ancient writers, looking back at that change, credited it to Daedalus. They said he was the one who opened the eyes and separated the legs and freed the arms. Which is why the statues in the stories seem about to walk. Not because anyone literally believed a marble figure would step off its base, but because the older kind of statue looked as if it never could, and his looked as if it might. The word that grew out of his name in Greek meant something like cunningly wrought, intricate, made with a skill that shows. It attached itself to objects for centuries afterward, long after anyone was thinking about the man. But the statues were not the whole of it. He made tools of a kind and cleverness that other craftsmen adopted immediately, because once you saw how they worked, there was no going back to the older way. He devised solutions to problems in construction and joinery that his contemporaries had accepted as simply insoluble, the kind of problems that a trade accumulates over generations. The awkward moments in a process where everyone shrugs and works around the difficulty because nobody has ever thought of a better way through it. Daedalus thought of better ways through things. It was perhaps the most consistent thing about him. More consistent even than his moods or his relationships or his loyalties. This deep, unhurried, almost compulsive orientation toward the problem in front of him, toward the question of how a thing could be done better, with more elegance, with less waste, with a result closer to whatever the material was secretly capable of becoming. He loved the work, with a love that was uncomplicated in ways that nothing else in his life was uncomplicated. When he was in the middle of it, hours passed without his noticing, and the world outside the workshop simply ceased to press upon him. It was his sister's child who changed everything, a boy sent to learn at the feet of the greatest craftsman in Athens, who turned out to have hands and a mind that learned almost faster than Daedalus could teach. The boy's name depends on which ancient source you follow. Apollodorus calls him Talos. Elsewhere he is Kalos, or Cercinus. And in Ovid, who tells the story most fully, the boy is not named at all, but his mother is, and her name is Perdix, and the name matters because of what happens at the end. He was young, perhaps 12 years old when he arrived, brought there by his mother, who trusted her brilliant brother completely to give her son the finest education Athens could offer. It was a reasonable thing to trust. To study under Daedalus was to be placed at the very center of the world's finest thinking about how things were made and why and how they might be made better still. The boy arrived carrying very little, a small bundle of belongings, a quiet manner, wide eyes that moved over everything in the workshop, with a hunger that Daedalus recognized immediately, because he had seen that same hunger in his own reflection as a young man. For a while, things went well enough, or at least they appeared to. Daedalus set him to small tasks first, as any teacher would, shaping wood, learning the grain, understanding how a tool moves differently depending on the angle at which you hold it and the pressure you put behind it. The boy absorbed all of it with an ease that was remarkable and a little unnerving. And then he began to go further on his own, in the hours between lessons, over problems that Daedalus had not assigned him, arriving at solutions that were genuinely new. Two of those solutions the old sources remembered. The first is the one everyone knows. Walking along the water one afternoon, or perhaps crouching in the shallows of one of the streams that ran down from the hills into the lower city, the boy observed the spine of a fish. The way the individual bones were set along the central column in a graduated series of notches, each one angled just so, each one capable of cutting through the resistance of water with almost no effort. He took that observation back to the workshop, and, working patiently with a thin piece of iron, he produced the first saw, a tool with a row of small notched teeth along one edge, each angled to cut on the forward stroke, mirroring the elegant logic of a fish's backbone. It cut through wood in a way that no existing tool could match, and anyone who saw it understood immediately that it was a remarkable thing, the kind of invention that makes you wonder how you ever managed without it. That changes, in some small but permanent way, the texture of ordinary life. The second invention gets mentioned less often, and I find it almost more impressive. He took two thin arms of iron and joined them at one end with a rivet, so that one arm could be held steady on a fixed point while the other swung around it at a constant distance. He had invented the compass, the pair of dividers, the instrument that lets you draw a perfect circle and, more importantly, lets you carry a measurement from one place to another without any possibility of drift. Every geometer and every builder and every draftsman who has worked since has used some descendant of that object. It is one of those inventions so fundamental that it has become invisible. And he thought of it, according to the story, before he was old enough to shave. Daedalus looked at the saw. He looked at the compass. He looked at the boy who had made them. And something happened inside him that had nothing to do with pride and nothing to do with the warmth a teacher is supposed to feel when a student surpasses expectations. What he felt instead was colder and quieter and harder to examine directly. The particular dread of a person who has built an entire life around being the most capable person in any room, who is standing now in a room that contains someone more capable still. Who understands, with the part of his mind that was always most honest, that this is only the beginning of what the boy might do? It was envy, plain and devastating. It sat in his chest like a stone. The old sources make no effort to excuse him for it, and neither should we. He was a great man who did a terrible thing, and the story holds both of those truths at once without resolving them into something more comfortable. What happened next is told with restraint, because what happened next does not require elaboration. Daedalus took the boy to the high edge of the Acropolis, whether under some pretense or simply in a moment whose logic was not logic at all, but the momentum of a feeling he had stopped trying to govern. And he threw him from the edge. The boy fell. And here the story turns, because the goddess Athena was watching, as she often watched over those whose gift was ingenuity and craft. the mortals whose minds worked in ways that interested her. She caught him before he reached the ground and transformed him into a partridge, the bird the Greeks called perdix, which was his mother's name, so that the family carried on in the world under a new shape. The partridge spread its wings and flew away along the hillside, close to the ground, the way partridges fly, never rising very high. Ovid makes a point of this, and it is the detail that has always stayed with me. The bird does not build its nest in trees or on high branches. It stays low. It flutters along the ground and roosts in hedges, because, he says, it remembers the falling. Somewhere in the deep instincts of the creature, there is a permanent caution about height and open air. I do not know a more economical way to describe what trauma does to a living thing. Daedalus was found out. In Athens, as in any city, there were people who had seen what they had seen. A trial followed before the Areopagus, the high court convening to hear the matter and determine what a man owed to the law when the law had been so plainly broken. He was convicted, and the conviction meant exile, removal from the city and everything in it. From the workshop and the tools and the low golden morning light he had known all his life, from the streets that smelled of olive wood and the limestone dust that settled on everything in the hot months and glittered faintly in the afternoon. He gathered what he could carry and left. And the city went on without him, as cities do, indifferent in the way that only a place can be indifferent, because a place does not need you the way you need it. He sailed south with the wind behind him, and everything he had once called home growing smaller behind him on the water, until Athens was only a smudge of pale rock on the horizon, and then nothing at all. The boat was a small one, crewed by men who asked him nothing and seemed to prefer it that way. He sat near the stern with his hands resting open on his knees, watching the Attic coastline dissolve into the grey-blue distance the way a dream dissolves when you are almost awake, but not quite there yet. The sea around him was the deep particular blue that the Aegean holds in the hours after morning and before midday. Not the bright theatrical blue of paintings, but something quieter and more serious. A colour that seems to have weight to it, that seems to press gently down on everything it touches. There was salt in the air, and the smell of pine tar from the hull, and the sound of the water moving beneath the boards was a low continuous murmur, steady as breathing. He was not, it should be said, the kind of man who falls apart. Exile was a sentence of enormous severity in the ancient world. To be cut off from the city of your birth, from the temples where you had made your offerings, from the streets where people knew your name and your face and the quality of your work, was to lose something very close to the whole of yourself, or at least the self that other people could see and recognize. And yet Daedalus sat in that boat moving south through the Aegean and did not weep and did not rail against the sky, because the thing inside him that was most essentially himself, the thing that looked at every problem as a series of component parts, each one approachable and each one solvable if you were patient and methodical and honest with yourself about what the materials would and would not allow, that thing was still entirely intact. It was already working. He was already thinking. He was already, in some quiet corner of his mind, beginning to consider what came next, because that was the only way he knew how to move through the world, forward, and always toward the next thing that needed to be made or understood or solved. Crete rose out of the sea slowly, the way large things do, first as a low darkening on the southern horizon that you might mistake for a cloud, then gradually as something more definite, a long ridge of pale limestone mountains lifting themselves above the water, their flanks dropping steeply toward the coast and the narrow harbours below. Even from the sea you could see that it was a different kind of place from Athens, larger in some fundamental way, more settled into its own power, richer in the particular way that a kingdom is rich when it has been wealthy for long enough that the wealth has become invisible, absorbed into the stone and the harbour walls, and the ease with which the people standing on the docks move through their days. Crete in those years was the greatest power in the Aegean world. Its ships moved across every route that mattered. Its king collected tribute from islands and coastal cities across a wide reach of sea. The palace was at Knossos, a short distance inland from the northern coast, built on a low hill above a river valley, where the land was green and well watered, and the smell of cypress came down on the afternoon wind. It had grown over many generations into something of extraordinary complexity. Not the complexity of confusion, but the complexity of a living thing that has added to itself organically over time. One court opening into another, storerooms stacked with great clay jars of oil and grain and wine, workshops and shrines and painted halls and staircases that turned and turned again through the interior like thoughts following thoughts. The walls of the upper rooms were covered in frescoes of a quality that would have stopped any craftsman in his tracks. Blue monkeys moving through painted gardens, young men leaping over the backs of enormous bulls, processions of figures carrying offerings through a world rendered in colours so clean and sure that you could feel the confidence of the hand that had placed each line. It was a place built by people who understood beauty, not as an ornament applied to the surface of things, but as something structural, something load-bearing, something without which the whole edifice would be less sound. King Minos ruled it, son of Zeus and the Phoenician princess Europa, according to the tradition. A man who had inherited both the divine authority of his father's line and the practical shrewdness of a dynasty that had maintained its dominance through generations of careful statecraft. He was not a simple man, and the old stories do not present him as one. He was a king who understood the value of things and of people, who knew that power expressed itself most completely not through brute force alone, but through the accumulation of extraordinary capabilities, and who recognized, the moment Daedalus was brought before him, that the exiled craftsman of Athens represented something he had not previously had access to, and very much wanted. Daedalus had been announced with the kind of quiet, factual description that requires no embellishment. The greatest maker in the Greek world, convicted of a crime, looking for a place to work. Minos would have received this with the particular stillness of a man accustomed to receiving information and taking his time with it, turning it over and considering its implications from several directions before committing to a response. The lamplit hall was warm with the smell of burning olive oil and cedar wood, and the evening air coming through the high openings carried the faint sweetness of the gardens below. He looked at the man standing before him, still carrying the smell of the sea, and decided at once that Daedalus would stay. Life at the court of Minos was not an unhappy one. There was fine food and wine. There was a spacious workshop stocked with every material he could desire. There was the warm Cretan light pouring through the high windows and lighting up the wood shavings on the floor like scattered gold. Minos had given him quarters close to the craftsman's wing on the western side of the palace, where the stone stayed cool even in the height of summer, and the smell of cedar and pitch and freshly worked bronze drifted pleasantly through every open doorway. There were assistants at his disposal, young men who carried materials and maintained the fire of the small furnace, and who learned, over time, to hand him tools without being asked, because they had watched him long enough to know what he would need next. He was treated, in practical terms, as something between a court official and a kind of living treasure. Minos made no secret of the pride he took in having secured the greatest craftsman in the Aegean for the exclusive service of Crete. The projects came steadily and in considerable variety. There were mechanical toys made for the royal children, intricate enough to astonish adults as much as the children themselves. Small bronze figures that walked or turned their heads or opened their hands when a hidden mechanism was triggered. The kind of thing that made people set them down and pick them up again and turn them over in their fingers, searching for the seam between the possible and the impossible. There were engineering commissions, improvements to the harbour fortifications, a system of underground channels for managing the palace's water during the dry months of late summer, modifications to the granary structures that allowed them to hold significantly more grain with no increase in the space they occupied. He built a dancing floor, according to one strand of the tradition, intended for the Princess Ariadne, a wide and beautiful expanse of smooth stone inlaid with a pattern of curving lines said to echo the movements of the dance performed there. I mention that one because it is easy to miss, and because Ariadne is going to matter a great deal later, and because it is worth knowing that she and Daedalus had some history before the night she came to ask him for something. He was, in any case, busy and useful and well regarded. If there were evenings when he sat alone on the stone bench outside his workshop and looked south toward the sea and thought about the nephew whose name he could still not say aloud without feeling something cold move through him, those evenings were his own, and he kept them quietly. It was into this settled and productive life that the trouble with Poseidon arrived. It arrived, as trouble often does in these old stories, at some distance from the person it would eventually most affect, and some time before Daedalus had even come to Crete. Minos had been locked in a dispute with his brothers over which of them had the right to rule the island, and he had called upon Poseidon to send a sign from the sea confirming his claim. Poseidon sent one. A white bull of extraordinary size and beauty rose from the waves and walked up onto the shore, so white that it seemed to carry its own light, so finely made that it seemed less like an animal that had emerged from the ocean and more like an idea of what a bull should be, made briefly and perfectly real. The understanding, as Minos had always known it, was that the animal would be sacrificed in Poseidon's honor, returned to the god who had sent it, the exchange completed. But the bull was too beautiful, and Minos was the kind of man who found it very difficult to give back something that beautiful. So he kept it among his own herds and sacrificed a lesser animal in its place, hoping, perhaps, that Poseidon would not notice or would not care. Poseidon noticed and cared considerably. The form of his anger, in the telling that has come down to us most completely, was a curse laid not on Minos himself, but on his wife. Her name was Pasiphae, and she was a daughter of the sun god Helios, and a woman of her own considerable power. And the curse was an affliction of longing, an obsessive and consuming attachment to the white bull itself, which she could not reason her way out of or outlast by waiting, and which she had not chosen and could not undo. I want to note something about the shape of that punishment before we go on, because I think it is worth noticing, and the tradition tends to pass over it. Minos committed the offence. Pasiphae suffered the consequence, and the consequence was designed to humiliate Minos through her, which means she was, in the architecture of the myth, an instrument rather than a person. The ancient sources do not comment on this, but they do give her one thing, which is dignity. When she came to Daedalus, she came directly, and she told him plainly what she needed, and every account describes her as free of the shame that might have silenced someone with less presence of mind. She came to him because there was no one else to come to. He was the only person in Crete, perhaps in the world, whose ingenuity was equal to a problem this strange. Daedalus listened in the way he always listened to a commission, which was quietly and with his full attention. When she had finished, he asked a small number of practical questions and then said very little beyond what she needed to hear. He built her a wooden frame in the shape of a cow, crafted with the same exacting care he brought to everything, the proportions correct, the joinery invisible, the surface covered in a real hide, fitted so smoothly that at a distance, in the open meadow where the white bull grazed, the deception held. It was hollow inside, large enough for a person, and he built it on a low wooden frame, fitted with wheels, so that it could be moved without difficulty across the grass. The hide he obtained and worked himself, stretching it over the frame with the patience of a man who understood that a thing either holds up to close examination or it does not, and who was constitutionally incapable of producing something that did not. When it was finished, he rolled it out himself to test it in the light, walking around it slowly from every angle, crouching to look at it from a low perspective, the way an animal might. And when he was satisfied, he sent word that it was ready. I have thought about this episode more than any other in the Daedalus story because of what it says about him. He did not question the commission. He did not raise a moral objection or attempt to talk her out of it or refuse. What he did was ask practical questions and then solve the problem, beautifully and completely, because the problem was interesting and because solving problems was what he was for. That is the pattern. It will hold for the labyrinth. It will hold, eventually, for the wings. He is a man who cannot leave a problem alone, and the story keeps asking what that costs. What happened in the meadow is told in the old sources without embellishment, and there is no need to dwell on it here beyond the fact that it happened, and that its consequence was the birth of a child unlike any child born before or since. A figure with a human body and the head of a bull. The tradition calls him the Minotaur, which means the bull of Minos, as though the story were insisting that the king could not entirely separate himself from what his choices had made possible. But he had a name of his own, and it is not often mentioned, and I think it should be. He was called Asterion, or Asterius, depending on the source. It means starry or star-like, and it was also the name of the Cretan king who had raised Minos as his own son. So the creature in the labyrinth carried a family name, and a name that means starry, and almost nobody remembers it. He lived, and Minos stood in the pen looking at him for a long time. And then he went to find Daedalus. What Minos wanted was something that had never existed before. Not a dungeon, not a pen, not a walled enclosure, but a place so elaborately confused within itself that the thing inside it would wander forever and never find the edge. He explained this in the throne room at Knossos, speaking without great ceremony, in the measured, quiet tone of a man asking for something he knows is unusual and relying on the intelligence of the person listening to make it less so. The creature could not simply be killed. Minos would not kill him, whether from some complicated feeling of shame or from the particular superstition of a powerful man who believed that a thing born under his roof, carrying the mark of a god's displeasure, was not quite his to dispose of, or from some mingling of both feelings that even he could not have separated and named clearly if pressed. What he wanted was a structure that could absorb the creature the way a great depth of still water absorbs a stone thrown into it, leaving the surface undisturbed, the thing itself unreachable, contained not by bars or chains, but by the space itself, by the architecture functioning as a kind of permanent confusion, a built forgetting. Daedalus listened without interrupting, which was his habit when a problem was engaging him genuinely. And what moved through him as the king spoke was not reluctance or any particular moral hesitation, but something another craftsman would have recognized immediately. The specific alertness that a genuinely new problem produces in a mind well suited to solving problems. The sensation of attention sharpening and settling the way a blade settles against a whetstone and finds the angle it has been looking for. He had built things of great beauty and great utility, things designed to open and things designed to close. But nobody had ever asked him to design a space whose entire purpose was to defeat the mind that moved through it. That inversion caught at him. Ingenuity turned against itself. Cleverness used to construct a trap for cleverness. He told Minos he would need time. And Minos, who had learned by now that this man's slowness was the slowness of precision rather than indolence, told him to take what he needed. He began the way he always began, which was to sit still for some days and think without touching any material at all. He asked for a large flat work table, and for sheets of smoothed white plaster, and for fine charcoal sticks. And for several days he filled those sheets with drawings unlike any architectural drawing he had made before. Corridors that turned back on themselves without warning. Chambers opening into passages leading only to more chambers. Parallel corridors running close enough together that a person in one might hear sounds from the other, while remaining entirely unable to reach it. A disorientation of proximity that he found particularly satisfying when he sketched it out and traced his own imagined path through it with one finger. The ancient descriptions have led people across many centuries to argue about what the thing actually resembled. There are two possibilities, and they are genuinely different. One is something like what we would now call a maze, branching paths, junctions, choices at every turn, dead ends, the possibility of taking a wrong route. The other is a single continuous winding corridor with no branches at all, folding back on itself so many times and at such irregular intervals that a person moving through it never arrives at a choice, but simply loses all sense of direction, regardless of how carefully they try to hold it. The second is closer to what the Greeks appear to have meant by the word, and it is the form that turns up in the ancient images. There is no decision to make. There is only the walking and the slow erasure of any idea where you are. What Daedalus seems to have understood, in the way a craftsman understands a thing rather than a philosopher, was that the most disorienting structure would be one that gave you the sensation of moving forward while actually carrying you through large and imperceptible curves, so that your own instinct for direction, your sense of where the entrance was relative to your current position, became the very thing being used against you, turned by the architecture from an asset into a liability. He drew and redrew, discarding sheets and starting again when a section of corridor felt, even in plan, too easy to hold in the mind. Construction began in the high Cretan summer, with stone cut from the pale limestone hills inland from the palace and brought down on wooden rollers through the dry heat of the afternoon. The Cretan summer does not offer much in the way of mercy. By midday, the sun sits directly overhead, and the air does not move, and the cut stone becomes too hot to touch with bare hands. So the work proceeded in two parts of the day. In the cooler morning hours, when the light came in low and revealed the surface texture of the blocks with great clarity, and again in the late afternoon, when the heat had begun to ease and the long horizontal light returned, and the shadows of the rising walls stretched out across the rubble of the site in long, clean lines. Daedalus was present every day, not standing apart in the manner of an overseer, but moving through the work itself, checking joints and angles and the width of passages with his hands and his eyes, walking every completed section himself before permitting the workers to move on to the next. He was paying attention not to whether the architecture was beautiful, though it was, in the severe way that things built for a single purpose, well understood, tend to be beautiful. He was paying attention to whether it produced, in a person walking through it, the particular quality of confusion he had designed it to produce. He made adjustments as he went, sometimes small ones, a corridor widened by the width of a hand, a turn made less regular in its angle, sometimes larger ones that required sections already completed to be dismantled and rebuilt, which he accepted without visible frustration because he had always understood that the plan of a thing and the built thing are never identical, and that the difference between them is where most of the real work happens. The workers grew accustomed to walking the finished corridors with him in the long evenings, watching the craftsman move slowly with one hand on the wall and an inward expression on his face, the expression of a man listening carefully to something only he could hear. When the last stone was set and the last corridor sealed, Daedalus himself walked into the labyrinth, turned 3 corners, and realized with a quiet satisfaction that even he needed to concentrate carefully to find his way back out. There is a question underneath all of this that I want to spend a moment on, because it is genuinely interesting and because it connects the story to something you can still visit. Where did the idea of the labyrinth come from? In the early years of the 20th century, a British archaeologist named Arthur Evans excavated a site at Knossos on Crete and uncovered an enormous Bronze Age palace complex, something like 1,000 interconnecting rooms, corridors that turned and turned again, staircases descending several stories, storerooms and light wells and chambers opening off other chambers with no obvious governing plan, because the place had grown by accretion over centuries rather than being designed all at once. Anyone walking into it without a guide would have found it genuinely difficult to navigate. Evans also found, everywhere, images of a double-headed axe, carved into pillars, painted on walls, present as votive objects, and the word for that axe in a related ancient language was something close to Labyrinth. He proposed that labyrinth meant, originally, the house of the double axe, which is to say the palace itself. That etymology is not accepted by everyone now. The word is probably older than Greek, and its true origin is genuinely uncertain. But the broader observation has held up rather well, which is that a real building of extraordinary complexity stood at Knossos, that it was full of bull imagery, including frescoes of young people leaping over the backs of bulls, and that the memory of it survived long after the civilization that built it had collapsed. So it is entirely possible that the labyrinth was not invented at all, that it is a memory of a real place, distorted across centuries of retelling, in which a genuinely confusing palace full of bulls became a maze built to hold a monster that was half a bull. I find that a satisfying thought, and I do not think it takes anything away from the story. If anything, it makes the story feel more solid. There was a building. People got lost in it. Something about it frightened the people who told stories about it afterward, and the fear outlived every other thing about the place. Every 9 years, a ship with black sails would leave Athens carrying 14 young people who would never come back. Some versions say every year rather than every 9, and it is worth knowing that the ancient sources disagreed among themselves. But the shape of it does not change. 7 young men, 7 young women, chosen by lot, handed over to the Cretan ships. The arrangement had come about through war, as these arrangements tend to do. Athens had found itself on the losing side of a conflict with Crete, and had been made to pay for it in the most terrible currency imaginable. Minos had named his terms with the calm certainty of a king who knew he held every advantage. And Athens had accepted them, because the alternative was worse. Because people will endure almost anything if the suffering can be distributed thinly enough across the years and given the soft name of tribute. The young people were taken south across the water to the great palace and to the labyrinth within it, and to whatever waited in the dark passages at the center of that labyrinth. Nobody who entered had ever found their way out again. The creature did not need to hunt particularly hard. He only needed to wait, because the design of the place did all the work for him. Daedalus had designed it exceedingly well. This had gone on for some years, and the grief of Athens had settled into something dense and habitual. The way grief does when it repeats itself often enough that people begin to build their lives carefully around it, leaving space for it at regular intervals, the way you might leave space for a season. And then Theseus arrived into the story. Which is to say that Theseus decided he was done tolerating the space that had been left for grief. He was the son of Aegeus, the king of Athens, though his origins were complicated in the way that heroes' origins in those old stories almost always are, with divine ancestry suggested and mortal parentage tangled around it. What matters here is that he was young and physically remarkable, and possessed of the particular kind of courage that does not spend much time calculating the odds. When the lots were drawn for the next tribute, he stepped forward and said that he would go willingly, and that he intended to kill the Minotaur and come home again. His father was anguished by this, in the way that fathers in these stories always are, aware that the plan was either heroic or fatal, and unable to fully tell the difference. And they agreed, before the ship departed, on a signal. The ship sailed under black sails, as it always did, because a ship carrying 14 young people to their deaths flies black. But Aegeus gave the crew a set of white sails to carry with them, and he made his son promise that if he survived, if the ship was coming home with Theseus alive aboard it, they would raise the white sails in place of the black, so that Aegeus, watching from the shore, would know before the ship even docked. Remember that. It is going to matter. The ship went south. The young people arrived at Knossos. Minos received them in the great hall of the palace, and among the people watching from the galleries above that hall was Ariadne, his daughter, the child of Minos and Pasiphae, a young woman who had grown up inside a story so strange and so layered with shame and sorrow that she had developed a somewhat clear-eyed view of the world, because when the circumstances of your life are as unusual as hers had been, you learn early to see things as they are, rather than as they are supposed to be. She was also, and this is rarely said out loud, the Minotaur's half-sister. They had the same mother. Whatever she felt about the arrangement in the labyrinth, she had a personal stake in it that nobody else in the palace shared. She saw Theseus, and the old stories say simply that she loved him at once. That is the way those stories handle the thing that actually happened, which was something more complicated and more interesting. She saw him, and she understood immediately that he was going to die in the labyrinth unless someone helped him, and she decided that she did not want that to happen. The combination of those two recognitions is what the ancient world called love. Perhaps they were not entirely wrong. She went to Daedalus. She went to him because she was intelligent enough to understand that the labyrinth's design lived entirely inside one person's mind. That only Daedalus, who had walked those corridors himself before the last stone was set, truly knew what it was and how it worked, and more importantly, what its weakness might be. She came to his quarters late in the evening and told him what she needed and asked him plainly to help her. Daedalus listened. He was not a man who made quick decisions about anything, but this one did not take long, and it is worth pausing to consider why. He had built the labyrinth because Minos had commanded it, and because the problem of designing a space that could contain a thing like the Minotaur was genuinely interesting to him in the way that any unsolved structural problem was genuinely interesting to him. He had solved it beautifully and completely, and the solving of it had given him the particular satisfaction that good work always gave him. But the labyrinth was not only a brilliant piece of design, it was also a place where people died in the dark. Young people sent from Athens every 9 years who had not chosen to be there and who were given no tool with which to help themselves, no knowledge, no thread to follow back to the light. It is possible that Daedalus had not thought about this very carefully while he was building the thing. It is possible that once it was built and the corridors were sealed and the stone was cold, he had thought about it more than he intended to. The story does not say. But when Ariadne came and asked for a way to undo, for one person, the hopelessness that he had so carefully engineered, he gave it to her. He gave her a ball of thread. The solution was so simple that it could fit in one hand, and that simplicity was itself a kind of genius. Not the elaborate genius of the labyrinth's construction, but the quieter genius of understanding that the labyrinth's power lay entirely in disorientation. That if you could preserve a single continuous line from entrance to center and back again, the whole elaborate confusion of it became irrelevant. Tie the thread at the entrance, he told her. Carry the ball as you walk and let it unravel behind you. When the thing in the center is dead, follow the thread back to the door. I want to sit with that for a moment, because I think it is the most interesting single object in the whole story. Daedalus spent months building a structure whose entire purpose was to make the human sense of direction useless. and he defeated it with a piece of string. That is not a failure of his design. The labyrinth worked exactly as intended against every person who went in without one. What the thread does is sidestep the problem rather than solve it. It does not help you understand the maze. It does not give you a map or a method or any insight into the architecture at all. It simply gives you a way back that does not depend on understanding anything, which is, when you think about it, the same principle as the compass his nephew invented. A way of carrying a fixed relationship with you so that you do not have to trust your own judgment about distance. I do not know whether the ancient tellers noticed that, but it is there. Ariadne brought the thread to Theseus that same night and explained what he was to do with it, and she told him that she was asking only one thing in return, that he take her with him when he left Crete, because she understood that once Minos discovered what she had done, there would be no remaining here for her. Theseus agreed, and she believed him, and that belief was its own kind of thread she was choosing to follow. He went into the labyrinth the following morning, with the ball tied securely at the entrance behind him. He walked into the dark of those winding corridors, letting the thread run out through his fingers as he went, feeling it go slack and then taut as the passage turned, keeping the line connected to the world outside. The labyrinth was everything Daedalus had intended it to be. The passages curved and doubled back in ways that made direction meaningless. Chambers opened into other chambers without any logic a person moving through them could hold on to. The darkness was the kind of darkness that makes even a clear mind begin to doubt itself. But the thread did not doubt. The thread simply ran from his hand back to the entrance, indifferent to confusion. And that was enough. He found the Minotaur in the deep interior. He killed him, and the old sources differ on exactly how, and that is a detail the story has always been somewhat vague about, as though the killing itself mattered less than everything surrounding it. And then he followed the thread back, corridor by corridor, turn by turn, until the passage lightened and the entrance appeared ahead of him. Ariadne was waiting, and together they walked out and did not look back. They left Crete that night with the other young Athenians, moving quickly and quietly down to the harbour before any alarm could be raised. They sailed north into the open water, and the island grew small behind them on the dark sea. And on the morning after, the thread lay unspooled across the labyrinth floor, leading from the entrance all the way to the place where the Minotaur had fallen, and then back again. The labyrinth stood empty for the first time. I need to tell you what happened to those two, because the Daedalus story usually drops them at this point and sails on, and what happened to them is one of the strangest and saddest parts of the whole tradition. They did not go to Athens together. The ship stopped at the island of Naxos on the way north, and Theseus left her there. The sources cannot agree on why, and their disagreement is itself revealing. Some say he simply abandoned her, deliberately, and the word they use is not gentle. Some say he sailed without realizing she was still ashore. Some say the god Dionysus appeared and claimed her, and Theseus had no choice in the matter. Some say a storm separated the ships. What every version agrees on is the image: Ariadne waking on a beach at dawn and looking out at an empty horizon. She had given up her home, her father, her position, and her half-brother's life. She had handed over the one piece of knowledge that made her family's power absolute, and she had done it for a man she had known for approximately 2 days. And she woke up alone on an island. There is a version of the ending that is genuinely good, and I would rather leave you with it than with the beach. Dionysus found her there, the god of wine and ecstatic release and things that grow, and he took her as his wife, and in most tellings she was made immortal. The crown he gave her was set among the stars. It is up there now, a small neat circle of stars that the Greeks called the Corona Borealis, the northern crown, and you can find it on a clear summer night between the herdsman and the kneeling figure. So the woman who solved the labyrinth is in the sky, which is more than can be said for most of the people in this story. And Theseus sailed home. He sailed home to Athens with the black sails still up. Nobody knows why. The sources offer the explanations that sources offer when they do not know. That he forgot, that grief over Naxos drove it out of his mind, that the gods made him forget as a punishment for what he had done to her. Aegeus had been standing on the headland for days, watching. He saw the black, and he understood, in the way that a person understands a thing before they have finished seeing it, that his son was dead, and he threw himself from the rock into the water below. The sea took him, and it has carried his name ever since. That is why it is called the Aegean. I want to put that beside something, because the two things are going to rhyme in a way that I do not think is accidental. A father stands watching a horizon. A signal is misread, or a warning is disregarded, and a body goes into the water, and the water is named after the person who was lost. That happens twice in this story, once here, with Aegeus, and once more very shortly, with a boy and a pair of wings. The ancient world seems to have understood something about the sea that we have partly forgotten, that it is the place where the consequences arrive, that the water keeps the names. Minos found out, as powerful men in those stories always do. There were enough people who had watched Ariadne walking toward the craftsman's quarters that night to make a secret impossible to keep. A palace is never as private as it appears from the outside. There are always servants moving through corridors with lamps and guards stationed at corners who see more than they are ever asked about, and the daughter of a king crossing torchlit hallways after dark is not something that passes unnoticed. By the morning after, before the empty harbour could even finish astonishing the sentries posted there, it had become clear exactly how the labyrinth had been undone, by whose understanding of its interior, and whose small practical gift of thread. His fury was the particular fury of a man who had placed absolute trust in someone and found the trust used against him at the moment it mattered most. The labyrinth had been his answer to an impossible problem, a work of genius commissioned from a genius, a solution built to last, and it had been made useless not by force or by the strength of Theseus's arm, but by knowledge that Daedalus had given away as easily as a man gives away a thing he was never quite comfortable keeping. That was perhaps what enraged him most, the casualness of it, the way a secret folded inside the most elaborate structure in the known world had been handed out in a corridor because a young woman had thought to ask. There are accounts that say Minos considered having Daedalus executed, and it is not difficult to believe that the thought crossed his mind during those first hours of cold white rage. But he did not do it, whether because he recognized that no other craftsman alive could replace what Daedalus brought to his court, or whether some warier feeling held him back. The result was the same. Daedalus would not die. He would simply lose the thing that, for a man of his particular nature, was almost worse than death. His freedom of movement, his access to materials and space, and the open world that fed his thinking. The sources give this to us in two forms, and I want to give you both. Apollodorus says he was shut up in the labyrinth itself, along with his son, which has an obvious and terrible symmetry to it. The maker sealed inside his own greatest work. Ovid, who tells the flight most beautifully, does something quieter, and in some ways more interesting. In his version there is no cell at all. Minos simply refuses to let Daedalus leave the island. He controls the harbours and the ships and the sea, and Daedalus is free to walk wherever he likes on Crete and can go nowhere. Later tradition put him in a tower with a single narrow window, and that is the image most people carry. All three versions produce the same essential situation, which is a man of extraordinary capability, with every ordinary route closed to him. And I do not think it matters enormously which one you hold in your mind tonight. His son Icarus was with him. The boy's mother, according to Apollodorus, was a woman named Naucrate, who was a slave in the household of Minos. Which means Icarus was born on Crete and had never seen Athens, and that the island his father was imprisoned on was the only home he had ever had. That detail changes the flight when you get to it. The father is escaping, the boy is leaving. He was young. The sources do not agree on precisely how young, but the word that follows Icarus through every version of this story suggests someone not yet at the far edge of childhood. Someone still in the years when the world seems endlessly interesting and the limits of things have not yet made themselves fully felt. He had his father's quality of attention, the way of watching how things worked, the willingness to sit with a question for longer than other children his age would bother to, and he turned that attention outward through whatever window or doorway was available to him, as if everything he needed to understand about the world was passing by just beyond the stone. The light changed through the day in the way that light does, pale and cool and angled in the early morning, brightening toward midday into a warm column that moved slowly across the floor and up the wall, then reddening and softening in the long Cretan afternoon until it faded and left them in a dusk that smelled of salt and warm stone. The wind came off the sea in the evenings and moved against the outside of the walls with a low, continuous sound. Not quite a moan and not quite a whistle, but something in between that became, after enough days, as familiar and constant as breathing. Daedalus listened to it and thought, in the way that he always thought, about the mechanics of it, how the wind moved, what it carried, how the birds outside used it without effort, tilting a single feather to ride a current that would have required tremendous labor to fight against. He watched the birds the way Icarus watched them, but differently. Icarus watched them the way you watch something beautiful, because you cannot help it. Daedalus watched them the way a craftsman watches a solved problem, trying to understand the solution well enough to apply it somewhere new. The grief of that confinement was not the grief of darkness or deprivation. There was light and there was air, and Minos had not been cruel in the manner of a man who wanted them to suffer physically. The grief was quieter than that and harder to name, because it lived entirely in the gap between the window and the world beyond it, because every bird that crossed that gap did so with an effortlessness that felt, after a while, almost like a reproach. And Daedalus looked at his son, at the young face turned toward the opening, at the hands resting on the ledge and the eyes tracking a gull across the open water, and he felt the particular weight of knowing that whatever he had done or failed to do, it was Icarus who was here with him. Icarus, who had done nothing at all. The sea Minos controls, Daedalus thought one night. The land he controls. Every harbour and every road on this island belongs to him. And then he lay on his back in the dark and looked up at the ceiling and thought, slowly and very carefully, about the sky. It was not a sudden thought, not the kind that arrives with a sense of urgency and sets a man upright in his bed. It was the quiet kind, the kind that has been turning somewhere deep and unexamined for a long time, and finally surfaces on a still night when there is nothing else to occupy the mind, and the boy is asleep in the corner, and the sea wind is moving softly against the outside of the walls. He lay there for a long while without moving, while the thought continued to unfold at its own pace. What he felt was not quite excitement, and not quite relief, but something between them, the very particular feeling of a problem that has just revealed, after a long concealment, the small seam along which it might be opened. He knew the thickness of the walls, and the height of the ledge, and the distance to the water below, and the distance across the water to the nearest shore that was not Cretan. None of those measurements had ever offered him anything useful, and he had stopped reaching for them the way a man stops reaching for a door he already knows is locked. But he had not, until that night, really thought about the sky. Minos had sealed everything below it with the absolute thoroughness of a king who understood that Daedalus was worth keeping. He had not sealed the sky, because until that particular night it had not occurred to anyone, perhaps not even to Daedalus himself, that the sky required sealing. He began to watch the birds the way he had once watched craftsmen more skilled than himself when he was young and still capable of that kind of learning. There were birds that nested in the crevices of the walls, small plain ones that came and went without ceremony, slipping through the gaps in the stone with a confidence that he found himself studying with great attention. He noticed the way they angled their bodies to catch the updraft that rose along the outer face each afternoon when the stone had been warming in the sun for several hours. He noticed how they spread their wings without apparent effort and allowed the moving air to do most of the work, riding it upward in slow tilting circles before folding themselves back into the wall. He had known, all his life, what birds did when they flew. In the same casual way that anyone knows a thing, they have always seen and never been required to explain. But knowing in that casual way, and knowing in the way he now needed to know, were entirely different things. So he began again from the beginning, watching each bird as if he had never seen one before, which in the most important sense he had not. Icarus watched him, watching the birds, and asked him why. Daedalus said only that he was thinking, which was true enough, and the boy seemed to accept this, and after a while he joined his father at the window and watched the birds too, though with the uncomplicated pleasure of a young person who still found the world sufficient as it was and did not yet need it to become anything else. The feathers began to accumulate slowly. A bird that came regularly to a particular ledge could be encouraged over several days to come closer, and then closer still, and eventually to eat from a cupped hand. And a bird eating from a cupped hand would leave behind, when it startled and flew off, 1 or 2 feathers caught between the fingers, which Daedalus would smooth carefully and set aside. He gathered what fell naturally onto the ledge after the wind, what drifted in on still mornings when the air moved in lazy currents. He was patient about it in the way he was patient about everything that mattered, which is to say completely and without any visible sign of impatience at all. He hid them beneath a loose stone in the corner of the floor, pressing them flat so they lay in a smooth, orderly stack, sorted without any particular system at first, and then, as the pile grew, sorted by size and by the stiffness of the central shaft, the way he would have sorted any material in any workshop. And he began to think very carefully about the structure of a wing, not in terms of any divine or mythological quality, but in the plain terms he would have applied to any engineering problem. How weight was distributed, where the load-bearing elements sat, how the curve of the surface redirected moving air into something that could sustain a body against the downward pull of the earth. The primary feathers, he understood, were the ones doing the essential work, stiff and broad and set at the outermost edge where the air moved fastest. The smaller feathers, closer to the body, served a different purpose. They smoothed the surface. They filled the gaps. They gave the wing its continuous shape so that the air could not find a way through it. He lay awake turning these things over with the same quality of attention he had once given to marble and to bronze and to olive wood, materials that had yielded to him because he had understood them well enough to ask them the right questions. The air, he was coming to understand, was simply another material. It had its own properties and its own resistances and its own willingness to cooperate with a well-considered design. And after several weeks, hidden beneath that stone, there was a pile of feathers large enough to make him believe for the first time that the thing he was imagining might actually be possible. He worked the way he had always worked, slowly, with complete attention, pausing before each step to consider whether what he was about to do was the right thing or whether some better approach existed that he had not yet thought of. The feathers were sorted first, laid out across the floor in long rows organized by size, the smallest ones near the far wall and the largest ones closest to the window where the light came in clearest in the early part of the day. A bird's wing, as he understood it from all those weeks of watching, was not a single flat surface, but a graduated structure. narrow and tapered at the tip, where the feathers were fine and slender and close together, then gradually broadening and deepening toward the body, where the larger flight feathers fanned out wide and overlapped one another in a sequence so precise and so elegantly purposeful that it was difficult to look at a bird's spread wing without feeling that something very intelligent had designed it. He spent several days doing nothing but studying the arrangement before he touched a single feather. Sitting cross-legged on the floor and looking at his rows of gathered material the way he had once looked at a block of unworked marble, not seeing what it was yet, but seeing what it could become if approached with enough patience and enough honest understanding of its nature. Icarus sat beside him during much of this, watching his father's face more than he watched the feathers, trying to read in that familiar expression the shape of what was being imagined. He was old enough to understand that something serious was being built, and young enough to feel it primarily as a source of wonder. He asked questions constantly, not disruptive ones, but the kind that come from genuine curiosity, the kind a child asks when they sense that an adult near them possesses knowledge they very much want to have. "What holds the feathers together on a real wing?" he asked one afternoon. Daedalus told him. "The small ones bind to one another with thread-like filaments too fine to see individually. The larger ones are anchored more firmly at their base, where they meet the bone. The whole structure is both more flexible and more durable than it appears when a bird folds its wings and you see only the smooth outer surface." Icarus considered this for a while in the quiet way he had, turning it over, and then he asked whether what they were building would feel the same. Daedalus said he believed it would feel close enough. That close enough was what they were working toward. The thread came from his own clothing, unraveled carefully from seams and hems over the course of many evenings, wound into small tight coils that he kept beneath the loose stone. He used it to bind the smaller feathers together in their overlapping rows, working with a needle he had fashioned from a thin sliver of bone left from a meal. One of the small improvements that imprisonment had made him practice, the art of making tools from almost nothing at all, which he had always been able to do in theory, but had rarely needed to do in earnest. The wax was harder to obtain, and obtaining it took longer than anything else. But there was eventually a candle, and then two, acquired through the slow economy of small favors and traded silence that develops between prisoners and the people who watch them. From those candles he gathered enough wax, melted carefully in a shallow depression in the stone floor, positioned to catch a column of direct afternoon sun, to secure the larger feathers at their bases. The smell of warm wax in that small room was a particular smell, low and faintly sweet. It mixed with the dry, dusty quality of the feathers themselves to create an atmosphere that was, despite everything, not entirely unlike the atmosphere of a workshop. Daedalus felt something settle in him when he was in the middle of the work that he had not felt since the morning the door was locked behind him. He was building something again, and that was enough, for the hours when the building was happening, to hold everything else at a slight and manageable distance. Each day followed much the same pattern. He worked through the morning hours when the light was clearest, breaking only when his shoulders grew too tight or when his eyes needed rest from the sustained focus. Icarus would hand him feathers, one at a time, selected from the organized rows on the floor. Daedalus would position each one with both hands before pressing it into the wax, holding it there without moving for a long count before releasing it. Icarus watched the whole process with an attention his father recognized as the genuine kind, not the performed attention of a child enduring something tedious, but the real stillness that comes over a person watching something that interests them deeply. Sometimes he would pick up one of the larger feathers and hold it up toward the window, letting the light come through it, tilting it slowly one way and then the other, watching the individual filaments become visible as thin lines of pale gold against the brightness outside. There is a detail in Ovid that I have always found difficult, and I want to include it because it is honest about what a child is. The boy played. While his father was working on the thing that would either free them or kill them, Icarus stood in the way and grabbed at the feathers as they lifted in the draft, and softened the yellow wax with his thumb, and generally hindered the work in the manner of a child who does not yet understand what is at stake. Ovid does not present this as foolishness. He presents it as what happens, and there is real tenderness in it. He is telling you that the boy was a boy. Daedalus built 4 wings in total, working on the 2 larger ones first because they required the most material and the most structural thought. Then the 2 smaller ones for Icarus, where he was able to refine his approach based on what he had learned, and where he found himself working with a particular carefulness that belongs not to craftsmanship alone, but to something more personal underneath it. The finished wings were larger than they appeared when folded. When he spread one of the larger pair out across the floor, it reached nearly from wall to wall, the feathers fanning out in their proper graduated sequence, each one positioned to overlap the next exactly as they would on the wing of a large soaring bird. The construction was, by any measure, genuinely beautiful. Not in the way that decorative things are beautiful, not in the way that polished surfaces are beautiful, but in the way that a well-made tool is beautiful, where the beauty is inseparable from the fitness of the thing for its purpose, and where looking at it you understand immediately that it was made by someone who knew precisely what they were doing. He held one wing along the length of his arm and moved it slowly, feeling the resistance of the air against the broad surface and the flex of the bound feather structure under the pressure. The wing moved as a wing should move, not rigidly, not loosely, but with a controlled and responsive give that distributed force along its length rather than concentrating it at any single point. He adjusted 2 of the larger feathers at the outer tip, where he felt the flex was slightly uneven, pressing them more firmly into the wax and holding them again for a long count. And when he tested the movement a second time, the wing responded the way he had designed it to respond. He set it down on the floor very gently and sat looking at it for a while without speaking. Icarus reached out and ran a finger along the edge, from the narrow tip all the way down to where the feathers broadened and thickened toward the base. He said it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen, and Daedalus believed him. The morning they chose was still and cool, the kind of Cretan morning that arrives before the sun and before the wind, when the world is held in a hush so complete that you can hear your own heartbeat in the quiet. The stars were still out. Not many, because the sky in the east had already begun to pale from black to a deep bruised blue at its lowest edge, but enough that the darkness above had a kind of texture to it, a soft and distant depth that made the ceiling of the world seem very high and very open. Daedalus lay for a moment looking up at it before he rose. He had not slept well, though he had expected this and had not minded it. There had been too much to turn over, too many fine calculations about wind and weight, and the particular angle at which a wing must be held to catch the air cleanly rather than slice through it uselessly. He crossed to where Icarus was sleeping and put a hand on the boy's shoulder, gently. Icarus woke the way young people do when they have been waiting for something, quickly and cleanly, without the gradual surfacing that sleep usually demands. He sat up and looked at his father, and Daedalus could see, even in that dim light, that the boy's eyes were bright and wide and already fully present, as though some part of him had been awake all along, standing just behind the surface of sleep, patient and ready. Neither of them spoke for a moment. There was an understanding between them that words might break something fragile about the morning. Then Daedalus went to the loose stone in the corner and began to take the wings out, one by one, and Icarus rose and came to stand beside him. The fitting was a slow and careful process, and he took his time with it the way he took his time with all things that mattered. He had fashioned simple harnesses of braided thread he had unraveled from his own clothing across many weeks and rebraided to a thickness that would hold. These wrapped around the shoulders and chest and upper arms in a way that distributed the weight evenly and allowed the wrists to make the small steering adjustments that flight would require. He worked in silence, adjusting the tension here and loosening it slightly there, pressing his palm flat against the junction of feather and wax to feel whether the bond was solid, turning Icarus gently by the shoulders to check the fit from behind, the way a craftsman always turns a finished piece toward the light, to examine it from every angle before he will call it done. And when the smaller pair were attached, and Icarus lifted them tentatively for the first time, spreading them against the darkness of the wall, they opened with a sound like a single long exhalation, a soft rush of air through layered feathers. And for just a moment, standing there in the grey and starlit dark with his arms extended, the boy looked less like a prisoner and more like something that no room had ever been able to hold. Daedalus looked at him for several seconds without speaking. Then he stepped in front of his son and took the boy's face between his hands, not roughly, but firmly, the way a man holds something he does not want to drop. And he said what he had been rehearsing through all the long hours of the night, that the path they must keep to was a middle path between two dangers of exactly opposite kinds. If Icarus flew too low, he said, the moisture rising off the surface of the sea would gather in the feathers and weigh them down, pulling the wings heavy and pulling the body with them. The sea was not a floor. It would not hold him up. He must not let himself drift toward it in the lazy way that might seem natural when the water was calm and glittering and beautiful below them. Because the beauty of it was not the point and would not save him. And if he flew too high, Daedalus said, looking steadily at his son, the heat of the sun would find the wax. And the wax was not a small thing holding a few feathers in place. It was the thing the whole upper surface of the wing depended on. If it softened and ran, the feathers would come loose one by one, and there would be no repairing that. Not up there in the open air, with nothing solid beneath them for 100 feet in every direction. The path was the middle path, not the low road over the waves, not the high road toward the sun, but the steady course in between, where the air was cool enough and dry enough, and the wings would hold for as long as they needed to hold. Icarus listened. He nodded, and his expression was serious and attentive, and Daedalus searched his son's face for the particular quality of understanding he was looking for, not just the taking in of information, which is easy, but the full and felt comprehension of a thing as a danger rather than merely as a fact. Icarus was young, and young people have a way of hearing warnings as descriptions of what happens to other people, to people less careful, less aware, less fully alive than themselves. Daedalus knew this because he had been young himself, and because he had spent enough time with his son to know the exact shape of the boy's confidence, which was not arrogance exactly, but something adjacent to it, a faith in his own body and his own instincts that was, in ordinary life, one of the things Daedalus loved most about him, and that this morning felt like something to be afraid of. He made Icarus repeat the instructions back to him. Icarus did, carefully and correctly, and Daedalus nodded and felt, in spite of everything, a quiet warmth at the boy's seriousness, at the way he was trying to give his father what his father needed from him. Ovid adds one line here that I cannot read without stopping. He says that while Daedalus was fitting the wings to his son's shoulders, the old man's cheeks were wet and his hands were shaking. And he says that he kissed the boy, and that he would never do it again. The stars had nearly gone by then. The sky beyond the opening was the color of ash. The sea below was a pale, barely visible line in the distance. The air was cold enough that you could feel it settle against your skin like something deliberate, like a reminder that the world out there was real and large and indifferent in the way that open air is always indifferent. Not unkindly, but simply without preference, ready to hold whatever was light enough and shaped correctly, ready to release whatever was not. Daedalus looked at his son for a long moment in the grey pre-dawn light, and then he turned toward the opening and stepped out into the air. For a little while, and it is the little while that matters most in this story, they flew together over the most beautiful sea in the world. The first moments were not graceful. There was a lurch, a sickening drop of several feet as the wings caught the air and then found it and then held. Daedalus heard Icarus make a sound beside him that was something between a gasp and a laugh. The sound a person makes when the world rearranges itself beneath them too quickly for their mind to follow. And then they were rising, both of them lifting on the cool morning air that moved steadily off the sea and up along the face of the cliffs. The tower was below them, and then the whole island was below them, spreading itself out in the grey pre-dawn light like something you might see on a painted map. Crete at that hour was a dark shape ringed with pale foam where the water met the rock. Its interior still folded in shadow, the long ridgeline of its mountains running east to west like the spine of a creature lying asleep. Daedalus had spent years on that island and had never seen it this way. Never seen how the coastline curved and doubled back on itself. Never seen how small the palace of Minos looked from above, its courtyards and corridors that had seemed to him so vast and so full of consequence when he walked them, now arranged into something no larger than a garden, and then smaller than that, and then gone entirely as they climbed, and the island receded beneath them into the pale expanse of the water. The sea caught the early light in long flat bands, the horizon beginning to thin from black to deep violet to a colour that had no precise name. The water below them shifted through all of those colours at once, so that looking down was almost like looking into something rather than onto something. The surface translucent in places where the water was shallow over pale sand, and then darkening to a blue so deep it was nearly black in the channels between the islands. Icarus flew slightly behind and to the right of his father at first, following the path Daedalus cut through the air, the way a smaller boat follows a larger one through uncertain waters. Daedalus glanced back at him often, checking the angle of the wings, watching the feathers for any sign of distress. And what he saw on his son's face was something he had not expected and could not quite name. A kind of pure, uncomplicated astonishment. The expression of someone who has been given something they did not know they needed until the moment it arrived. Below them, on the water, there were fishing boats already out in the early hours before the wind came up, their hulls dark against the pale surface. And the men in them looked up. You can imagine how they must have looked up, shielding their eyes against the growing light and watching two shapes cross the sky above them in a silence that made no sense, because birds of that size did not move that way, and men did not move through the sky at all. Ovid pauses on this, and it is one of the loveliest moments in his telling. The fisherman lifting his rod from the water, the shepherd leaning on his staff, the ploughman resting on the handles of his plough, all of them looking up, all of them struck still by something they had no language for. And he adds one detail that I think is the whole story in a single line. They believed, he says, that the two figures crossing the sky must be gods. Daedalus flew steadily and well, his body learning the mechanics of the wings with the same quiet competence with which it had always learnt new tools. Small adjustments, reading the air the way a sailor reads the water. The craft of it occupied enough of his attention that he had to remind himself to look back at his son, to check, to make sure. It was not recklessness that took Icarus higher. It is worth saying that plainly, because the story has sometimes been told as though the boy was simply careless or vain or unwilling to listen, when the truth the myth seems to hold is something altogether more understandable and more sad. Which is that freedom, when it arrives after long captivity, does not feel like a thing to be measured and rationed and kept within prescribed limits. It feels like the only true thing that has ever happened. The memory of warnings delivered in the grey dark of a stone room belongs to a different world, a smaller world, one that is no longer real now that the air is moving over your face, and the whole Aegean is spread below you like an offering, and the sun, which has now fully cleared the horizon, is warming your back and gilding the tips of the feathers, so that your arms look, from below, like the arms of something that was made for exactly this. He rose, and the rising felt right. It felt like the logical continuation of flight. It felt like the answer to a question he had not known he was asking. And for a little while, the same little while in which his father was watching the islands appear on the horizon and thinking that it was working, that they would make it, that he had solved even this problem, for that little while Icarus was simply a boy who had never in his life been so perfectly happy. The wax, which Daedalus had worked so carefully in the dim light of the cell, and which had seemed so solid and sufficient in the cool of the morning, met the heat of the climbing sun and began, slowly and then less slowly, to change. Not all at once, but in the way that these things happen, which is gradually enough that you do not notice it until you notice it completely, until there is a feather spiraling away from the wing's edge, and then another, tumbling downward through the bright air with a lightness that was almost beautiful to watch from a distance. Ovid says that the boy beat his bare arms, that he had nothing left to hold the air with, and beat them anyway. Daedalus saw his son begin to fall the way you see something in a dream that you cannot stop and cannot look away from. He called the boy's name across the open water. Ovid preserves this. The father calling out, again and again, the same name into the air. And the name came back to him on the wind, the way names do when there is no one left to receive them. The sea, which all morning had been a thing of extraordinary beauty, opened without drama and without violence, the way water does. And then it was only the sea again, blue and luminous and entirely indifferent. There was nothing on its surface to show where the boy had gone in. He circled the place for a long time, the wings holding him aloft with their perfect mechanical obedience. The sea below gave nothing back. There are a few feathers on the water. That is what the sources say. That the father, still in the air, still flying, saw feathers on the water. He came down eventually, on an island, and found what the sea had given back. The tradition names that island Icaria, and the stretch of water around it, the Icarian Sea, and both of those names are still on the maps. There is a variant in one of the later sources that I want to include, because it is small and strange, and rather moving. It says that the body was found by Heracles, who happened to be passing that way on one of his own long journeys, and who did not know whose son it was, but recognized that someone had drowned, and that the decent thing was to bury him, and that Daedalus, when he learned of it afterward, made something for Heracles in return. A statue, so lifelike that Heracles encountered it at night, mistook it for a living man, and threw a stone at it. I have no idea whether that is a real tradition, or a later invention, but there is something almost unbearable in the idea of a father repaying the burial of his son with the only currency he had, which was to make a thing so real that it fooled a hero in the dark. He did not stop when he reached the coast of Sicily. He circled once over the harbour and then descended to the shore and removed the wings from his arms with slow and deliberate hands, and stood for a while looking back across the water toward the east. The sea behind him was very blue and very still. Somewhere out on that water, beneath the surface of it, in a place he could not have pointed to with any confidence, his son was gone. And the wings he held in his hands were the reason. There was nothing in the world, no tool, no design, no construction of wood and thread and wax that could carry him back across that fact. He stood on that shore for a long time while the waves came in and smoothed themselves across the dark sand at his feet. And then he turned away from the water and walked toward the city. The king who received him was called Cucalus, and he welcomed the stranger without asking too many questions, the way a ruler will when the man standing in front of him is obviously extraordinary. He gave him quarters with a good window and a workshop stocked with timber and bronze. And for a while, that was enough. In Sicily, Daedalus built things. It was the only language he had ever really trusted, and grief, it turned out, did not take it away from him. It only changed the quality of his attention, so that when he sat down at his workbench in the morning and picked up his tools, there was a heaviness beneath the familiar pleasure of the work, a kind of shadow that ran alongside everything he made, not preventing the making, but never entirely absent from it. He started with small things, the way a person sometimes returns to something essential by beginning at the simplest possible point. He carved figures from wood, jointed at the limbs with a precision that made them seem almost capable of movement. He worked with bronze, casting small objects whose function was more beautiful than necessary. And in the making of those small things, you can understand something about what it means to carry a sorrow that has no resolution, that the hands continue, that the mind continues, that the morning arrives and you find yourself once again reaching for the tools, because there is nothing else to reach for that will hold you in the present moment as firmly as the work does. Gradually, the commissions from Cocalus grew larger. The king had understood quickly that the man sheltering in his court was not merely a competent craftsman, but something rarer and stranger. A mind that seemed to find solutions the way water finds the lowest point in a landscape, not by forcing its way through, but by discovering where the way already was and simply going there. He built a reservoir in the hills above the city. He constructed fortifications along the steep coastal cliffs that made the place nearly impregnable from the sea. And he is said to have built a steam bath, channeling the natural heat of the volcanic ground into a chamber where the warmth rose through the floor. You can imagine how that must have felt to a Sicilian court, to be warmed from below as if the earth itself were offering you comfort. And then there was the offering to Aphrodite. Her temple stood at Eryx, on the western edge of the island, high on a ridge from which on a clear day you could see an enormous distance across the water. Daedalus made her a honeycomb of gold, rendered with such exactness that every cell corresponded to the true geometry of a comb built by actual bees, not merely approximate in its beauty, but accurate in the way that only someone who had studied the living thing very carefully, who had held a real comb in his hands and looked at it for a long time, could achieve. It was an act of devotion, or perhaps of something more complicated than devotion. A craftsman offering to the goddess the one thing he was certain he still possessed, which was his ability to make something true, something that did not deceive the eye in its broad impression, but also did not deceive the hand when you reached out and ran your fingers across it, feeling for the difference between art and life, and failing to find one. The golden honeycomb was so perfect, people said, that you had to reach out and touch it to believe that bees had not made it themselves. Minos was the kind of man who did not let things go. He had the ships and the soldiers, and the absolute conviction of a king who had never really been told no by the world. The escape was, for him, a kind of insult that sat beneath the skin and would not be dislodged. Not because he had loved Daedalus exactly, though he had valued him enormously, but because a king who cannot keep a craftsman locked up is a king whose grip on everything else must also be questioned, at least in his own mind, in the long and restless hours of the night. So he gathered his fleet and set out across the Mediterranean with a patience that was itself a kind of fury, stopping at every court and every harbour settlement he could reach, asking the same questions, receiving the same careful and non-committal answers from rulers who had heard enough about Minos to know better than to say too much. Daedalus, he knew, would be living under another name by now. Nobody who had taken the man in would admit to it freely. So he needed something more elegant than a direct inquiry, something that would reveal what no denial could conceal, and he arrived at a solution that was, in its way, worthy of the man he was hunting. He carried with him a spiral shell, the kind you might find on a Sicilian beach even now, coiled inward on itself in a long tapering whirl, its interior passage turning and narrowing as it descends towards its pointed end. And wherever he went, he held it out and offered a handsome reward to anyone who could thread a piece of string all the way through it, from one end to the other, without breaking the shell or the string. It was an impossible puzzle for an ordinary person, and Minos understood that perfectly well, because an ordinary person was not who he was looking for. Only one mind in the known world would look at that shell and immediately understand not just that it was solvable, but precisely how to solve it. And when that mind encountered the problem, it would not be able to help itself. It would solve it, because that is what that mind did, the way a river cannot help running downhill. I find this the cleverest thing in the entire story, and it is done by the villain. Minos had understood something about Daedalus, that Daedalus perhaps did not fully understand about himself, that the compulsion to solve was not a choice for him, that it operated beneath the level of decision, the way hunger operates, and that therefore it could be used as a trap. Everything else in the story is a man solving a problem set by someone else. This is the first time the problem has been set as bait. He arrived eventually at the court of Cacalus, who received him with all the ceremony that his reputation demanded and all the warmth that genuine hospitality required. Cacalus was the sort of man who understood the difference between power and wisdom, between domination and survival. He had maintained his kingdom, not through conquest, but through a careful balance of alliances and the good judgment to neither provoke nor submit entirely to stronger men. He knew who Minos was and what the man wanted, and he understood that the arrival of a search fleet at his shores was the kind of crisis that required careful handling. Minos presented the shell, as he had done at every other court. Cacalus turned it over in his hands with an expression of polite interest, said that he would see what might be done, and retired with it to another room. What happened in that room is not described in detail, but the shape of it is clear enough. Cacalus went directly to the craftsman living quietly in his household, placed the shell on the table between them, and explained what was needed. Daedalus would have looked at the shell for a moment, and then at Cacalus, and perhaps he understood in that moment that the shell was not really about the shell at all, that something much larger had just arrived at the gates and was waiting in the great hall even now with its fleet in the harbour below. The years of quiet work, of building things for Cacalus, of the kind of safety that comes from obscurity and distance, all of that had been temporary, a reprieve rather than a true escape. But the problem was there in front of him, and it was the kind of problem he genuinely could not leave unsolved. So he did what he always did. He thought it through carefully from the beginning. He found an ant, a small thing, patient and determined in the way that ants are, and he tied a length of fine thread to it. He drilled a small hole at the pointed tip of the shell's spiral end and placed the ant at that opening. And then he did something very simple, which was to seal the large end of the shell with a drop of honey and wait. The ant moved through the winding interior toward the sweetness it could smell at the other end, carrying the thread with it through every turn of the shell's long passage. And when it emerged into the honey, the thread had travelled the full length of the spiral, and Daedalus drew it through gently and knotted it. The thing was done. Cacalus returned to the great hall with the threaded shell and presented it to Minos, who held it up and looked at it for a long moment without saying anything, turning it slowly in the lamplight, running his thumb along the thread where it emerged from both ends. He knew. There was no other man alive who would have thought of the ant. He knew it in the way you sometimes know something before you have fully worked out why you know it. A recognition that arrived whole and certain in his chest before his mind had completed the reasoning. He set the shell down on the table and said, calmly, that he would like the craftsman who had solved this puzzle to be brought before him. Daedalus was a careful man, and he did not deny that such a craftsman existed in his household. But he asked for a night's delay, for Minos to accept his hospitality before any further business was conducted. And Minos, who was tired from his long journey and confident in the inevitability of what would happen next, agreed. He was shown to rooms in the palace, given food and wine, and eventually shown to a bath, as was the custom for honored guests. The water heated and piped through the walls in the manner of the finest households of that era. What happened next is told differently in different versions. Some sources implicate Daedalus himself. Others are clear that it was his daughters who acted, young women who had spent enough time in the company of Daedalus to feel something protective toward him, something fierce enough to translate into action in the quiet of that night. The scalding water came through the pipes in the ceiling of the bath chamber, or through the pipes that fed the bath itself. And Minos died there in the warm room. Far from Crete and far from the labyrinth he had commissioned, and far from everything he had spent his life controlling. Whether Daedalus designed those pipes is something the old sources disagree about, and perhaps it does not matter, because the result was the same either way. Minos was dead, and Daedalus was free. There is a coda to Minos that I have always liked. The Greeks did not leave him simply dead. In the later tradition, and in Plato and elsewhere, Minos becomes one of the judges of the underworld, one of three figures who sit at the crossing point and assess the souls of the dead and assign them where they belong. Which means that the man who built a place to hold a creature nobody could judge, and who spent his final years hunting a man across the sea, spends eternity doing the one thing he was apparently good at, which is deciding where people go. I do not know if the Greeks intended that as an irony, but it reads as one. Daedalus lived on in Sicily for some years, and then the tradition grows quieter about him, the way it often does with figures who have already given the story its essential shape. His name became attached to temples and terraces and seawalls all across the ancient Mediterranean, as if the world needed somewhere to put all the beautiful and improbable things it could not otherwise explain. There are structures along the coast of Sicily that the ancient world attributed to him. A reservoir, a harbour wall that broke the force of the waves in a way ordinary construction could not have managed. A temple precinct, with terraces cut into the rock at angles that seemed to defy the slope of the hillside. Whether he truly built any of them is something nobody can say. But his name became the name the ancient world reached for when it encountered something too ingenious to attribute to anyone else. The way certain later cultures would say a thing had been built by giants or by angels. That is its own kind of immortality, quiet and oblique. And perhaps it would have suited him, a man who had always seemed more interested in the work than in the recognition of it. A brief word about where all of this comes from, because the sources shape the story more than people usually realize. The flight and the fall, and the fisherman and the shepherd and the ploughman looking up, and the fathers shaking hands, and the boy playing in the wax, all of that comes from Ovid, writing in Latin in Rome around the beginning of the 1st century. He is not an early source. He is a very great poet writing a very long way from Bronze Age Crete. The connected narrative of Daedalus's life, the murder of the nephew, the trial, the exile, the wooden cow, the imprisonment, comes largely from Apollodorus. The Sicilian material, Daedalus and the honeycomb and the shell and the death in the bath, comes mostly from Diodorus. None of them agree entirely. All of them are working from older material that has not survived, which means the story we told tonight is a composite, assembled across centuries by people with different purposes, writing in different languages, and then assembled again by everyone who has retold it since. That does not make it less true. It makes it a different kind of true, the kind that a great many hands have shaped. What the people who told this story seem to understand, and to find worth returning to across so many centuries, is something that resists easy summary, but settles into you slowly. That there is a particular grief belonging to the person who is most gifted, that the gift itself offers no protection against the consequences of what the gift makes possible. Daedalus built the labyrinth because he was the only one who could, and the labyrinth became his prison. He fashioned the wings because his mind could not encounter a problem without reaching instinctively for a solution, and the wings became the instrument of his son's death. He could construct a device hollow enough to deceive a bull and intricate enough to trap a creature half divine. And he could not build anything that would protect Icarus from the simple annihilating fact of the sun's warmth on wax. The ancient world seemed to find this deeply true rather than tragic in a simple sense. Not that genius is cursed exactly, but that the same quality of attention which allows a person to see solutions invisible to everyone else can also make it impossible to see the one thing directly in front of them that does not have a solution. The one place where ingenuity simply runs out, and a person is left standing with their hands empty, looking at the sea. There is one more thing in the story that I keep returning to, and it has to do with the warning itself. Daedalus told his son not to fly too high and not to fly too low. And almost everyone who retells this story treats the second half of that instruction as decoration, as though the only real danger were the sun. But he named two, and the low road was just as fatal, which means the lesson the myth is usually made to carry, that ambition destroys you, that you should stay modest and keep your head down, is not actually what the man in the story said. He was not warning against aspiration. He was warning against both extremes with exactly equal weight, and the sea would have taken Icarus just as surely as the sun did. The Greeks had a word for that middle path, and it turns up all over their thinking. The idea that the right course in almost anything lies between two failures rather than at one end of a scale. That courage sits between recklessness and cowardice, that generosity sits between extravagance and meanness. What Daedalus gave his son on that morning was not a prohibition. It was a navigational instruction. Hold the middle. Not because the middle is safe or humble, but because the middle is where the wings work. And it is worth noticing that the father flew it perfectly, and it did not save him from anything that mattered. He held the course. He did everything correctly. He arrived, and the thing he had been trying to protect was gone by the time he landed. So I am not sure the story is finally about moderation at all, however neatly the moral has been fitted to it over the centuries. I think it is about the limits of instruction, about the fact that you can give someone the exact and correct information, in plain words, with your hands on their face and tears on your cheeks, and they can repeat it back to you accurately, and they can still rise. Because they are young, because the air is beautiful, because a warning delivered in a dark room does not weigh anything at all once you are in the light. And now the story has come to its end, and you are still here, on this hillside at the edge of the ancient world, with the stone still warm beneath you and the night fully settled in around you. The Icarian Sea still carries that name in the region where the boy fell. The island called Icaria rises from the water there, its rocky hills visible on clear days, where the light in summer comes down very flat and very bright on the surface of the Aegean, and the waves run in long, slow, unhurried lines toward the shore. And the wider sea carries the other name, the father who watched a horizon and read the wrong color on a sail. Two men lost in the same water, in the same story, and the water keeping both of them. In the old accounts, it was fishermen and farmers and shepherds working in those islands who first saw the strange sight of two figures crossing the sky on the morning of the flight. Who watched in confusion as one of them fell, who did not have any language adequate to describe what they had witnessed, and so went back to their nets and their plows and their animals and said nothing to anyone. The way people do when they have seen something that has no category in ordinary life. The sea there at night is very dark and very open. If you were to lie on the deck of a boat, somewhere out in the middle of it, far from any shore, and look upward, the stars would be the same stars that Daedalus flew beneath on the morning he left Crete. The same deep field of cold and brilliant light. The air above the water would be the same air his wings moved through. And the distance between the surface of the sea and the height at which the sun becomes dangerous would be the same distance it has always been, unchanged, indifferent, exactly as he described it to his son in the grey light before dawn. Not too low, not too high, the middle course, the steady and measured path between the two things that could destroy you. Somewhere up there among the stars is Ariadne's crown, that small, neat circle, the only thing in this whole story that ended well. The sound the sea makes at night in that part of the world is very low and very continuous, a sound like breathing, like something enormous at rest. It moves across the open water without urgency and without direction, simply present in the dark, the way it has always been present. Long before the story began, and long after it ended, carrying everything on its surface and keeping everything else below. Patient and dark and still, the stone beneath you is still holding the last of the day's warmth. The time releases its dry sweetness into the cooling air. The water is very still out there, very dark. And somewhere beneath it, the feathers are still drifting downward through the cold. As slowly as the night moves, as slowly as the breathing of someone who has finally, at last, fallen asleep. Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who had ever been thrown from it. That single fact contains, within it, nearly everything you need to understand about him. Not just what happened to him, but what he became because of it, what the gods who cast him out could never quite anticipate, that the being they discarded would eventually return, not as a supplicant, but as the one craftsman in the entire cosmos whose work they could not live without. There is something quietly remarkable in that reversal, something worth sitting with for a moment before the full story begins. Most of the gods of ancient Greece were powerful in the way that mountains or storms are powerful, broad, overwhelming, indifferent to the smaller things moving at their feet. Hephaestus was powerful in a different way entirely. He was powerful the way a careful hand is powerful, the way patience and fire and the slow accumulation of skill can reshape even the hardest thing in the world. He was the god of the forge, the god of fire and metalworking. If you had stood at the edge of his workshop, deep beneath a mountain, surrounded by heat and the low ringing of hammer on metal, you might have thought he looked like the least divine creature you had ever seen. His legs were twisted, his body broad and heavy, his face not the kind of face the ancient Greeks painted on their finest pottery when they wished to illustrate something beautiful. And yet, from those hands came the thunderbolts that Zeus carried into battle, the shield that carried Achilles through the final terrible days of the Trojan War. A golden throne so cunningly built that the most powerful goddess in the world could not rise from it once she had sat down. He was, by every account that survives, the ugliest of the Olympians, the maker of the most beautiful things that the divine world possessed. The ancient sources do not all agree on where he came from. That disagreement turns out to be one of the more interesting things about him. In one tradition, the one that Hesiod largely follows, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, born to the ruling couple of Olympus as any ordinary child of powerful parents might be born. But in another and equally ancient tradition, Hera conceived him entirely on her own, without Zeus, in a deliberate act of parthenogenesis, that is, a miraculous birth with no father at all. According to this version, Hera had grown resentful of Zeus's ability to produce Athena, the goddess of wisdom, seemingly from his own mind, without any mother involved. She wished to demonstrate that she was capable of the same kind of singular creation. She succeeded, in the sense that a child was born. But Hephaestus came into the world lame and imperfect, not the strong and fully formed ally she had been hoping to produce. This version of the story suggests that something went wrong in the making of him, as if a birth without its natural conditions produced something incomplete. What both versions share, however, is the mother's response. She was not pleased with what she saw, whether she acted because she was disappointed by a son who did not meet her expectations, or because she was startled or repulsed by his deformity. The result was the same in every tradition. She let him go. There are, in turn, two different accounts of what that letting go actually looked like. In the earlier and perhaps starker of the two, Hera herself cast her infant son from the heights of Olympus, down through the open air, the sky receiving him and offering nothing in the way of mercy, until he landed far below. In a separate tradition, preserved most memorably in Homer's Iliad, the fall happened later, not at birth, but after Hephaestus had already grown up and taken his place among the gods. In this telling, he came to his mother's defense during a quarrel with Zeus. Zeus, furious at the interruption, seized him by the foot and hurled him from the mountain. He fell for an entire day. That is the kind of detail that only mythology can offer with a straight face. When he finally struck the earth, it was on the volcanic island of Lemnos, where the people who lived there, a people called the Sintians, found him and took him in. That island, sitting in the northern Aegean, all black rock and sulphurous warmth, would become the first place he truly belonged. The ancient Greeks seem to have held both of these falling stories simultaneously, without feeling a great need to choose between them. That suggests that the fall itself, the falling, the long descent, the landing far from home, was the essential image. The thing that mattered more than any precise accounting of when or how it happened. A god who fell, a god who was thrown, a god who landed somewhere unexpected, and in that unexpected place began the slow and extraordinary work of becoming who he was. And in that sense, the story of Hephaestus begins not with a birth, but with a fall. The question of exactly who Hephaestus's father was, whether Zeus or no one at all, troubled ancient writers far more than you might expect. It was not simply a matter of genealogy, the way one might casually wonder about the lineage of a minor figure tucked into the margins of a myth. It was a question that cut to the very heart of who Hephaestus was and why he came into the world the way he did. The ancient poets did not agree with one another, and the disagreement was not accidental. Each version carried its own logic, its own emotional truth, and its own way of explaining how a god could be born imperfect into a pantheon that prized perfection above almost everything else. In the older and perhaps more widely accepted tradition, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, conceived and carried the way a child might be, and born into the warm light of Olympus as the legitimate offspring of its two most powerful rulers. He was a true child of the divine marriage, with all the inheritance that implied, and yet, for reasons that the ancient accounts do not linger over very gently, he was born lame. His feet were bent, or his legs were twisted, or some part of him did not form the way that divine children were expected to form. The sources vary on the exact nature of what set him apart, but they agree on the fact of it. He entered the world already marked as different, already carrying something that his mother found difficult to look upon. In this version, it was Hera herself who cast him away, her own child, born of her own body, because what she saw did not match what she believed a son of hers ought to be. There is something in that which is very hard to hold comfortably in the mind. A mother looking at a newborn and finding him wanting. But the ancient Greeks were not always gentle storytellers, and they preserved this version faithfully, even knowing what it revealed about their Queen of Heaven. What makes this version particularly significant is what it tells us about the ancient world's understanding of disability and divine nature. In the accounts that preserve this tradition, the act of rejection is described with a kind of matter-of-fact horror. Hera did not hesitate, did not deliberate, did not attempt to find meaning in what had happened. She simply could not accept what she had produced. Some versions of the story say she threw him from Olympus in her disgust, casting him down toward the mortal world below as though he were refuse rather than a divine child. The fall itself, whether it lasted for a day or for 9 days, depending on which account one reads, became the origin of his lameness in some tellings, replacing his congenital condition with an injury, though the result was identical. The mythology here seems to be wrestling with a profound anxiety. What happens when the divine produces the imperfect? What happens when the very sources of creation and power in the cosmos cannot or will not accept what they have made? These questions haunted the ancient imagination, and the figure of the cast-down Hephaestus became a kind of embodiment of divine failure and rejection. And yet, even in rejection, there was paradoxically a kind of protection. Cast away from Olympus, removed from his mother's presence and her judgment, Hephaestus would eventually find his own place in the world, his own purpose that did not depend on maternal acceptance or divine approval. The rejection that seemed like an ending became, in time, a beginning of another kind. The second tradition is stranger, and in its own way more poignant. Some ancient writers, including Hesiod in his Theogony, offered a version in which Zeus had no part in Hephaestus's birth at all. According to this telling, Hera conceived him entirely alone, a deliberate, defiant act meant to answer the birth of Athena, who had sprung fully grown and armoured from the head of Zeus in a manner that seemed to make mothers unnecessary altogether. Hera, proud and wounded by that display of divine self-sufficiency, resolved to match it. She would bear a child without him. She would prove that she was capable of the same extraordinary act of creation. The result, however, was not what she had imagined. Where Zeus had produced Athena, radiant, powerful, perfectly formed, Hera's solitary effort produced a child who was lame from the moment of his birth. There is something quietly devastating about that version of the story. Her attempt to assert her own power and independence yielded the very thing she had not wanted. Proof, it must have seemed to her, that she had somehow failed. Whether Hephaestus's lameness in this account was understood as a consequence of the unusual circumstances of his conception, or simply as a cruel twist of divine fate, the ancient writers do not entirely explain. They leave it as a fact, hanging in the air, the way difficult facts often do. What matters, in either version, is the shape of the moment that followed. The Greeks who told and retold these stories lived in a world where the beauty of a god was not merely an aesthetic quality, but a theological one. The gods were radiant because they were divine, and their physical perfection was understood as the outward expression of something inward and essential. To be a god was to be free from the imperfections that plagued mortal bodies, the crooked limbs, the clouded eyes, the slow decay of flesh. A god who was born lame was therefore not just unusual. He was, in a certain sense, philosophically troubling. He upset a category that the Greeks had not prepared themselves to revise. You can feel, reading through the ancient sources, a kind of collective discomfort, a reaching for explanations, a need to account for why this one god, among all the gods, had arrived in the world with a body that told a different story than the rest of them. And so the two traditions existed side by side, each offering a different cause for the same undeniable fact. Either way, the result was the same. A newborn god who did not look the way a god was supposed to look, lying at the feet of a mother who was not sure what to do with him. When Hera looked upon her newborn son, what she felt, according to this version of the story, was not love, but something closer to revulsion. He was small in the way that all newborns are small. Perhaps that alone should have softened her, but his legs were bent in ways that legs were not supposed to bend. His face, though unmistakably divine in some deep and unnameable way, did not carry the luminous perfection that the gods took for granted in one another. The other Olympians moved through the world as if beauty was simply their natural condition, as easy and unconsidered as breathing. Hera, who was herself considered among the most magnificent of all the goddesses, whose bearing alone could silence a room, could not reconcile what she held in her arms with the idea of what a son of hers was supposed to be. And so, in a moment that the ancient storytellers recount with a kind of quiet devastation, she made the decision that would shape everything that followed. She carried her newborn child to the edge of Olympus, that brilliant cloud-wrapped height that stood above all the world. She let him go. The fall, according to the old accounts, lasted an entire day. You might sit with that for a moment. A full day of sky, of open air rushing past, of the world spread out below in all its greens and blues and browns, growing slowly larger and more real as the hours passed. There are no words in any ancient text that describe what that fall felt like from the inside. Perhaps that silence is its own kind of eloquence. What we know is the geography of it, the heights of Olympus above, the Aegean Sea below, the island of Lemnos rising from the water somewhere in between, dark with volcanic rock and edged with the particular stillness of a place that sits apart from the rest of the world. It was there that the child landed. Some versions say in the sea first, others say directly on the island shore, and it was there that the Sintian people found him. The Sintians were the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people about whom the ancient Greeks knew relatively little and said relatively less, but whom Homer himself took care to mention when he told this story, noting that they received the fallen god with kindness. That word, kindness, is worth holding on to. It is not a word that appears often in the stories of divine encounters between gods and mortals. Usually there is awe, or fear, or bargaining, or some combination of all three. But what the Sintians offered Hephaestus was simply kindness, the quiet and uncomplicated variety that asks nothing in return and does not require the recipient to be extraordinary or beautiful or whole. Lemnos itself was a place that seemed to belong to a different register of the world than the gleaming marble heights of Olympus. Its landscape was shaped by old volcanic activity, black and rust-colored rock formations, soil that smelled faintly of sulfur, hot springs that bubbled up from somewhere deep in the earth where the heat had not yet gone out of things. The island sat in the northern Aegean, far enough from the mainland to feel genuinely isolated. Its geography gave it a quality of enclosure, of being held apart from the ordinary flow of the world. For a child who had just spent a day falling through the sky, there is something almost right about landing in a place like that, a place that had itself been shaped by forces it did not choose. That wore the evidence of old fire and old pressure in every stone. The mythological association between Hephaestus and Lemnos was not an accident of storytelling. The island's volcanic character made it a natural home for the god of fire and metalworking in the minds of the Greeks who told these stories. The connection between them ran so deep that Lemnos became one of his most ancient sacred places, a site of worship that predated, by some scholarly accounts, the fully formed Olympian tradition in which he would eventually take his place among the 12. The recovery itself was neither quick nor simple. Ancient sources hint at injuries sustained in the fall, bones that had to mend, skin that had to heal. The Sintians possessed knowledge of medicines and of tending wounds, knowledge born from the practical necessities of living on an island far from other sources of aid. They applied both their skill and their patience to the broken child in their care. What might have killed a mortal became instead a crucible of survival. The boy's body knitted itself back together in ways both miraculous and deeply imperfect. His legs, already bent, remained bent, but he lived. And in living, in remaining alive despite everything that had been done to send him away, he began the slow work of becoming, not what his mother had wanted him to be, perhaps, but something nonetheless. But all of that came later. In the immediate moment of the story, what matters is simpler and more tender than any of it. A child had been thrown from the only home he had ever known, by the one person in the world who should not have been capable of doing such a thing. He had landed among strangers who chose, for reasons the myths do not explain and perhaps do not need to take him in. The Sintians, who had no obligation to a discarded god and no particular reason to invite trouble by keeping him, simply did what the ancient storytellers describe as ordinary human decency. They gathered him up, they tended to him, they gave him a place within their community. There is something quietly extraordinary in that, something that stands in stark contrast to the divine indifference that had preceded it. The gods of Olympus, for all their power and radiance, had looked at this child and found him wanting. The people of Lemnos looked at him and found a child. What Hephaestus made of all this in the years that followed, what it meant to grow up in the shadow of a rejection so total and so early, is something the myths can only gesture toward. But Lemnos gave him time. The volcanic earth of the island gave him material. The slow, patient work of the forge gave him a language for everything he could not otherwise say. The island was not Olympus. It did not shine the way Olympus shone. It did not carry the easy grandeur of the divine mountain, but it was solid beneath his feet. It was warm with the kind of subterranean heat that never entirely goes out. The people who lived there did not ask him to be anything other than what he was. It was on Lemnos, in the care of ordinary people who asked nothing of him except his presence, that Hephaestus first began to understand what he could do with his hands. Homer tells a different version of the fall, and in this one, Hephaestus was not an infant. He was already a god living among the Olympians. He had a seat at the table, a place in the halls, a name that was spoken alongside the other great gods. He had come back from Lemnos, from his time among the Sintians and the volcanic black rock, and whatever had brought him home to Olympus, he was there now, living among the very gods who had either witnessed or ignored what had been done to him. This version of his story comes from the first book of the Iliad, told almost as an aside, a piece of old family history that Hephaestus himself brings up gently, by way of calming everyone down. The quarrel between Zeus and Hera was not unusual. They argued often and with force, and the other gods generally knew better than to involve themselves in whatever storm was moving through the palace. But this particular argument had grown sharp and threatening, and Hera was on the receiving end of Zeus's anger in a way that seemed to go beyond an ordinary disagreement. The atmosphere in the hall had gone quiet, with the kind of tension that precedes something breaking, and Hephaestus, watching his mother, decided to step in. He moved through the hall with a cup of nectar, offering it to each of the gods in turn, trying to bring something light and easy back into the room. He spoke to his mother with warmth, telling her gently that it wasn't worth the trouble, that Zeus was too strong, that provoking him further would only bring more pain. His words were careful and kind. He reminded her, according to Homer, of what he himself had once suffered because of her, though he did not say that part with bitterness. He was trying, in the way that people sometimes do in difficult families, to absorb the tension rather than add to it. For a moment, it seemed to work. Hera took the cup. The other gods, relieved, began to laugh and settle back into their seats. The crisis appeared to have passed, but that is not where this particular story ends. In an earlier moment of the same quarrel, or in a version of these events that other ancient writers drew upon, Hephaestus had intervened more directly. He had spoken on his mother's behalf, or placed himself between her and Zeus, or otherwise made it clear enough whose side he was taking. And Zeus, who did not receive challenges to his authority with patience or generosity, responded the way he sometimes did when something small became suddenly intolerable to him. He reached for his son. He took him by the foot or by the leg, and he threw him out of the hall, out of the palace, out through the air and sky and clouds. Hephaestus fell again. Homer describes it with the same measure of time as the earlier tradition. A full day falling from the brightness of morning until the light was fading from the sky, tumbling down from the height of Olympus with nothing to slow him and nothing to catch him. He came down, at last, on the island of Lemnos. The impact was tremendous. The Sintians found him there in the old accounts and took him in again, just as they had before, or just as their traditions said they had. It is worth pausing here, because the injury Hephaestus carried in his legs, the lameness that defined him in the eyes of every artist who ever painted him, every poet who ever described him, is explained differently depending on which account you follow. In some traditions, he was born lame, cast out because of that condition before he had any chance to demonstrate who he was. In others, the lameness came from the fall itself, the damage done when a divine body struck the earth after a full day in free descent. And in this Homeric version, it is possible that the second fall, the one Zeus caused, is what broke something in him permanently, or made permanent what had already been damaged. The ancient writers did not always agree on this, and some of them seem to have been aware of the confusion, noting that the stories had become layered over time in ways that were difficult to fully untangle. What is clear is that the two falls, the one his mother caused and the one his father caused, became woven together in the mythology in a way that made it nearly impossible to separate them cleanly. Later writers sometimes treated them as a single event, or as two events so close in character that distinguishing between them seemed unnecessary. But they were not the same. They came from different sources, described different moments in his life, and carried very different emotional weight. The first fall, if it happened, was the act of a mother who looked at her newborn and could not accept what she saw. It was cold and swift, the rejection of something that had never yet had the chance to prove itself. The second fall was something else. It was the punishment of a son who had already come back, who had already made his peace, or something like it, with a family that had not treated him well, who had returned to a hall where he ate and worked and sat alongside gods who had known about his first exile and said nothing. And when a quarrel rose in that hall, when his mother was in danger of Zeus's anger, he did not stay silent or look away. He stepped in. He offered the cup and the gentle word, and before that, according to some accounts, he had spoken on her behalf more directly still, and Zeus threw him from the mountain. There is something almost unbearably quiet about the irony of it. Hera, who in the other tradition had been the one to cast him out at birth, was the person he was trying to protect. He knew what she had done, or what she was said to have done. He had carried that knowledge all the years of his exile, through the fire and the forge work and the long, slow mastery of his craft. And still, when it mattered, he chose her side. He had defended his mother twice now, once in ways she never asked for, and once in ways she never thanked him for, and both times it had cost him everything. The island of Lemnos was volcanic country, black rock and sulphurous heat, a landscape shaped by fire, and for Hephaestus, it must have felt like home. The ground there was dark and porous, riddled with the kinds of fissures and vents that speak of deep heat moving just beneath the surface, and the air carried with it a faint mineral sharpness that had no equivalent anywhere else in the Aegean. It was not a soft island. It was not the kind of place where one lingered in meadows or watched the sun set over a calm blue harbour. It was a place of edges and temperatures, of stone that remembered fire, and yet, when you consider that Hephaestus had been thrown from the sky and had survived, that he had fallen for an entire day through the open air and still drawn breath when it was over, there is something fitting about the island that received him. The Sintian people, who were Lemnos's earliest inhabitants according to the ancient traditions, had taken him in without ceremony or condition, and in doing so, they had given him something far more valuable than sympathy. They had given him time to learn what his hands were capable of, Time to discover that the same fire which scarred the landscape around him could be invited into a forge and made to obey. In those early years, working among the Sintians with the smell of sulfur in the air and the warmth of the earth rising through the soles of his feet, Hephaestus began to understand that exile was not the same as emptiness. He had been cast down, yes. He had been found unwanted by the very mother who brought him into existence. But the earth had caught him, and the earth, it turned out, was full of things worth making. He worked with raw ore at first, learning the textures of different metals, the way heat transformed one thing into another, the strange intimacy of holding something molten and coaxing it into a shape that had never existed before. He built simple tools for the Sintians, blades, clasps, hinges, things of modest beauty that nonetheless bore a quality that no ordinary craftsman could replicate. There was something in the work that felt innate to him, as if his hands had always known the language of metal and fire and only needed a place quiet enough for him to hear it. Lemnos gave him that quiet, and in that quiet, something remarkable began to grow. The transformation on Lemnos was not simply learning a craft. On Olympus, Hephaestus had been defined by his appearance, the way he disrupted the visual perfection the other gods embodied. But in the forge, surrounded by the Sintians who asked only that he work, he discovered categories of value entirely separate from appearance. A thing was good because it was well made. That was the logic. It was simple, absolute, and it changed everything about how he understood himself. Later traditions also placed him beneath the slopes of Mount Etna in Sicily, and it is here that the mythology becomes most vivid and most elemental. Etna was, and still is, one of the great fire mountains of the world, a volcano whose eruptions the ancient Greeks understood not as geological events, but as the sound of Hephaestus at work deep in the earth, his hammer rising and falling against the divine anvil in the workshop he had built for himself below the surface of the world. In some accounts, his forge on Lemnos and his forge beneath Etna were simply different expressions of the same underground realm, a vast and glowing kingdom of heat and craft that had no fixed address, because fire itself has no fixed address. Whatever the precise geography of the myth, the image is consistent. A god who had been thrown from the highest place in the world had descended to the lowest and had made it magnificent. Homer tells us that his palace on Olympus was fitted with 20 bellows, each one able to breathe air into a fire with varying degrees of force, so that he could control the temperature of his work with extraordinary precision. The great anvil stood at the center of the forge, worn smooth in some places and roughened in others by generations of work, and beside it, according to the tradition, moved the golden women, assistants he had fashioned from metal himself, figures of pure gold who could walk beside him, hold his tools, and even speak intelligently to him as he worked. They were, in a sense, his first great creations, not weapons, not armor, but companions, made not because anyone had asked him for them, but because he understood loneliness with a thoroughness that would have been difficult to explain to anyone else. Alongside these golden figures, other traditions brought the Cyclopes into the forge with him, Brontes, whose name carried the sound of thunder, and Steropes, whose name held the flash of lightning, and Arges, who was said to embody the brightness of the bolt itself. These three enormous beings worked beside Hephaestus at the anvil, their hammers falling in rhythms that shook the mountain above them, their single eyes reflecting the orange glow of the fire. When Etna rumbled and sent smoke curling into the Sicilian sky, the people living on the slopes below understood it as evidence of this work proceeding, of something extraordinary being brought into existence in the depths of the earth. There was very little fear in that understanding. There was, if anything, a kind of reassurance. The mountain was not angry. The mountain was busy. The work of the forge was ceaseless, and Hephaestus seemed to want it that way. There were always commissions to fulfill, weapons for Ares, robes for Athena, treasures for those persuasive enough to petition the gods, but also work he undertook for himself, projects that emerged from his imagination, objects serving no practical purpose but existing because he had envisioned them. These were perhaps his truest creations, the ones that revealed not what the gods required, but what he required of himself. It is worth pausing on what Hephaestus had built, because it was not merely a workshop. It was an entire world ordered according to his own principles, one where physical beauty mattered not at all, where what you could produce was the only currency, where intelligence expressed through the hands was the highest form of power. In the halls of Olympus, he had been something to be ashamed of, something that disrupted the elegant visual harmony of the divine court. Down in the forge, he was incomparable. Nothing moved, nothing was made, nothing of lasting significance came into being except through him. The Cyclopes needed his direction. The golden women needed his hands to have brought them to life in the first place. The fire needed his understanding of it before it could become anything other than destruction. He had, in the years since his fall, become exactly what the gods on Olympus would have least expected from a child they threw away, indispensable. And he knew it. There is something in the ancient accounts that suggests Hephaestus felt no particular urgency about returning to the world that had rejected him. He was not counting the days until Olympus called him back. He was working. The forge was going. The bellows were breathing. And on the great anvil, under the light of fire and the careful eyes of golden companions, the most beautiful things in the world were slowly taking shape. Down in the dark, surrounded by fire and the ringing of hammer on metal, the rejected god of Olympus had built himself a world that no one could take from him. At some point, and the ancient writers are not entirely clear on when, Hephaestus decided to send his mother a present. He had spent years in his forge by then, years of solitude and fire, and the slow, patient accumulation of skill. Whatever he felt toward Hera in those years, grief, anger, something that had quietly calcified into something colder, he kept it close and worked it into the metal the way he worked everything else. The gift he was preparing was not made in a single afternoon. It would have required the kind of sustained, meticulous attention that only someone with a very clear purpose could sustain. He was building a throne. He was building it to be the most beautiful thing Hera had ever seen. According to the tradition that has come down through the ancient sources, the throne was extraordinary even by divine standards. It was made of gold, a deep, warm, impossible gold, and it was decorated with the kind of intricate detail that could occupy the eye for hours without exhausting itself. Some accounts describe delicate figures worked into its surface. Others speak of the way the light moved across it as if the metal itself were breathing. Whatever its exact appearance, it was the sort of object that a goddess could not look at without wanting to sit in it immediately. That was precisely the point. Hidden within its arms and legs and seat, worked so finely into the structure that no one examining it from the outside could have detected them, were chains. Dozens of them, perhaps, articulated and spring-loaded and waiting for the weight of someone settling into that beautiful seat. Hephaestus sent the throne up to Mount Olympus as a gift for his mother. Hera received it the way someone receives any extraordinarily beautiful thing, with pleasure and without suspicion. The throne was placed in the hall of the gods. In due course, Hera sat down in it. The chains came out at once. They wrapped themselves around her arms and legs and waist with a speed and precision that left no time for resistance. Hera, queen of all the gods, found herself bound fast to a piece of furniture she could not leave. The other gods on Olympus tried everything they could think of. They tried to pry the chains loose by force. They tried to coax the mechanism apart by hand. Ares, the god of war, who was not a figure known for delicate problem-solving, reportedly offered to go down to Hephaestus and drag him back by force. According to at least one ancient account, he tried, and was driven away by jets of fire from the forge. None of it worked. The chains held Hera exactly as they had been designed to hold her. The only person who could undo them was the person who had made them, who was deep underground on his island, declining every invitation to return. The gods sent messengers. Hermes, who could travel between the realms with a speed that no other divine being could match, went to speak with Hephaestus more than once by some accounts. Hephaestus was polite perhaps, and absolutely unmovable. He had nothing to say to Olympus. He was busy. His mother could remain where she was. There is something almost serene in how the ancient sources describe his refusal. He was not raging, not gloating loudly, not making speeches about what had been done to him. He simply would not come, and no argument could change that. What the gods needed was not a messenger but a negotiator, and eventually the task fell to Dionysus. The choice makes a kind of mythological sense. Dionysus was not a figure of brute authority or formal diplomacy. He was the god of wine and altered states, and the unexpected approach. Where other gods had tried commands and arguments, Dionysus tried something else entirely. He went to Hephaestus with wine. He was generous with it. He was patient, and he stayed until Hephaestus had drunk enough that the sharp, still anger that had kept him anchored to his forge for so long softened into something warmer and less certain. The two of them, by several ancient accounts, became something like companions in that time, not adversaries, not supplicant and reluctant god, but two figures sharing wine in the firelight. When Hephaestus was thoroughly cheerfully drunk, Dionysus helped him onto the back of a mule and led him up toward Olympus. Ancient vase painters loved this scene. It appears across hundreds of surviving pieces of pottery. In those images, Hephaestus is usually shown slumped comfortably on the mule, wine cup still in hand, with Dionysus and a procession of satyrs and nymphs accompanying him in what appears to be a very good mood. There is something gently comic about it, but there is also something worth sitting with. This god who had held Olympus at a standstill, who had managed what no warrior could manage, was returning to the world not in triumph, but swaying pleasantly on the back of an animal, having been talked into it with hospitality rather than force. When he was sober again, the situation was what it had always been. He had leverage, and he knew it, and the question was only what he would accept in exchange for releasing her. The ancient sources suggest that what he was eventually promised included two things: a recognized seat among the 12 Olympians, and a wife. The wife was to be Aphrodite. Whether those promises were made before he released Hera, or whether his return itself was considered the gesture of a son who had made his point and was ready to let it go, is something the ancient writers do not all agree on. What they do agree on is that Hephaestus eventually freed his mother from the throne he had built for her. It is worth thinking about what this myth was really describing, underneath the clever mechanism and the drunken procession. Hera had cast her own child from the sky because he was not what she had expected a god to look like. She had done this, depending on the version, either out of disgust at his imperfection, or out of the cold calculation that a lame son was no use to her in her ongoing rivalry with Zeus. In either case, she had made a judgment about him at the moment of his birth. She had never been asked to account for it. The golden throne was the accounting. It did not injure her. It did not shame her in front of an audience. It did not destroy her dignity in any permanent way. What it did was hold her completely still and make her wait in discomfort and helplessness, for as long as her son chose to let her wait. There is a quality of restraint in that revenge that feels, in some ways, more eloquent than violence would have been. He could have made her something worse. He was capable of it. Instead, he made her something that asked only that she sit and be unable to move, the way an infant is unable to move, the way a child thrown from the sky and falling toward the earth below has no choice but to fall. The reversal is quiet, but it is there. Worked into the metal, the way everything he felt was always worked into the metal. Whether Hera acknowledged any of this, whether she understood, sitting bound in her own throne hall, exactly what her son had built and why, is something no ancient source tells us. The gods were not always given to that kind of reflection in the stories that survived, but Hephaestus had made his point in the only language that had ever truly belonged to him. The point had been understood well enough that the whole of Olympus had stood still until he chose to make it. He released Hera from the throne. In doing so, he stepped back into the world that had thrown him out, not as a castaway, but as a god who had earned his place the hard way. His place among the 12 Olympians came with a palace, a forge, and a wife who had not chosen him. The return had not been graceful. He had arrived on the back of a mule, leaning sideways with wine-heavy eyes, led by Dionysus through the gates of Olympus, while the other gods watched with expressions that ranged from amusement to something more difficult to name. And yet, when the haze of the wine had cleared and the goddess Hera had been released from her golden prison at last, something shifted. The matter of where Hephaestus stood among the gods, a question that had gone unanswered for a very long time, was finally resolved. According to some ancient accounts, Zeus offered him a formal place among the Olympians as part of the agreement that brought him home, and with that place came all the things a god on Olympus was meant to have: standing, recognition, and a household of his own. The palace he was given was, by all accounts, extraordinary. This was not surprising. Hephaestus had spent years below the world, building things of impossible beauty for others, and when it came time to build something for himself, he did not hold back. Ancient sources describe a gleaming structure of bronze and precious metal, fitted with every refinement that the god of the forge could imagine. At its heart was what mattered most to him, not a throne room or a great hall for receiving guests, but a workshop. There was a forge there, with 20 great bellows arranged around a central fire, each one responding to his will, breathing heat into the flames at whatever intensity the work required. There was an anvil of sufficient weight and breadth for the largest commissions he might undertake. The tools of his craft lined the walls, everything in its place, the whole space organized with the quiet logic of someone who had spent a lifetime thinking about how to work efficiently and well. It was a palace built around a workshop, rather than a workshop tucked reluctantly into a palace, and that distinction said everything about who Hephaestus was. The marriage was a more complicated gift. Aphrodite was, in the Greek imagination, the most beautiful being in existence, a goddess whose appearance caused something close to pain in those who looked at her directly, the way very bright light does. She had emerged, according to the older tradition, from the sea itself, born from the foam near the island of Cyprus, and she carried with her a kind of radiance that the other gods found difficult to ignore. This was, it turned out, precisely the problem. Her presence on Olympus had been a source of constant friction from the beginning. Gods quarreled over her attention. Mortals went to war on her behalf. The tension she generated simply by existing was a disruption to the order that Zeus spent considerable energy maintaining. A beautiful, unmarried goddess of love was, from Zeus's perspective, an ongoing administrative difficulty. Binding her in marriage to Hephaestus resolved that difficulty in a way that was, from a purely practical standpoint, rather elegant. Hephaestus was not the sort of god who attracted rivals. He was not a warrior, not a figure of conventional beauty, not someone whose marriage to Aphrodite would cause the others to simmer with jealousy in the same way that a union between her and a more conventionally desirable god surely would have. He was also deeply loyal, deeply capable, and wholly dedicated to Olympus in a way that had been demonstrated, at considerable personal cost, more than once. Zeus appears to have regarded the arrangement as sensible. Whether he considered how either of the two people involved might feel about it is less clear from the ancient sources. Aphrodite had not been consulted. This much is consistent across the tradition. She was presented with the arrangement rather than invited into it, and the accounts that survive suggest she accepted it the way a person accepts weather, as a condition of the world rather than a decision she had made. She was not cruel to Hephaestus, at least not openly, at least not at first. But there was no warmth in the union that the ancient stories ever describe, no moment of recognition or tenderness between them. They were, from the beginning, two beings who had been placed beside each other by someone else's reasoning. The strangeness of the pairing was not lost on the Greeks who told these stories. Here was the god described as the most physically unlovely of all the Olympians, lame, heavy-shouldered, often covered in the soot and grime of his work, married to the goddess who embodied physical beauty in its most absolute form. The two of them sat together at the divine feasts and moved through the same gleaming halls, and the contrast between them was, depending on how you looked at it, either deeply funny or quietly sad. Ancient poets noted the mismatch with the particular tone that Greeks reserved for things that were true and uncomfortable at the same time. Not quite mockery, but not quite sympathy either. There is something worth sitting with in that pairing, even now. The Greek divine order was not designed around fairness. The gods rewarded the powerful and the beautiful, and they arranged their world according to what was convenient rather than what was just. Hephaestus had earned his place on Olympus through suffering and skill and a kind of dogged perseverance that none of the other gods had ever been asked to demonstrate. And what he received in return for all of that was a palace, a seat at the table, and a wife who regarded the whole arrangement with the polite distance of someone counting the days. Zeus had given him the most beautiful goddess as a bride, and it had the texture of a gift that was also, in some ways, its opposite, a reminder that even in triumph, Hephaestus was still someone to whom things were given and taken away by others. For his part, Hephaestus seems to have hoped, at least in the beginning, that it might become something real. The ancient tradition does not describe him as indifferent to Aphrodite. He had built her a palace of luminous bronze, had filled it with every beautiful thing he was capable of making, had arranged it as carefully as any object that had ever come from his forge. Whether that constituted love in any recognizable sense is a question the myths leave open. It was, at the very least, the gesture of someone who wanted things to be different from the way they had always been for him. The palace shone on Olympus, and the bellows breathed steadily in the forge at its heart, and the god who had once fallen through the open sky for a full day before landing among strangers took his seat among the 12. Aphrodite took her seat beside him in his gleaming palace, and if she smiled, it was the kind of smile that concealed rather than revealed. It was Helios who told him, the sun god who saw everything, every day, as he drove his chariot across the sky. From that high, luminous passage above the world, there was nothing in the mortal or the immortal world that escaped his notice, and what he had observed in the palace of Hephaestus on Olympus was not something he could quietly set aside. He came to Hephaestus and told him simply and without embellishment what had been happening. Aphrodite, his wife, had been meeting with Ares, the god of war, with his bronze armor and his restless appetite for conflict. In the very rooms of the palace that Hephaestus had built with his own hands. It hadn't been a single occasion. It had been continuing for some time, and Helios had witnessed it from the sky with the dispassionate thoroughness that only the sun can manage, seeing everything and warming everything equally, without preference or mercy. When Hephaestus heard this, he didn't shout or make any dramatic declaration. He didn't move through the halls of Olympus, demanding an audience with Zeus. He went, instead, back to his forge, and he sat quietly with what he had been told for a long while before he began to consider what to do. The pain of it was real. There's no version of this story in which Hephaestus wasn't genuinely wounded by what Helios had told him. Aphrodite had not chosen him. She had made that clear enough from the earliest days of their marriage, in the way she moved through the gleaming palace, in the way she accepted his carefully made gifts with a kind of cool, remote politeness that never softened into anything warmer. She was the goddess of love, and she didn't love him. He had known this the way that people sometimes know things they would rather not examine too closely. The way a thought can live in the quiet back of the mind for a long time without ever being spoken aloud. But there is a difference between suspecting something and having the sun god arrive at your door to confirm it with complete certainty. Hephaestus lived with that difference now, and the way he had always lived with difficult things was the same. He went to his forge, and he made something. What he decided to make this time was not a weapon in any familiar sense, and it wasn't a work of beauty in the way that his shields and thrones and crowns were works of beauty. It was a trap, quiet, measured, and devastatingly precise. He worked at his bench with the kind of unhurried patience that only a craftsman of his particular gifts could sustain through grief, drawing the metal out into threads so fine they were nearly transparent, even when held directly in the firelight of the forge. Each strand was slender enough to pass through the eye of a needle, and when they were woven together in the careful pattern he had spent hours designing, they formed something that no force available to any god could break or pry apart. He worked through the heat and the glow of the fire, and the golden figures that assisted him moved silently around the bench, handing him what he needed without being asked. It was, in its quiet way, one of his finest creations, though it was not the kind of thing that would ever be admired or spoken of at a feast. When the net was finished, he carried it up from the forge and spread it with extraordinary care over the bed in his own palace, arranging it against the coverlet so that it lay completely invisible, its hidden clasps positioned to close at the slightest disturbance, silent and certain and waiting. Then Hephaestus announced that he was leaving Olympus. He said he was going to Lemnos, his island, the one that had always suited him, with its volcanic black rock, and its quiet shores and its fires burning somewhere deep in the earth below. He departed in the manner of a god who has decided, with something very much like relief, to remove himself from a situation that had long since stopped serving him. Whether Aphrodite believed this fully, or whether she simply didn't trouble herself to question it, the ancient accounts don't entirely clarify. What is known is that she sent word to Ares, and that Ares came. The net closed around them the moment they settled together on that bed. Its threads, invisible an instant before, drew taut with a quiet, absolute certainty, not with violence, but with the composed and irresistible logic of something designed by a very precise craftsman for exactly this purpose. They couldn't move. They couldn't free themselves. Every physical strength that Ares possessed, every divine grace that Aphrodite could bring to bear, none of it made any difference against the net that Hephaestus had woven in those long, careful hours of his grief. And it was at this moment that Hephaestus returned. He stood in the doorway of his own palace and looked at what the net had caught, and then he called upon the other Olympians to come and witness it for themselves. What followed was not, by most ancient accounts, a particularly solemn occasion. The gods who gathered, the male gods in particular, found the scene considerably more amusing than tragic. There was laughter, and a certain amount of commentary that Homer records without much moralizing. And Hermes reportedly said that he wouldn't mind being in Ares's position if it meant being beside Aphrodite, the kind of remark that lands squarely at someone else's expense and still manages to draw a laugh from the room. The goddesses, according to the story, chose not to come at all, holding themselves back from something that seemed to call for discretion rather than observation. Hephaestus stood apart from all of it. He wasn't participating in the laughter, and he wasn't performing his anger for the benefit of anyone watching. What he was doing was something quieter and more deliberate than any of that. He had taken a private betrayal, an invisible wound that he had been carrying alone, and placed it in full view of everyone on Olympus. The humiliation that had been his, the thing he'd been carrying since the morning Helios came to his door, he had transferred with his characteristic precision to the two people who had put it there in the first place. It was Poseidon who eventually stepped forward from among the gathered gods and spoke with genuine seriousness, asking Hephaestus to release the net and offering, on behalf of Ares, a pledge that restitution would be made, that whatever Hephaestus considered fair compensation for what had been done would be honored. Hephaestus agreed, though some tellings of the story suggest he did so with a degree of reluctance, noting that a pledge given by Poseidon on behalf of Ares was a somewhat uncertain guarantee. Those doubts seem, in retrospect, to have been reasonable ones. Nevertheless, he released the net, and Ares departed from Olympus, and Aphrodite made her way south to Cyprus, to the temple at Paphos where the gardens and the warm sea air restored her composure with remarkable efficiency. Their marriage continued in name after that, as it had always been a marriage mostly in name, and both of them understood this now with a clarity that left nothing softened or ambiguous between them. He had been humiliated once by a wife who didn't want him, and he had answered that humiliation the only way he knew how, with something he made with his own hands. Section. The most powerful weapon on Mount Olympus did not belong to a warrior god, and it was not forged by one either. It belonged to Zeus, the king of the gods, the lord of the open sky, the one who sat at the highest seat of all. And it was made for him by his lame son, working alone in the deep heat of a volcanic forge, far from the light of Olympus. The thunderbolt was not simply a weapon in the way that a sword or a spear might be called a weapon. It was something more particular than that. When the ancient Greeks looked up at a sky split open by lightning, at the sudden white fracture of light across the clouds and the low thunder that rolled afterward across the hills, they understood that what they were seeing was an expression of divine will made visible. It was the King of Gods, reaching down into the mortal world and making his authority felt in a way that left no room for doubt. And all of that, the terror, the majesty, the undeniable presence of Zeus in the sky, began in the underground workshop of a god who had twice been thrown from the very mountain Zeus called home. The thunderbolts were, in the oldest traditions, crafted with the help of the Cyclops, those massive, single-eyed beings who worked beside Hephaestus at his forge, their great arms swinging hammers that shook the rock around them. Their names, in some accounts, were Brontes and Sterapes and Arges, names that carried within them the sounds of thunder, lightning and brightness, and together they drew from the fires of the earth a metal unlike anything that existed elsewhere in the world. It was a metal that did not merely conduct heat or hold an edge. According to the ancient stories, it seemed to hold living lightning within its grain, as though the forge had captured something elemental and sealed it inside the finished bolt. You could imagine the glow of it even before Hephaestus lifted his hammer, a restless, shifting light moving just beneath the surface of the metal, waiting. The forging itself would have taken the whole of the forge's heat, all 20 bellows working at once, the Cyclops turning the raw material over and over in the fire until it reached the temperature only the deepest volcanic fires could provide. And then the hammering, methodical, unhurried, each strike landing with a precision that no other craftsman in the world, divine or mortal, could have matched. By the time Hephaestus set the finished bolt aside to cool, he had made something that was less like a weapon and more like a concentrated piece of the sky itself, hammered into a shape that a hand could hold. The process of making even a single thunderbolt was exhausting beyond measure. The Cyclops would labor for days, sometimes weeks, to complete even one of these divine weapons, and the forge would glow so intensely that mortal craftsmen working on the island would retreat to the farthest caves to escape the heat. It was not merely a matter of skill, though skill was certainly required in abundance. It required an understanding of something that transcended ordinary metallurgy, a knowledge of how to bind the raw forces of the earth into a form that could be wielded, how to make the infinite finite, how to capture something that was almost alive within the structure of inert metal. Once Zeus had commissioned his first batch of these weapons, he would return to the forge regularly, never satisfied, always demanding more. The thunderbolts would never run out, but neither would his appetite for them, as though possessing them made him continually aware of what he might lose without them. This cycle of creation and demand would define the relationship between the King of Gods and his craftsmen for the duration of their existence. What made the thunderbolts remarkable was not only what they were, but what they meant for the god who carried them. Zeus's authority over the other Olympians was never simply a matter of his strength or his will. The gods were a contentious and proud gathering of beings, each with their own domains and their own considerable powers, and they did not submit easily to being governed. What Zeus had, that the others could not easily counter, were those bolts. The ability to strike with a force that transcended ordinary divine conflict and expressed something absolute. Without them, his dominion would have been a more uncertain thing, requiring constant negotiation and display. With them, he could silence a hall of gods with a single raised arm. He could remind even the oldest and most powerful of the Titans that the order of the world had changed and that the change was permanent. In this way, the thunderbolts were not merely instruments of violence. They were instruments of cosmic order, and the order they maintained was the order that made Olympus itself possible. There is something quietly remarkable about that, if you sit with it for a moment. The god who sat at the center of everything, the god whose authority was supposed to be self-evident and complete, depended for his most essential symbol of power on someone else entirely, and that someone else was not one of his trusted allies, not one of the great warrior gods, not even one of the ancient Titans who had been around since the beginning of the world. It was Hephaestus. It was the sun who had been cast off the mountain, who had grown up among mortals on a volcanic island, who had built his forge in the dark below the earth because there was nowhere else for him to go. Every commission Zeus placed at the forge was, whether he acknowledged it or not, an admission of something his pride would never have allowed him to say aloud, that the god he had thrown from the sky was the only one who could make what he needed most. Hephaestus, for his part, does not appear in any of the old stories to have withheld his work, or to have taken any particular satisfaction in this arrangement. He made the bolts because they were his craft, because the forge was his domain, and because making things of extraordinary power and beauty was simply what he did, regardless of who had asked for them, or what had passed between them in years gone by. His hands did not seem to carry resentment into his work. Every time Zeus raised his arm to throw that bolt of living fire, the authority behind it was borrowed, in part, from the hands of the god he had once thrown from the sky. Athena, of all the Olympians, may have understood Hephaestus best, perhaps because she was, in her own way, also a god of making things. Where the other gods concern themselves with dominion over natural forces or the affairs of mortals, Athena and Hephaestus both found meaning in the act of creation itself, in the careful, deliberate shaping of materials into something that had never existed before. She was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, yes, but she was also the patron of weavers, potters, artisans, the deity invoked by anyone who worked with their hands toward a purposeful end. He was the divine craftsman, the one who understood better than any being in the Greek world what it meant to take raw, unformed matter and transform it into something extraordinary. Between the two of them, there existed a kind of mutual recognition that rarely found its way into the stories told about Hephaestus and the other gods, not rivalry, not the particular tension that defined so many of his divine relationships, but something quieter and more collaborative. When Athena came to him, needing something made, she came as one maker to another. This kind of relationship fundamentally shaped how Hephaestus approached the work itself. Where he might have created weapons for other Olympians, with the detachment of a master craftsman fulfilling a commission. The items he made for Athena carried something additional, a collaborative intelligence that went into every detail. The Aegis was not simply forged, it was designed with the kind of deliberate intention that only emerged when both maker and user understood the deeper purposes of creation. Every choice, from the placement of the serpents to the specific positioning of Medusa's head, reflected a shared vision of how divinity could be expressed through physical form. That difference in the nature of their relationship left its mark on everything he created for her. The Aegis is perhaps the finest example of what that relationship produced. Ancient sources describe it in varying ways, sometimes as a shield, sometimes as a kind of divine breastplate or protective garment. But in almost every telling, it bore the same remarkable features: a border of coiling serpents, their scales catching the light as if alive. At its center, the severed head of the Gorgon Medusa, fixed there not as an ornament, but as a living power, a force capable of stopping an enemy cold before a single blow had been exchanged. The serpents that ringed the Aegis were not merely decorative either. In the older layers of Greek religious thought, serpents carried associations with the earth, with hidden wisdom, with transformative power, and the goddess of wisdom wearing a garment edged with serpents was no accident of design. Hephaestus would have understood this, the way a skilled craftsman understands that the best work always carries meaning layered beneath its surface. He built into the Aegis something that went beyond mythology and into the realm of symbolic intelligence, the knowledge that what a thing represents can be as powerful as what it physically does. The Gorgon's head at the center of the Aegis had its own mythology, of course. Medusa, whose gaze had the power to turn any living creature to stone, whose face was so terrible that even in death it retained the capacity to inspire paralyzing dread. The Gorgon's head itself bore the marks of Hephaestus's unprecedented skill. Not only had he created a shield that could turn away weapons, but he had captured within it a power that preceded all physical conflict. The shield was crafted in such a way that even the approach of battle could be forestalled by the mere presence of the Aegis, the goddess's appearance enough to halt aggression before it began. Fixing that face to a shield was an act of profound mythological thinking. It meant that Athena, when she raised the Aegis in battle, or appeared wearing it before a gathered assembly, was not merely defending herself, she was wielding the oldest and most primal kind of fear, the kind that bypasses reason entirely and strikes at something deeper. Enemies who looked upon the Aegis were not simply threatened. They were, in a sense, already defeated, their courage undone before the goddess had moved a single step toward them. Hephaestus would have known, when he set that image into the metal, exactly what he was making. The two of them shared this, the understanding that a well-made thing is never only what it appears to be, that the finest work carries within it layers of intention and consequence that unfold long after it has left the maker's hands. Their connection extended beyond the singular commission of the Aegis and into the broader life of Athens, where both deities were honored together as the joint patrons of craft and artisanship. The Chalcaea, a festival held each autumn in the city, was dedicated to them both, a celebration observed by smiths, potters, weavers, every kind of skilled worker who understood that what they did with their hands was itself a form of devotion. The two gods shared an altar in that tradition, their names joined together in a way that acknowledged something the myths themselves had always quietly suggested, that wisdom without craft is incomplete, craft without wisdom is blind, that between them they represented something whole. This shared altar space represented far more than a mere acknowledgement of two related crafts. It embodied a principle central to Athenian values, that the practical work of making things was inseparable from the wisdom that guided the maker's hands. Artisans who stood before that shared altar understood that they were honoring not just deities, but a philosophy of creation itself. The Hephaestion, the great temple built on the hill overlooking the Athenian agora, housed cult statues of both Hephaestus and Athena standing together, a pairing that would have meant something immediate and recognizable to every artisan who climbed that hill to offer a prayer before beginning a day's work. In the ages, the two of them had created something that was more than a shield. It was a statement about what craft and intelligence could accomplish when aimed at protection rather than destruction. Thetis arrived at the forge with salt water still glimmering on her arms, having risen from the sea to ask for something only Hephaestus could make. She had made the journey in grief, moving upward through the cold and darkening water with her mind already fixed on what she needed. By the time she reached the place where heat replaced the chill of the deep sea, she was carrying the particular quietness of a mother who has not yet begun to cry. The story, as Homer tells it in the Iliad, begins just after the warrior Patroclus has been killed on the plains outside Troy. Patroclus had gone into battle wearing the armor of Achilles, borrowed armor, meant to give him the appearance of that great warrior and steady the faltering Greek lines, and when Hector struck him down, he stripped that armor from the body and claimed it as his prize. Achilles was left without protection and without the one person in the world he had truly loved. Thetis, who knew her son's fate better than anyone, understood that if he was going to fight again, he would need something new. Not replacement armor exactly, but something made specifically for him, by hands that could not be matched anywhere in the world. The forge was deep in its working when she arrived. Homer describes the great smith moving between his bellows, from one task to the next with the practiced ease of someone who has spent more time in that place than anywhere else. The golden women who assisted him moved around the forge with the same ease, animate figures he had made himself, possessing strength and speech and something resembling thought, carrying tools and steadying the work with a competence that no ordinary assistant could have offered. The air was thick with heat and the smell of hot metal. The light came not from the sky, but from the fire itself, shifting and orange. Thetis stood at the edge of all of this and waited. When Hephaestus saw her, he set down his work immediately. He knew what she had done for him, in some traditions at least, how she had caught him when he fell into the sea, how she and the sea nymph Eurynome had sheltered him in an underwater grotto for 9 years while he learned his craft in secret, far below the world that had rejected him. He owed her something, and beyond debt, he felt genuine warmth toward her. He called her dear and old friend, and asked her to sit and listen to what she needed. She told him everything: the death of Patroclus, the lost armor, her son standing on the shore in mourning too raw to carry, the war that was waiting for him. Hephaestus did not hesitate. He promised her he would make Achilles' armor that any man alive would be glad to have. He meant it in the way that only someone who genuinely loves their work can mean it. He turned back to his forge, and he worked through the night. There was something in Hephaestus's commitment that went beyond the ordinary obligations of divine hospitality, or even the debt he carried from Thetis's kindness. This was his opportunity to create something that would outlast him, a work that would move through the world still bearing his intention long after his hands had released it. He understood, in the way that only a true craftsman ever can, that this armor would carry a story, not just the story of its making, but the story of everything he had witnessed from his forge, everything he had learned about the world despite his isolation from it. The night stretched before him, and he did not rest. His assistant golden women did not rest either, moving with tireless efficiency as he called for what he needed. The metal was ready, the tools were sharp, and his mind was clear about what had to be done. He made the greaves first, the armor for the lower legs, bending and shaping the bright metal with the bellows singing behind him. Then the breastplate, heavier and more intricate, designed to sit against a man's chest like a second skin made of something the earth had never grown. The helmet followed, fitted with a crest, and worked with such precision that it would sit on Achilles' head the way a crown sits on a king's, naturally and without effort. Each piece was finished to a perfection that ordinary metalwork does not approach. The surface is smooth and the joins invisible, the weight distributed exactly right. But it was the shield that required most of the night, the shield that would become what people remembered. Homer's description of it runs for well over 100 lines in the Iliad. Even across the distance of nearly 3,000 years, you can feel the care that the poet gave to it, the sense that this object deserved that kind of attention, that it contained something worth describing slowly and in full. Hephaestus laid down layer after layer of metal. Bronze and tin and gold and silver worked together, and on its face he placed the world. Not a version of the world, not a symbol of it, but the whole of it as closely as a craftsman's hands could render, beginning with the earth and sky and sea, the tireless sun and the full moon, the Pleiades and the Hyades and Orion and the Bear turning always in place, never dipping below the horizon. He put the stars on the shield as they actually appeared, as he had observed them from his forge on those long nights when the only light above the mountain came from the sky itself. Then, moving inward on the great round surface, he placed 2 cities of men. The first city was at peace. There were weddings in it. The torches were lit. The young men were dancing in the streets while women stood in doorways watching them go by. In the marketplace there was a legal dispute, 2 men arguing over the blood price owed for a killing. The elders were seated in a circle on polished stone, holding their staffs. Each was speaking his judgment in turn. It was the ordinary friction of people living together, handled with ceremony and patience. Hephaestus rendered it so that you could almost hear the voices. The second city was at war. 2 armies camped around it, gleaming with bronze, debating whether to divide everything inside by force or to accept half and leave the rest to the people within. A river ran nearby. Along its banks there was an ambush, armed men crouching in the reeds, waiting, while shepherds came down from the hills with their flocks, not yet knowing what was there. The attack came, and the cattle lowed, and the shepherds cried out, and all of it was caught in metal, suspended in the moment before its conclusion. Beyond the cities he placed the soft world of working life, fields being ploughed, the oxen turning at the end of each long furrow, while a man offered the ploughman wine. Behind them the earth turning dark and rich, a king's estate where the harvest was coming in, the reapers moving in rows with their curved blades, children gathering the cut grain behind them and binding it into sheaves, a vineyard heavy with grapes, the clusters black and ripening, a silver irrigation ditch running along one edge, a hedge of tin around it all, a single path through which the pickers moved, singing with baskets on their arms, while a boy played a lyre and sang to them in a thin, sweet voice. A herd of cattle moving toward a river through a meadow, the lead cows gold and the rest worked in tin. At the edge of that meadow, 2 lions had seized the nearest bull and were dragging it down, the dogs circling and barking and not coming close enough to do anything useful. A sheepfold in still country, the sheep silver, the pens and the herdsmen's shelters carefully there. And then the dancing floor. Hephaestus saved this for near the end of the shield's face. A place like the dancing floor that Daedalus had once made in Crete for Ariadne, where young men and women moved together in a great turning pattern, their hands linked, the young men in linen and the young women in gowns with garlands in their hair, the whole circle moving first one way and then the other, like the movement of a potter's wheel, but made of people and joy. A crowd stood watching them, and an Aulus player stood at the center. 2 acrobats threw themselves spinning through the air among the dancers. Around the very outermost edge of all of it, the deep and powerful river of Oceanus ran in a circle. enclosing everything, the cities, the farms, the animals, the dancing children, the war, as if even the boundary of the world was something that could be held in a craftsman's hand. This was the shield that Hephaestus made for Achilles. What he had placed on it was not a decoration or a celebration of Greek military virtue, but something closer to a complete account of what human life actually was, its arguments and its weddings, its harvests and its violence, its music and its grief and its ordinary moments of watching the oxen turn at the end of a row. He had been watching all of it from below the earth for a very long time. When the opportunity came to put what he had seen into something permanent, he made it as full and as honest as the metal would allow. When it was done, Thetis took the armor in her hands, the greaves and the breastplate, and the helmet and the great shield, and she descended back the way she had come, carrying all of it through the morning light, the brightness of the metal moving with her. She carried it back across the water to her son. When Achilles looked at his own reflection in that shield, at the world his mother had carried to him, hammered out of divine metal by the hands of a god who knew what it was to be in pain, he picked it up and went to war. Zeus came to Hephaestus with an unusual commission, not a weapon, not armor, but a person. Prometheus had stolen fire from the gods, had crept close to the divine flame and carried it down to the mortal world in the hollow of a fennel stalk, and the humans who received it had grown stronger, more capable, and in Zeus's estimation, far too comfortable. Zeus wanted to restore a kind of balance, or perhaps what he truly wanted was simply to answer an insult with one of his own. Whatever his reasoning, he decided that his response to the theft of fire would not be another weapon, not a flood or a plague sent down from the sky, but something more quietly devastating. A woman, the first woman ever made. And the one he asked to make her was Hephaestus, who knew better than almost anyone what it meant to be shaped by someone else's intentions and sent out into a world that had not asked for you. The brilliance of Zeus's plan lay in its subtlety. Fire itself was a gift, a tool that could warm, cook, and illuminate. But in placing it in mortal hands, Prometheus had given humans access to divine knowledge and power. A simple punishment would have been expected, even deserved in the eyes of many gods. Instead, Zeus chose something far more complex, a response that would work not through force, but through desire, through the internal divisions that would grow within human civilization itself. Pandora would be sent as a bride, ostensibly a blessing, but carrying with her consequences that would unfold slowly, almost imperceptibly, across generations. It was the kind of revenge that required patience, the kind that worked through the very fabric of human relationships and daily life. The gift would seem precious, would seem like fortune, and only in time would its true nature become apparent. According to Hesiod, who tells this story in both his works and days and his Theogony, Hephaestus mixed earth with water and formed from that soft, common mixture a figure in the likeness of the immortal goddesses. He gave her a face of extraordinary beauty and a form that seemed almost familiar, as if the gods had always known her, though she had never existed before. Once she had taken shape, the other gods came forward one by one to complete what Hephaestus had begun. Athena clothed her in a shimmering silver gown and taught her the art of weaving, passing along something of her own patient intelligence. Aphrodite breathed into her grace and longing, a quality that would make her compelling and difficult to look away from. Hermes, the messenger and trickster, gave her a voice full of persuasion and a mind that moved sideways, capable of cleverness in ways that might not always serve her well or those around her. The Graces adorned her with golden necklaces, and the Horae, the goddesses of the seasons, crowned her with early spring flowers. Hephaestus himself fashioned for her a crown of gold, and on that crown he rendered images of every creature that moved across the land and swam through the sea. It was an elaborate and beautiful thing, and it was the kind of work he did with total care, regardless of what the object would eventually be used for. He did not make things carelessly. He never had. Each divine gift carried within it a particular kind of danger, though perhaps the danger was not always visible on the surface. Athena's weaving was a genuine skill, but it was also a tool for creation and deception alike. Aphrodite's grace and longing could inspire both love and obsession, both connection and the suffering that comes from desire unsatisfied. Hermes' gift of persuasion and lateral thinking was perhaps the most ambiguous of all. The ability to talk one's way through the world, to navigate social situations with intelligence, but also the capacity to mislead and manipulate. Together, these gifts created a being who was not merely beautiful, but dangerously equipped to influence those around her. She was fashioned to be irresistible, to be welcomed, to be brought into the heart of human households and communities. And it was in this very welcome that the catastrophe would eventually unfold. She was named Pandora, which in this tradition Hesiod understood to mean something like all-gifted, a name that described the abundance of what each god had poured into her, and that carried within it a note of irony. She was given a pithos, a large sealed storage jar, and was then sent as a bride to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Prometheus had warned his brother never to accept a gift from Zeus, and Epimetheus, whose name has been translated to suggest a certain slowness of foresight, accepted her anyway. Some ancient sources describe the jar as having been brought with her as part of what she carried into her new life. Others suggest the jar was already present in the household. In either case, the moment came when Pandora lifted the lid, and out from that sealed vessel came everything that had been held inside it. Illness, labor, suffering, grief, the full weight of what mortal life would become. They scattered into the world before she could close the jar again. What remained at the very bottom, beneath all of it, was hope, which did not escape. Whether that remaining hope was a mercy or a cruelty of its own is a question Hesiod leaves open, and the ancient Greeks who heard this story seem to have left it open too, which may be the most honest thing about it. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that it was Hephaestus who made her. He was a god who had been shaped by the hands of others and placed in a world that was difficult, thrown from the sky, raised among strangers, married without his own consent to a goddess who did not want him. He understood what it was to be made for someone else's purposes. And yet, as with every commission he received, he brought to Pandora's creation the full measure of his skill. He did not make her poorly or reluctantly. He gave her a beautiful face, and he placed on her head a crown that required extraordinary care to produce, a crown detailed with every animal that moved through the living world. That is what Hephaestus did. He made things beautifully, even when he could not fully understand what they were for, even when the one who ordered the work had purposes that went far beyond what he was asked to do with his hands. He had shaped her from ordinary earth and water, had placed a crown of gold upon her head, and had sent her into a world that was, from that day forward, a little harder to live in. The golden women who helped Hephaestus at his forge were not servants in any ordinary sense. Homer says they could speak, reason, move as if they had been born rather than made. In the 18th book of the Iliad, when Thetis arrives at the forge to ask Hephaestus for Achilles' armor, she finds him at work and surrounded by these figures. Homer describes them as golden, resembling living young women, possessed of intelligence and voice and strength, capable of supporting their maker as he moved about his workshop on his unsteady legs. They were not decorations or symbols. They were, according to the poem, functional beings, helpers who understood what was needed and provided it without being asked twice. For a god who had been cast out and left largely to his own devices, this was a remarkable solution to the problem of solitude. He had gone down into the earth with his craft and his fire and his pain. He had, over long years of patient work, made himself companions. It says something about him, perhaps, that when he needed help, he did not ask for it from the gods who had rejected him. He made it himself, the way he made everything else, carefully, from the ground up, with his own hands and his own understanding of what a useful, trustworthy thing ought to look like. The golden women of the forge are mentioned only briefly in the Iliad, almost as an aside, as if Homer expected his listeners to already know they were there. But that casualness is itself telling. It suggests that among the ancient Greeks, the idea of Hephaestus creating animated figures was not strange or surprising. It was simply part of who he was. A craftsman whose mastery extended so far beyond ordinary metalwork that the boundary between making an object and making a living being had, for him, become difficult to locate. He had forged thunderbolts that carried the will of Zeus, an armor that reflected the entire mortal world. Golden women who could speak and think and walk were, in this context, entirely consistent with what he was capable of. They were the most intimate expression of his genius, not weapons aimed outward at the world, but something made for the quiet interior life of the forge, for the hours between commissions when the fire burned low and the god who had been thrown from the sky worked on in the dark. These companions, born entirely from his own hands and will, represented a choice that separated him from every other god on Olympus. He had not inherited attendants or demanded them. He had created what he needed, understanding that true craftsmanship meant solving problems at their root. Talos was a different kind of creation entirely. The ancient tradition surrounding him is both older and stranger. According to some accounts, including the version preserved in Apollonius of Rhodes's Argonautica, Talos was a great bronze giant. Some traditions say he was the last of a race of men from the age of bronze, while others hold that he was made by Hephaestus and given by him, or by Zeus, to King Minos of Crete as a guardian for the island. Whatever his origin, his purpose was singular and relentless. 3 times each day, Talos walked the entire perimeter of Crete, a slow circuit of the coastline. Any ship that came too close was driven away by rocks hurled from his enormous arms. He was made of bronze throughout, all but one detail. A single vein ran the length of his body from his neck down to his heel. At the heel, it was sealed with a bronze pin or nail. That vein carried the ichor, the fluid that served as blood in divine or divinely made beings, and so long as the pin held, his form remained complete and his strength absolute. Talos was a living machine, organized around this single vulnerability. Every other part of him was impervious, built to endure across centuries. But this one detail, this fatal point, meant that he could be undone by those with sufficient knowledge and will to find it. Talos was whole and tireless and unstoppable. When the Argonauts arrived off the coast of Crete during their long return voyage, and were met with rocks and the sight of that enormous figure moving along the shore, it was Medea who found the way through. According to the Argonautica, she either bewitched Talos or deceived him into grazing his heel against a sharp rock, dislodging the pin. The ichor drained from him slowly, like water from a vessel with a crack near the base. Talos fell into the sea with a sound the ancient text describes as thunderous, his great weight settling into the water while the Argonauts watched from a cautious distance. What is quietly remarkable about Talos, about the golden women of the forge before him, is what they suggest about the ancient imagination's understanding of Hephaestus. He was not simply a craftsman in the ordinary sense, a maker of beautiful, durable, useful things. He was something more unsettling and more wondrous than that. He was a god who understood the principle of life well enough to approximate it in metal, who could look at the architecture of a living body, the veins, the fluid, the motion, the intention, and reproduce it in bronze and gold. The golden women who walked and spoke in his workshop, and the giant who patrolled the shores of Crete, were made by the same hands that forged Zeus's thunderbolts and Achilles' shield. Yet they were something the thunderbolts and the shield were not. They were, in their own way, alive. Ancient writers did not dwell on the strangeness of this for long, but it is worth pausing on. Hephaestus had been discarded because he was imperfect. This was because he did not look the way a god was supposed to look. This was because there was something about him that did not conform to the expectations of the divine world he had been born into. And yet, he was the only one among the Olympians who had made a living being from raw material, who had taken metal and fire and patience and produced something that could think and move and act in the world. In Talos especially, Hephaestus had made something that patrolled the edge of the world, a guardian built from bronze, powered by something no one entirely understood, doing its duty long after the god had moved on. It is worth taking stock of everything Hephaestus actually made. This was because the list says something important about how indispensable he had become. The golden automata were remarkable. The thunderbolts and the armor of Achilles were the kinds of creations that commanded awe even from gods who had never thought warmly of him. But his work extended far beyond those famous commissions, reaching into nearly every corner of the divine world, equipping gods and heroes alike with objects so perfectly made that they passed from one generation to the next without ever losing their virtue. When you begin to gather these creations together and lay them out, what emerges is a portrait, not just of a craftsman, but of someone who had quietly become the engine on which Olympus ran. Consider what he made for Hermes alone. The winged sandals that carried the messenger god between the mortal world and the divine, between the sunlit peaks of Olympus and the grey shores of the underworld, were his work, delicate things, fastened at the ankle, with small wings that beat with a soft and steady rhythm whenever Hermes had somewhere to be, which was nearly always. He also made the winged helmet that Hermes sometimes wore, a close-fitting cap with wings folded along its sides, ready to open when the god launched himself into the open air. These were not merely functional objects. They were made with the understanding that Hermes moved between worlds that operated by entirely different rules, that what carried him had to be worthy of every one of those worlds, beautiful enough for Olympus, durable enough for the underworld, swift enough for every errand Zeus had ever sent him on, that Hermes could do what he did, that messages moved between gods and mortals at all, owed something to the god who had been thrown from the sky and had spent his exile learning to make things that could travel anywhere. For Aphrodite, his own wife, Hephaestus made the famous girdle, a woven band of such extraordinary power that anyone who looked upon the wearer felt an overwhelming surge of desire and longing. It was, in some ways, a distillation of everything Aphrodite already was, gathered into a single object and made portable. She lent it, in one tradition, to Hera when Hera needed to distract Zeus during the Trojan War, a loan that suggests how well the girdle worked. Even on the king of the gods, there is something quietly complicated about the fact that it was Hephaestus who made this object for the wife who did not love him, who made her more irresistible to others than she already was. But he made it, as he made everything, with precision and without apparent sentiment. It worked exactly as it was meant to. He also made the bow and arrows of Eros, the small and dangerous god whose shots could cause gods and mortals to fall helplessly and sometimes disastrously in love. The bow was gold, the arrows sharp as any that flew in a real war. The fact that Hephaestus made them meant that even desire itself was armed with something that came from his forge. The chariot of Helios, the sun god who drove across the sky each day from east to west, carrying light to the whole world, was also attributed to him in certain traditions, a vehicle of gold and fire, built to withstand the heat of its own passenger, sturdy enough to follow the same arc every single day, without ever faltering. Among mortal heroes, his gifts were no less significant. The staff of Agamemnon, the great king of Mycenae who led the Greeks to Troy, was said to have been made by Hephaestus and given first to Zeus, who passed it to Hermes, who gave it to the ancestor of the Atreides, from whose line Agamemnon eventually received it. A staff that had passed through divine hands before it ever rested in a mortal one, and Hephaestus had made it at the beginning of that long chain. It carried with it the weight of legitimate authority. Every king who held it afterward carried something of that original making. For Heracles, he fashioned a set of bronze clappers, the crotala, instruments that rang and clashed with a sound so sharp and startling that even the Stymphalian birds, monstrous creatures that had plagued the marshes of Arcadia, were frightened from their nesting places by it. Heracles drove them into the open sky with sound alone, and then picked them off with his arrows. Without those clappers, the labor might have gone very differently. It is easy to overlook an object like that beside something as dramatic as the armor of Achilles, but it was precisely what was needed at that moment, made to the exact measure of the problem. That attentiveness to a specific need was itself a form of genius. Beyond any individual object, there was the physical structure of Olympus itself, the gates of the divine mountain, the palaces of the gods, the great halls where the Olympians gathered. These were not ancient and unnamed constructions. According to the tradition, Hephaestus had built them. He was the architect of the divine realm in the most literal possible sense, the one who had designed and raised the buildings where the gods lived and argued and feasted and made their decisions about the mortal world below. My own sense of it is that there is something almost difficult to absorb about this once you let it settle. The god they had thrown from that mountain had returned to build it. He had been carried away unconscious to Lemnos, had spent his early years among mortals, had been hurled through open sky by his own father, had come back to lay the foundation of the very place where all of that had happened. He had built the halls, the gates, the palaces. Every stone of the place that had thrown him out now bore the mark of his hands. This myth is one of the stranger corners of the Hephaestus tradition, and the ancient Greeks seem to have known that. It appears in several ancient sources, told with a certain careful delicacy, as though the writers themselves were not entirely sure how to hold it. It does not sit comfortably alongside the more heroic episodes of his story, the golden throne, the armor of Achilles, the thunderbolts shaped for Zeus. And yet, it was preserved, retold, and woven into the founding mythology of Athens itself, which suggests the Greeks found something in it worth keeping, even if they found it difficult to explain. The story begins simply enough. Athena came to the forge of Hephaestus to commission weapons. This was not an unusual visit, since she was a goddess of war and strategy, and had need of armor and arms. Hephaestus had made things for her before, and their relationship as patron deities of craftspeople gave them a certain common ground that most of the Olympians did not share with him. She arrived at the forge in the way she always moved through the world, purposeful, composed, armored in her own authority. What happened next is told plainly in the ancient sources. Hephaestus attempted to assault her. Athena, who had sworn an oath of virginity and who was not a goddess easily overcome by anything, pulled away from him. In the struggle, his seed fell upon the earth, upon the ground of Attica, the land that would one day belong to Athens. From that earth a child was born. The Greeks called him Erichthonius, a name that ancient writers connected to the words for earth and wool, a small clue embedded in the name itself about the circumstances of his arrival. He was not born the way most divine children were born. He came from the soil, from the body of the earth goddess Gaia, who received what had fallen and gave back a life, and he was not entirely human in his form. In many accounts his lower body was serpentine. He was part child, part snake, a creature belonging to two worlds at once, rooted in the deep earth in a way that other beings were not. Athena, according to the tradition, did not abandon him. This is one of the most quietly remarkable details of the whole story. She had every reason to walk away from a child born of circumstances she had not chosen. Instead, she gathered him up. She placed him in a sacred chest, a kiste, a wooden box, and she carried him to the Acropolis of Athens, that great rocky height above the city that was already her sacred place. There she entrusted the chest to the 3 daughters of Cecrops, the first king of Athens, a figure who was himself half man and half serpent, which may be why the Greeks chose him as the one whose household received this particular child. Athena gave the daughters of Cecrops one instruction: do not open the chest. She did not explain why. She simply asked them to keep it safe, and then she left to attend to something else, trusting that her command would be followed. It was not followed. The names most ancient sources give to the daughters are Aglauros, Herse, and Pandrosos, and it was Aglauros and Herse who opened the chest, while Pandrosos, in some versions of the story, refused to look inside. What the 2 sisters saw when they lifted the lid has been described in slightly different ways depending on the source. Some accounts say they saw a serpent coiled protectively around the infant child. Others say the child himself had the tail of a snake in place of legs. In some tellings, Athena had placed a serpent inside the chest deliberately to guard him. In others, the serpent and the child were one and the same being. Whatever they saw, the result was the same. The daughters who had looked were seized by a kind of madness, whether that madness came from the sight itself or from the punishment of a goddess whose single instruction had been ignored. The sources do not entirely agree. They ran from the chest, ran across the Acropolis, and threw themselves from the edge. They fell from that great height and were gone. Athena returned to find the chest opened and 2 of the king's daughters dead. She took Erichthonius and raised him herself within the sanctuary of her own temple on the Acropolis. The child who had been born from the earth of Attica, who carried within his body the mingled nature of the smith god and the ground itself, grew up under the protection of the goddess of wisdom and war. He grew, and in time he became a king. The ancient sources name Erichthonius as one of the early kings of Athens, a founder figure who shaped the city in its earliest days. He is credited in some traditions with inventing the 4-horse chariot, with establishing the great Panathenaic festival in honor of Athena, and with introducing the use of silver coinage. He was a maker, a builder, a person who organized and created, which perhaps should not be surprising, given whose son he was. The serpent never entirely left the story. Sacred snakes were kept in Athena's temple on the Acropolis for centuries, fed on honeycakes, their presence understood as a continuation of something ancient and protective. Some ancient writers connected those snakes directly to Erichthonius, to the memory of the child who had been half earth and half something older, kept safe in a chest on the highest point of the city. There is something quietly circular about this myth when you sit with it long enough. Hephaestus, who had been rejected and cast away, whose hands had built half the divine world, and yet who remained in some ways outside of it, produced through the most disjointed of circumstances a child who became part of the very foundation of Athens. The goddess who escaped him raised that child as her own. The city she is most associated with carries within its oldest stories a trace of the forge god. Not in glory, not in triumph, but in the earth, in the serpent, in the child that the ground itself chose to keep. Erichthonius grew up to become a king of Athens, and the city that bore Athena's name carried within its founding a trace of the smith god too. The earth, the serpent, the thing made from what had been spilled and could not be taken back. Of all the places associated with Hephaestus, it is Lemnos that holds the oldest connection. Not Etna, not Olympus, but this dark volcanic island sitting in the northern Aegean. Long before the Greeks built temples in his honor or assigned him a palace among the 12 Olympians. Long before they gave him a wife he had not asked for and a role in the politics of the divine court, there was simply an island, a fire burning somewhere beneath it, and a people who understood that the two were connected. Lemnos was his first home in any real sense, not the place he was born, but the place that received him when no one else would. That particular kind of belonging tends to run deeper than the ordinary kind. The island itself seemed made for him. Its landscape bore the marks of ancient volcanic activity, black and reddish rock, sulphurous springs, soil that smelled faintly of something burning far below the surface. The Greeks who settled there later would have found it easy to believe that a god of fire and metalworking had once fallen from the sky and landed here. This was because the earth already seemed to be answering to something hot and invisible moving through it. There is a quality to volcanic landscapes that feels purposeful, as though the ground itself is working at something. For a people who believed that Hephaestus kept his forge burning in the chambers beneath the world, Lemnos must have seemed like proof of that belief made visible. The Sintians were the people who first received him. Ancient sources describe them as the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people distinct from the later Greek settlers who arrived and eventually gave the island its more familiar mythological associations. It was the Sintians who found the fallen god, or the fallen child, depending on which version of the story one follows, and who cared for him after his long descent from the sky. Homer himself mentions them in this context. That tells us that the connection was old enough to have entered the epic tradition by the time the Iliad was composed. The Sintians were, in this sense, Hephaestus's first congregation. The people who built a relationship with him, not because he was powerful or useful or politically advantageous, but simply because he had arrived among them and they had chosen kindness. What that early worship looked like is not entirely clear from the surviving sources, but scholars who have studied the religious history of the Aegean have noted that Lemnos seems to have carried a tradition of fire worship that predated the full absorption of Hephaestus into the wider Greek pantheon. In other words, the island may have been honoring a fire deity of its own long before the Greeks arrived with their stories of the lame smith god thrown from Olympus. When those two traditions met, they found each other easily. This was because they were already describing the same thing, a sacred, subterranean fire that belonged to the island and could not be separated from it. The most striking evidence of this ancient bond is a festival described in ancient accounts of Lemnian religious practice, in which all the fires on the island were extinguished for a period of 9 days. Every hearth went cold. Every forge fell quiet. The island, which had always been associated with the warmth and light of sacred fire, was plunged into a kind of ritual darkness. During those 9 days, the people of Lemnos lived without the comfort of their own flames, waiting. On the 9th day, a ship arrived carrying new fire brought from the sacred source, from the deity's own burning heart, and from that single flame, every hearth and forge on the island was relit. Life resumed. The warmth came back. It is difficult to hear that ritual and not think immediately of Hephaestus himself, of the god who was cast out and spent his own long darkness in exile, separated from the place where he belonged, waiting for the moment of return. The 9 days of extinguished fire were, in a sense, a reenactment of his story, the exile, the cold, the absence of the divine spark, then the return of the fire as something renewed and welcomed rather than merely assumed. Rituals of this kind tend to encode within them the myths that matter most to a people. The Lemnian Fire Festival encodes the story of Hephaestus with a precision that no retelling in words quite matches. There is something worth holding onto in the image of Lemnos as it existed before Olympus claimed him, before the palace, before Aphrodite, before the thunderbolts and the golden throne. In that earlier layer of his mythology, he was simply the god of the fire burning beneath a dark island in the northern Aegean. The people who lived above that fire knew his name and tended the relationship with care. He had not yet been assigned his place in the cosmic hierarchy. He had not yet proven himself to anyone. He was just the fire, the island, and the people who did not look away when something strange and wounded arrived among them. When the new fire arrived on Lemnos after those 9 dark days, it was as if the god himself was returning from exile, which, according to the myths, he always was. The temple they built for Hephaestus in Athens still stands today, perhaps because it was built so well, or perhaps because the god of fire and metalworking has always been harder to destroy than he looks. It sits on a low hill called the Kolonos Agoraios, just to the west of the ancient Agora. It has been standing there since around the middle of the 5th century before the Common Era. Most Greek temples have not survived. They were burned, dismantled, converted, stripped for their stone, or simply worn away by centuries of weather and neglect. The Hephaestion suffered some of those indignities too. For a long stretch of its existence, it served as a Christian church. That may be the very reason it was preserved as well as it was. But it is still there, its columns intact, its proportions quiet and serious against the Athenian sky. When you stand beneath it and look out over the agora below, you can understand something of what it meant to the people who built it, a place set slightly apart from the busy commercial life of the city, on a hill just high enough to feel removed, dedicated to a god whose work happened close to the ground, in the heat and the dark, rather than in the open air of public ceremony. The temple was dedicated jointly to Hephaestus and to Athena. That made a particular kind of sense to the Athenians, who regarded both of them as the divine patrons of craftsmen and artisans. Inside, according to ancient accounts, there stood statues of both gods side by side, the goddess of wisdom and the god of the forge, paired together as they so often were in Athenian religious life. The hill around the temple was once lined with the workshops of metalworkers and potters, so that the people who prayed there were the very people whose daily labor the god was said to oversee and protect. A smith could look up from his anvil and see the temple on the hill above him. There was something quietly reassuring in that proximity, the god of fire close enough to witness the work being done in his name. The Athenians honored Hephaestus with at least 2 distinct festivals, each one reflecting a different aspect of his nature and his importance to the city. The Chalkeia was held every year in the autumn. It was a festival shared between Hephaestus and Athena in their roles as patrons of craftworking. The name itself came from the Greek word for bronze. The festival was observed primarily by metalworkers, potters, other artisans who regarded it as their own particular celebration, a day set aside not for warriors or athletes or politicians, but for the people who made things with their hands. The Hephaestia was something rather different in character. It was a torch race, held in Athens in honor of the god of fire. It was the kind of event that drew a crowd. Runners carried lit torches from somewhere in the city. Some accounts suggest the relay began at the altar of Eros in the outer district of the Kerameikos, and the goal was to arrive at the shrine with the flame still burning. If your torch went out before you reached the end, you were disqualified. The winning team's flame was used to light the sacred fire at the altar. There is something fitting about that. A festival in honor of a god who had always been associated with fire as a living, perishable thing, something that had to be carried carefully and could be lost if you were not paying attention. The torch race was also a way of reenacting, in a sense, the oldest meaning of fire in Greek religious thought, that it was not simply a natural phenomenon, but something given, something passed from one hand to another, something that connected the human world to the divine one. His cult extended well beyond Athens, of course. In Sicily, near the slopes of Mount Etna, communities maintained traditions of worship that placed him at the heart of the volcanic landscape itself. Blacksmiths and craftsmen throughout the Greek world kept his name close when they began their work, a quiet prayer offered before the first strike of the hammer, an acknowledgement that skill alone was not enough, that the fire which made the work possible was not entirely theirs to command. In this way, his worship was less formal than that of some of the other gods, and more woven into the texture of ordinary working life. You did not need a grand temple or a festival calendar to honor him. You needed only a forge, a fire, and the willingness to begin. What that worship reveals, when you consider it carefully, is something genuine about what the Greeks valued alongside all their reverence for beauty and strength and divine perfection. They knew that the world they lived in, with its tools and its ships and its weapons and its walls, had been built by hands like his, skilled, patient, disciplined hands that understood fire and metal and the slow transformation of raw material into something useful and lasting. Every smith who lit his forge in the morning and every torch runner who carried flame across the city in his name was, in a way, honoring the same thing the myths had always honored, the extraordinary power of making something from nothing. In ancient vase paintings, Hephaestus almost always looks like he belongs in a workshop rather than on a mountaintop. While the other gods are rendered in long, flowing robes or gleaming armor, he wears the exomis, a short, practical tunic pinned at one shoulder and leaving the arms free, the garment of a man who works with his hands. He is broad through the chest and shoulders, bearded, often stocky in a way that sets him apart from the idealized proportions of Apollo or Hermes. His legs in many depictions are shown bent or turned inward, a quiet visual acknowledgement of the lameness the myths described. There is nothing glamorous about the way Greek artists chose to portray him, and that seems entirely deliberate. He was not a god who inspired reverence through beauty or fear through power. He inspired something quieter and more lasting, a kind of respect for what patient, skilled hands could produce. The scenes that ancient artists returned to most often were the scenes of his labor. He is frequently shown at the forge, hammer raised above an anvil, the fire around him rendered in the red figure style that Greek potters developed in the 6th century before the Common Era. Sometimes the Cyclopes appear beside him, massive and one-eyed, working the bellows or steadying the metal. Sometimes his golden automata, the animated maidens Homer described, stand nearby, their posture attentive, their faces composed. The forge itself is depicted as a place of serious and concentrated effort, not chaos or violence. Even in the midst of all that fire, the images are strangely calm. One of the most beloved subjects in ancient Greek vase painting was the return of Hephaestus to Olympus. The scene in which Dionysus, having plied him with wine, leads him back toward the mountain on the back of a mule or donkey. Hephaestus is shown slumped or swaying, clearly drunk, surrounded by the reveling companions of Dionysus. It is one of the few moments in ancient Greek religious art where a god is depicted in a state of genuine, undignified vulnerability, and artists seem to find in it something worth returning to again and again. Perhaps because it was funny, or perhaps because it was true in some way that mattered. The god who had been thrown out was going home, however unsteadily. The scene of Hera bound to the golden throne and the assembled gods gathered around her in frustration and helplessness appeared on pottery, on friezes, and in painted panels across the ancient world. It carried within it a dramatic tension that translated beautifully into visual art. The queen of the gods, the most powerful woman on Olympus, made immovable by the ingenuity of her own rejected son. When the Romans absorbed Hephaestus into their own religious tradition, he became Vulcan, and the transformation was not entirely seamless. The Romans honored Vulcan as a god of fire, and they took seriously the destructive potential of flame, the fires that could consume a city, the volcanic eruptions that could bury entire towns under ash and stone. Roman art tended to lean into that destructive aspect more heavily than Greek art had. Where Hephaestus was most naturally rendered as a craftsman, Vulcan was sometimes depicted with a quality closer to menace, the fire around him less controlled, less purposeful, more a force unto itself. Roman sculptors and painters still showed him with his hammer and his forge, still dressed him in the working clothes of a laborer rather than the dress of a nobleman, but the emotional register shifted subtly. He became associated with volcanic landscapes in a way that gave his Roman identity a somewhat darker edge. The Romans built temples to Vulcan outside the formal boundaries of their cities, in open-air sanctuaries called Vulcanalia, partly out of reverence, and partly, it seems, out of a wish to keep his more destructive energies at a safe distance. The word volcano itself descends from his name, a linguistic inheritance that has outlasted every temple and every ritual, surviving quietly into the present day in the vocabulary of geology. When modern scientists study the behavior of volcanic systems, they use a term that traces back, through Latin, to the Roman name of the god the Greeks called Hephaestus. Every time someone looks at the cone of a volcano and thinks of fire as something creative rather than merely destructive, they are, without knowing it, still thinking about him. Among all the gods of Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who made things, not illusions, not storms, not children, but actual objects that could be held in the hand. Zeus commanded the sky and ruled by the force of his will. Poseidon moved the seas with a gesture. Ares brought war simply by arriving. But Hephaestus had to work. He had to stand at the anvil, raise the hammer, feel the heat of the fire on his face, and coax raw metal into something that had never existed before. In a pantheon filled with gods who wielded power effortlessly, he was the one who earned it, piece by piece, in the dark and the heat, entirely alone. The ancient Greeks understood this distinction. They were a people who valued beauty and physical perfection deeply, who idealized the warrior and the athlete, and the radiant form of a god standing in full sunlight. And yet, they also built the Hephaestion on the hill above their marketplace, and they lit torches in his name, and they prayed to him before they lit their forges in the morning. There was something they recognized in him that they could not find anywhere else among the immortals, something true about what it actually costs to make a beautiful thing. What the story of Hephaestus quietly suggests is that suffering and mastery are not separate conditions. They arrived together in his life from the very first moment, and they never really separated after that. He was thrown from the sky, and he landed on volcanic rock, and the same fire that burned in the earth beneath that island became the fire in his forge. The rejection that broke his body, or that his body had already carried before anyone chose to reject him, did not prevent his work. In some older and quieter way, according to the way his myths seem to understand it, that rejection may have been what made his work possible. The gods who lived in ease and beauty on Olympus had no particular reason to learn anything. Hephaestus had every reason. He had all the time in the world and nothing to do with it except make things, and so he made the most extraordinary things that any world had ever seen. He made the thunderbolts that held the sky together. He made the armor that carried a man through the last great war of an age. He made a shield that held, in hammered metal, the entire living world, its cities and its rivers, and its dancing children, and its lions moving through the dark toward the cattle. He made all of this, according to the tradition, not because he was the most powerful god, but because he was the most patient and the most alone, and the most attentive to what the world actually looked like when you spent enough time observing it from below. There is something in that image worth sitting with for a moment. While the other gods moved through the world on its surface, visible, celebrated, causing everything they touched to tremble, Hephaestus was beneath it. He was in the mountain, in the heat, in the dark, working. The eruptions of Etna were, for the Greeks, proof of his presence. Not a catastrophe, but a sound. The sound of someone still at it, still hammering, still transforming one thing into another. They heard that, and they thought of him, the lame god who had been thrown away twice and had twice rebuilt himself somewhere deeper, somewhere hotter, somewhere no one else was willing to go. And perhaps that is why his worship endured as steadily as it did. Not because he was glamorous or terrifying, but because he was recognizable. Every craftsman who had ever failed at something and tried again understood something about him. He was the god of the people who made things with their hands and their minds and their stubborn refusal to stop. The Romans called him Vulcan, and they gave his name to the mountains that burned. And in that naming, something of his essence survived into a different language and a different world. The word volcano carries him inside it still, the way a finished piece of metalwork carries within it the memory of the ore it came from. He was always that, the memory of something raw and difficult, transformed into something that would outlast the hands that made it. The ancient Greeks who told his story, generation after generation, seem to have understood that the things most worth having in the world are made rather than given, and that the making of them requires exactly the kind of endurance that Hephaestus embodied. Not the strength of Ares or the radiance of Apollo, but the quieter, more difficult endurance of someone who goes back to the forge the morning after being thrown from the sky, who lights the fire again and picks up the hammer and starts over. That quality, unglamorous, unheroic in the usual sense, and entirely indispensable, was what they chose to call divine. Somewhere under the mountain, the fire is still burning, and the hammer is still falling, and the god who was thrown from the sky is still at work, turning pain into something beautiful. Of all the deities that human beings have ever imagined, worshipped, argued over, loved, Shiva may be the hardest to hold in the mind all at once. He is the ascetic who sits motionless on a mountaintop for thousands of years, his eyes closed, his breath barely moving the ash that covers his skin. He is also the dancer whose movements shake the cosmos to its foundations. He is the tender husband who carries his beloved wife in his arms through the length and breadth of the universe. He is the one whose grief, when it finally comes, threatens to unmake everything. He is the destroyer and the one who makes destruction meaningful. He is the god who wears a serpent around his neck and the crescent moon in his hair, who carries a trident in one hand and holds his family with the other, who is so far beyond ordinary reach that hermits have spent entire lifetimes trying to approach him, and so close and so personal that a simple farmer in a small South Indian village might whisper to him the way you whisper to someone sleeping in the next room. There is no simple version of Shiva. Every time you think you have found the edge of him, there is more. This is not an accident or a contradiction that anyone in the tradition ever felt the need to apologize for. It is, if anything, the point. A god who contains only the beautiful and the gentle is a god who has left too much of the world out. Shiva, the tradition insists, leaves nothing out. Hello and welcome. Tonight, I will be your guide as we spend a long, quiet evening in the company of one of the most complex and beloved deities in the history of human religious imagination. We will follow the story of Shiva across thousands of years, from his earliest appearances in the oldest Sanskrit hymns, where he was something closer to a force of nature than a figure of devotion, through the great love stories and catastrophes and philosophical revolutions that shaped him into the god that hundreds of millions of people have worshipped and continue to worship today. We will sit with him on the cold slopes of Mount Kailash, where the snow never entirely melts and the silence is so complete you can almost hear it. We will watch him dance. We will watch him grieve. We will listen to the names that devoted poets gave him across the centuries, names so various and so beautiful that simply reading through them feels like traveling across an entire civilization. Ancient India is the world we are entering tonight, a world that was developing some of the most sophisticated philosophical ideas in human history at roughly the same time that other great civilizations were just beginning to write things down. The people who shaped Shiva's story were asking questions that still do not have easy answers, questions about what the universe is made of, about whether consciousness is the foundation of everything, or just an accident of matter, about what happens when a cycle ends, and what, if anything, comes after. They answered those questions not with arguments alone, but with stories, with images, and with this one extraordinary figure who could somehow hold all of the answers at once, without any of them cancelling each other out. Close your eyes if you like. Let your body find its rest. Know that there is nothing required of you tonight, except to listen. The story we are about to tell has been told in temples and courtyards, and around fires for at least 3,000 years. It is still not finished, and so the only honest way to begin is at the beginning, not at his beginning. This was because in some traditions, Shiva has no beginning, but at the beginning of the story, people have been telling about him for thousands of years, long before anyone called him Shiva. The deity who would become the lord of all yogis appeared in the oldest Sanskrit hymns as something closer to a threat than a comfort. His name was Rudra. The word itself carries something uneasy inside it. Most scholars trace it to a root meaning, the howler or the roarer, and a few have suggested it might mean the red one, bright and dangerous as a fever. Either way, the name does not invite you closer. It holds you at a distance, which was precisely where the early Vedic people preferred to keep him. The Rig Veda, composed somewhere between 1500 and 1200 BCE, according to most scholarly estimates, is the oldest surviving collection of Sanskrit hymns. Rudra appears in it only a handful of times. That relative scarcity is itself telling. The gods who received the warmest and most frequent attention in the Rig Veda were the ones people wanted nearby. Agni, the fire god who lived inside the sacred hearth. Indra, the storm king who brought rain and victory in battle. Soma, the deity of the sacred ritual drink. Rudra received prayers of a rather different kind. They were careful prayers, the kind you offer to someone whose goodwill you cannot take for granted, someone whose attention you want, but whose anger you very much do not. He was associated, in those early hymns, with storms, but not the clean, welcome storms that brought water to dry fields. Rudra's storms were the unpredictable kind, the ones that arrived without invitation and left damage behind them. He was connected to winds that carried disease across the land. The Vedic people held him responsible for illnesses that struck cattle and, sometimes, the people who depended on them. He was the deity of the wilderness beyond the settled village, of the thick forests where hunters moved and where the rules of the domestic world did not apply. He was armed with a bow, and the arrows he carried were not always understood as metaphorical. When sickness moved through a herd, Rudra's arrows had found their mark. And yet, even in those early hymns, the picture is not quite so simple. The hymns addressed to Rudra in the Rig Veda spend as much time asking for his gentleness as they do acknowledging his ferocity. One verse asks that his arrow fly past the worshipper without striking. Another requests that he keep his terrible form turned away, that his auspicious form, the calm, benevolent face, be the one that turns toward the community. The composers of these hymns were clearly aware that they were dealing with a god who had more than one face. They were trying, with careful words, to coax the better one forward. This quality deepened and became more elaborate in a later Vedic text, the Yajurveda. That contains a long litany addressed to Rudra, known as the Shatarudriya, sometimes translated as the 100 names of Rudra or the 100-fold salutation. It is one of the most remarkable documents in the history of religious literature. This was because it does something very unusual. Rather than celebrating Rudra's power in the way that hymns to Indra or Agni celebrated theirs, the Shatarudriya moves through an enormous list of Rudra's dwelling places and forms, saluting him in each one, acknowledging his presence everywhere that is wild, liminal, or beyond ordinary human control. He is greeted in crossroads and in forests, in army encampments, and in the places where roads end. He is the deity of craftsmen and hunters, of thieves moving in the night, of the soldiers who arrive ahead of armies, and the ones who linger after battles are over. What this litany accomplishes, perhaps without entirely meaning to, is a portrait of a god who is present in every aspect of life, that polite religious ceremony would rather not look at directly. And then, woven through the same text, are lines of extraordinary tenderness, asking Rudra to be the great healer, the remover of sorrow, the one whose hands carry both the disease and the remedy. Both things are held in the Shatarudriya simultaneously, without apology or explanation, as if the people who composed it understood that a deity powerful enough to harm was also, for that same reason, the only one powerful enough to truly help. Scholars have spent considerable effort debating where Rudra actually came from, whether he was a deity native to the Vedic tradition, or whether he arrived from somewhere older and stranger. Some researchers have pointed to the famous Proto-Shiva seal, found at Mohenjo-Daro, a site of the ancient Indus Valley civilization. That predates the Vedic texts by at least 1,000 years. The seal shows a horned figure seated in what appears to be a cross-legged meditative posture, surrounded by animals. Whether this figure represents an early form of Shiva, a deity who would later develop into Shiva, or simply an important figure in a belief system we can no longer fully read, is a matter of genuine scholarly disagreement. The honest answer is that we do not know for certain. The Indus Valley script has not been deciphered. The connection remains suggestive rather than proven. What is less disputed is that as the Vedic tradition moved and evolved across the Indian subcontinent, Rudra absorbed qualities and characteristics from the religious traditions he encountered along the way. The deity who emerges from the later Vedic literature is already richer, more contradictory, harder to categorize than the one who appears in the Rigveda's few careful hymns. He is a healer and a destroyer, a wanderer at the edge of the world and a presence at the center of it. He is feared, but there is already something in him that invites a more complicated feeling than fear, a recognition, perhaps, that the forces he represents are not foreign to human experience, but deeply embedded in it. Rudra was not yet Shiva, but the shape of Shiva was already there, in the wildness, in the contradiction, in the sense that this god was too large and too dangerous to be kept entirely inside any one description. Something remarkable happened to Rudra over the centuries that followed those early Vedic hymns. Slowly, through a process that no single person planned or directed, he grew. It was not a sudden transformation, the kind that happens in a single generation when a conqueror rewrites the religious order of a place, but something far more patient and organic than that, a slow absorption, a gradual deepening. The way a river, moving over stone for long enough, eventually carves a canyon. The Vedic world in which Rudra had first appeared was itself changing, spreading southward and eastward across the Indian subcontinent and encountering, as it moved, peoples whose spiritual lives had already been rich and complex for a very long time. What exactly those indigenous traditions looked like before they came into contact with the Vedic world is a question that scholars have been working over carefully for generations. The honest answer is that we cannot be entirely certain. This was because much of what was practiced and believed in those older communities was never written down in forms that have survived. But there are hints. Among the most tantalizing is a small carved seal discovered in the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, one of the great cities of the Indus Valley civilization, that flourished roughly between 2600 and 1900 BCE, long before the Vedas were composed. The seal shows a figure seated cross-legged in what appears to be a meditative posture, surrounded by animals, wearing what may be a headdress with horns. Some scholars, looking at this image, have suggested that it depicts an early precursor of Shiva, a proto-Shivite deity combining the qualities of a yogi and a lord of animals, the very qualities that would define Shiva in his later forms. They have called this figure the Proto-Shiva. The seal itself has become one of the most discussed artifacts in the study of South Asian religion. Other scholars are considerably more cautious, pointing out that reading the iconography of a pre-literate civilization through the lens of a religion that developed centuries later is a hazardous business. That the figure on the seal may represent something else entirely, that the resemblances, however striking, may be coincidental or the result of patterns common to many ancient cultures. The debate has not been resolved. It is unlikely to be resolved definitively given the current state of the evidence. But even the possibility that something very much like Shiva, a seated, still, animal-associated, transcendent figure, was being venerated in the cities of the Indus Valley as long ago as 4,000 years, tells you something important about how old and how deep the imaginative ground is from which Shiva eventually emerged. When the Vedic and Dravidian worlds began to interact, to negotiate, to intertwine with each other across generations of shared life, what happened to their religious traditions was not the simple replacement of one set of beliefs by another, but something more interesting, a long mutual transformation in which each side contributed something irreplaceable. The Vedic tradition brought its hymns, its ritual structure, its cosmology. The older indigenous traditions brought their images, their practices, their deep familiarity with the idea of a transcendent figure who contained all opposites. Rudra, already standing at the edge of the Vedic world and pointing towards something beyond its boundaries, became the natural meeting point for these two streams of imagination. Through that meeting, he grew larger than either tradition could have made him alone. This gradual synthesis was not uniform across all regions. Different areas of the Indian subcontinent experienced varying rates of cultural and religious integration, creating a patchwork of distinct local developments. In some places, the fusion of Vedic and indigenous traditions happened relatively quickly. In others, centuries would pass before significant blending occurred. Merchants traveling between distant cities carried not only goods, but also ideas and spiritual practices. Sacred specialists from different communities increasingly encountered one another, sharing knowledge and challenging assumptions about the divine. The moment that scholars most often identify as a genuine turning point in this long transformation is the composition of a text called the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, that most scholars place somewhere between the 5th and 3rd centuries BCE. Though the dating of ancient Indian texts is always a matter of approximation and ongoing discussion, what makes this particular Upanishad so significant is that it is the first major philosophical text in the Sanskrit tradition to use the name Shiva, which means, simply and beautifully, the auspicious one, and to present the deity not as a fierce and somewhat marginal force to be appeased at a safe distance, but as the supreme being, the ground of all existence, the one from whom the entire cosmos proceeds and into whom it will eventually return. The Shvetashvatara Upanishad speaks of this deity with a warmth and a directness that is genuinely different from the careful, somewhat anxious tone of the earlier Rudra hymns. It calls him the inner controller of all things, the one who is both within every creature and infinitely beyond the reach of any creature, the Lord who, when truly known, releases the one who knows him from all suffering. This is not the Rudra who sent disease to cattle and whose arrows were feared, or not only that Rudra. This is something else, a God capacious enough to hold the entire universe inside himself, gentle enough in his deepest nature to be called the auspicious one without irony. The philosophical school that eventually grew up around this vision of Shiva, which we now call Shaivism, developed over many more centuries into one of the great devotional and intellectual traditions of the world. It was never a single school with a single view. Different communities in different parts of the Indian subcontinent understood Shiva differently, emphasized different aspects of his nature, developed different ritual practices and different theological frameworks, sometimes disagreed quite sharply with one another about what exactly the god they all worshipped actually meant. What they shared was the conviction that in Shiva they had found something that nothing else quite described, a presence that was simultaneously the source of all that was wild and terrible in existence and the deepest available stillness at the center of consciousness. The Shaivite temples that began rising across South India, the devotional hymns composed in Tamil by poet saints who wept with longing for a god they could not stop thinking about. The philosophical schools of Kashmir, working out in exquisite technical detail exactly what it meant to say that all of reality was Shiva's consciousness. All of these were expressions of the same long transformation that had begun, quietly and without anyone quite noticing, in the centuries after those first Vedic hymns placed a fierce and ambiguous deity at the edge of the knowable world. By the time the great Puranas were being composed and Shaivite temples were rising across the Indian subcontinent, no one could have mistaken this deity for the marginal storm god of the Rig Veda. Tradition holds that Shiva has 108 names. Some traditions give him 1,000. The remarkable thing is that this is not considered an embarrassment of riches, but a theological necessity. In most religious traditions, a god is named once, or perhaps given a handful of titles that describe his primary function. That name becomes the fixed point around which worship organizes itself. Shiva resists this entirely. To give him only one name would be, in the logic of the tradition, to mistake a part for the whole, to see only one face of a mountain and believe you have understood the mountain. The multiplicity of his names is itself a statement about his nature, that he is not a god of one thing, one mood, one power, or one aspect of existence, but of everything that existence contains, including the parts that seem to contradict each other. Each name emerged from somewhere, from a community of devotees in a particular region, from a particular crisis or longing or philosophical insight, from a moment when worshippers encountered something in Shiva that needed a new word to hold it. And so the names accumulated across centuries, not as confusion, but as testimony. The name most commonly given to him in the broadest, most general contexts is Mahadeva, the great god. It is a name that makes a simple, enormous claim. Not a god, not a great god among others, but the great god in some essential and unrepeatable sense. Devotees who call him Mahadeva are working within a framework in which all other divine beings are real and worthy of reverence. But Shiva stands in a different category, not beside the others, but encompassing them. The way a sky encompasses everything that moves within it. Closely related is Maheshvara, the great lord. That carries a similar scope, but adds the idea of sovereignty, not just greatness in some abstract sense, but the active authority of a being who governs the cosmos at its deepest level. In certain Shaivite philosophical traditions, particularly Kashmir Shaivism, this sovereignty is understood to mean that the entire universe is an expression of Shiva's own consciousness, appearing to itself the way a dream appears to a sleeping mind, with Shiva as the awareness in which everything arises and to which everything returns. Then there is Shankara, the auspicious one, the giver of joy. This name catches many people by surprise when they first encounter it. This was because it seems to belong to a different deity entirely, a benevolent, gift-giving, gentle presence rather than the ash-covered ascetic who dances at the edge of dissolution. But Shankara is one of Shiva's oldest and most beloved names. It reveals something important about how his devotees have always understood him. The god who destroys is also the god who blesses. The one who strips everything away is the same one who, in the act of stripping everything away, gives back what is actually worth having. Farmers in rural villages have whispered this name over their fields. Mothers have murmured it over sick children. People in ordinary distress, with nothing particularly philosophical on their minds, have called out to Shankara because the name carries the warmth of a god who, for all his terrible attributes, genuinely wishes the world well. Pashupatinath, the lord of all living beings, takes the name in a different direction entirely. Pashupati is among the most ancient of Shiva's titles, appearing in early texts and possibly connected, some scholars have suggested, to depictions of a seated figure surrounded by animals on seals from the Indus Valley civilization, though the connection remains debated and uncertain. What the name says clearly is that Shiva's sovereignty is not limited to the divine realm or the human world, but extends to every creature that breathes. The snake around his neck, the deer in his hand, the bull Nandi at his gate. These are not decorative details, but expressions of a god whose compassion and authority reach to the most humble and the most wild. The great temple of Pashupatinath in Kathmandu, Nepal, is one of the most sacred Shiva shrines in the world. Pilgrims who have walked its grounds speak of a quality of presence there that feels older and quieter than ordinary worship, as if the god being honored there has been watching over living things for longer than any tradition can quite remember. Bhairava, the terrible, stands at the other extreme of the name spectrum. It is a name that the tradition does not soften or apologize for. Bhairava is Shiva when divine wrath is not merely expressed but becomes, for a time, his entire being. The name is given to a specific fierce form, depicted dark and wild-eyed and carrying a skull, associated with the burning grounds and the edge of what the ordinary mind can bear to witness. To worship Bhairava is to approach Shiva not in his gentle aspect, but in his most fearsome one. This is understood as its own kind of courage and its own kind of grace. The Bhairava temples of Varanasi are not places where people go to feel comfortable. They are places where people go when they need something broken, an obstacle, a fear, a pattern of suffering that gentler prayers have not been able to shift. The tradition holds that the most impenetrable difficulties yield to Bhairava when they yield to nothing else. Nataraja and Adiyogi represent what might be called the most philosophically elaborate of Shiva's identities, names that require considerable reflection to fully receive. Nataraja, the Lord of Dance, is not simply a title but an entire theological vision compressed into 2 Sanskrit syllables, pointing toward the cosmic dance through which the universe moves through its cycles of creation and dissolution. Adiyogi, the first yogi, places Shiva at the origin point of an entire spiritual science. The idea that before anyone else understood the nature of consciousness and the possibility of its liberation, Shiva understood it, lived it, eventually transmitted it to the first human teachers. These names do not describe things Shiva does occasionally or in particular moods. They describe what he fundamentally is at a level that runs beneath all his other attributes. The way a river's nature as water runs beneath whatever shape the banks give it. What becomes clear, sitting with these names long enough, is that they are not competing portraits of different deities who happen to share an identity. They are more like the accounts of many travelers who have arrived at the same place from different directions, each describing honestly what they encountered on the way, each emphasizing what was most true from where they were standing. A devotee in a South Indian village calling upon Shankara for the blessing of a good harvest, and a philosopher in medieval Kashmir using Maheshvara as a technical term in a sophisticated argument about the nature of consciousness are not worshipping different gods. They are touching the same reality at the points where their own lives and questions have made contact with it. Each name was a door into a different room of the same vast house. Devoted seekers across centuries chose the room that matched the deepest need of their hearts. When a sculptor in ancient India sat down to carve Shiva into stone, they were not simply making an image of a god. They were writing a complete philosophical text in the language of the human body. Every element had been considered and agreed upon across centuries of tradition, debated by theologians and refined by artists until each detail carried a weight of meaning that a casual glance could not quite capture. To look at Shiva's image and see only a figure with matted hair and a blue throat is a little like reading a letter and only noticing the handwriting. The real content is somewhere beneath the surface, and once you begin to learn the language, the image opens up in a way that is quietly astonishing. Begin at the top of his head, where his hair rises in long matted coils called jata. This is not a stylistic choice or a portrait of how Shiva happened to look on a particular morning. Matted hair, in the Indian ascetic tradition, is the mark of someone who has renounced the ordinary comforts and conventions of social life. someone who no longer oils and combs and arranges themselves to be pleasing to the world. Shiva wears his hair the way a wandering yogi wears his, piled high and dense with years of stillness. And what that says about him is that he has stepped outside the ordinary order of things. He is not a king in a palace, not a deity who can be approached with the usual courtly protocols. He is something wilder than that, and his hair announces it before anything else does. Resting within those matted locks, and easy to miss at first, is a small crescent moon. In Sanskrit texts, and in the living tradition of Shaivite commentary, the crescent moon is connected to both time and the mind. The moon measures time by its waxing and waning, governing the rhythm of months and tides, and the slow cycle of increase and decrease that governs almost everything in the natural world. To wear the crescent moon is, in one sense, to carry time itself without being ruled by it. Shiva is Mahakala, the great lord of time, and the moon in his hair is a quiet reminder that time, which seems from the inside like an unstoppable force, rests lightly in his hands like an ornament he has simply chosen to wear today. Flowing from those same matted locks, in almost every classical representation, is the river Ganges herself. In the Puranas, there is a story about how she came to rest there. The sage Bhagirath undertook extraordinary austerities to bring the heavenly Ganges down to earth, so that her waters could purify the ashes of his ancestors. The gods granted his wish, but the force of the celestial river falling directly onto the earth would have been catastrophic. The impact alone would have shattered the ground. Shiva agreed to catch her in his hair, and the river descended into those coil blocks and was held there, flowing out in gentle streams rather than as a single overwhelming torrent. The Ganges, in this telling, is not merely a river that happens to be associated with Shiva. She is a force so powerful that only Shiva can receive her, and she rests in his hair as a symbol of both his immense strength and his capacity to absorb and gentle what might otherwise be destructive. Then there is the third eye, set vertically in the center of his forehead. In much of the philosophical literature surrounding Shaivism, this eye sees what the ordinary two eyes cannot, the nature of things as they actually are, beneath the surface appearance of the world. The two eyes that face outward see the ordinary world of form and change and multiplicity. The third eye sees through all of that, perceiving the underlying unity that the Shaivite tradition calls consciousness itself. It is the eye that, when it opens in the story of karma, reduces the god of desire to ash in a single moment, because the thing that desire depends on is the illusion of separation, and the third eye, by seeing through that illusion, dissolves desire's entire foundation. Sculptors sometimes show this eye closed, as Shiva sits in meditation, and there is a sense in those images of an enormous power held very quietly in reserve. Below the third eye, his throat is a deep blue, the color of a sky just before a storm. This is the mark of Nilakantha, the blue-throated one, and it comes from one of the most dramatic episodes in all of Puranic literature, the churning of the cosmic ocean. When the terrible poison Halahala rose from the depths of that churning and threatened to consume every living thing, Shiva drank it. Parvati, seeing what he was doing, pressed her hand to his throat and stopped the poison from descending any further. It settled there in his throat and turned it permanently the color of a deep bruise. The blue throat is, in this sense, a scar of compassion, the visible mark of a moment when someone consumed destruction so that creation could continue. Covering much of his body is a fine layer of ash called vibhuti. This, like the matted hair, marks him as someone outside the ordinary social world. Ash is what is left after things burn, and the specific ash that many Shaivite ascetics use, in an echo of Shiva's own practice, comes from the cremation ground. To smear oneself with ash is to sit very comfortably with the fact of mortality, to refuse to look away from it. Shiva is Mahakala, and the ash on his skin is a constant reminder of what time eventually does to all things, and of the fact that he is not troubled by this. The ash in the texts is also understood as the purified residue of everything that has been burned away: ego, attachment, the accumulated debris of identity. It is the purity that remains after everything unnecessary is gone. Draped around his shoulders and neck is a living serpent, most commonly identified as Vasuki, the great king of serpents who also served as the churning rope in the story of the cosmic ocean. Serpents in many ancient traditions carry associations with transformation. They shed their skin and emerge renewed, which is its own kind of small death and rebirth. They are associated in the Indian tradition with primal energy, with the depths of the earth, and with the dangerous and the unpredictable. That Shiva wears one as an ornament, comfortably coiled around him, tells you something important. What other beings would flee from, Shiva makes his decoration. The things that frighten the ordinary world are, to him, simply aspects of the same reality he inhabits without fear. He sits, in many of the most beloved images, upon a tiger skin. The tiger, in the iconographic tradition, represents the ego in its most aggressive and predatory form. To sit on a tiger skin is to have made the ego into a seat, to have tamed and transcended it without destroying it entirely, to use it as a foundation rather than being consumed by it. The skin is there beneath him, carrying him, but it no longer moves according to its own nature. It has been stilled, and then, against all of this, the ash and the snake and the crescent moon and the royal blue throat, his clothing is almost nothing. A simple loincloth, the garment of an ascetic with nothing to his name. No elaborate robes or jeweled garments, nothing to signal wealth or court status, or the kind of power that requires external display. He may wear a garland of Rudraksha beads, which are sacred to his worship, and certain images adorn him with ornaments that reflect his nature as a great deity, but at his core, the image returns again and again to a figure who looks as though he has set everything down. Not because he is impoverished, but because he has found that none of it was necessary. This is, perhaps, the central symbolic logic binding all of these elements together. Shiva is described in the texts as the one who contains everything. All of time, all of creation, all of destruction, every force that the universe can generate. And yet his image is the image of someone who has given everything away. Sitting on the ground, dressed in ash and a loincloth, wearing a serpent for jewelry, and carrying death on his skin as if it were simply another aspect of being alive. Taken together, these symbols said something that 1,000 pages of scripture could not quite manage. That the one who holds the universe together looks, from the outside, like someone who has given everything away. In the far northwest of Tibet, rising to over 22,000 feet and perpetually covered in snow, stands a mountain that 4 separate religious traditions have independently decided is the most sacred place on earth. It has never been climbed, and not because no one has tried. Those who have attempted it describe something difficult to name, a feeling not quite of danger but of wrongness, as though the mountain itself had communicated in some language older than words that this particular summit was not meant to be stood upon by ordinary feet. Kailash rises from a high plateau in a part of the world that was, for most of human history, almost unreachable. Yet people have been walking enormous distances to circle its base for thousands of years. The Hindus call it Kailash. The Tibetan Buddhists call it Kangri Rinpoche, the precious snow mountain. The Jains know it as Astapada. In the ancient Bon tradition, that predates Buddhism in Tibet, it is the seat of all spiritual power in the world. 4 traditions, 4 names, 1 mountain. A consensus that something essential to the cosmos resides there. Or is the mountain itself? The Puranas describe Kailash as the physical axis of the universe, the place where heaven and earth are joined like a thread passing through a bead. Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain that appears in so many ancient Indian texts as the center around which all existence revolves, is sometimes identified with Kailash directly and sometimes understood as its celestial counterpart, the mountain of which Kailash is the earthly shadow. Either way, the Shiva Purana and the Skanda Purana both place Shiva there in perpetual meditation, seated on a tiger skin beneath the eternal snows, his matted hair gathered up and still, his eyes neither fully open nor fully closed, his entire being settled into a depth of stillness that the texts struggle to describe without simply falling quiet themselves. Around him, the Puranas say, move his Ganas, the small, impish, intensely loyal attendants who serve him with an odd combination of devotion and chaos, beings who do not fit neatly into any other category of existence. Parvati sits with him, or moves nearby through the luminous cold. The bull Nandi waits at a respectful distance with his great dark eyes and his patience that seems to have no bottom to it. The whole scene, as the texts imagine it, has the quality of something that has always been this way and will always be this way, a stillness so deep it becomes its own kind of sound. What makes Kailash remarkable, beyond its height and its isolation, is its shape. Unlike most high peaks in the Himalayas and the Tibetan ranges, Kailash rises in a nearly symmetrical four-sided form, its south face marked by a long vertical cleft crossed by a horizontal band of rock, what pilgrims have for centuries described as a natural swastika, a symbol of auspiciousness in the ancient Indian world long before that symbol was claimed for other purposes. The four faces of the mountain are said to be made of crystal, ruby, gold, lapis lazuli, though what the eye actually sees is stone and snow and light. That in certain hours is sufficiently astonishing that the difference may not matter. The four great rivers of Asia, the Indus, the Brahmaputra, the Karnali, the Sutlej, rise from springs very close to the mountain's base, flowing out in four cardinal directions. That is precisely what ancient cosmological texts said the rivers of paradise would do. This is either a remarkable coincidence or, depending on one's inclinations, not a coincidence at all. Pilgrims who complete the parikrama, the ritual circumambulation of the mountain, a walk of roughly 32 miles at altitudes that hover around 15,000 feet, describe the experience in ways that share certain recurring qualities across centuries of accounts. There is the physical severity of it, the thin air and the cold, and the passes that must be crossed in conditions that even experienced mountain travelers find humbling. And then there is something else, harder to account for, a quality of silence that people say is unlike ordinary silence, a silence that feels inhabited rather than empty, as though the air around the mountain is paying attention. Tibetan Buddhist pilgrims complete the circuit in a clockwise direction. Bon practitioners walk it counterclockwise. Some Hindus have made the walk on their knees, measuring the circumference of the sacred mountain in the length of their own bodies, prostrating fully with each step, a journey that can take weeks. Every one of these people, in every era for which we have records, has described arriving at the far side of the circuit with the sense of having passed through something, though they have tended to disagree, gently, with reverence, about exactly what it was. The mountain itself does not offer explanations. It simply stands there in its extraordinary symmetry above the plateau. Whatever light is available into something that seems to have arrived from another direction entirely, it remains entirely unmoved by the devotion that has accumulated around its base across 3 millennia and more. And somehow, that harsh and perfect stillness at the top of the world feels entirely right for a God whose most fundamental nature is described, in the deepest philosophical texts, as pure, unmoving consciousness. There is a story in the Bhagavata Purana about the time the gods and demons worked together, which alone tells you this was not an ordinary day. The gods, the Devas, and the demons, the Asuras, had been enemies since before memory, and their enmity was the kind that runs so deep it becomes almost a feature of the landscape, as reliable and permanent as mountains. But there are moments in the old stories when even the oldest grudges are set aside, not because anyone has forgiven anyone, but because the thing they both want cannot be reached alone. This was such a moment. The object they both desired was the Amrita, the nectar of immortality, which lay somewhere at the bottom of the cosmic ocean, the Kshirasagara, the great sea of milk, and it would take the combined effort of gods and demons together to bring it to the surface. The plan, as it was formed in those ancient councils, was this. They would churn the ocean as one churns cream, coaxing from its depths everything it had ever held. For a churning rod, they would use Mount Mandara, a vast and ancient mountain, broad and dense enough to stir an ocean, and for a rope, they would use the great serpent Vasuki, who was long enough and strong enough to coil around the mountain and serve as the cord by which both sides would pull. The Asuras, proud as they were, claimed the right to hold Vasuki's head, which seemed the better end, the stronger end. The Devas, either through humility or foresight, took hold of the tail. What the Asuras did not know, or perhaps chose to ignore, was that Vasuki, strained and frightened, would breathe clouds of dark smoke and venom from his mouth as the churning went on, and the demons holding his head would suffer for it. The gods at the tail were spared that particular difficulty. Even so, the churning was not simple. The mountain Mandara, placed upon the ocean's surface, began almost immediately to sink, its weight too great for the water to support. It plunged downward into the depths and rested on the ocean floor, useless. According to the Bhagavata Purana, it was Vishnu who intervened here, taking the form of a great tortoise, Kurma, and allowing the mountain to rest upon his back, lifting it and steadying it so the work could continue. With the mountain supported and the serpent pulled taut, the churning began in earnest. For a very long time, the ocean gave up its treasures one by one. From its depths rose the divine physician Dhanvantari, carrying the vessel of Amrita. There came Lakshmi, radiant, settling herself among the gods. There came Kamadhenu, the wish-granting cow, and Uchaisravas, the white horse, and the jewel Kaustuba, and the tree Parijata with its unearthly fragrance, and the Apsaras, the celestial women, drifting upward through the churned water like blossoms rising through still air. Each gift that surfaced was extraordinary, and the watching gods and demons alike leaned forward in hope and desire, each emergence bringing them closer to the thing they had come for. But the ocean, before it gave up its nectar, gave up something else. It always does in the stories. The beautiful thing is never the first thing to arrive. What rose first from the very bottom of that churned and ancient sea was Halahala, the poison. It came up as a darkness spreading through the water, and then as a vapor, and then as something with a color and a smell that the texts struggle to describe, except by saying that all of creation recoiled from it. Some versions say it spread like a shadow across the sky. Others say it seethed along the ocean's surface and climbed the air in coils. What every version agrees upon is this: it was enough to destroy everything. Not just the gods and demons gathered at the ocean's edge, but the three worlds entire, the heavens, the earth, and everything beneath it. The Halahala was not simply dangerous. It was extinction given form. Brahma could not contain it. Vishnu turned away from it. The Devas and the Suras alike stood frozen, because there was nothing in either of them capable of meeting this thing and surviving the meeting. The texts say they called out to Shiva. In the Bhagavata Purana, Brahma himself entreats Shiva, framing the request with great care, because what he is asking is not a small thing. He is asking someone to drink what should not be drinkable, to take into himself what would unmake anyone else. What happened next is described across different Puranas in slightly different ways, and it is worth saying that quietly, because the variations are themselves meaningful. In some accounts, Shiva acts entirely of his own will, stepping forward without hesitation, because this is, fundamentally, his nature, the one who stands at the boundary, the one who absorbs what the others cannot. In others, he is petitioned and he agrees, which is its own kind of grace, the deliberate choice rather than the reflexive act. The Shiva Purana gives Parvati a more active role in what follows. The Bhagavata Purana locates the drama somewhat differently, but the central image, the one that has been carried through centuries of telling and retelling, is the same in all of them. Shiva gathered the halahala in his hands, as if it was something as ordinary as water. He brought it to his lips. Parvati, understanding what was about to happen, reached out and pressed her hand against his throat, because she could not stop him from drinking it. No one could have stopped Shiva from doing anything he had decided to do, but she could stop it from descending further, from reaching his heart and his belly and dissolving him from within. The poison stopped at his throat. It did not kill him. It did not pass beyond the point where Parvati held it, but it left its mark, as the terrible always does. His throat turned blue, a deep, permanent blue that no amount of time would fade, and from that day he has been called Nilakantha, the blue-throated one. The three worlds breathed. The churning continued. Eventually, the Amrita surfaced, and the business of who would drink it and who would not became the next argument, as arguments always do follow one another in the old stories. But that was already a different day. What lingers in this story, long after the details have settled, is something quieter than heroism. Shiva did not drink the poison to win anything. He was not competing with Brahma or Vishnu for the honor of saving creation. He was not performing courage for an audience. He simply stood at the place where the beautiful things and the terrible things both rise from the same depths. And he understood, perhaps better than anyone else in the three worlds, that someone had to be willing to hold the worst of it so the rest could continue. This is what it means, in the devotional traditions, to call Shiva the one who lives at the edge. Not at the edge in the sense of being marginal or overlooked, but at the edge in the sense of standing exactly where the safe world ends and the vast and unmanageable world begins. And Shiva, who had always lived at the edge of things, at the boundary between the tame and the wild, the auspicious and the terrible, stepped forward once more, took the cup and drank. The first great love story of Shiva begins, as many love stories do, with a father who disapproved. Daksha was one of the great Prajapatis, the progenitors, the lords of creation, and he carried himself with the particular pride of someone who had never been told he was wrong. He was powerful in the way that men of ceremony are powerful, through precedent, through ritual authority, through the accumulated weight of everyone who had agreed with him before. His daughter Sati was, by every account, radiant and extraordinary. She was not merely a daughter of a Prajapati. She was understood, in the tradition, as the goddess Shakti herself, the original feminine energy of the cosmos, taking birth in human form in order to find her way back to Shiva. She had, in some sense, chosen this life deliberately, and in choosing it, she had also chosen him. From very early in her life, Sati's heart moved toward Shiva. The other gods, polished, courtly, arrayed in silk and ornament, held no particular interest for her. It was the ash-smeared ascetic on Kailash who occupied her thoughts, the one who sat in stillness so profound that it seemed less like a posture than a nature. She had heard the stories about him. She knew he was not easy to understand, and she loved him anyway, in the uncomplicated way that some people love the thing they recognize as their own deepest truth. Daksha did not see it that way. When Sati made her intentions clear, he was appalled. Shiva wandered in cremation grounds. He kept company with ghosts and outcasts, and strange wandering ascetics who had given up all the things that respectable beings were supposed to want. He wore no crown. He observed no court. He smeared himself with the ash of the dead and wore a serpent at his throat and had matted, unruly hair that had never known a comb. To Daksha, who understood the universe primarily in terms of hierarchy and propriety and the correct conduct of sacred rites, Shiva was an embarrassment. He told Sati so. He told her repeatedly and with increasing heat that she was making a catastrophic mistake. Sati married Shiva anyway. The Shiva Purana describes their life together on Kailash as genuinely happy. She understood him in ways that no one else quite could. the stillness beneath the wildness, the tenderness inside the terrifying. He, for his part, loved her with an attention and completeness that surprised even the gods who had known him longest. They were not a conventional couple by any standard, divine or otherwise, but there was something between them that read, even across the distance of thousands of years of storytelling, as entirely real. For a time, the estrangement between Shiva and Daksha simply sat there, like a stone in still water. They had little occasion to meet. The world continued its business. Then Daksha decided to hold a great yajna, a sacrificial ceremony of immense scale and importance, to which every god and every dignitary of consequence was invited. Every one of them, that is, except Shiva and Sati. The omission was not accidental. Daksha made sure of that. He wanted everyone present to understand, by the shape of the guest list, exactly what he thought of his son-in-law. When Sati learned of the ceremony and realized that her parents' home would be full of everyone she had ever known, celebrating together while she had been deliberately shut out, something sharp moved through her. She wanted to go. Shiva, who understood Daksha far better than Sati wanted to believe, asked her not to. He was calm about it, which was itself a kind of warning. He told her that no good would come from attending a ceremony at which they were not wanted. He told her that her father's contempt, if she walked into the middle of it, would find its expression one way or another. He said all of this quietly and meant every word of it. Sati went anyway. What happened when she arrived at Daksha's yajna is described with a restraint in the old texts that makes it somehow more painful to read than a dramatic scene would be. Daksha saw her and did not welcome her. He looked at her and began to speak about Shiva, about his unfitness, his strangeness, his association with death and disorder, and all the things a civilized universe was supposed to have moved past. He spoke at length, and the assembled gods sat and listened, and no one stopped him. Sati stood in her father's house and listened to the man who had raised her explain, in public and in detail, why the person she loved most was beneath contempt. She had come hoping that something might soften, that the sight of her, his daughter, might reach whatever was underneath his pride. It did not. What she found instead was that her love for Shiva, which had always felt to her like clarity, was being treated as evidence of her own poor judgment. The Shiva Purana says she could not bear to remain in a body that had been born from a man capable of such words. It was not a dramatic decision. It was more like something settling into its only possible form. She walked to the sacrificial fire, and she stepped into it, and she was gone. What followed is one of the most extraordinary passages in all of Hindu mythology. When Shiva received word of what had happened, the god who had drunk cosmic poison without flinching, who had sat in meditation while the universe reorganized itself around him, that god came undone. He arrived at Daksha's yajna, and his grief expressed itself the way Shiva's grief could only express itself, as destruction. Daksha's ceremony was reduced to ruin. Some versions of the story describe Shiva beheading Daksha himself in his rage, though the traditions vary on the precise details of what violence was done and later undone. But the deeper story, the one that has stayed in the tradition for so long, is not about the destruction of the yajna. It is about what Shiva did afterward. He lifted Sati's body from the fire, and he carried her. He walked through the cosmos holding her, unable to release her, unable to stop moving, because stopping would have meant accepting what had happened. The gods watched him wandering, and understood that something unprecedented was occurring. The one who destroys the universe was himself being unmade by grief. It was Vishnu who eventually intervened, and he did so with the gentleness the moment required. As Shiva wandered with Sati's body, Vishnu released his Sudarshana chakra, his great discus, and it moved through the air and touched Sati's body, and wherever it touched, a piece of her fell to the earth. The tradition counts 51 such places, though different texts give different numbers. Some say 42, some say 108. Each of these places where a part of Sati came to rest became a Shakti Pitha, a sacred site of the goddess, a place where the earth was understood to hold something of divine feminine presence within it. The specific body parts assigned to specific places vary by tradition and by text. In some accounts, her eyes fell at Naina Devi in the hills of Himachal Pradesh. Her tongue is said to have fallen at Jwalaji, where natural flames have burned from the earth for as long as anyone can remember. Her right hand fell at what is now Haridwar. Her ornament fell in Kamarupa in Assam, which became one of the most important of all the Pithas. Across the length and breadth of what is now the Indian subcontinent, into Nepal, into Sri Lanka, according to some traditions, these places were consecrated by falling. Slowly, as the last pieces fell and there was nothing left to carry, the wandering stopped. Shiva stood, and what remained was a grief so enormous that it had no further expression, and he took himself to Kailash, and the world grew quiet around him. The Shakti Pithas that Sati created by falling are still pilgrimage sites today. People travel to them across India, walking roads that have been walked for longer than most religious traditions have existed, to stand in places where, the story says, the goddess herself touched the earth. Temples have been built at these sites, and rebuilt and built again. Lamps are kept burning. Prayers are said in languages that have changed enormously since the story was first told. But the act of coming, of standing in a particular place because of what is said to live in the ground there, has not changed at all. And in every one of those places, the earth remembered something that the sky and the mountains had witnessed. That even gods grieve, and that grief, when it is that absolute, can consecrate the world. After Sati died, Shiva did what very few gods in any tradition have done. He simply stopped. He did not rage across the heavens or call for vengeance against Daksha. Not yet. Not in the way the stories of other grieving gods might lead you to expect. Instead, he turned inward so completely and with such finality that the world outside him seemed to lose its footing. He found a place high on the slopes of Kailash, settled into the stillness, closed his eyes, and what followed was not so much a withdrawal as a disappearance, a god present in body, but entirely, unreachably gone. The texts that describe this period speak of it in a way that is almost hushed, as if the writers themselves felt the weight of what they were recording. Grief, in the theology that surrounds Shiva, is not simply an emotion that passes through a being and leaves it unchanged. It is a force with consequences. When an ordinary person grieves, the world continues on around them, indifferent and relentless. But Shiva was not an ordinary person, and the world was not indifferent to what moved through him. His energy, the wild, generative, transformative current that had always pulsed through the cosmos alongside him, had grown quiet, and the cosmos felt it the way a room feels the departure of its only lamp. The rivers, according to some accounts, ran more slowly. The seasons grew uncertain in their rhythms, as if they had been waiting for a cue that never came. Animals moved with a kind of listlessness that had not been there before. The earth, which had always seemed to breathe with something like intention, now simply persisted. Flowers still opened and closed, but there was something missing from the gesture. Creation had not stopped. The machinery of existence kept turning, but it was turning without its animating principle. Everything it produced felt somehow thinner than before, like copies made from copies rather than things born fresh from the original. It was into this quieted world that a demon named Tarakasura had the misfortune, or the extraordinary luck, depending on how you look at it, of being very powerful at exactly the right moment. He had been granted a boon, a condition of invincibility with one very specific exception, that only a son of Shiva could defeat him. The gods who granted this boon may have believed it was effectively permanent. This was because Shiva, in those years, showed no sign of ever emerging from his grief. He sat absorbed in meditation, turned entirely away from the world of desire and attachment and consequence. He had loved Sati with a completeness that left no remainder. When she was gone, the part of him that reached outward toward the world had simply ceased to reach. A son of Shiva was, under those circumstances, a theoretical impossibility, and Tarakasura understood this very well. He moved through the three worlds with a kind of methodical confidence, claiming what he wanted and driving the gods from their positions with a patience that was almost worse than rage. The gods, who had always maintained a certain dignity in the face of adversity, found themselves, one by one, in genuinely desperate circumstances. They appealed to Brahma. They went to Vishnu. They assembled in councils and debated the situation with increasing urgency. This was because urgency was what the situation called for, and also because there was very little else they could do. Shiva was unreachable, not hostile, not indifferent exactly, simply elsewhere. In some interior country so remote that even divine messengers returned from its borders without having found an entrance. What strikes the reader of these stories, sitting quietly with them, is the theological honesty of the predicament. The tradition is not presenting a universe that can manage perfectly well without one of its essential aspects. It is saying, quite directly, that the cosmos requires all of its principles to be present and engaged. That when one of them withdraws, even for the most understandable of reasons, even in the depths of a grief that the heart can only call justified, something real and important begins to fail. Shiva's stillness was not neutral. His absence had a shape. That shape was felt across every realm that had ever depended, whether consciously or not, on the energy he carried. There is something almost unbearably human about it. That may be why this part of the story has always resonated so quietly and so deeply. The idea that grief can make the world colder, that a person's withdrawal from life has consequences beyond themselves, that love expressed through absence is still love but is also, undeniably, a kind of devastation. These are things people have recognized in their own lives long before they encountered them in scripture. Shiva's mourning was cosmic in scale, but its texture was familiar. He had lost the one thing he had loved without reservation. He had no interest in the world that remained. The gods kept gathering, kept arguing, kept sending appeals upward through the layers of heaven toward a meditating figure who did not stir. The demon kept moving through the three worlds. The earth kept persisting in its somewhat diminished way. And somewhere on the cold slopes of Kailash, Shiva sat with his eyes closed. The universe, which had no choice but to keep moving without him, began to feel the weight of his absence. In the high valleys below Kailash, among the peaks that her own father governed, a young woman decided she was going to wake a god up. Her name was Parvati, which means daughter of the mountain. She had been born into exactly the family the gods had arranged for her, the daughter of Himavan, the great king of all mountains. His wife Mena, a woman of considerable grace and gentler ambitions than her daughter would turn out to have. The tradition tells us that Parvati was, in the deepest sense, a return. The goddess Shakti, the same divine energy that had lived as Sati and burnt herself in Daksha's fire, had come back into the world in a new form, born again from love rather than anger, into a family that would not oppose her, but would, in their own tender and worried way, try to talk her out of what she already knew she had to do. She grew up in those mountain valleys, the way children grow up in places of enormous beauty, slowly, with a sense that the world she inhabited was both magnificent and, in some essential way, her own. She could see Kailash from the slopes near her home, that white peak rising above everything else. She understood from a very early age that something was sitting up there, perfectly still, perfectly sealed against the world, that she was meant to find her way toward it. The other gods watched her with a mixture of hope and anxiety. This was because the problem of Shiva's withdrawal had not resolved itself. The demon Tarakasura was growing bolder with every year that passed. Here was this young woman already moving in the right direction, as if she had always known the way. When Parvati was old enough, she went to Kailash herself and found him exactly as everyone had described, seated among the rocks and snow. His matted hair gathered loosely, his eyes not quite closed and not quite open, breathing so slowly and so steadily that the breath seemed almost ornamental. She came each day and sat nearby, offering flowers, keeping the space around him clean, moving so quietly that even the air around a meditating god did not seem to notice her. He did not look at her. He was, by all accounts, so far inside himself that the entire visible world was as distant as a sound heard through deep water. However, she was not the kind of person who took absence as an answer. The stories in the Shiva Purana describe what happened next with a kind of admiring astonishment, as if even the ancient tellers of the story were a little awed by what this young woman chose to do. Parvati began her own austerities, tapas, the Sanskrit word for it. That also means heat. This was because that is what real austerity generates, a fierce interior warmth that burns away everything that is not essential. She stood barefoot in the deep mountain snow, as still as a heron, for days and then weeks, her feet going blue against the white ground without any sign of complaint. In summer, she sat surrounded on all sides by fires she had built herself, the heat to press against her from every direction, while the sun added its own weight from above, fasting through days and nights with a quietness that the mountain birds seemed to sense. This was because they came and settled near her the way birds settle near something that has stopped being threatening. She ate nothing, or nearly nothing, a single leaf fallen from a tree, or a little rainwater gathered in her palms, and this is where her other name comes from. Aparna, the one who does not even eat leaves, given to her by her mother who watched all of this with a mother's particular kind of helpless distress. The gods were watching too. They recognized what they were seeing, a quality of determination so absolute it had moved from the realm of effort into something that looked, from the outside, like peace. Eventually, the gods decided to help, or perhaps to speed things along. This was because Tarakasura was not being patient with them. They went to Kama, the god of desire and love, the one who travels through the world carrying a bow strung with honeybees and arrows tipped with flowers. They asked him to shoot Shiva and break his meditation. Kama understood the weight of what he was being asked. He knew, as any thoughtful person given this assignment would know, that waking a god of Shiva's depth from a meditation that had lasted this long was not unlike striking a match near something that had been gathering heat for a very long time. Nevertheless, he agreed. He crept through the snow toward Shiva with all the silence he possessed, drew back his flowered arrow, aimed it at the meditating god's heart, and released it. For one suspended moment, something shifted in Shiva's face. Then the third eye, the one in the center of his forehead, opened, not slowly, not gradually, but all at once, the way lightning appears, and from it came a fire so complete that Kama was reduced to ash before the moment had finished happening. None the wiser. The god of love was simply gone. Behind his bow, and the faint scent of flowers, and a silence that felt significantly larger than the one that had existed before. Parvati did not leave. This is the part of the story that the tradition seems to find most worth preserving, not the spectacular destruction of Kama, but what came immediately after it. That was a young woman continuing to sit exactly where she had been sitting, surrounded by the evidence that this endeavor was considerably more dangerous than it had appeared, deciding that none of that was sufficient reason to stop. Rati, Kama's devoted wife, wept in a grief so genuine that even Shiva could not remain entirely unmoved by it. The tradition tells us that he promised Kama would be restored, which he was. But before any of that happened, Shiva first had to truly see the woman who was still sitting on the cold slope below his mountain, performing her austerities with a steadiness that had by then lasted long enough to become its own kind of answer. There is a version of the story in which a sage approaches Parvati in disguise and attempts to discourage her, speaking disparagingly of Shiva's wildness, his ash-covered body, his strange companions, his unsuitability as a husband for a woman of her beauty and breeding. Parvati listens to all of this with extraordinary patience, and then, with a calm that the disguised sage apparently found more persuasive than anything else he had witnessed that day, explains that she knows exactly what she has chosen and why. The sage reveals himself and offers his blessing. What moves Shiva in the end is not the heat of Parvati's tapas, or the length of her waiting, or even the intervention of the gods who come to plead her case, though all of these play their part. What moves him is the quality of the attention she has been directing toward him, a devotion so clear and free of desperation that it resembles, in its own way, the stillness of meditation itself. Their union, when it finally comes, is described in the philosophical language of the Shaiva traditions as the meeting of Purusha and Prakriti, pure consciousness and pure energy, the still witness and the dynamic world, two aspects of a single reality that only appear to be separate until the moment they are not. When Shiva finally opened his eyes and looked at her, not past her, not through her, but at her, the long stillness that had settled over the world began, very quietly, to lift. The household of Shiva and Parvati on Mount Kailash was, by most divine standards, an extremely strange place to raise children. There was no golden palace, no assembled court of ministers, no throne draped in silk, no attendants bearing trays of fruit and flowers through marble corridors. What there was, according to the old stories, was a mountain peak so high that clouds rested beneath it like a soft floor, a cave open to the wind on most sides, the perpetual sound of the Ganges somewhere far below, a gathering of creatures and spirits that no other god in any tradition would have invited quite so warmly to their home. Parvati made the best of it, as she made the best of most things. She had, after all, spent years in the snow waiting for Shiva to notice her. She was not a woman easily discouraged by difficult conditions. The stories that survive in the Puranas describe her arranging their life on Kailash with a kind of graceful practicality, tending the domestic rhythms of a household that happened to exist at the roof of the world. Surrounded by her husband's peculiar companions and by the particular sacred wildness of the mountain itself. And slowly their family grew. The elder of their two famous children was Ganesha. His origin is told in the Shiva Purana with a directness that the storytellers seem to have found entirely appropriate. Parvati, the accounts say, wished to bathe in privacy, a reasonable enough desire in a household that was never entirely quiet. She fashioned a boy from the turmeric paste she used to anoint her own body, breathed life into him, set him at the entrance of her chamber with instructions to let no one pass. The boy stood his post faithfully. When Shiva returned and attempted to enter, the child did not recognize him and refused to step aside. Shiva, who had been absent long enough that he did not recognize the child either, became angry. A confrontation followed, and in the version the Shiva Purana preserves most fully, Shiva severed the boy's head. It was only when Parvati emerged, and her grief made the situation clear, that the full weight of what had happened settled over everything. Shiva, moved and ashamed, sent his gunners, the attendant spirits who accompanied him everywhere, out into the world with a single instruction: bring back the head of the first living creature you find sleeping with its head pointing north. They returned with an elephant's head. Shiva placed it on the boy's shoulders, breathed new life into him, accepted him as his own son. Other versions of the story exist. Some say the boy was Shiva's own creation to begin with. Others that the god Saturn's glance scorched away the original head. But the version most widely told is also, in some ways, the most honest about the strange, stumbling nature of even divine families. It contains an error, a grief, a restoration, which is more truthful than most accounts of family life, divine or otherwise. Ganesha grew into the most beloved of all Shiva's children, elephant-headed and round-bellied, carrying in one hand a broken tusk that he had once used as a writing implement, riding a small mouse that somehow bore his considerable weight without complaint. He became in time the remover of obstacles and the lord of new beginnings, invoked at the start of every journey, every ceremony, every text. That such a god came into being through a moment of violence and anguish, that his father corrected the terrible mistake with an act of tenderness rather than power. This is perhaps part of why he is so widely trusted. He is a god who arrived into the world through error and was restored through love. People who have experienced something similar tend to find him easy to approach. The younger of the two brothers, though in some regional traditions the birth order is reversed, was Kartikeya, known in the Tamil-speaking south as Murugan, known also by the name Skanda. His birth was the answer to the long crisis that had gathered while Shiva sat in mourning after Sati's death. The demon Tarakasura had obtained a boon that only a son of Shiva could defeat him, had proceeded to make himself as comfortable as possible, while that seemed unlikely. Kartikeya was born of Shiva's energy, though the manner of his birth varies between traditions. In some versions he emerges from Shiva's third eye. In others, his spark is carried by the river Ganges herself. However he arrived, he grew quickly. He became the commander of the divine armies, a general of extraordinary grace. Rode into battle on a peacock, Tarakasura fell. In the great Shiva temple complexes of South India, particularly in Tamil Nadu, Murugan is worshipped with a fervour that at times rivals even the devotion shown to his father. The landscape of the Tamil hills is understood to be his territory in a way that is deeply intimate and geographically precise. Beyond the two sons, the household of Kailash was filled with Shiva's Ganas, small, usually misshapen, sometimes grotesque attendant spirits who formed his personal retinue. They were not beautiful by any conventional measure. They were described in various texts as dwarf-like, oddly proportioned, with animal features mixed into human ones, given to noise and mischief, and an enthusiastic lack of ceremony. Ganesha was eventually named their lord, which may be why he understood them so well. The Ganas carried Shiva's banner, attended his movements, filled the mountain with a kind of cheerful disorder that coexisted, somehow, with the profound meditative stillness at the household centre. At the great stone gate, always, was Nandi, the white bull who served as Shiva's vehicle, his gatekeeper, his most faithful devotee, the image of Nandi that you find in every Shiva temple throughout India. Facing the inner sanctum with quiet attention is an image of perfect, patient loyalty. He sat at the entrance of Kailash and watched the road, and no one passed without his awareness. There is something enormously calming about Nandi, about a creature so large and so still, simply waiting with complete attention for however long is required. The household that these figures composed, the meditating god and his capable, warm-hearted wife, the elephant-headed son and the peacock-riding general, the rowdy Ganas spilling through the courtyards, the quiet bull at the gate, was a portrait of life in its full range, rather than life as we might prefer it to be. It contained grief and restoration, and laughter and silence, the sacred and the absurd living in very close quarters with one another, and the tradition seems to have found this not embarrassing, but essential. This is what Shiva's nature required, a domestic life as comprehensive as his cosmic one, a household that could contain everything. There is something quietly radical in a religion that places its most powerful deity not in a court or a throne room, but at a mountain hearth, surrounded by a family that includes an elephant-headed boy and a peacock-riding general and a courtyard full of mischievous dwarves. Sometime in the 9th or 10th century, in the workshops of the Chola kingdom in what is now Tamil Nadu, bronzesmiths achieved something that art historians still struggle to fully describe. They made the concept of time visible. The image they produced, Shiva as Nataraja, the lord of dance, was not new in its basic idea. Shiva had been associated with dance for a very long time before any Chola craftsman lifted a hammer. But something about the way those particular artists worked in lost wax bronze, Something about the southern light and the theological traditions of the Chidambaram temple brought the image to a completeness that earlier renderings had not quite reached. The Nataraja bronzes of the Chola period are among the most recognizable sacred sculptures in the world, and they remain, even now, almost impossible to look at without slowing down. The pose itself has a name, Ananda Tandava, which translates roughly as the dance of bliss. This is worth pausing on, because the dance Shiva performs in these sculptures is the dance at the end of a cosmic cycle, the dance through which the universe dissolves back into its source, and the tradition chose to call it bliss. Not destruction, not catastrophe, not even completion. Bliss. The idea embedded in that name is that the dissolution of all things is not experienced by Shiva as a loss or a labor, but as something closer to joy, the way a musician might experience the resolution of a long and complex passage. The figure stands on one foot, the other leg lifted and crossing the body. 4 arms extend outward, each hand carrying or shaping something specific, and everything, every finger, every angle of the wrist, means something. This is not a sculpture you can glance at. It asks to be read. The upper right hand holds the damaru, a small hourglass-shaped drum. In many Indian traditions, sound is not just a byproduct of creation. It is the mechanism of creation, the first movement in a universe that begins in silence. The damaru's beat is understood as that first sound, the primordial vibration from which all of material existence crystallizes. When Shiva shakes the drum, according to this understanding, the universe begins. Language begins. The syllable Om, which certain schools describe as the sound of consciousness itself, begins. The drum in that upper right hand is, in the theological reading of the image, the origin of everything. The upper left hand holds fire. Where the right hand creates, the left destroys, and this pairing, drum and flame, beginning and ending, held simultaneously in the same figure, is the central philosophical statement of the Nataraja. Creation and dissolution are not sequential. They do not take turns. They happen together, continuously, the way breathing in and breathing out happen within the same body without contradiction. Shiva holds both because both are always happening. The lower right hand is open, palm outward, in the gesture called Abhaya Mudra, the gesture of fearlessness, or more precisely, the gesture of protection from fear. In temple iconography, this hand says something directly to the person standing before the sculpture. Do not be afraid. The dance is real, the fire is real, the dissolution is real, and you do not need to be afraid of any of it. This is, when you consider the full meaning of what the sculpture is depicting, a remarkable reassurance to offer. The God who is literally dancing the universe to its end holds one hand up and says, "Be at peace." The lower left hand points down toward the raised foot, and this gesture is understood in the Chidambaram temple tradition as pointing toward liberation, toward the place where the devotee's burden is laid down, where the ordinary weight of accumulated karma and confused thinking falls away. The raised foot is grace made visible. It is the door. Beneath the planted foot, the one that still touches the ground, a small figure lies crushed, a dwarf, his face upturned, his expression somewhere between confusion and shock. This is Apasmara, whose name means forgetfulness or heedlessness, and who represents the condition of living in ignorance of one's own true nature. Apasmara is not simply a demon in the conventional sense. He is the personification of a very ordinary human experience. The forgetting that happens when you are so absorbed in the texture of daily life that you lose sight of the larger reality in which that life takes place. Shiva's foot on Apasmara is the tradition's way of saying that consciousness, when it is fully awake, stands on top of ignorance rather than inside it. The dwarf is not killed. Notably, Apasmara must be kept alive, because if ignorance were destroyed entirely, there would be no cosmos left to maintain, no beings left to seek liberation. He is only held down. Around the entire figure burns a ring of flames, the Prabha Mandala, the circle of light. This circle carries several layers of meaning at once, and the tradition seems to have been quite deliberate about holding all of them together. The flames represent time, which devours everything. They represent the boundary of the cosmos itself, the outermost edge of the manifest universe, the point past which there is only the unmanifest. They represent consciousness, which in certain Shaivite philosophical schools is described as both the fire and the space in which the fire burns. The ring is always circular, and this too is intentional. Time in this tradition is not a line moving from a fixed point toward a fixed destination, but a wheel, turning and returning, with no moment that is not in some sense a repetition of a moment that has come before and will come again. The great Chidambaram temple in Tamil Nadu, where a form of Shiva as Nataraja has been worshipped for at least 1,000 years, preserves a specific theological elaboration of the image known as the Pancha Sabai tradition, the teaching that Shiva performs 5 dances in 5 cosmic halls. The Ananda Tandava at Chidambaram is understood as taking place in the Hall of Consciousness itself, which is to say that the dance is not located anywhere in ordinary space. The entire sculpture in this reading is not a representation of something that happened once, but a description of something that is always happening, right now, at the level of reality that underlies ordinary perception. The sound of the Damaru is always sounding. The fire is always burning. Shiva's foot is always raised above the sleeping Apasmara. There is a theological text associated with the Chidambaram tradition called the Unmake Vilakam, which offers a systematic reading of the Nataraja's 5 gestures as the 5 divine acts of Shiva: creation, preservation, dissolution, concealment, and grace. The drum creates, the fire destroys, the raised foot reveals, the planted foot, standing upon ignorance, conceals, because the cosmos itself, in this understanding, is the act by which consciousness hides itself from itself in order to have the experience of awakening. And the Abhaya Mudra, the open hand of protection, is grace, the turning of consciousness back toward its own source. Every Nataraja in this reading is a complete theological statement. It has no missing pieces. The bronzesmiths of the Chola period understood this, and they worked accordingly. The proportions of the figure were not arbitrary, but governed by a system called talamana, a precise canon of measurement in which the dimensions of the divine body were understood to carry spiritual significance. The flying locks of Shiva's hair, his jata, spread outward in the movement of the dance, and woven among them as small figures, the crescent moon, the skull, the tiny form of the river goddess Ganga. Even in the frenzy of cosmic dissolution, the hair holds the histories. A 20th century physicist named Fritjof Capra once stood before a Nataraja at a European museum and thought he was looking at the dance of subatomic particles, which is not exactly what the ancient Tamil bronzesmiths intended, but may not be entirely wrong. There is a story in the Linga Purana about Brahma and Vishnu arguing over which of them is the greater god, and Shiva's answer to this argument is both surprising and characteristically absolute. As the story goes, Brahma and Vishnu had fallen into a fierce dispute, each claiming supremacy, each certain of his own primacy in the order of things. And as they argued, there appeared between them a column of fire, blazing and enormous, stretching upward beyond what the eye could follow, and downward into depths that neither god could measure. Brahma took the form of a swan and flew upward for 1,000 years, searching for the top of the pillar. Vishnu became a boar and burrowed downward for 1,000 years, searching for the bottom. Neither found what they were looking for. The column had no end and no beginning. When they returned to the place where they started, humbled and astonished, the pillar revealed itself to be Shiva, or rather, revealed itself to be the form that Shiva had taken to answer their question. The message, quiet and enormous all at once, was this: I am not a thing that has a top or a bottom. I am not something that can be measured from one end to the other. I am what was here before the question was asked. That pillar, that luminous infinite column, is at the origin of the Shiva Linga. It is the shape the story chose to stand for something that has no shape, the simplest possible form that could be given to something entirely beyond form. When you walk into almost any Shiva temple, anywhere in India or in the wider world where Shaivism has taken root, you will find at the center of the inner sanctuary not a figure with faces and arms and attributes, but a smooth, rounded upright stone resting inside a circular base. To the eye of someone who doesn't know what they are looking at, it is simply a stone. To someone who has grown up within this tradition, it is among the most sacred objects in the world. The theology behind the linga is careful and layered in a way that takes some patience to absorb. Hindu philosophical thought has always carried within it a tension, a productive one, between the God who can be approached through qualities, through story and image and attribute, and the God who ultimately exceeds all qualities and cannot be contained in any of them. The Sanskrit words for these two modes are saguna, meaning with qualities, and nirguna, meaning without qualities. The linga belongs to the second of these. It is the attempt to worship Shiva not as a particular figure with a particular mythology, but as the absolute itself. As Brahman, the ground of all existence, taking the most elemental shape that stone and devotion can agree upon. It is, in this understanding, the universe distilled to its simplest imaginable form. The linga almost always rests inside what is called the yoni, a circular or elliptical base with a small channel carved into it for the draining of water and milk, and the other offerings that devotees pour continuously over the stone. In Sanskrit, yoni refers to the source, the origin, the womb from which things emerge. In this form, the linga resting within the yoni, the image carries a meaning that the tradition has been quite explicit about for many centuries. It is the union of Shiva and Shakti, of pure consciousness and the dynamic energy through which that consciousness becomes the world. Neither one alone is sufficient. Shiva without Shakti, in the philosophical language of this tradition, is inert, pure awareness with nothing moving through it. Shakti without Shiva is motion without direction, energy without the witness that gives it meaning. Together, they are the totality of what exists. Western observers arriving in India during the colonial period read this image through an entirely different lens, and the reading they produced caused a great deal of confusion that has persisted in some quarters ever since. They saw a phallic object, drew what seemed to them an obvious conclusion, and wrote about it in those terms. It is worth pausing here, as the tradition itself would ask us to do, and noting how completely that reading misses what Hindu theology actually says. The scholars and priests and poets who have written about the linga across 15 centuries have consistently and explicitly described it as the symbol of the formless absolute, the axis connecting heaven and earth, the pillar of infinite light from the Linga Purana story. The theological literature is not coy or ambiguous about this. Some scholars have noted, more gently, that while procreative symbolism is not entirely absent from the broader tradition of linga worship in its earlier strata, the dominant and living theological meaning is overwhelmingly cosmological and philosophical rather than narrowly sexual. The colonial misreading, arriving from outside the tradition and looking for what it expected to find, managed to both oversimplify and misrepresent something far more philosophically sophisticated than it was willing to credit. Across India, there are 12 lingas that the tradition regards as especially sacred. Not lingas installed by human hands, but lingas that appeared of their own accord, or in which Shiva is said to have manifested spontaneously as Jyotir, as light. These are the Jyotirlingas, the lingas of light, and a pilgrimage to each of the 12 is considered one of the great spiritual undertakings of a devotee's life. They are scattered across the subcontinent, from the coast of Gujarat to the plains of Uttar Pradesh, to the forested hills of Andhra Pradesh, as if distributed by intention across the entire breadth of the land. Somnath, on the western coast of Gujarat, is traditionally listed first among them. a temple that stands directly on the shore of the Arabian Sea and has been destroyed and rebuilt so many times over its history that the rebuilding itself has become part of its story. Kashi Vishwanath stands in Varanasi, the city Shiva is said never to leave, on the bank of the Ganges. Mahakaleshwar rises in Ujjain, a city considered so sacred that time itself is said to be measured from it, and it is the only Jyotirlinga said to face south toward the realm of death, which is consistent with Shiva's role as the Lord who presides over dissolution. Rameshwaram, at the very southern tip of India, where the land narrows and reaches toward Sri Lanka, holds the Ramanatha Swami Jyotirlinga, and the tradition holds that Rama himself installed it after returning from his war across the sea. Kedarnath, high in the Garhwal Himalayas, is accessible for only part of the year before the snow makes the passes impassable, and pilgrims climb toward it regardless, as if the difficulty of reaching it is precisely the point. Each of these shrines holds a different story about how Shiva came to be present there, and each has its own local tradition of worship and sacred geography surrounding it. But the thread running through all 12, according to the tradition, is the same one that runs through the Linga Purana story about Brahma and Vishnu and the column of fire that had no end. In each of these 12 places, the story says, Shiva manifested not as a human form or a divine figure with arms and attributes, but simply as light, infinite, column-like, and entirely without beginning or end. The oldest traditions of yoga do not begin with a school or a text or a set of postures. They begin with a man sitting alone by a high mountain lake, so still that the wind passed around him the way it passes around a boulder. The lake is called Kantisarovar. It sits high in the Himalayas at an elevation that makes the air feel thin and clean and almost too bright. The kind of place where sound carries differently and silence has a particular weight to it. According to the tradition, as it is told in the yogic and Shaivite literature, Shiva had arrived at this state of stillness that was unlike anything the cosmos had ever witnessed. Not the stillness of sleep or the stillness of death, but a wakefulness so complete and so deep that the ordinary boundaries between inside and outside, between self and sky, had simply ceased to matter to him. He was not performing austerities. He was not reciting hymns or making offerings. He was simply sitting, fully and absolutely present to what he was. What radiated from him was so unusual and so luminous that it drew attention even from beings who had never sought him out before. 7 sages, who in the Sanskrit tradition are called the Saptarishis, found their way to the shore of that cold mountain lake and stood watching him for a very long time. They understood, without being told, that whatever Shiva knew was worth knowing, that whatever had settled into him was not simply personal peace, but something more like a complete understanding of the nature of consciousness itself, a map of the inner territory that no one had ever drawn before. And so they asked him to share it. They begged, and then they waited, and Shiva, deep in that boundless stillness, did not respond. The sages were patient in the way that only very old and very serious seekers can be patient. They did not leave. They tended the small fires they built against the mountain cold. They watched the seasons turn above the lake. They waited through what the tradition describes as thousands of years, and still they waited. In this extended vigil, something of profound significance was quietly taking place. The very act of their waiting was itself a kind of practice, a discipline of presence that began to reshape them from within. Their minds grew quieter as the seasons cycled. Their bodies adapted to the thin air and the austere conditions. But more importantly, their capacity to simply be, without agenda, without expectation, without the constant motion that characterizes most human existence, deepened day by day and year by year. They learned through the silent example of Shiva's presence what it might mean to sit with the eternal and not turn away. This was because what they were asking for was worth any duration of waiting, and they knew it. Eventually, on a day when the sun had reached its southernmost point in the sky, the day that would become known in the Hindu calendar as Guru Purnima. The full moon dedicated to the teacher. Shiva opened his eyes and looked at the 7 men waiting on the shore. Something shifted in him. The story says that he looked at them carefully and saw that they had ripened, the way fruit ripens over time, from something unready into something that can receive what the tree has to offer. He accepted them as students. What followed, according to the tradition, was a transmission that lasted for thousands of years, during which Shiva conveyed to the Saptarishis the full science of yoga. And here it is worth pausing over what the tradition means by that word. This was because it does not mean what many people today might first imagine. Yoga, in this original sense, was not a series of physical postures designed to stretch the body or calm the nervous system, though those things would eventually grow from it, the way branches grow from a root. What Shiva transmitted was something far more fundamental, a complete understanding of the nature of human consciousness, the mechanisms by which the mind generates suffering and entanglement, the precise inner movements by which a person could move from that entanglement into something the tradition calls liberation, or mukti. He is called Yogeshvara, the Lord of Yoga, in recognition of this. Also Adiyogi, the first yogi, meaning not merely the first teacher, but the first being who had ever achieved this mastery of consciousness and returned from it with the capacity to communicate what he had found. The 7 sages eventually went in 7 different directions, carrying what they had received to 7 different parts of the world. The traditions of yoga and inner science that emerged across many different cultures are understood, within Shaivism, as the distant descendants of that original teaching given beside a cold Himalayan lake by a god who had at first seemed not to notice anyone was there. It is a story that has a particular kind of truth to it, regardless of how one understands its literal details. This was because it describes something that practitioners across every era have quietly recognized, that the knowledge Shiva represents is not the kind that can be acquired from the outside, read off a page or memorized from a list, but only the kind that must be found, very slowly and very patiently, in the deepest available stillness. That original transmission, whatever it was that Shiva conveyed to those 7 patient students over the course of millennia, is what practitioners across thousands of years have been trying, in their various ways, to rediscover. The moment when Shiva opened his third eye and reduced the god of desire to ash has troubled and fascinated commentators for centuries. This was because Shiva, of all the gods, is also the one who loves most fiercely. He is the husband who carried Sati's body through the cosmos rather than let her go. He is the god whom Parvati won through the sheer sincerity of her devotion, who, once he turned his gaze toward her, gave her his complete and undivided attention for the rest of time. So when Kama, the beautiful flower-arrowed god of longing and desire, came flying toward Shiva on his parrot, drew back his sugarcane bow, strung with a garland of honeybees, let his arrow fly directly at the meditating god's chest. What happened next seems, on the surface, like a tremendous contradiction. The third eye opened. A beam of fire came from it. Kama was reduced to a scattering of ash before the arrow ever found its mark. And the gods who had sent him there, hoping that Shiva, struck by desire, would fall in love with Parvati and father the son who could defeat the demon Tarakasura, stood in stunned and horrified silence. Rati, Kama's wife, cried out in grief. The world grew suddenly aware of what it meant to lose the god who had been quietly threading all of living experience together. It is a dramatic moment, and the theology behind it is, when you sit with it long enough, one of the most carefully reasoned things in the entire Shaivite tradition. Shiva's 3 eyes, in the philosophical reading that has accumulated around this episode over many centuries, are not simply a physical oddity, but a map of consciousness and time. The right eye corresponds to the sun and to the ordinary experience of daylight reality, the present. the visible, the world as it appears. The left eye corresponds to the moon and to the inner life, the reflective, the emotional, the dreaming mind. But the third eye, situated between and above them on Shiva's forehead, corresponds to fire and to something that has no clean translation, the awareness that is prior to time altogether, the witnessing consciousness that sees past, present, future as a single field rather than a sequence. When that eye opens, it is not simply that Shiva becomes angry, though his anger is real enough. It is that he brings to bear on karma a quality of perception that sees through the entire apparatus of desire, sees what desire is made of at its root, sees the compulsion underneath the beauty, the restlessness underneath the longing, and what desire is when seen all the way through to its source. From that angle is something that cannot survive the seeing. The fire is, in this reading, less a punishment than a natural consequence. Karma does not survive the full light of pure consciousness any more than darkness survives when a lamp is brought into a room. This is what the tradition means when it says the third eye is not a weapon but a revelation. It reveals what things actually are, what compulsive craving actually is, when stripped of the beautiful clothing desire always wears, is a kind of bondage, a tether that keeps consciousness orbiting the same objects again and again, mistaking the orbit for satisfaction. Hindu philosophy is quite precise about this. The word kama encompasses desire in its broadest sense, the wanting of things, the craving that drives beings toward objects and away from the stillness of their own nature. The Kama Sutra is named for it. So is Kamadeva, the god Shiva destroys, and the Bhagavad Gita, coming from a related but distinct tradition, identifies Kama as one of the primary obstacles to liberation, not because longing is evil or pleasure is shameful, but because compulsive desire keeps the mind in a permanent state of agitation, always reaching toward what it doesn't have and dreading the loss of what it does. To burn Kama, in this framework, is not to become cold or indifferent to the world. It is to become free within it, able to be fully present with what is without, being dragged forward or backward by the urgent machinery of wanting. And Shiva, sitting in his meditation on Kailash, is precisely this, not a god who has retreated from life, but a god who is so completely at rest in his own nature that desire has no purchase on him. What makes the story merciful and what resolves the apparent contradiction is what happens next. Rati pleads for her husband. Eventually Parvati, once she has won Shiva's love and they are married, also intercedes. Karma is restored, though in some tellings his restoration takes a different form. He is reborn as Pradyumna, the son of Krishna, carrying desire forward in a purified vessel. The tradition does not annihilate desire absolutely or permanently, it transforms it, and Shiva, having burned away the compulsive quality of karma, does go on to love Parvati, completely, tenderly, with a devotion that the texts describe in the warmest possible language. It is simply that the love which remains after the burning is of a different quality than the love that desire alone can produce. It is chosen rather than compelled. It is still rather than restless. It knows what it loves and rests in that knowledge, without needing it to be anything other than what it is. The tradition seems to be saying that the destruction of compulsive desire is not the end of love, but, in a very particular way, its beginning. Not all of Shiva's forms are beautiful, and the tradition is quite deliberate about that. There is a theology at work in the terror, a careful insistence that any god worthy of the name must be able to hold the darkest corners of existence without flinching, without softening them into something easier to look at, and without asking his devotees to pretend those corners are not there. Bhairava, whose name is usually translated as the terrible, or sometimes as the frightful, is the form Shiva takes when the universe requires not comfort, but a reckoning. And his story begins, as so many stories in this tradition do, with a god who forgot his proper place. According to the Shiva Purana, Brahma, the creator, had grown proud, He had always occupied a position of considerable authority. After all, he had spoken the worlds into being, breathed life into living things, and set the great wheel of creation turning. In some versions of the story, Brahma had grown so swollen with this authority that he claimed to be the greatest of all gods, the supreme being before whom even Shiva and Vishnu ought to bow. He had 5 heads, and with all 5 of them, he spoke simultaneously of his own greatness, which is the kind of behavior that tends, in these old stories, to end badly. Shiva appeared before him, and what emerged was not the ash-smeared ascetic of Kailash, not the gentle husband of Parvati, not the still and serene meditator with half-closed eyes. What emerged was Bhairava, dark as a storm cloud at midnight, naked and burning with a fury that the older translations struggle to fully convey. His eyes wide and blazing, fangs curling over his lip, his hair wild and unbound. In an instant, Bhairava reached out and severed one of Brahma's 5 heads. It came away in his hand, and there was a silence in the cosmos that no one who witnessed it forgot. The sin that followed this act was called Brahmahatya, the killing of a Brahmin. And even though Brahma was a god, he was also, in his essential nature, a Brahmin, and the laws governing such things did not bend even for Shiva. This is one of the most striking aspects of the story. Bhairava, who is the most terrible manifestation of the most powerful deity in this tradition, is not exempt from the consequences of what he has done. The skull of Brahma, still bleeding, adhered to Bhairava's hand and would not release itself. This is how the story explains the Kapala, the skull bowl, that Bhairava carries in his iconography. It was fastened to him by the weight of what he had done, and the only way to be free of it was to wander, to beg, to perform penance across all 3 worlds until the sin was fully expiated. And so Bhairava wandered. He moved through the heavens and through the human world and through the darker realms beneath, with the skull always in his hand and the sin always upon him, like a beggar who has no choice but to keep walking. Wherever he went, he asked for alms, accepting whatever people placed into the bowl of that severed head, and the image is one that Hindu art has never shied away from. This enormous, terrifying figure reduced to the posture of absolute humility, begging at doorways with the skull of creation's god as his only vessel. He wandered for what the texts describe as a very long time, through forests and across rivers, and through cities where people recognized him and were afraid. The wandering ended, according to the tradition, at Varanasi, the ancient city on the Ganges that Shiva has always, in some sense, called his own. When Bhairava crossed into the boundaries of that city, the skull fell from his hand. The sin of Brahmahatya dissolved, as if the holiness of the place itself could absorb what nothing else in the 3 worlds had been able to lift. The spot where the skull is said to have fallen is still marked within the city, and Bhairava did not leave. He stayed, and Varanasi became, among its many identities, Bhairava's city, the place where he presides as its kotwal, its guardian, its lord of the boundaries, watching the gates and keeping a kind of divine order that is far too ancient and far too fierce to be described as ordinary law enforcement. The Bhairava temples of Varanasi are not the grand carved complexes that draw pilgrims to places like Madurai or Chidambaram. They tend to be smaller, darker, tucked into the labyrinthine lanes of the city's older neighborhoods, marked by offerings that include things rarely seen at other shrines: liquor poured before the image, meat left at the threshold, the acknowledgement that this particular form of the divine does not require the world to be sanitized before approaching him. The image of Bhairava in these temples is something that stays with people. He is black or deep blue, garlanded with skulls, his face alive with an expression that is not quite anger, and not quite joy, and not quite anything a human face has ever managed, which is, one suspects, entirely the point. What Bhairava's existence within the tradition insists on is that an ultimate reality, which could only be encountered through beauty, through auspiciousness, through the forms that make us comfortable, would not in fact be ultimate at all. It would be a god shaped to our preferences, rather than one who contains the full breadth of what existence actually is. There is terror in the world, the tradition says, not as an aberration or a failure of the divine plan, but as something woven into the fabric of things. And a god who is truly Lord of everything must be able to hold that terror too, must be able to look at it directly, must in some sense be it. Bhairava is the form that Shiva takes when the universe requires its god to be honest about that. Even the city of Varanasi, which Shiva is said to hold in the palm of his hand at the moment of dissolution, is also and equally Bhairava's city, the place where terror and grace have always, in this tradition, been the same thing. On the western bank of the Ganges, in a city so old that people were living there before the ancient Greeks built Athens, fires have been burning continuously for what the locals say is 4,000 years. The city is called Varanasi. It is also called Kashi, the luminous one, and it is also called Anandavana, the forest of bliss. It has collected names the way a river collects tributaries, each one arriving from a different direction and adding something to the whole. In the tradition of Shaivism, Varanasi is not simply a holy city in the ordinary sense of a place that was once visited by someone sacred, or where a great event long ago left a residue of holiness that the faithful come to touch. It is something more particular than that. It is, according to the scriptures, the place where Shiva himself has chosen to live, not as a memory, not as a statue, but as a continuous and active presence, presiding over the city the way a householder presides over his own home. The Kashi Kanda, a section of the Skanda Purana devoted entirely to this city, describes Varanasi as a place that exists, in a very precise theological sense, outside the ordinary jurisdiction of the cosmos. When the great dissolution comes, when Shiva's Tandava finally brings the current cycle of creation to its close and the universe dissolves back into the waters of primordial chaos, Varanasi alone is said to be lifted out of the flood. Shiva raises it on the tip of his trident and holds it there, suspended above the waters, safe and unchanging until the next creation begins and the city can be set down again. This is not a small claim. It means that Varanasi is not quite of this world, even while it is entirely and visibly in it, that it occupies some space between the ordinary and the absolute that no other city on earth has been granted. Standing at the Ghats in the early morning, it is not difficult to feel the truth of something like this. The Ghats are the wide stone steps that descend in long flights from the old city down to the river. There are more than 80 of them, stretching along several miles of the western bank. At dawn, the Ganges catches the first light in long golden ripples. Pilgrims are already in the water, cupping it in their palms and lifting it toward the rising sun. Priests sit beneath large parasols on the lower steps. The smell of incense drifts across from the small shrines tucked into the walls of the older Ghats. Bells ring. Boats move slowly on the river. It is, by any measure, one of the most quietly overwhelming places a person can find themselves. And then there is the Manikarnika Ghat. It sits near the center of the riverfront. It is different from the others, in a way that becomes apparent almost immediately. Here the fires burn at all hours, day and night, attended by the Dom community, whose ancestral responsibility it has been for as long as anyone can measure to tend the cremation pyres. According to the tradition, the fire at Manikarnika was lit by Shiva himself in the beginning of time and has never been extinguished. Families come from across India and beyond, bringing their dead to be cremated here. This was because the Puranic texts are quite clear that those who die within the boundaries of Kashi receive something that death in any other place cannot offer. The tradition calls it the Taraka mantra, the mantra of crossing over. When a person dies within the sacred boundaries of Varanasi, Shiva is said to come himself and lean close to the ear of the departing soul and whisper a mantra that cuts through the accumulated weight of karma and grants moksha, liberation from the cycle of death and rebirth, directly. without remainder, regardless of how that person lived, or what they believed or what they did. This is, theologically speaking, an extraordinary promise. It has drawn dying people to Varanasi for centuries, arriving by boat and by road, and, in more recent times, by train, carried by relatives or making the journey alone, simply to be in this city when the final moment comes. What is remarkable about this tradition is what it says about who Shiva is at his deepest nature. He is called the Lord of Death, Mahakala, Great Time, and that title can sound fearsome in isolation. But the tradition of the Taraka mantra reveals something else entirely, that the one who governs death is also the one most tenderly concerned with what happens in it. He does not stand at a distance and judge. He comes close. He whispers. He does not ask the dying person whether they deserve liberation or have earned it through sufficient piety. He gives it freely, the way a river gives water to whatever comes to its bank without asking its reasons. There is a quality of unconditional compassion in this image that the tradition returns to again and again. The terrible and the tender unified in the same act, in the same figure, at the same moment. The Ganges itself moves past the Ghats with the slow, unhurried patience of something that has been doing exactly this for longer than the city has stood above it. The fires at Manikarnika reflect in the water at night in long broken columns of orange. The bells from the evening aarti ceremony carry across the river and fade into the dark on the far bank. Varanasi does not soften death or decorate it or move it out of sight. It places death at the very center of the city, in full view of the river, attended by fire. It calls this a mercy. Every person who has ever come to die in Varanasi has been, according to the tradition, leaning back into Shiva's hands. One of the signs that a deity has genuinely taken hold of a civilization's imagination is when the theologians start disagreeing with each other about what exactly he means, and by that measure, Shiva took hold very thoroughly indeed. Across more than 1,000 years of concentrated philosophical work, scholars and saints and wandering ascetics produced not one authoritative account of who Shiva is and what he requires, but several, each internally rigorous, each drawing on the same ancient sources, each arriving at conclusions that sometimes feel barely compatible with the others. What is remarkable is that this proliferation of schools was not experienced as a failure of understanding. It was understood by most of the people living inside these traditions as a natural consequence of trying to describe something that is, by its own definition, too large to be described. The schools of Shaivism are, in this sense, less like competing companies and more like different windows cut into the wall of the same enormous building, each offering a genuine view and none of them showing the whole interior at once. The first and perhaps most philosophically ambitious of these windows belongs to the tradition known as Kashmir Shaivism, that flourished in the Kashmir Valley roughly between the 8th and 12th centuries of the Common Era and produced, in the philosopher Abhinavagupta, one of the most formidable intellectual minds in the history of Indian thought. The central claim of Kashmir Shaivism, articulated through a body of texts known as the Pratyabhijna, meaning recognition, is both simple to state and extraordinarily difficult to fully absorb, that everything that exists, without exception, is Shiva's consciousness, not a reflection of his consciousness, not a product of his consciousness, but consciousness itself, undivided and without remainder. The individual self that seems to be a separate person, moving through a separate world, is, in this view, Shiva temporarily forgetting what he is, and the entire spiritual path is a process of recognition, of remembering. Abhinavagupta developed this position with a precision and depth that took generations of students to fully unpack, weaving together philosophy, aesthetics, the practice of yoga into a unified vision in which even beauty, even art, even the experience of watching a lamp flame tremble in the dark could be understood as Shiva recognizing himself. It is a philosophy of radical inclusion. Nothing is outside Shiva, Nothing is excluded from the possibility of awakening. The world is not an obstacle to be escaped, but a form Shiva himself chose to take for reasons that are, at their root, the reasons of a dancer. This vision of the world as Shiva's creative play, his Lila, meant that enlightenment was not withdrawal from existence, but a transformed engagement with it. The recognition that consciousness pervaded all things made the cultivation of beauty, knowledge, and experience central to the spiritual path rather than peripheral distractions. Further south, in Tamil Nadu and the surrounding regions, the tradition known as Shaiva Siddhanta developed a very different set of answers using some of the same ancient materials, where Kashmir Shaivism dissolved the boundaries between God, soul, world into a single consciousness. Shaiva Siddhanta held those three realities firmly apart. Shiva, in this tradition, is supremely real and perfectly transcendent. He does not become the world. He does not forget himself into it. He is not identical to the souls he loves and guides. The relationship between Shiva and the individual soul is more like the relationship between a light source and an object it illuminates. The light is real, the object is real, the illumination is real, but they are not the same thing. This theological position made Shaiva Siddhanta particularly attentive to the practices of devotion, to puja, to pilgrimage, to the careful ritual life of the great South Indian temple traditions, because if Shiva and the soul are genuinely distinct, then the acts by which the soul turns towards Shiva have their own irreducible weight and meaning. The elaborate bronze traditions of the Chola period, those extraordinary Nataraja sculptures that still arrest the breath of anyone who stands before them, were created within this devotional atmosphere. They carry its warmth. Shaiva Siddhanta's theological precision about divine transcendence and human distinctness thus had practical consequences. It grounded an entire civilization's artistic and devotional expressions in the conviction that relationship was real and eternally meaningful. The soul's genuine otherness made its encounter with Shiva not an illusion to transcend, but a fundamental truth about existence. Moving westward and forward in time, the 12th century, in what is now Karnataka, produced a religious and social movement that brought Shaivism into a terrain that neither Kashmir Shaivism nor Shaiva Siddhanta had fully entered, the terrain of equality. The Lingayat tradition, also called Virashaiva, was shaped decisively by a poet, philosopher, minister named Basavana, who gathered around him a community of poet saints called the Sharanas. Basavana's Shaivism was carried in short, fierce poems called vachanas, spoken directly to Shiva in the intimate second person. It rejected caste hierarchy with a thoroughness that was genuinely radical for its time. The sacred object of the Lingayat tradition is a small personal linga worn against the body, always present, always immediate, requiring no temple intermediary, no priestly gatekeeper, no elaborate ritual apparatus. Shiva, in this vision, was not distant or abstract, but immediate, accessible to anyone, entirely indifferent to the social categories that human beings had constructed to keep each other apart. The last tradition worth resting with here is the Nath Yogi lineage. That stretches from Shiva as Adiyogi through the figure of Matsyendranath, and most influentially, the philosopher-ascetic Gorakhnath, who lived probably in the 11th or 12th century and whose teachings became the foundation of what we now call Hatha Yoga. The Nath Yogis understood Shiva primarily as the original practitioner, the being who had gone furthest into the interior of consciousness and returned with a method. Their emphasis was less on devotion or philosophy than on direct transformation of the body and the breath, on practices that could, if pursued with sufficient patience and courage, reproduce in the practitioner something of what Shiva had always embodied, absolute stillness at the center of absolute power. Each of these schools was, in its own way, trying to do what the Nataraja bronze does, to hold an impossibly large thing still for long enough that a human mind could begin to understand what it was looking at. Once a year, On the darkest night of the darkest fortnight of late winter, people in temples across India and the wider world do something that runs entirely counter to what any sensible person would recommend. They stay awake all night on purpose. The festival is called Mahashivaratri, the Great Night of Shiva, and it falls on the 14th night of the waning moon in the month of Falguna, which in the Western calendar arrives somewhere in February or March, when the cold has not quite finished with the world and the darkness comes early and stays long. It is, by design, the darkest night of an already dark fortnight, the moon reduced to the thinnest possible sliver overhead, and the tradition treats this darkness not as something to be overcome, but as something to be entered into deliberately, with full attention, the way you might step into cold water knowing it will wake you completely. Different traditions within Shaivism offer different accounts of exactly what this night commemorates, and the fact that there is more than one answer is, at this point in the story, not surprising at all. In some tellings, Mahashivaratri is the night of Shiva and Parvati's wedding, the night when the ascetic god who had closed himself off from the world agreed, at last, to be a husband. In others, it is the night Shiva performs the Tandava, his great cosmic dance, when the rhythm of the universe itself becomes audible to those who are quiet enough and awake enough to hear it. In still other traditions, it commemorates the night he drank the hala poison from the churning ocean and held it in his throat so that the world might survive. What unites these different versions is the sense that something happened on this particular night that was too large for ordinary daylight to contain, something that required darkness and stillness and the willingness to remain present through the long hours before dawn. Devotees fast through the day beforehand, arriving at the temple as evening comes on, carrying offerings of bilva leaves, the three-lobed leaves considered especially sacred to Shiva, along with milk, honey and water to pour over the linga in ritual ablution. There are flowers and lamps and the thick sweetness of incense moving through the crowded air. The priests perform 4 rounds of worship across the night, once in each of the night's 4 quarters, and between these rituals the chanting rises and falls, the names of Shiva repeated in long-sustained waves of sound, Om Namah Shivaya winding through the stone corridors like something the walls themselves have absorbed and learned to give back. In one of the great Shiva temples, at Varanasi perhaps, or at Chidambaram in Tamil Nadu, or at the Somnath temple on the coast of Gujarat, where the sea moves just beyond the walls, the atmosphere during Mahashivaratri is unlike any other night of the year. The lamps multiply as the hours deepen, throwing soft moving light across the carved stone surfaces. The crowd is dense, but not hurried. People sit along the walls, some singing, some with their eyes closed and their lips moving in quiet repetition of a name they have been saying since childhood. The chanting moves through the room like a tide, building toward the next puja, then settling again into a quieter murmur. Outside, the night is cold and moonless. Inside, the lamps are enough. The tradition is quite specific about why staying awake matters on this particular night. The idea is not simply that endurance proves devotion, though that element is present. According to the teachings associated with the festival, the energy that moves through the human system on Mahashivaratri is different from any other night. Something in the alignment of the earth, the position of the stars, the particular quality of the darkness itself, creates conditions in which spiritual practice yields more than it would on an ordinary evening. Sleep, in this context, is not the enemy of the body, but simply a lost opportunity. To remain awake, alert, and oriented towards something larger than yourself through the night's 4 watches is, the tradition says, to let whatever that energy is move through you without interruption, to give the darkness your full and undivided company. There is a story sometimes told to explain the vigil, about a hunter who spent a Mahashivaratri night in a bilva tree above a Shiva linga, not knowing it was there, not intending to worship, simply surviving the night, and was liberated nonetheless, because the leaves he accidentally shook loose fell onto the linga below, and the darkness kept him awake, and something passed between him and the god, without either of them quite planning it. The Shiva of the Nataraja dances the cosmos to its end, but that is only half the story. This was because Parvati, standing beside him or facing him across the cosmic stage, dances creation back into being. The two dances, his Tandava and her Lasya, belong together the way thunder belongs with rain, the way the exhale follows the inhale without any gap between them. One without the other would be not just incomplete, but cosmically impossible. The tradition has always understood this with a kind of quiet certainty that doesn't require argument to sustain itself. The Tandava is the older and fiercer of the two. In the Shiva Purana and in the broader Shaivite tradition, it is described as a dance of tremendous power, stamping feet that shake the three worlds, arms moving in patterns that correspond to the great forces of dissolution, the whole body expressing something that human beings witness only at the edges of experience, in earthquakes and storms and the moment when something that had seemed permanent simply ceases. Some accounts connect the Tandava to Shiva's grief after the death of Sati, when he carried her body through the cosmos and danced in a kind of wild, inconsolable sorrow that the gods themselves could not bear to watch. In those versions, the Tandava is not only a cosmic function, but something more personal and more heartbreaking, the dance of a being who has loved and lost and has no adequate language for what that feels like, except movement. Other accounts describe it as Shiva's performance at the end of each cosmic age, when everything that exists must be dissolved so that existence itself can begin again. Both meanings can live inside the same dance without contradiction. This was because grief and dissolution are, in this tradition, not so different from one another. The Lasya that Parvati dances in response is her answer to all of that, graceful, fluid, full of the particular kind of tenderness that knows exactly what the Tandava costs and chooses to create anyway. Where the Tandava stamps and turns and reaches outward with enormous energy, the Lasya draws inward, circles gently, moves with the kind of unhurried ease that belongs to something that is not afraid of being destroyed because it knows it will always return. Parvati's dance is associated with the softer rasas, the emotional flavors of beauty, love, joy, and with the green and growing aspects of the world. The way a river finds its way around a stone rather than breaking it. Together, Shiva and Parvati in their respective dances constitute what the tradition calls a complete account of reality, the terrible and the beautiful, the ending and the beginning, the god who burns and the goddess who blooms. It is out of this cosmic conversation between the two dances that classical Indian dance is said, in the devotional tradition, to have been born. The story most often told is one of a competition, Shiva and Parvati dancing before the gods and the sages, each matching the other, the dance growing more complex and more refined as the night went on. At some point, according to one account, Shiva performed a step that Parvati, modest by her own choosing rather than by any limitation, declined to mirror. Shiva was declared the victor, but the competition itself, in the telling, produced something lasting, the forms and gestures and emotional expressions that would flow down through centuries of human practice into the great classical traditions of Indian dance. Bharatanatyam, which developed in the temples of Tamil Nadu, the same southern region that produced the great Nataraja bronzes, carries within its grammar of hand gestures and eye movements and footwork something that its practitioners understand as reaching all the way back to that original divine exchange. Odissi, from the temples of Odisha, carries a similar understanding, its lyrical quality thought by many in the tradition to carry the quality of the Lasya itself. Parvati's side of the conversation, the text that codifies much of this, is the Natya Shastra, the ancient treatise on performance attributed to the sage Bharata. That opens with an invocation placing Shiva and the goddess at the origin of all artistic expression. In that text, the arts, dance, music, poetry, drama, are not decorative additions to a life well lived, but fundamental expressions of consciousness encountering itself in form. That is to say, they are doing what Shiva and Parvati do in their dance, making the invisible nature of existence briefly, beautifully visible. The Natya Shastra describes many varieties of the Tandava, each corresponding to a different mood or cosmic situation, suggesting that even the fierce dance contains within it more shades of feeling than any single word can hold. Every dancer who has ever trained in any of the classical forms of India is, in this view, learning a language that Shiva and Parvati spoke first, the language of embodied consciousness moving through time. For as long as Shaivism and Vaishnavism have coexisted in India, which is a very long time, there has been argument about which of these two great gods is the greater. The debate has not always been polite. In certain periods and certain regions, temples were rededicated, hymns were rewritten. The partisans of each tradition made their claims with a fervor that occasionally crossed from devotion into something sharper. A Shaivite poet might insist that Vishnu himself bows before Shiva. A Vaishnava poet would answer that Shiva is merely one of Vishnu's devoted servants. Both sides had scriptures, both sides had stories, and both sides, when pressed, had the particular certainty that comes from loving something so completely that any rival seems not just wrong, but almost incomprehensible. What makes the Hindu theological tradition so remarkable, however, is what happened alongside that rivalry. Even as the debate continued, theologians and storytellers and temple builders were quietly working on a different kind of answer, one that did not choose between the two gods, but instead asked what it might mean if the question itself had been posed incorrectly. The Puranas, those vast and generous repositories of myth and theology, contain stories in which Shiva and Vishnu do not compete, but honor one another with a completeness that leaves very little room for rivalry. In one such story, Shiva takes up the name of Rama, one of Vishnu's most beloved earthly forms, and repeats it as a mantra, declaring that the name of Vishnu is the sweetest sound his lips have ever formed. In another, Vishnu worships the Shiva Linga with 1,000 lotus flowers, offering one flower for each of Shiva's names. When he discovers that one flower is missing, he places his own eye in the offering without hesitation. This was because to fall short in his devotion to Shiva is something he cannot allow. Each of these stories was told, scholars believe, partly as a gesture of inclusion, a way of saying to the devotee of the other tradition that their god was honored here too, that the house was large enough. The theological logic underneath these stories is elegant. If Shiva is truly the supreme being, then his greatness must include the greatness of Vishnu. This was because a god who is truly ultimate cannot be diminished by the existence of another great god. The same reasoning applies in reverse. And so both traditions found a way to acknowledge the other's beloved deity without abandoning their own, by placing the rival god in a posture of mutual reverence. It was not compromise so much as a recognition that genuine supremacy, in the Hindu philosophical understanding, could not be the kind of supremacy that required another god's defeat. The most literal expression of this synthesis was the figure of Harihara, Hari being a name of Vishnu, Hara being a name of Shiva, a composite deity who simply joined both gods into a single form. The right side of the body belongs to Shiva, the matted locks, the crescent moon, the ash-white skin, the trident, the tiger skin. The left side belongs to Vishnu, the smooth crown, the dark complexion, the lotus, the conch, the elegant silk. In certain temples in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Cambodia, where Hindu traditions spread through centuries of cultural exchange, this image appears with a serenity that suggests the sculptor saw no difficulty in it whatsoever. The two halves meet at the center of the body without seam or struggle, as if they had always belonged together, and the apparent opposition between them had only ever been a kind of appearance. Devotees who worshipped at Harihara shrines were not being asked to give up their preferred deity. They were being offered something rarer, an image of what the tradition's deepest thinkers had come to suspect was true. That is that the divine reality these two great streams of devotion were reaching toward was not two things, but one thing seen from different directions. The image of Harihara, half Shiva, half Vishnu, sharing one body with perfect equanimity, may be the most elegant theological answer ever carved in stone. The devotees Shiva has gathered around himself across the centuries form one of the strangest and most varied congregations in the history of religion. There are poet saints who wept at his feet and wrote verses so delicate that scholars still struggle to translate them without losing something essential. There are wandering ascetics who smeared their bodies with the ash of cremation grounds and gave up everything that ordinary life considers worth keeping. There are philosophers who argued his nature in precise Sanskrit terminology for lifetimes. There are village women who simply left flowers at a stone by the road each morning without ever once questioning whether this was enough. All of them across 3,000 years and the full breadth of the Indian subcontinent found their way to the same God, and the God, the tradition says, found his way to each of them in return. Among the most beloved of Shiva's devotees are the 63 Nayanmars. The word Nayanmar means, loosely, leader or guide in the path of devotion. These 63 figures came from every layer of society: farmers, fishermen, kings. One woman among them, each writing and singing hymns to Shiva in Tamil, a language old enough and rich enough to carry the full weight of what they were trying to say. Their collected hymns, known as the Thevaram, are among the most luminous works of devotional literature produced anywhere in the ancient world. The verses haven't lost their warmth across 15 centuries. Appara was one of the most beloved among them. He had, before his conversion back to Shaivism, spent time among the Jains. When he returned to Shiva, it was with the particular intensity of someone who had been away and found that nothing else had satisfied. He was reportedly tortured for his faith by a Pallava king who had him thrown into a lime kiln and cast into the sea in a sack weighted with stone. The tradition says that Shiva's grace carried him through both. What is certain is that Appara's hymns carry no trace of resentment. They are full of a tenderness so personal that they read less like theology and more like letters. He called Shiva his father, his mother his friend, the one who had taken up residence inside his own chest and refused to leave. Sundara, who came a little later, was known for a particularly intimate and sometimes almost irreverent tone in his devotion. He addressed Shiva as a dear friend rather than a distant sovereign. His hymns are filled with a playful, affectionate boldness that was understood not as disrespect, but as the highest form of closeness. The confidence of someone so certain of love that he no longer needs to be formal about it. Manikavajakar, whose name means he whose utterances are as rubies, wrote the Tiruvajjakam, a collection of hymns so emotionally raw and philosophically profound that generations of scholars have called it untranslatable. Not because the words resist translation, but because the feeling in them does. He described being seized by Shiva suddenly, the way a hunter seizes a bird, never quite recovering and being grateful beyond measure that he hadn't. In the 12th century, in the Kannada-speaking region of Karnataka, a minister named Basavana looked at the caste hierarchies governing religious practice and found them deeply, personally wrong. He organized a movement of devotees called the Veerashaivas, or Lingayats, built around the idea that every person, regardless of birth, gender, or social rank, carries Shiva's presence within them and can worship him directly, without intermediary, without temple hierarchy, without the ritual distinctions that had long separated the priestly from the ordinary. Each Lingayat devotee wore a small linga close to the body as a constant sign of this direct relationship. Basavana's own verses, called vachanas, spoken sayings, are compact and luminous. They have a quality of radical plainness that cuts through ornament the way a sharp thing cuts through cloth. He asked, in one of the most famous of them, "What is the use of a great lamp if the house inside is dark?" Meaning that external devotion without inner transformation is simply a performance. Then there are those who came to Shiva by a stranger and more severe road. The Pashupatas, among the earliest of Shaivite ascetic orders, practiced rituals deliberately designed to invite social humiliation, behaving in absurd or undignified ways in public so that the shame would loosen the grip of pride and social identity, both of which the tradition identified as obstacles to genuine awakening. The Shaiva Nagas, warrior ascetics who appear in their thousands at the Kumbh Mela, renounce clothing and worldly goods as a continuous practice of standing outside ordinary categories. The Agoras, who take up residence in cremation grounds and deliberately engage with what society calls polluted or terrifying, understand themselves as following Shiva's own example, the god who wears skulls, who dances where the dead are burned, who treats all of creation as equally sacred because he himself contains all of it without flinching. These last figures have been sensationalized and misunderstood in equal measure, both within India and outside it. But the tradition itself places them within the same broad family as Manikavajakar weeping before the temple gate, only further along an edge that most people are not willing to approach. What connects them to the Tamil poet saints and to Basavana is the same thing, a willingness to reorganize the entire architecture of their lives around a single devotion at whatever cost. All of them were saying, each in their own register, from the exquisite Tamil verse to the ash-smeared austerities, that they had found in Shiva something that could not be found anywhere else. What the 3,000-year conversation about Shiva keeps returning to, from the earliest Vedic hymns to the stone towers of Chidambaram to the Tamil saints weeping at his feet, is a single extraordinary claim that behind the noise and the movement and the constant generation and dissolution of everything that exists, there is something that does not move. It is a claim that the Rigveda approached sideways, in the form of a fierce and unpredictable storm god who seemed too wild and too contradictory to be held in any single description. It is a claim that the Shvetashvatara Upanishad made plainly and boldly, declaring that this consciousness, this still point, was not one god among many, but the ground from which all gods arose. And it is a claim that sculptors, poets, mathematicians, pilgrims, wandering ascetics have been testing against their own experience ever since, with a stubbornness and a tenderness that is itself a kind of answer. This recognition appears in different forms across the centuries. In the oldest texts, in temple carvings, in the whispered prayers of contemporary seekers. Yet beneath these varied expressions, something essential remains unchanged. The claim itself endures, that stillness and motion arise from a single source, that division is ultimately illusory. Shiva drank the poison that would have destroyed the world and let it turn his throat blue. He carried the body of Sati through the cosmos until his grief had consecrated the land beneath his feet. He burned the god of desire to ash and then, moved by Parvati's extraordinary devotion, opened his eyes and loved her with the whole of himself. He dances the cosmos to its dissolution and sits in perfect stillness at the same time. The tradition insists that these are not contradictions, that the dance and the stillness are the same things seen from different distances. The Nayanmars understood this and sang about it in Tamil, so beautiful that people still recite those hymns before sleep. The Kashmir Shaivites understood it and built philosophical systems of startling elegance to explain how a single consciousness could appear to itself as a universe full of separate things. The pilgrims who walk the parikrama around Kailash in the bitter wind understand it in a different way, not as a proposition to be argued, but as something felt in the body. In the cold and the altitude and the silence so complete, it seems to have a texture of its own. What is remarkable when you hold all of this together quietly is how much of ordinary human experience Shiva contains. He is the one who meditates alone on the mountain for so long that the world grows cold without him. That is simply what grief does. It withdraws. The people around the one who is grieving feel the temperature drop. He is the householder with ash in his hair and a snake around his neck, sitting at a mountain hearth with his children and his bull at the gate. That is simply what love looks like when it is not trying to be dignified. He is the one who can be persuaded by Parvati's austerities, by the devotion of the Nyanmars, by the patient waiting of the 7 sages at the lakeshore, which is to say, he is a god who notices when someone is paying attention. And he is the dancer, moving through the ring of fire with complete composure, 1 foot crushing the forgetfulness that binds us, 1 foot lifted in the gesture that means, here, if you can see it, is the way out. Tonight, if you close your eyes and let everything grow very quiet, you might find something that resembles what all of those poets and philosophers and pilgrims were reaching toward. Not an idea exactly, but a quality of stillness that seems to exist just beneath whatever noise the mind is currently making. It does not announce itself. It does not move to meet you. It simply waits, the way a mountain waits, perfectly indifferent and perfectly available. And somewhere on the cold slopes of Kailash, the story says, he is sitting there still.